Days have passed since his journey began, yet Shimin Huan's expression remains gravely troubled, dutifully embracing the life of a recluse. Initially, he harbored no significant grievances regarding his identity as a black second generation. For, in comparison to a life of relentless toil akin to that of a beast of burden, the status of a wealthy individual was, after all, a dream he had long cherished. However, upon inadvertently glimpsing a sensational tabloid article that lavishly detailed the escapades of a certain dandy, his fleeting joy dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of melancholy. This world, indeed, is a bizarre realm governed by the peculiar adage of the poor rely on mutation, while the rich depend on technology, where grotesque entities run rampant, as if engaged in an unending revelry of chaos. At present, the sole piece of bad news is the tumultuous and precarious nature of this world, while the only silver lining lies in the fact that his estranged father has met a grim fate. Shimin Huan stifled the dizziness caused by the cacophony of thoughts swirling in his mind, pressing his fingers against his aching temples. Although the notion of abruptly becoming a crime lord may sound imposing, the perils and challenges concealed behind such a position are far from trivial. The untimely demise of his father bequeathed him not only the entirety of his assets and connections, but also a cadre of youthful and alluring mistresses. Yet, the second and third in command within the gang regarded this newcomer with disdain and skepticism. Shimin Huan had never felt any emotional attachment to his late father. Dismissing his words, could they truly compare to their progenitor? Suddenly, a rhythmic knock on the door shattered the silence within the room. "Come in," he replied, his tone composed and indifferent, his gaze fixated upon the enigmatic pattern etched upon his palm, as if it held the key to unraveling all mysteries. The door creaked open, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire, who ambled in with a steady gait. He appeared to be in his 60s, sporting a kindly visage, yet his eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning, evoking a sense of both approachability and elusiveness. "Master, there's a rather significant auction happening in the city tonight. I have personally selected 2 exceptionally skilled bodyguards for you. They have officially joined our gang, and their future task will be to ensure your safety. With them around, you need not worry about unexpected troubles," the old man proclaimed, his face beaming with confidence and a hint of pride. Shimin Huan blinked in surprise, his eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and disbelief. With them around, there would be no unforeseen events? In my opinion, it is more likely that I would meet my demise quietly, without any warning. "Master, your expression suggests disbelief. I assure you, these 2 are stunning beauties who could resist being enamored by them. Even I cough. The old man chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mischief, seemingly hinting at something more. Particularly, the woman named Natasha possessed a captivating figure, her curves igniting the imagination. Cough. "Master, should you find them to your liking, I can provide you with a detailed introduction. This elegant lady is Madeline Stone, a graduate of the world-renowned female bodyguard training institution, Blood Rose Company, and has provided professional security services to numerous affluent ladies. You will find that the fiery figure to your left is Natalie, a former elite operative from the notorious KGB, who has since been navigating life in New York. Both of these ladies have been meticulously vetted and are utterly trustworthy, with no ties to our adversaries," the old man assured, thumping his chest in solemnity, oblivious to the incredulous expression that had taken residence on Shimin Huan's face. "It's you again, old man. One is a notorious Hydra agent, and the other, a famed CHLD operative. What merit do I, a mere scion of crime, possess that would warrant the attention of these 2 formidable figures?" Had it not been for the fact that this old man had loyally accompanied his father for over 30 years, Shimin Huan might have suspected him of collusion with enemies, betraying the gang. What invaluable treasure did his father inadvertently uncover? Or what unspeakable secrets did he stumble upon that led to his demise? Fortuitously, the gang he inherited is of Chinese origin, relatively united otherwise. It would have likely succumbed to the local mafia's infiltration long ago, riddled with vulnerabilities. Perhaps I should simply take my leave with the money and disappear? With the wealth I currently possess, I could easily find a serene haven to indulge in a life of leisure, surrounded by love and comfort. Shimin Huan contemplated the thought of abandoning this chaotic entanglement crossing his mind. The life of violence is ultimately unsustainable. One cannot tread the riverbank without getting wet. Yet, he understood well the adage of being trapped in the tumult of the world, realizing that there is little escape to be found. Cough, cough, master, could you please offer a definitive answer? If you find these bodyguards unsatisfactory, I shall promptly seek out more suitable candidates. That I assure you, my methods are reliable, and you need not worry. Shimin Huan's lips twitched slightly, a weary smile gracing his face. Trustworthy, if they were any more reliable, I would likely follow in my father's footsteps, arriving in another world. Very well, let it be so, he said wearily, waving his hand dismissively, his enthusiasm thoroughly extinguished. This world is rife with bizarre entities, concealing dangers at every turn. One can only imagine the countless eyes that are fixated upon him, waiting to claim his life. Upon hearing this, the old man's face illuminated with joy as he eagerly exclaimed, "Then I shall rest easy. You are the last of your lineage. Master, henceforth, let them take good care of you. However, master, do remember to exercise caution. Your health remains paramount," he added, his demeanor shifting from solemnity to a playful, teasing tone. Shimin Huan's expression darkened, inwardly cursing. "Thank you for your concern, but these two formidable women are hardly the type I can easily provoke. Fubber, you have worked hard. Madeline, Natalie, please find 2 quiet rooms on the first floor to rest and recuperate," he instructed, gesturing for everyone to leave. Fubber winked at him, his eyes brimming with ambiguous implications, as if conveying a secret understood only by men. What a rogue! Madeline and Natasha nodded slightly, feigning shyness, yet their performances could not mask the alertness in their eyes. In that fleeting moment of turning away, the two exchanged a subtle glance, an undercurrent of wariness and animosity passing between them, as if sparks were silently colliding in the air. While their true identities remained partially concealed, both women instinctively sensed the familiar aura of danger emanating from one another. Shimin Huan sat alone in the room, intently focused on the palm's eyes bronze ding pattern, his gaze deep and concentrated. He understood better than anyone that this was no ordinary artifact. Reflecting on the fateful car accident, he recalled the moment when he sensed death drawing near. It was the sudden brilliance of the mysterious bronze ding that enveloped him in radiant light, transporting him through time and space to this unfamiliar yet perilous world. However, since that miraculous transcendence, the bronze cauldron seemed to have succumbed to a deep slumber, as if all that had transpired before was merely an ephemeral dream. Is it not true that it was the blood from my wound that precipitated its wondrous power? Could it be that the absence of a continuous blood offering has rendered it dormant? Shimin Huan furrowed his brow, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, an audacious hypothesis illuminated his mind. With this thought in mind, he unhesitatingly seized a small knife nearby, gritting his teeth as he gently pierced his fingertip, allowing a single drop of crimson blood to fall upon the bronze cauldron's emblem etched on his right hand. In that instant, a miracle unfolded. The previously tranquil image of the bronze cauldron, imprinted in his palm, began to pulsate as if imbued with life, gradually levitating and expanding until it transformed into a colossal bronze cauldron, radiating an enigmatic luminescence, hovering before Shimin Huan. Shimin Huan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, as a torrent of vast and intricate information surged into his mind, instantly revealing the cauldron's mysterious origins and formidable powers. This bronze cauldron was the supreme furnace, a relic from the primordial chaos at the dawn of the universe's inception, endowed with the unparalleled might to refine and create all that exists within the cosmos. It possessed the ability to melt any substance drawn from the universe, extracting and refining its unique capabilities or enhancing and transforming objects to bestow upon them extraordinary attributes that defy the ordinary, all for Shimin Huan's command. For instance, should he cast a high-performance off-road vehicle into the cauldron, its speed would become astonishing. Or if he were to immerse a humble electric, fascia gun into its depths, after the cauldron's refining process, even the illustrious teacher Jia would find himself humbled in its presence. Moreover, the existence of this bronze cauldron transcended the rules and constraints of the infinite multiverse, harboring the terrifying power to distort and reshape reality. It could effortlessly rend the veil between the real and the illusory, materializing the terrifying entities from one's nightmares, turning them into reality. It could also render the tangible world as fragile as soap bubbles, shattering and collapsing in an instant. Its power was pure and absolute, unbound by any laws or order, surpassing the dimensions of space and the passage of time, capable of altering everything at will, whether it be the minuscule particles of the microscopic realm or the vast structures of galaxies within the cosmic expanse. In the garden, a gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the flowers and grasses to sway gracefully. Shimin Huan stood at the center of the garden, his eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and exhilaration. He casually plucked an ant crawling amidst the grass, and without hesitation, tossed it into the bronze cauldron that floated before him, visible only to his eyes. Chapter 2. Extracting Ant Genes. Origin. Forge information within the confines of the chamber. An aura of tranquility and mystery enveloped the air. The bronze cauldron quivered slightly. As a wisp of white light, akin to a spirited sprite, emerged from its apex and instantaneously penetrated the depths of Shimin Huan's consciousness. A sharp intake of breath. A torrent of searing energy surged through his being, each pulse akin to needles piercing his skin. Shimin Huan's vision faded into darkness, plunging him into unconsciousness. The bronze cauldron shuddered once more, enveloping him in a cocoon of mysterious luminescence, guiding him into a profound slumber. The ant genes, like fervent engineers, rewrote every code within his physique. His muscles swelled and contorted, ultimately achieving a harmonious and explosive form. His bones remolded, becoming as resilient as steel. His body underwent a complete metamorphosis, soaring to nearly 2 meters in height, every inch brimming with latent power. Upon awakening, the bronze cauldron conveyed its revelations. Super strength, unleashed 400 times the power, capable of dragging objects weighing 1,700 times more. Super constitution, enhanced muscle density, enabling him to withstand bullets. Ant control allowed the release of pheromones to command ants. Environmental adaptation provided resistance to extreme temperatures, oxygen deprivation, and even radiation. Shimin Huan paused, suddenly erupting into laughter, a sound filled with the release of pent-up tension. He clenched his fists, the air around him vibrating with a low hum. He lifted the heavy office chair with ease, as if it were a mere toy. It was only at this moment that he felt a semblance of security. Who could fathom the turmoil he had previously endured? It was akin to an ordinary individual, powerless and defenseless, being thrust into a world teeming with supernatural beings. Filled with dread and uncertainty, plagued by incessant anxiety, the cunning individuals within his faction eyed his position with predatory intent, eager to eliminate him and usurp his power and wealth. The adversarial factions loomed like ravenous wolves, perpetually on the lookout for an opportunity to assassinate him and extinguish any future threat. Even those closest to him might harbor ulterior motives, ready to plunge a knife into his back at any moment. The outside world was fraught with unknown dangers, a realm populated by mutants, aberrants, superhumans, lunatics, perverts, and extraterrestrials. Each a bizarre entity scattered across the fabric of existence. Some wielded immense power, others possessed enigmatic abilities, while some harbored insidious intentions, seeking to carve their niche in a chaotic world. Yet, at this juncture, feeling the seismic shifts within his body, he resolutely clenched his fists and struck the air with all his might. A resounding hum echoed as the air seemed to tremble under the weight of his strike, reverberating in acknowledgement of his newfound strength. His reinforced bones and muscles not only withstood tremendous force, but could efficiently release it, transforming it into astonishing agility. It was at this instant that Shimin Huan truly grasped the long-lost sense of security. He was no longer the lamb awaiting slaughter. He had acquired the power to defy the threats to his life. Not too shabby, he murmured softly, a satisfied smile creeping upon his lips. For now, self-preservation was no longer an insurmountable challenge. However, his ambitions extended far beyond mere survival. His aspirations reached towards the cosmic cube, the Eye of Agamotto, Thor's hammer, and even the celestial pantheon hidden deep within the earth, not to mention other realms. The bronze cauldron seemed to discern his intentions, abruptly transmitting information into his mind. Extraction requires life energy. For instance, stepping on an ant or swatting a mosquito can yield energy. The more formidable the creature, the greater the life energy. Slaying a member of the celestial pantheon could yield energy equivalent to the demise of hundreds of billions of ordinary beings. Shimin Huan hesitated, pondering the implications. How much life energy was required for a single extraction, and how many times could he extract? One extraction requires 10 million units of energy. Currently, 2 extractions remain. The revelation sent tremors through his being. This meant that, at the moment of his arrival in this world, countless lives had been extinguished due to the collapse of a skyscraper. How is life energy quantified? Shimin Huan inhaled deeply and inquired. recalling the countless fatalities in every major event within the Marvel Universe. Using ordinary individuals as a baseline, 10,000 units of life energy. 100,000 ants equate to 1 human, 1 ant yields 0. 1 points. Comprehension dawned upon him, and he felt a jolt of realization. This indicated that many lives had perished, including the unfortunate Shi-Men Huan himself. After completing his ablutions, Shi-Men Huan meticulously cleaned the remnants of dark blood and bone fragments from the floor, as if purging the vestiges of his former, weaker self. He composed himself, donning a neat and stylish outfit before striding confidently out of the door. Natasha and Madeline had been closely monitoring his every move. Upon his exit, they exchanged knowing glances and discreetly followed him. As Madeline trailed cautiously, she muttered, "This peculiar fellow does not align with the profile. Given his flirtatious nature, it is illogical for him to ignore 2 stunning beauties at home and venture out on a hot summer day." Despite her complaints, her feet betrayed her. Continuing to stealthily pursue him, Natasha shot her a glance, an expression of exasperation and discontent crossing her face, silently contemplating, this damned voluptuous woman. Does she truly intend to sacrifice herself to fulfill the mission? Nick Fury's directive was unequivocal, no matter the cost. They were to extract information regarding that crucial artifact from Shi-Men Huan, even if it meant sharing his bed. However, they both understood that Shi-Men Huan was no ordinary individual. Obtaining valuable information from him would prove to be a formidable challenge. In this world, only Shi-Men Huan might possess the clues to the artifact, while others were left utterly clueless. Meanwhile, Shi-Men Huan inwardly lamented, "How could I possibly know the whereabouts of that artifact? I am not the genuine Shi-Men Huan. That unfortunate soul merely bore my likeness, perishing beneath the bronze cauldron, leading to my unexpected arrival in this realm." Upon exiting, Shi-Men Huan quickly realized his astonishing speed and acute reflexes. His purpose for this outing was to seek water bears. Their minuscule size posed no challenge for him. He planned to rely on his financial resources, firmly believing that with sufficient wealth, any obstacle could be overcome. After all, matters resolvable with money were hardly worth his time and effort. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air. Shi-Men Huan retrieved his phone, astonished to find it was a call from Tony Stark. Chapter 3, Kindred Spirits. The allure of Western cuisine. According to the memories instilled by the Bronze Cauldron, the ill-fated Shi-Men Huan met Tony Stark at a party, marking the beginning of a camaraderie born of shared tastes. The two frequently indulged in revelry together. As soon as the call connected, Tony Stark's exuberant and slightly teasing voice greeted him, accompanied by a mischievous grin. "My dear brother, after the auction tonight, come over to my place for a party. There will be quite a few Victoria's Secret supermodels, along with those sweet twin sisters just starting out in the industry. You know I'm heading to the Middle East for business, and since it's not safe for you here, why not come along for some fun?" "Absolutely. I can hardly wait," Shi-Men Huan replied with a chuckle. Having transitioned from an ordinary life to one of wealth and power, he could not help but feel a sense of exhilaration. The allure of Western cuisine was undeniable. After all, in this Marvel universe, he would have to adapt to the ways of the Western world. The auction was merely a meticulously orchestrated spectacle, where even the most nonsensical pieces fetched astronomical prices. Although attendance was optional, as a good friend of Tony Stark, Shi-Men Huan could not afford to decline. "My friend, you can always trust the great Tony Stark's taste," Tony declared with his signature arrogance, before adding playfully, "But you Asians could use a bit more wildness." Shi-Men Huan smirked inwardly, thinking to himself, "It's the Westerners who are truly wild, with their loud antics that lack any semblance of sophistication." After hanging up, he paid no mind to the two beautiful agents trailing him and walked straight into an insectarium, casually tossing $100 to request a tardigrade. The owner, momentarily taken aback, quickly accepted the offer, recognizing the opportunity to profit from easy money. "By the way, Mr. Chris, do you have a substantial supply of insects?" "Earthworms and ants would suffice," Shi-Men Huan inquired. He had considered excavating an ant hill, but as the leader of New York's largest Chinese gang, such an act would be beneath his dignity. Chris hesitated for a moment. "I can procure some, but if you're looking for a large quantity, it might be a bit challenging. Can you manage several million earthworms?" Shi-Men Huan pondered, then waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, I'll just rent a fish pond instead." Had it not been for the challenge of acquiring a potent toxin capable of affecting the Great Lakes, he would have contemplated draining them all. "If you're interested in bees, with enough money, I can arrange for millions," Chris shrugged. "Bees are a pass for now," Shi-Men Huan feigned regret, but a plan began to form in his mind. Why not simply purchase a beekeeping operation? No need to involve anyone else. After a brief wait, a young assistant brought forth a tardigrade, which Shi-Men Huan accepted before departing. He swiftly found a large beekeeping farm in the suburbs of New York online and spent $300,000 to acquire it outright. "Mr. Shi-Men, you are truly the most generous businessman I have ever encountered," the farm owner praised, though he privately thought, "Such a fool is a rare find." Shi-Men Huan dismissed him with a few perfunctory remarks. "Little do they know of my grand ambitions." Fury, the Asian you asked me to cultivate, suddenly developed an interest in insects, spending hundreds of thousands to buy a poorly managed beekeeping operation. Natasha reported to Nick Fury with a bemused expression. Fury paused for a few seconds, then replied nonchalantly, "Let it be. Continue to build rapport with him and extract specific information regarding that extraterrestrial meteorite. If necessary, employ special measures." "Understood." Natasha's demeanor sharpened. The so-called meteorite. According to the fragments collected by SHIELDS scientists, was believed to possess extraordinary powers. As for those special measures, Natasha felt no shame or resentment. She had become a cold weapon ever since her uterus was removed, and she lost her innocence to her instructor. After inspecting the beekeeping farm, Shimin Huan found himself grappling with how to exterminate millions of bees. Should he electrocute them with water or incinerate them? Outside the farm, the owner watched the alluring woman who had been asking questions, initially thinking he might have a romantic encounter, only to realize she was merely toying with him. Ignoring the two women outside, Shimin Huan was unconcerned. He was content to enjoy their company. An hour later, he stepped out of the beekeeping farm, satisfied. Setting the hives up for electrocution with water would discreetly solve his dilemma, effectively eliminating the millions of bees. "Brother Ding, how much life energy do I possess?" "You currently have just over 2 million. Bee life energy is slightly stronger than that of ants." "Is that all?" "This bee experiment is merely an appetizer. There are plenty of ranches in America," Shimin Huan mused. "By the way, how does the energy of a cow compare to that of a human?" he asked eagerly. "A human is a sentient being with thought and soul. Roughly 100 cows amount to the life energy of an ordinary person." It seems I need to brainstorm some strategies. Should I consult Tony about switching careers to become an arms dealer?" Shimin Huan found himself feeling a bit despondent. It appeared that he was being nudged towards becoming a paragon of virtue, a vigilante of sorts. The son of the underworld was on a path to redemption. As night fell, the vibrancy of New York was breathtaking, the stark contrasts evident to the naked eye, just as Comradely had remarked. The Empire State Building stood tall. Shimin Huan, having dressed to impress, could easily captivate countless women, despite his attire being somewhat ill-fitting. After all, does wealth not afford one the luxury of suitable clothing? With an appealing visage and a formidable stature, he was enough to excite the socialites and matrons alike. "My goodness, that handsome man next to Tony is exactly my type." "You wish. That charming fellow is clearly a distinguished Eastern gentleman. What makes you think he would notice you?" "A distinguished gentleman? Those two are cut from the same cloth. We cannot provoke the likes of him. Those Chinese gangs are a bunch of lunatics." At that moment, the flamboyant Tony Stark felt a twinge of annoyance, as if his spotlight had been stolen. Usually, the socialites would fawn over him. But today they were exchanging pleasantries with Shimin Huan instead. Has the once skinny Shimin been on steroids? Though tall, he used to resemble a mere twig. Damn. What an absurd day. Frustrated, Tony withdrew. He would not be a mere backdrop for this insufferable fellow. However, the socialites had different thoughts. Those who recognized Shimin Huan acted as if they were strangers, engaging him in conversation. Shimin Huan held little fondness for these socialites, finding their heavy makeup off-putting. He preferred the company of sweet, innocent girls. After navigating through the throngs of admirers, he finally found a moment to catch his breath. Leaning against the edge of the hall, he gazed down at the stunning nightscape of New York, where the city sparkled with lights, traffic flowed like a river, and skyscrapers stood tall like a constellation of stars. In the distance, the Statue of Liberty radiated a mysterious glow against the night sky, while the Hudson River shimmered, reflecting the city lights as if they were stars fallen to earth. Beneath him, the lights of New York glimmered like a brilliant galaxy, countless beams flickering in the darkness, resembling the Milky Way descending upon the land. The skyline of Manhattan unfolds before one, outlining a magnificent silhouette where the lights of towering edifices dance in harmony with the celestial stars, blurring the boundaries between the heavens and the earthly realm. The dreamlike allure of vibrant nightlife raises a poignant question. How long can the splendor of this enchanting New York endure? With a sigh, Shimin raised his glass and consumed the last of his red wine. To the south, the lights of Wall Street flicker like dancing flames, illuminating the grandeur of the financial empire. The ancient structures, bathed in this luminescence, exude an air of solemnity and mystery, as if recounting the storied history of New York spanning a century. Standing atop the Empire State Building, one feels immersed in a realm of light and shadow, where the city's clamor and opulence unfurl beneath one's feet. Yet, the absence of a good neighbor, drifting amidst the skyscrapers, is palpable. The charity auction has devolved into a mere business affair, where a gaggle of hypocritical capitalists, ravenous and devoid of compassion, engage in earnest self-aggrandizement under the guise of philanthropy. Disgusting. How can one still venerate these beasts? Hey, brother, I shall take my leave first. Don't forget to rush over for the revelry at my place. I've prepared a surprise for you, Tony exclaimed, leering with two voluptuous companions, winking at Shimin before playfully pinching one of their backsides. Erupting in laughter as he departed. This old rogue knows how to have fun, be it a maiden or matron. Perhaps these moments devoid of superhero burdens bring Tony the greatest joy? Shimin mused, shaking his head. With great power comes great responsibility. What a curse. Just as Shimin pressed the accelerator of his Ferrari, intent on alleviating Tony's pressures from the Victoria's Secret models, His path was abruptly obstructed by a few modified vehicles that appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 4. The first kill car culture thrives in America. For many, the rite of passage into adulthood is marked by the acquisition of a vehicle, even if it is secondhand. Young delinquents with brightly dyed hair, yellow, green, purple, emerge from an array of bizarrely modified pickup trucks and muscle cars, cigarettes dangling from their lips. They exude an air of nonchalance, sporting avant-garde attire while brandishing baseball bats. In no time, they encircle Shimin, leaving him bewildered. Did they truly mistake him for someone of significance? Shimin squints at them, pondering why they have suddenly targeted him. Is this mere coincidence? Heaven knows. Despite the absence of familiar faces among them, even if they were all strangers from his hometown, the desolation of this remote suburban area, already sparsely populated, only amplifies the strangeness of the encounter. Shimin coolly remarks, "How much did Yang Yuan's two old geezers pay you? I'll offer you double to eliminate them." The leader of the group, a pale young man, is momentarily taken aback, wondering how Shimin could know who had hired them. Cursed be it. Shimin smirks disdainfully, recognizing the lack of acting skill in the youth's expression. The leader, with his yellow hair, detects Shimin's contempt and grows furious, barking, "Kid, since you figured us out, let us drop the pretense. Attack. Our employer said to reduce you to a vegetable." The others wear grotesque, mocking grins as they slowly close in on Shimin, their expressions dripping with disdain. As the saying goes, prejudice is a mountain that cannot be moved, no matter how hard one tries. Thus, he resolves to deal with those who harbor disdain for him. He will concern himself only with his own affairs. Chinatown, how did it come to be? They perhaps do not understand and are too apathetic to care. Yet Shimin is, after all, the leader of a gang, albeit one they disdain. Wait, guys, I heard he's the sole heir of the Huashan gang. One of them interjects. Come, let me have some fun with him. The gang leader, Reggie, suddenly raises his hand to halt the impending mob assault. Relishing the thought of stepping on such a high-profile figure, it would be a tale to boast about for a lifetime. The others laugh heartily, parting to give him space. Viewing Shimin merely as a lamb to slaughter, Reggie lifts his baseball bat and charges at Shimin, aiming a blow at his knee, intent on forcing Shimin to kneel in humiliation. Oh no. The surrounding delinquents cry out in anticipation, convinced Shimin is doomed. Yet, in an instant, their raucous howls turn to shock, as the so-called Reggie becomes the fool, his confident swing caught effortlessly by the very weakling he scorned. Reggie's face pales, his expression darkening with resentment as he glares at Shimin, furious at the humiliation he has suffered. A leader's dignity is paramount. How can he command respect if his reputation is tarnished? You, have some skill. Reggie grits his teeth, struggling with all his might. Yet he cannot budge Shimin an inch. What's wrong, boss? Did that girl from last night exhaust you? One of his subordinates taunts. Even the strongest man can't withstand a draining woman. Perhaps you should exercise restraint. The others chuckle, tacitly providing their leader an escape from embarrassment. Fully aware of the truth, Reggie lacks the strength to match this towering figure. Despite understanding his subordinate's attempts to salvage his pride, Reggie's expression grows darker with frustration. No matter how fiercely he grips the bat, his gaze remains locked with Shimin, who appears utterly unfazed. Finally, panic sets in for Reggie. A sense of regret burgeons within him, as if he has been played for a fool. This opponent is no mere foppish weakling, but rather a formidable beast in human form. How could he have underestimated him so gravely? Shimin shakes his head, self-mocking. These fools are hardly worth his time. With a sudden, fierce grip, he crushes the baseball bat as easily as one might snap a French fry. This spectacle leaves everyone in stunned silence. Their eyes nearly bulge from their sockets. Is he even human? With a piercing scream, the delinquents awaken from their stupor. Horrified as they witness their leader sent flying several meters away, his body cleaved in two. In a moment of unrestrained power, Shimin realizes that he has inadvertently taken a life. Has he committed murder? Surprisingly, he feels no fear. Only a twinge of discomfort and nausea. This is his first act of killing. A wave of terror sweeps over the remaining delinquents, who gulp in fear, paralyzed by the gruesome sight of their leader's demise. Some even wet themselves in fright. They exchange glances, their eyes reflecting sheer terror, until one finally shouts, "Brothers, let us fight back. If we don't, we'll all be done for." P.S.A. Devil. Revenge? They seem to dismiss the notion of avenging the dead. Suddenly awakened, the delinquents raise their bats and knives, charging at Shimin, with some even brandishing firearms. You are far too weak. But since you've come this far, let us feast on some seaweed and egg drop soup, Shimin scoffs, drawing a Thompson submachine gun from the passenger seat and unleashing a hailstorm of bullets upon them. Since entering this savage world, he has realized that survival requires embracing violence. One must kill to prevent being killed. Having crossed the line, he resolves to eliminate all witnesses and erase any trace of the incident. As a scion of the underworld, playing with firearms is only fitting, is it not? In an instant, golden flames erupt, scattering droplets of crimson, accompanied by the symphony of gunfire and the agonized screams of despair. This is the true essence of death rock, death and rock, both present. Suffering does not elevate one above others, One must consume to thrive, as every capitalist knows. Amidst the carnage, he finds a sense of gain. These worthless souls have bestowed upon him a bounty of energy. As the warm evening breeze passes by, one might expect a hint of warmth, but instead, an icy chill blankets the scene. The night breeds unease, and the ground, soaked in blood, betrays no signs of bodies, an unsettling sight indeed. Ximin glances towards the distant woods, calmly dousing the car in gasoline before setting it ablaze. With a resounding explosion, the fierce flames consume everything, including the unfortunate delinquents. Has he noticed us? Natasha murmurs in disbelief. If he saw me, why would he glance towards my hiding place? Reputation precedes one. Ximin, raised in a grim world, is indeed ruthless and astute. Elsewhere, Madeline, shaken to her core, whispers in shock. Ximin is well aware that there will be consequences. This is undoubtedly an act of gang rivalry. Upon arriving at Tony Stark's villa in New York, he finds it transformed into a den of indulgence, with Tony surrounded by revelry. Hey brother, you finally made it. Tony greeted warmly with a smile. Yet the individual showed no intention of rising, preoccupied with his own pursuits. As Ximin Huan approached, the once playful and lewd expression on Tony's face abruptly vanished, giving way to a serious demeanor. Brother, it seems your home is in turmoil. Although Tony had witnessed nothing, he instinctively deduced that Ximin Huan had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. In the realm of wealthy families, conflicts often result in life and death struggles. When it comes to the underworld, the consequences are even more straightforward, with physical retribution being the most direct form of resolution. Chapter 5. Mr. Coulson. The entire nation understands that Tony's parties do not require invitations. Unperturbed, Ximin Huan shook his head and remarked, "Do you not think the bigwigs of New York are rather pleased to witness such occurrences?" Tony shrugged and jested. Well, who can blame you for being a bunch of rule-breaking lunatics, like the Green Gang and the Hongmen? Indeed, it was not easy for the predecessors over a century ago. Ximin Huan sighed. Isn't Chinatown a testament to the sacrifices of our forebears? Meanwhile, at the entrance of a coastal villa, S.H.I.E.L.D. investigator. The affable Mr. Coulson was diligently pursuing clarity regarding such heinous acts of murder. Oh no, a vehicular homicide incident. Yet, this was not a glamorous femme fatale. The elite models of New York, upon hearing of Tony Stark's extravagant celebration, flocked eagerly, each vying for attention. As Coulson observed one alluring woman after another passing by, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards Tony and his affluent companions. Regrettably, he found himself obstructed at the entrance by a bodyguard, who insisted that one must present an invitation to enter. Otherwise, anyone could waltz in. Apologies, Mr. Coulson. Although you are the director of that Homeland Defense Bureau, we still cannot allow you entry without an invitation. Your understanding is appreciated, the bodyguard stated politely, yet with a palpable air of disdain, perfectly embodying gentlemanly decorum. Coughing awkwardly, Coulson nodded, realizing the truth in their words. Without an invitation, one cannot attend a private gathering. However, at that moment, a striking red sports car pulled up, revealing a pair of long, beautiful legs as the door swung open. A stunning model, clad in an almost transparent gown that left little to the imagination, sauntered in without displaying any form of invitation. What the? Coulson could no longer contain his frustration. Ah, Mr. Coulson, it seems you remain unaware of our employer's preferences. Most Americans know that beauty serves as a passport in his world. Of course, if you were a beauty, you could enjoy such privileges too, but that would require a minor sacrifice in Southeast Asia, perhaps Thailand. The bodyguard chuckled, his gaze lecherously fixated on the model's exaggerated curves. Damn it, Coulson muttered in annoyance, contemplating the absurdity of being sent to Thailand. He suppressed the seductive impulse and dialed Nick Fury. Mr. Fury, I fear I cannot gain entry to Tony Stark's party. I lack an invitation. The implication was clear. It wasn't that he couldn't manage it, but rather that there was no opportunity to do so. He added, if dressing as a woman is necessary, I could consider it. However, if it involves any alterations, I would find that unacceptable. Meanwhile, in Washington, Nick Fury furrowed his brow in frustration, pondering where he might procure an invitation for Tony's gathering. Observing his superior's silence, Coulson quickly added, if it's a beauty, no invitation is required. That's common knowledge among Americans. Beauty? How could I be unaware? Am I not American? Fury's frown began to ease. Agent Coulson, your intelligence is timely. Henceforth, let Natasha handle matters concerning Tony. Yes, sir, Coulson replied, his face lighting up. At last, he could delegate the task of monitoring Tony Stark to someone else. After all, who could endure watching the debonair playboy cavort with so many women night after night? Moments later, a red Audi sports car stopped at the villa's entrance. Though it seemed insignificant among the luxury vehicles, the stunning woman who emerged caught everyone's attention. With elegant legs and a strikingly beautiful face, she stood in stark contrast to the other liberated and sultry revelers. It was Maria Hill. The typically composed woman had rarely donned an evening gown to attend such raucous celebrations. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of her high heels echoed as she walked, her poise accentuating her femininity, yet she found herself struggling with the awkwardness of her gait. Perhaps I am not suited for this role. Oh, for heaven's sake. This affair is far more appropriate for Natasha, that little vixen. With an outwardly graceful demeanor, Hill entered the villa, yet internally she was rife with discontent and irritation. In the villa's garden, the poolside was teeming with swimsuit-clad beauties, their sensual poses illuminated by dazzling lights and pulsating music. The exuberant Tony Stark, holding a large bottle of champagne, stood amidst the dance floor, exuberantly spraying it all around. He stood atop a platform, lavishly wasting champagne worth thousands of dollars. But to him, it was merely trivial. The surrounding models and socialites were unfazed by the champagne shower, even opening their mouths to welcome the effervescent spray. What a wild and extravagant scene. Hill shook her head, recognizing that the playboy Tony Stark truly lived up to his reputation. No wonder he single-handedly sustained countless tabloid headlines. Yet her focus quickly shifted to the equally joyous but evidently more adored Shimin Huan. After all, who could resist a tall, handsome, and robust young man? His allure spoke volumes without uttering a word. The socialites were not oblivious. Those invited by Tony Stark certainly possessed substantial wealth. In stark contrast to Stark's wildness, Shimin Huan remained relatively subdued, still a newcomer to this world. Yet, it was precisely this freshness that attracted the attention of the socialites. The seasoned Stark was not easily impressed, offering only fleeting encounters. Observing Shimin Huan surrounded by a throng of young, beautiful models, Hill felt a mix of disdain and intrigue. The reputation of Agent Hill preceded her. She was known for her striking features and long, elegant legs, which finally drew Shimin Huan's attention. Albeit he did not fully recognize her, merely finding her familiar. In an instant, Hill positioned herself beside Shimin Huan, who sensed her tension and discomfort. Intriguing. He smirked, pondering whether she was merely a novice seeking a shortcut. Suddenly, he pulled Hill into his embrace, catching her off guard. A wave of confusion washed over her, and a blush crept across her cheeks. As she contemplated escaping, she realized she was firmly held in place, feeling a mix of urgency and irritation. Is this your first time at such an event? Shimin Huan inquired with a grin, finally recalling who this younger, alluring woman was. Hill, contemplating the notion of sacrificing a bit for the sake of the mission, decided to embrace the moment. Leaning closer to Shimin Huan, she whispered softly, I heard someone was just eliminated by Mr. Shimin. Do you possess superpowers? Shimin Huan paused, taken aback by her knowledge of his abilities, which were not originally his own. Wait, Natasha, Madeline, Hill. They must have infiltrated his sphere, likely seeking something of significance. Standing there, Hill tested his powers. Recalling the Marvel narrative where even the most addicted could attain divinity through substances. Perhaps they suspected their benefactor had acquired something valuable, leading to his assassination. Shimin Huan engaged in a whirlwind of thoughts, feeling as though he had unraveled the mysteries that had once eluded him, contemplating a highly probable possibility. Superpowers? He seemed to recall his father mentioning something of the sort. With a carefree smile, Shimin Huan nonchalantly sprayed a bottle of champagne. Klitsch. He pondered what legacy his late father had left behind. Bang. The exuberant spray of champagne astonished the supermodels and socialites, who, far from being frightened, responded with even more frenzied screams, eagerly pressing against Shimin, clamoring for the frothy champagne. In high spirits, the atmosphere of the party gradually transformed, as the enthusiastic screams and melodious songs of the supermodels and socialites filled the air. Chapter 6. Hill loses her panties and accompanies Tony to the Middle East. The intoxicating allure of alcohol heightened the revelry as Shimin de Guanren popped champagne, sending the party into a frenzied euphoria. When one begins to seek out a drink, it is a clear indication that he has succumbed to inebriation, and Hill, the icy femme fatale, had certainly indulged too much. Shimin also gleaned some tantalizing information from Hill's eyes. Even in her silence, he understood. His late, lamented old friend had indeed acquired a treasure that incited madness, one he himself could not comprehend. Thus, everything fell into place. The two undercover female agents residing in his home were undoubtedly after that very prize. He had foolishly assumed they were drawn by his own allure, only to realize it was all for naught. The following morning, entertainment news erupted with fervor. A stunning host revealed exclusive details she had procured from the tabloids, sparking excitement to boost ratings. The brilliant scientist Tony Stark had invited several Hollywood stars, Victoria's Secret models, and socialites to his seaside villa. Although the paparazzi were unable to breach the villa's confines, they managed to capture a plethora of photographs from the periphery. The images clearly depicted notable actresses like Olivia, supermodel Klaus, and the newly emerging twin supermodels, the Miranda sisters, gracing Tony's soiree. Naturally, there were numerous other socialites and models, but listing them all would be superfluous. Mr. Stark was indeed a fortunate man. The host, in a tone of exaggerated envy, caused men watching from their screens to clench their teeth in frustration. For a man to reach Tony Stark's status was to be a veritable champion in life, ensuring one's existence was not in vain. The host continued to unveil sensational tidbits. Rumor had it that, remarkably, Tony had invited an Asian guest to spend the night at his villa, a well-known fact given Tony's notorious aversion to cleanliness. as he had never before hosted the opposite sex. One socialite who departed that evening candidly admitted that their target was an individual named Simon, who was described as utterly inhuman. At this juncture, the beautiful host winked mischievously. How exactly had they dealt with him, and why such a fierce judgment? Meanwhile, Shimin Huin woke from his debauched revelry in a daze. The moment he shifted, he heard a soft cry of pain, embarrassed. He realized he must have dreamt of indulging in strawberry candy. Glancing around the chaotic room, he pressed his hands to his head, attempting to piece together the events of the previous night. Vivid images of the wild party flooded his mind, including a grinning Tony gesturing for him to take away the specially invited Victoria's Secret twins. The scene seemed to freeze, and he, in a flurry of urgency, had naturally not declined, dragging the intoxicated beauty to a random bedroom. However, to his astonishment, he discovered Hill. Gazing at the slumbering ice-cold agent, his head throbbed with agony. The crux being that this individual was Hill herself, had no recollection of how she had departed Tony's seaside villa. Regardless, upon awakening, she was determined to execute the shameless scoundrel, but instead, she had been left languishing for what felt like an eternity. She staggered against the wall, harboring a deep-seated hatred for that heartless cat who neglected to assist her back to the vehicle, choosing instead to continue his depraved escapades. By noon, Tony observed Shimin Huin descending the stairs leisurely, filled with admiration. Damn, youth is indeed a blessing. Buddy, do you possess some secret remedy? I've long heard that your people have a rich history and a unique medical system. Tony approached with a somewhat obsequious demeanor. For my happiness, I can be quite accommodating. Shimin Huin shot him a sidelong glance and jested. In middle age, one must resort to soaking goji berries in a thermos. Goji berries? Tony inquired, genuinely puzzled. While he had heard of their famed status, he had always been skeptical, yet now he seemed to reconsider. Tony, you should consume goji berries as a staple. They might just save your 3 minutes, or at least extend it to 5. Shimin Huin teased. Get lost. I can last at least 30 minutes. Don't spread rumors about me, or I'll sue you for defamation. Tony retorted, his indignation palpable. A matter of male dignity, he would defend to the end. All right. Your secrecy is commendable, Shimin Huin shrugged nonchalantly, further aggravating Tony. However, Tony indeed relied on high-tech pharmaceuticals. When confronted with the truth, he grew anxious. Without medication, he would be exposed. Let us drop the topic. So, I gather you wish to accompany me to Afghanistan? Preparing to experience exotic cultures? Tony quipped. Exotic cultures? Am I that superficial? I simply yearn for peace and wish to see how I can assist the Afghan people. Shimin Huin immediately donned a righteous facade. What are we going to Afghanistan for? To kill? No, wait. To aid the oppressed. He continued, before Tony, with an eye roll, responded. Enough nonsense. Hurry back to prepare. Tony, I suggest you wear a bulletproof vest. I've heard things can get a bit chaotic over there, so it's wise to be cautious. Shimin Huin suddenly turned serious, genuinely concerned for his friend's well-being. Enough. I know what I'm doing. We're going to conduct business, not engage in warfare. You worry too much. Tony waved dismissively, clearly arrogant enough to disregard the threat of Afghan bandits. Suit yourself, Shimin Huin shrugged, recognizing the futility of cautioning a reckless fool. He would bear the consequences of his choices. Clutching the dazed twin supermodels, he returned to his villa, intending to keep them exclusively for his personal showcases. Jessica, Watson, from now on, you shall accompany me. Your modeling careers are at an end. No more public appearances, he stated matter-of-factly. The twins' expression shifted dramatically. Their modeling careers represented their future, and surrendering that dream was unacceptable. You're being too domineering. The elder sister, Miranda, protested with an indignant huff. Indeed, Watson chimed in, quickly supporting her sister. Shimin Huin paid their ineffective protests no mind and replied coolly. I'll provide you each with $1 million annually. Just remain at home and be ornamental. We're both ornamental, after all. The sisters chimed in unison. You need to increase the pay. 1 million each. Dear, we know so many ornamental figures. Upon returning home, Shimin Huin immediately commenced rummaging through his secret chamber, searching for the so-called treasure. Yesterday, Hill had alluded to a celestial meteorite in her drunken stupor. The old man had truly left a mess. He should have left a final message. After a prolonged search with no results, frustration led him to strike a fist against a wall bearing the portrait of that old scoundrel. To his astonishment, the concrete wall crumbled, revealing a stone hidden within. Chapter 7. Meteorites from Beyond. Telekinesis awakened. Refining tardigrades. Fearful of the ominous black stone, which he imagined might harbor some poisonous essence, he reckoned that even a mere touch could spell disaster. Without a second thought, he directed his will towards the bronze cauldron, commanding it to refine this peculiar object and consume it. After all, could anything in the Marvel universe surpass its might? As anticipated, immediate feedback was received. The meteorite contained immense psychic energy, capable of bestowing superhuman telekinetic abilities upon sentient beings after prolonged exposure. The ultimate goal was to achieve a miraculous manipulation of reality through mental power, akin to the meteorite's phenomena in Chronicle. Now, the bronze cauldron forcibly refined it, and, in a swift motion, Westman Huan swallowed it whole. In the next moment, he felt his consciousness teetering on the brink of darkness and light. As the searing energy from the meteorite radiated a peculiar glow, weaving through his body like ethereal threads. A flash of blinding light engulfed him, followed by a jolt that coursed through every nerve, igniting sharp pangs of pain. His awareness began to blur. Yet bizarre images flickered in his mind, mysterious symbols and lines intertwining before his eyes. At that moment, it seemed as though 1,000 voices clamored within his mind, their tones piercing and cacophonous, reminiscent of curses or enigmatic incantations. His brain was assailed by this formidable force, fragments of memories flashing chaotically, childhood laughter, the tribulations of growing up, all disintegrating in an instant. Suddenly, a more intense light surged through his body, ascending from his feet to the crown of his head. Amidst this agony, a strange power began to take root within him. As time elapsed, this peculiar energy gradually spread throughout his being, merging with every cell. Westman Huan's consciousness began to awaken amidst this painful amalgamation. He could sense a formidable power surging within him, ready to burst forth like a raging river at the slightest thought. At last, tranquility descended. Westman Huan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze betraying a mix of exhilaration and fervor as if he had emerged from a cataclysm. He raised his hand and, with a gentle wave, sent a small gold brick nearby soaring through the air in a graceful arc, as though drawn by an invisible and intangible force, landing deftly in his palm. Damn, that hurt like hell. I almost wished I could smash my head to end the pain, he grumbled, both annoyed and relieved. Yet, having endured this infernal transformation, he reveled in the newfound telekinetic prowess that filled him with an irrepressible delight. Brother Ding, is there another chance? Indeed. All right. Assist me in merging with the tardigrade gene. As you wish. The bronze cauldron devoured the tardigrade and promptly responded. As the essence containing the tardigrade's unique genetic fragments slowly seeped into his arm, Westman Huan felt a chill race through his veins. Soon after, an unbearable agony surged through his body like electric currents, causing him to convulse violently, twisting in a manner that forced him to grit his teeth in endurance. The gene felt like a vivacious flame, rampaging within him. His muscles began to spasm, each fiber pierced by countless steel needles, while the veins beneath his skin bulged ominously, threatening rupture. His bones cracked under the immense pressure, as though they were being reshaped. In this moment, his consciousness wavered. Bombarded by a relentless stream of bizarre imagery, scenes of tardigrades thriving in extreme conditions, the high temperatures, immense pressures, and radiation assailing him like a nightmare. He felt as though he were trapped within these harsh environments, mercilessly tormented. As the gene merged, Westman Huan's body temperature fluctuated dramatically. At one moment, he felt as if he were engulfed in a volcano, his skin ablaze and drenched in sweat, and the next, he was freezing as if stranded in the polar regions, his teeth chattering and body curling in on itself. His heart raced erratically, sometimes pounding as if to burst from his chest, other times slowing to a suffocating crawl. At this juncture, Westman Huan's mind bore the weight of unimaginable torment. As the foreign genetic information surged into him like a flood, assaulting his nervous system, he felt his thoughts being stretched and twisted, his memories becoming a chaotic blur. Time lost meaning until the tide of agony finally began to recede, and the tardigrade gene manifested itself. Westman Huan lay on the ground, a grim smile gracing his features, his sweat-soaked garments clinging to him, yet he felt the undeniable changes within his body, prompting him to laugh deliriously. He sensed that he was in a remarkable state. His skin had grown more resilient, as if cloaked in an invisible protective layer. With a mere pinch, he barely felt a sting. Realizing that his ant and tardigrade genes had harmonized, his strength surged, and a casual punch through the air produced a resounding whoosh. At this moment, he also received feedback from the bronze cauldron. Superb endurance, resistant to radiation, extreme temperatures, high pressure, vacuum, and resilient to life. It seemed his lifespan had significantly increased. Upon glancing at his reflection, he perceived his 24 or 25-year-old visage, his skin radiant as if enhanced by a filter. He felt an extraordinary adaptability, impervious to temperature fluctuations, seamlessly blending with his environment. Merging with the tardigrade gene endowed him with formidable survival skills and extraordinary physical attributes. After cleansing himself of impurities, Westman Huan's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, exuding confidence from within. He resembled a sagacious sage, capable of establishing a mental repository for his memories, summarizing his experiences. Creator, Westman Huan. Age, 24. Abilities, super strength, super physique, superb endurance, ant manipulation, telekinesis, life energy. 265, 961. Not bad. Finally, I'm shaping up, he mused, satisfaction radiating from him. Upon exiting the chamber, he was greeted by Natasha and her companion, who simultaneously declared, "Boss, we heard you're heading to Afghanistan. We must ensure your safety. Have you discussed this? Then let us proceed." Westman Huan smirked. "Perfect. I'll just sell you out. Don't blame me if you meet your demise in Afghanistan." The notion of cherishing them was non-existent. They were all merciless black widows, after all. The next morning, Westman Huan leisurely enjoyed breakfast, attended by the two women. Drink more milk. You both look rather gaunt, he teased. Jessica and Watson blushed, casting him an accusatory glance. Perhaps recalling some harsh punishment. At Tony's seaside villa, he remained blissfully asleep until Pepper and Westman Huan roused him. We're flying to Afghanistan today for a weapons demonstration, and you're not taking it seriously at all, they admonished, feeling utterly disregarded. Chapter 8, Afghanistan. Tony. Could you please stop dawdling? The entire crew is waiting for you. Isn't it rather inconsiderate? Pepper urged, exasperated. You're being so slow. It's as if you're a spoiled child who never grew up. What's the rush? After all, they are the ones begging us, the Stark Group, to sell them weapons. We have no shortage of buyers for our arms. Tony shrugged indifferently, embodying his usual blend of arrogance and brilliance as the genius Tony Stark. Sheeman, I apologize. Tony's arrogance is just part of his character. As you can see, Pepper sighed, accustomed to Tony's whims, resigned to wait. You're right. Perhaps he needs a woman to keep him in check. Don't you think so, Pepper? Sheeman teased with a mischievous grin. He held little interest in Pepper. Her flat chest and freckled face were not to his taste, although they might appeal to Tony and a few others. Primarily, he adhered to the principle of not coveting a friend's partner. Pepper flushed at Sheeman's words, well aware of his insinuation, yet Tony remained a notorious womanizer. Half an hour later, Tony leisurely emerged from the villa, having finally prepared himself. At the airport, Colonel Rhodes was already waiting for him. The reality diverged from the films. Rhodes was simply a no-nonsense military man. Tony showed no signs of embarrassment for being late. Instead, he cheerfully munched on a hamburger while greeting the others. Hey, good morning. Dear Colonel Rhodes. Rhodes's face was as dark as a pot's bottom. Haha, Tony, if you weren't late, I might be in a better mood. Seriously. Expecting you to be on time is wishful thinking, he complained. He was long accustomed to Tony's tardiness, but waiting in the summer sun had left him feeling irritable. I promise, I won't be late next time. Tony chuckled, completely unperturbed. Rhodes, you should know by now that his lateness is a permanent trait. All right, you all can head out. Pepper smiled, knowing she had to stay back to handle corporate matters. Tony would only be on time if the sun rose in the west. Everyone present understood his personality. Well, we're already late, so let us go. Rhodes nodded, eager to avoid further delays. He acknowledged Sheeman with a nod, though he had never harbored fond feelings for the Chinese man, viewing him as a societal leech. He couldn't fathom why Tony brought him along. Was it possible their gang was expanding into arms smuggling? Rhodes mused, sensing a threat to their military business, which was intolerable. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries headquarters, Obadiah Stane received the news that Tony had set off. Boss, Tony has departed, but this time there's a Chinese gang leader, Sheeman, accompanying him. If we were to eliminate him, might it provoke a backlash from those lunatics? Obadiah's subordinate voiced his concern. Who can he blame for his own demise? Do you truly believe the Chinese gang is a united front? With the old leader gone, how can the young one command respect? They would relish the opportunity to have someone eliminate him, Obadiah scoffed dismissively. Indeed, how could I not see it that way? The subordinate flattered, eager to appease. Go ahead. Make it clean and swift, Obadiah ordered coldly, waving him away. Yes, sir. The subordinate nodded respectfully and exited the office. On the other side, Sheeman and his group had arrived at a military airport in Afghanistan, where a crowd awaited Tony and Rhodes's arrival. As Tony disembarked, the leading general of the military greeted him with a broad smile, vigorously shaking his hand. Following a round of formal pleasantries, they arrived at a spacious mountainous area to showcase new weaponry. Dressed in a suit with sunglasses and slick-back hair, Tony stood against the backdrop of snow-capped mountains. Addressing the military, is it better to be respected or feared? I propose that one can achieve both simultaneously. Allow me to introduce the pinnacle of our Freedom Series weaponry, the first missile system. They say the best weapons are never used, but I respectfully disagree. I believe the finest weapon needs only to be launched once. My father did so, and America has followed suit. This principle still holds true today. Find a reason to launch such a missile, and I assure you those villains will hide in their caves, Tony boasted, concluding his speech with a flourish as he gestured towards the missile launcher. With a whoosh, a new missile, trailing a long plume of smoke, soared towards the distant mountains, disintegrating midair to release dozens of smaller missiles that swarmed towards the target like a horde of bees. Boom. The ground shook violently. For your reference, the Jericho missile, Tony proclaimed dramatically as the deafening explosion sent gusts of wind and sand sweeping towards the audience, knocking hats off their heads. They were left in awe at the display of such terrifying power. The locals, having never witnessed such might, erupted in excited shouts of an unintelligible dialect. Tony's lips curled into a satisfied smile, relishing their astonished reactions. This was indeed his genius creation. But the showmanship didn't end there. He casually revealed a portable refrigerator, pouring himself a drink. For every $500 million deal, a case of wine is complimentary. Cheers to peace. He downed the drink in one go. At that moment, Sheeman became a mere supporting character, impressed by Tony's seamless display of bravado, hoping he wouldn't embarrass himself later. Rhodes, wishing to share a vehicle with him, was denied. As was Sheeman, who was left to drive his own small jeep. trailing at a distance while Tony flirted with the female soldiers, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Under the blazing sun, the scorching sands danced in the fierce winds, amplifying the already ominous atmosphere, just as Tony prepared to take a photo with the soldiers. The jeep ahead of him was blown sky-high. The unexpected turn of events startled Tony, but he quickly regained his composure, directing calls for support. A barrage of gunfire shattered the desert silence as terrorists surged from all directions, armed and ravenous, launching a frenzied attack on Stark's convoy. "Who is attacking us?" Tony shouted, panic rising in his voice. Yet the soldiers could not respond. As the front line opened fire, they were met with a hail of bullets. "Jimmy, stay behind to protect Stark," the lieutenant shouted, charging forward, only to be cut down in an instant. Chaos ensued. Everyone ran about like headless chickens, voices overlapping in a cacophony of gunfire, shouts, and cries. Bullets rained down, riddling the Humvee with holes, while soldiers returned fire, each fighting independently without any semblance of organization or leadership. The ensuing situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. The soldiers were little more than targets, with one falling after another. And even Tony found himself in a disastrous predicament, leaping from his vehicle in disarray. Where did these wretched individuals emerge from? Just moments ago, they had been dapper young gentlemen, and now they were crawling behind rocks, desperate for salvation. However, just as he was about to retrieve his phone to call for help, a tactical missile landed right before Tony, the glaring inscription of Stark Industries mocking him. Oh my goodness. In an instant, Tony's eyes widened in horror as he rolled over, but it was too late to evade the impending doom. With a thunderous explosion, he was rendered unconscious. Meanwhile, he lamented in his mind why he hadn't heeded Shimin Huan's advice and donned a bulletproof vest. Farewell to the supermodels, celebrities, cover girls, and Pepper. Shimin Huan surveyed the chaotic battlefield with gleaming eyes, for these terrorists were nothing less than mobile reservoirs of life energy. Chapter 9. Sacrificing the Widow. Slaughtering terrorists in the vast and desolate desert of the Middle East, the scorching sand glimmered under the relentless sun like blinding white light. Tony Stark's convoy lay nearly extinguished, entombed in this barren wasteland, and he himself was nearing the end. Shimin Huan, concealed atop a distant sand dune, trembled slightly in the heat, his austere visage exuding an eagle's piercing gaze, fixated on the chaotic battlefield below, as terrorists swarmed like locusts from all directions, unleashing a torrential barrage upon the convoy. The Humvee was riddled with bullets, yet he refrained from intervening, wisely choosing not to expose his identity to save the Americans. Should we not save Tony? We cannot just stand by and watch as this genius is taken down by terrorists, Natasha exclaimed anxiously from the side. Tony had garnered significant attention from SHIELD, with Nick Fury eager to recruit this brilliant scientist. As a leading figure in American science, Tony's stature was paramount, and his weaponry was a veritable goldmine for the nation. Natasha, when will your convoluted organization, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, ever rethink its name? Shimin Huan suddenly interjected, his question disconcertingly off-topic. What? Natasha's eyes widened in surprise, her mind racing with how he could possibly know her identity. Though she maintained a facade of confusion. Forget it, let us just save him, Shimin Huan replied, shaking his head and abruptly ending the conversation, leaving Natasha filled with unease. Yet, as Shimin Huan remained silent, she felt compelled to suppress her curiosity for another time, for they could not afford to delay. Tony's life was hanging by a thread. Exuding the prowess of a true superhero, Natasha, with her exceptional combat and firearm skills, adeptly maneuvered closer to Tony's unconscious form while using cover to return fire. I cannot allow you to save Tony, nor can I let you disrupt my hunting strategy. Shimin Huan muttered to himself, his icy gaze fixed upon her graceful figure as he mentally locked onto Natasha. Suddenly, sensing danger, Natasha's sixth sense kicked in. She was the infamous Black Widow, after all. However, even her heightened reflexes could not evade the bullet that struck her brow with a resounding crack. A crimson mark appeared, her eyes wide with terror as she realized the betrayal. She could not fathom that Shimin Huan had shot her from behind. Did he not fear the consequences? In her final moments, she cast a reluctant glance toward Shimin Huan before collapsing, having anticipated this day but never imagining it would end so abruptly. You. Madeline gasped in disbelief, her expression shifting from mirth to horror as she witnessed the sudden violence. Madeline, your organization, Hydra, and SHIELD, should never have targeted me. I have a profound fear of death. Thus Shimin Huan spoke coldly. There are only two instances of killing, the first time and the countless times that follow. Those who have killed know the addiction it brings, do they not? In that moment, Madeline felt a chilling dread envelop her, yet her dagger lunged toward Shimin Huan without hesitation. Striking first would ensure her survival. Clang. The sound of metal meeting metal echoed, as Madeline's icy smile froze in astonishment, her gaze meeting Shimin Huan's mocking eyes. You are a mutant. Madeline screamed, realizing only a mutant could be impervious to blades and bullets. They had been outsmarted. Does that matter? Shimin Huan replied indifferently. It no longer holds significance. Madeline sighed bitterly, resigning herself to her fate. But before she could finish her thought, Shimin Huan delivered a swift chop, rendering her unconscious before tossing her aside. "You still have some utility," he remarked before plunging into the fray, moving with extraordinary speed behind a terrorist. Empowered by the strength bestowed upon him by his Aunt Jeans, he unleashed a devastating punch that shattered the terrorist's spine. Crack! The sound echoed as the terrorist was sent sprawling, lifeless, into the sand. Another terrorist aimed his weapon. But with a mere flick of his wrist, Shimin Huan unleashed telekinetic force, halting the bullet midair. Boom! In the next moment, an overwhelming force sent the surrounding terrorists tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Once, there existed a legendary martial art known as the palm from the heavens. The terrorists collided against the dunes, sand erupting around them, their bodies meeting sharp rocks. Blood gushing forth. None remained intact. It was a modern-day dismemberment. From a distance, other terrorists trembled as they raised their weapons in futile defiance. But Shimin Huan merely lifted his hand, and with an invisible grip, he twisted one terrorist's arm until it crumpled like a pretzel, the gun clattering to the ground. The terrorist screamed, yet before he could utter another sound, Shimin Huan launched himself, delivering a fatal kick to his chest, collapsing the terrorist's ribcage and ending his life on the spot. "Demon! He is a demon! Help! Oh God, save us! We surrender! We surrender!" The terrorists, now in utter disarray, were shattered by the brutal onslaught. Driven by primal fear, they fled, their instincts overriding any notion of resistance. Yet to Shimin Huan, they were merely walking sources of life energy, ripe for the taking. He navigated through the chaos of terrorists, each strike accompanied by their cries of agony and demise. His movements were as swift as lightning. They scarcely had time to comprehend their fate before meeting their end. In the distance, a terrorist armed with a rocket launcher prepared to fire upon the Humvee. Shimin Huan's gaze sharpened, and telekinesis shot forth like an invisible blade, severing the terrorist's arm. "I'll assist you." Boom. The telekinesis triggered the weapon, and the rocket blasted the terrorist's own vehicle to smithereens, sending a truckload of terrorists to their demise without a hint of suffering. With each act of savage slaughter, the ranks of terrorists dwindled rapidly, their once arrogant demeanor replaced by sheer terror as some began to flee. But Shimin Huan was not one to let them escape easily. His telekinesis pursued them relentlessly, yanking those attempting to flee back into his grasp, where he crushed their bodies with overwhelming force. Moments later, only a handful of trembling terrorists remained, kneeling in the blood-soaked sand, pleading for their lives. Shimin Huan stood amidst the carnage, his meticulously tailored suit untouched by a single drop of blood. To the terrorists, he was a demon, an elegant butcher in a suit, a harbinger of death. The heavens bestow great responsibilities upon individuals, but first, they must endure trials of the mind, body, and spirit. Shimin Huan surveyed the remaining terrorists, secretly plotting to allow them to abduct the already incapacitated Tony Stark. He deliberately slowed his pace of attack, granting the distant terrorists the opportunity to approach the Humvee and seize their unconscious target. Shimin Huan watched as the terrorists vanished into the depths of the desert, taking Tony with them. He breathed heavily, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. The setting sun, blood-red, slowly descended, casting a dark crimson hue over the entire desert, the sanguine light illuminating the scattered corpses. The congealed blood glimmered with an eerie sheen, melding seamlessly with the sand. A Humvee, once stationed nearby, now bore the scars of gunfire and dents, its windows shattered beyond recognition. Amidst this desolate silence, Shimin Huan's figure appeared strikingly solitary and austere. Sighing softly, he released a few drops of Natasha's blood and, cradling the Zongzi Madeline, turned to depart. The news of Tony's abduction by terrorists swiftly dominated the headlines, while Stark Industries stock plummeted relentlessly, and Shimin Huan found himself under surveillance. Chapter 10. Criminal Law, The Human Pig. Gang Pressure. Colonel Rod and his associates relentlessly searched for the whereabouts of Tony Stark near the scene of the incident. As he could hardly bear such responsibility, Mr. Simon Huan, however, directly took Madeline back to the military airport where it all began, feigning a state of shock. In New York, an FBI officer questioned him. "Mr. Huan, why is it that as a close friend of Mr. Stark, you have returned unscathed?" He harbored grave suspicions that this man had secretly abducted Tony Stark, intending to demand a hefty ransom. For what mischief could these gangs not commit? After all, kidnapping and extortion were their specialties. Ridiculous. Believe it or not, I could sue you for defamation. I returned unscathed because my bodyguard, Natalie, fought valiantly to ensure my safety, sacrificing herself in the process. My legal team is not to be trifled with. They are known as the Manhattan Dream Team. They are formidable litigators. Simon Huan erupted in anger, tears streaming down his face as he vented his grievances. His accuser, flustered and red-faced, was at a loss for words. The foreigner's limited vocabulary made it difficult for him to retaliate, especially as a public servant. He could hardly afford to lose his composure. "Calm down, Jerry. Stay composed," a colleague urged, restraining him while apologizing to Simon. "Mr. Huan, you make a valid point. It is indeed our oversight. We merely sought to clarify the situation and do not suspect you of abducting Tony." With an awkward yet polite smile, the officer hurriedly led his colleague away, eager to distance himself from the debacle. Goodbye, then, Simon Huan waved with a disingenuous smile, his expression rather infuriating. The officers, forced to maintain their composure, replied, "Farewell, Mr. Huan." Once they departed, Simon returned to the living room to indulge in the company of the enchanting twin supermodels. Madeline, simmering with indignation, remarked, "Why don't you just kill me? Aren't you afraid I'll send someone to kill you?" "Kill you?" Simon laughed. "You think your pathetic Hydra minions could threaten me?" Madeline seethed, her fury palpable. When had a formidable Hydra agent ever been so belittled? "Enough. I keep you around merely as a facade. However, should you choose not to cooperate, you must be aware of our infamous reputation for torture. Have you ever heard of the human pig?" Simon spoke coolly, the term escaping his lips in Mandarin, leaving him uncertain of its English translation. "Human pig?" Madeline echoed, puzzled, believing it referred to a hostage. Indeed, the human pig involves severing a person's limbs, tongue, and teeth, then preserving them in a jar. Ah. The agony will ferment alongside you, with neither heaven nor earth responding to your pleas, making death a distant dream. Simon taunted ominously. His horrifying description sent chills down Madeline's spine, rendering her pale and filled with dread. "Monster. He is more terrifying than a demon." Simon relished Madeline's reaction, adding, "So you understand, comply with me, and I shall grant you a swift demise." Madeline nodded vigorously, realizing that a painful death was far preferable to a tormenting existence. The Miranda sisters, equally frightened, shared a glance, their faces ashen with terror, nearly overwhelmed with fear. They silently lamented their misfortune, now regretting their entanglement with the nefarious Simon Huan. "Watson, Jessica, keep a close watch on Stark Industries stock fluctuations and report to me daily," Simon suddenly commanded. At this, the Miranda sisters nearly fainted. "Oh no, our dear one has indeed kidnapped Tony Stark. Do not tell us. We prefer to remain ignorant. Look at how terrified you are." "Tony was not kidnapped by me. He was taken by a group of terrorists. He is my beloved friend," Simon retorted, rolling his eyes at their naivety. "Ah no, we were merely curious about the stock fluctuations," one sister stammered, trying to deflect. "Indeed, we were merely intrigued," the other chimed in, both sisters feeling utterly exposed. "Enough of your cowardice," Simon scoffed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Huaxing gang, Simon contemplated selling his assets. As his late father had controlled a significant portion of the estate, "Xiao Huan, while we shouldn't impede your sale of your father's legacy, the gang's assets concern the livelihoods of our brothers. Therefore, sell to us," the second-in-command, Lu Xiong, declared arrogantly, dismissing Simon as an inferior. "Sign here," the third-in-command, Yang Yuan, added casually. The rest of the room fell silent, watching with bated breath for Simon's response, as if awaiting his decision was the only course of action. Suddenly, Simon chuckled, leaving the attendees bewildered, as if the scene was eerily familiar. "Second-in-command, third-in-command, wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 11. Murder, Resignation. In the rescue of Tony in the personal space, the second and third in command were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the nonsensical ramblings of the speaker. Given their limited education, what on earth are you talking about? Or what do you wish to convey? The second in command, Lu Xiong, glanced up impatiently at Ximen Huan. "It's the fate of Yang Yuding, obviously," Ximen Huan retorted with sarcasm. With a sharp clap, armed assailants, who had long been lying in wait outside the meeting room, stormed in, guns drawn. Without uttering a word, Lu Xiong and Yang Yuan pulled the triggers in a flurry of gunfire. Even in death, the two men were left questioning. "What on earth were you saying?" As they stared blankly, lifeless and riddled with bullets, the remaining attendees of the meeting were enveloped in confusion and terror. This young man was certainly unpredictable. Where was the logic in a leader who could so casually enact murder? Did he not fear that one day his own subordinates might turn their weapons against him? Ximen Huan was disinterested in engaging in petty banter with these individuals. This was a world akin to Marvel, where the mightiest prevailed. Previously, he had been compelled to compromise and bide his time due to his own lack of strength. Now, however, having amassed considerable power, there was no need to play mind games with these aging gang leaders. "All right, I intend to sell off the assets of our gang. Who is in favor? And who is against?" He rapped his knuckles on the table, the atmosphere in the meeting room thickening with tension. Yet, no one dared to voice opposition. After all, just moments ago, the two dissenters lay lifeless. Since no one opposes, let us proceed. I am indeed a reasonable person, but Lu and Yang have gone too far. They wish to acquire my assets at a mere 30% of their market value. Is that not utterly unreasonable? Upon hearing this, the assembly quickly rallied in agreement, denouncing Lu and Yang for their audacity. The leader, having endured far too much, was left with no choice but to resolve the matter with violence. Flattery echoed through the room, creating an illusion of harmony as they voiced their condemnation. When Ximen Huan raised his hand for silence, they gradually quieted down. "I am prepared to wash my hands of this matter. I am young and inexperienced, and I can no longer bear the mantle of leadership." His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Was it possible for someone to be disinterested in power? Their hearts ignited with greed as they gazed longingly at the coveted position. "Leader, do you have a candidate in mind?" The fourth in command hypocritically inquired, aware that with the leader's resignation and the deaths of the second and third Anyone vying for the role posed a potential threat if not recommended by the leader himself. Feel free to nominate from within. Any head of a faction is eligible to run for the new leader. Very well, let us conclude this meeting. With that, Shi Minhuan exited the room, leaving the contenders to vie for the position by their own means. In this era, making money was akin to an open book examination. Given his own moral compass, he found himself unwilling to engage in the filth of drug trafficking and smuggling. It was far better to exit gracefully. As for enemies seeking vengeance on behalf of his deceased father, he welcomed their warmth. That very afternoon, Shi Minhuan orchestrated the demise of Lu Xiong and Yang Yuan's 5 sons and 9 grandsons. Subsequently, he indulged in a life of leisure, reveling in the company of twin supermodels who eagerly introduced him to their newly minted acquaintances in the industry. They were acutely aware of their man's wicked intentions, striving to ensure his satisfaction during those fleeting moments of intimacy. Certainly, it was far better for them to earn together than to succumb to the whims of those lecherous old men. After all, for them, it was the pinnacle of earthly pleasure, akin to a drug-induced euphoria. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, Tony's situation was dire. 2 months had passed in a blink, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. The repugnant curry and the confines of the cave were intolerable. As a man with obsessive cleanliness, he found himself subjected to the whims of terrorists who seemed intent on breaking his spirit. What was cleanliness to them? A triviality. The terrorists showed no mercy for his afflictions, often resorting to physical punishment. The inhumane treatment pushed Tony to the brink of despair, but the sight of his creation compelled him to endure. Damn it, he cursed, staring at the foul curry that resembled excrement, forcing himself to eat despite his nausea. He understood that survival was the only path to dispatching those wretched souls to hell. As he immersed himself in his work, the sound of chaos erupted outside the cave. Was rescue finally at hand? Hope surged within him. Perhaps he could escape this abhorrent nightmare sooner than expected. Listen, Ethan. Our saviors have arrived, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Let us eliminate these wretched beings. Ethan, the doctor who had been abducted to tend to Tony, shared in his exhilaration. The gunfire was brief, yet it resonated with promise. However, moments later, Shi Minhuan's mocking voice echoed through the cave. Tony? Mr. Stark, if you're alive, make a sound. If you're dead, don't forget to draft your will. If you're gone, others will be sleeping in your bed and living in your house. Tony, hearing that taunting voice, felt a surge of adrenaline. He stumbled towards the exit, ignoring the mockery in his haste. Family. Oh, my dear family. As sunlight bathed his face, he fell to his knees in reverence. Oh my God, my beloved son. I thought I would never see you again. Tony Stark had emerged into the light once more. Hey, my dear brother. I knew you would find me, he cried, scrambling to embrace Shi Minhuan. Wait. Not so fast. Shi Minhuan stepped back, recoiling in distaste. Brother, when was the last time you bathed? Tony's composure shattered. Bath. I've had to use stones to wipe myself. Goodness. Tony is a tough one. All right, Tony. I've invested heavily to ensure your return to sunlight. Over $100 million on a comprehensive search across Afghanistan. Good brother. My dear brother. Tony nearly wept with gratitude, believing that after such a long silence, everyone had given up on him, save for Shi Min, who remained steadfast. I'm deeply moved. Beside them, Colonel Rhodes stared in shock, aghast at the depths of Tony's shamelessness. This fellow had escaped, leaving behind beautiful bodyguards to cover his retreat. Returning to New York to chase after women. Did he not fear divine retribution for such blatant dishonesty? Ahem, brothers should keep accounts clear. You are my beloved kin, so you know what that entails. Understood. I comprehend. We are like brothers. I shall introduce you to some Hollywood starlets. Shi Minhuan. Damn it. You misunderstood my intention. It requires additional funds. At that moment, Ethan stepped forward, and Tony promptly pulled him over to introduce him to everyone. Allow me to present my savior, Ethan. Were it not for him, I would have perished long ago. Hello, everyone. Ethan shyly smiled at the crowd. Ethan, come back to New York with me. I, Tony Stark, will ensure that my life-saving benefactor is well taken care of, Tony stated earnestly. Ethan shook his head, declining the offer. Tony, I do not belong in a bustling metropolis like New York. I cherish my hometown. My joys and sorrows reside here. However, Tony, undeterred, attempted to argue further, only to be met with Ethan's resolute headshake. Tony, please do not put me in a difficult position. Tony, after everything you've been through, you could donate some funds to develop Ethan's hometown. He would surely be delighted, Shi Minhuan suggested, which struck a chord with Ethan. He grasped Shimon's hand, nodding enthusiastically. Yes. What this gentleman said resonates with my thoughts. Seeing this, Tony had little else to say. He quickly took a shower and changed into clean clothes before departing, not forgetting his cherished first-generation Iron Man suit. In the Humvee, Shi Minhuan magically produced a dozen assorted hamburgers and chilled cola, instantly rousing the drowsy Tony, whose eyes widened in astonishment, akin to a famished man encountering a stunning beauty. Superb promotion on hamburgers and cola, $1 million each, a bargain. What the heck? $1 million for a mere hamburger, even at a discount? Do you take Tony for a fool? Rhodey stared at Shi Minhuan as if he were absurd. This guy was clearly obsessed with money. Yet, in the next moment, Tony's words shattered Rhodey's perception of reality. Cash up, Rhodey. His eyes nearly bulged out as he experienced the jarring clash of class for the first time. Realizing that the money he earned in a lifetime was merely enough for a few hamburgers and colas for someone like Shimin Huan. Hee. Shimin Huan chuckled cunningly. Tony wouldn't mind spending a little money to indulge his pent-up desires. This fellow had even concocted a paper model of a lavish mansion to amuse himself, thus acquiring such a sizable storage space. Chapter 12. The frenzied acquisition of Stark Industries stock with the return of Tony Stark, the socialites, celebrities, and models of New York and indeed the entirety of America breathed a sigh of relief. Individuals as generous and captivating as Tony are a rarity in New York. His demise would have been a lamentable event. Particularly, those tabloids that thrived on Tony's sensational escapades were utterly relieved. Our livelihoods are safe. He has returned. Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. had resigned himself to despair. Natasha had either defected or perished, and he leaned towards the former. Fury harbored distrust even towards himself, let alone others, remaining vigilant against everyone, including his own shadow. Tony's seaside villa in East Hampton was merely one of his many sanctuaries. After all, he was a bon vivant, a man for whom every place could be home. Tony, how do you feel about this recent attack? I hear you've developed a prototype for an exoskeleton? Simon Han remarked, relishing the gentle sea breeze. The sun, the sand, the azure ocean, and in the distance, clusters of bikini-clad beauties, each a paragon of allure, diligently striving for their place in the sun. Tony's mind wandered back to the torment he endured, igniting a fierce loathing for those terrorists. Simon continued, I believe you should persist in the development of your exoskeleton armor as your goal, especially since your arc reactor has transcended the limitations of contemporary energy sources. Its emergence is arguably the greatest invention of the 21st century. If you utilize it as the energy core and create the iron suit with J.A.R.V.I.S.S. assistance, wouldn't that be a stroke of genius? Though Tony had initially intended to manufacture the iron suit, his recent indulgences had dulled that once persistent ambition. However, upon Simon's revival of the iron suit concept, Tony bolted upright from his reclined position. Could it be, brother, that you are also a genius? He exclaimed, astonished. Isn't this your own idea? Simon replied, I'm no genius. I merely observed your plight and was inspired by your iron suit. Imagine if you carried the iron suit with you. The next time you encounter those terrorists, wouldn't you be able to single-handedly confront their organization or make a clean getaway? Simon encouraged. You could install mini Jericho missiles within the armor, allowing J.A.R.V.I.S. to obliterate enemy strongholds via satellite targeting. And consider, the iron suit can fly. What a coveted superpower. You could assault foes from the skies while remaining untouchable. And a flying iron suit would surely send your female fans into a frenzy. With a twinkle of excitement in his eyes, Tony was invigorated by Simon's vision. We must create it. Immediately. Yet, a shadow of concern crept in. Do you think the military might seize control? You know I rely on military contracts for survival. Tony's apprehensions mirrored those he felt during the Sokovia Accords incident, where he chose to support the cause for various reasons. Aren't you the proponents of the sanctity of private property? If anyone threatens you, deal with them accordingly. With your iron suit, why fear anyone? Simon stoked the flames of resolve, disregarding any chaos surrounding them. Tony regarded Simon incredulously. Do you really think so highly of me? That sounds like a ploy to dupe the gullible. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed with the creation of the iron suit, vowing it would remain a personal asset, not for mass production. Having finalized the plan to construct the iron suit, Tony's restless heart found peace, and he called upon the eager young women nearby to commence a raucous celebration. In essence, it was a lavish expenditure. Simon had long grown weary of such festivities. His own home was the true haven of revelry, now boasting a gathering of over 600 times wilder than this. He engaged in a more extravagant form of leisure, mingling with guests, initiating a game of find the mother with new companions. By the way, be cautious of your dear uncle, Obadiah Stane. Don't let him catch you off guard, Simon advised, patting Tony's shoulder with a knowing smile. Though Tony dismissed it outright. How could that be? He is my uncle, Tony exclaimed, wide-eyed and incredulous, unable to fathom Simon's insinuations regarding his beloved uncle. Suit yourself. Simon shrugged, recognizing Stane as merely a minor obstacle in Tony's journey. In the ensuing days, Tony announced a cessation of weapon development, prompting widespread speculation that he had been so traumatized by his abduction that he was now contemplating a life of leisure. Consequently, Stark Industries stock plummeted dramatically, driving Obadiah into a frenzy. Useless. Useless. Tony has returned. What nonsense. What 10 rings. Nonsense. Obadiah vented his frustrations, wreaking havoc upon his office, much to the dismay of his unfortunate secretary. During this tumultuous period, the public began to divest their shares in Stark Industries, prompting Simon to instruct his associate, Mr. Fu, to acquire stock from retail investors. Even significant shareholders, eager to mitigate losses, joined the fray in selling their shares, fueling a frenzy among investors. Fools. There are indeed fools seeking to buy the dip. Hurry, sell while you can. A simpleton is ready to take the bait. As the stockholders chaotically unloaded their shares, Simon seized the opportunity to buy aggressively, causing Mr. Fu to express concern. Young master, the stock price of Stark Industries is in freefall, and we are using tenfold leverage to buy in. Is this not reckless? Mr. Fu's concerns were not unfounded. Such bottom-fishing behavior was indicative of a gambler's mindset, hoping for a rebound. Fear not, Mr. Fu. Have you forgotten that Tony and I are close friends? I would never engage in a losing venture, Simon replied, a gleam of mischief in his eyes. Could it be? Mr. Fu's eyes widened in realization. He had connected the dots. Shoo, it's a secret best left unspoken. Simon smiled cryptically. He had amassed a staggering $30 billion, employing tenfold leverage to buy up Stark Industries stock. Once Tony publicly declared himself Iron Man and announced the arc reactor as a new energy source, Stark stock would surely soar. At that moment, he would orchestrate a grand surprise, transforming into one of Stark Industries' major shareholders. With Tony holding 39 of Stark Industries, Simon anticipated that his investment would far surpass 25. As 2 weeks flew by, Tony, exhausted and bleary-eyed, was consumed by his work. Yet, Obadiah Stane could no longer wait. Pepper discovered the secret of the kidnapping from his computer. Unfortunately for Tony, he had let his guard down, and Stane ambushed him. Chapter 13. A puny blow shatters the Iron Tyrant's dream. Tony Stark was incapacitated by a device of his own invention, a temporary anesthetic that rendered him immobile and pale as a ghost. Obadiah Stane, reveling in his triumph, fixed his gaze upon Tony and delivered a heart-wrenching truth. Tony, when I sought someone to eliminate you, I feared I might also kill the golden goose. Yet, fate has allowed you to survive. With that, he extracted the arc reactor from Tony's chest, mocking him with, I never imagined you would provide me with one last golden egg. At this moment, Obadiah's face was a tapestry of wrinkled glee. Villains often fall prey to their own verbosity. Having secured everything, Obadiah felt compelled to continue taunting Tony. A swift execution would have sufficed, but his failure was preordained. Tony, acutely aware of his life ebbing away, refused to succumb to fate. He struggled to rise, stumbling and falling, yet relentlessly crawled toward his backup reactor. Tony, why do you always appear so disheveled whenever we meet, my dear brother? Shimen teased. A grin plastered on his face as he observed Tony's pitiful state. Yet, seeing Tony in such dire straits, he found amusement, while Tony sighed in relief, thinking, damn it, there's hope, he muttered, feeling the tension in his body dissipate, grateful once more for Shimen's timely intervention. Seated on the sofa, Tony, relieved to have escaped death, poured himself a glass of red wine to steady his nerves, perplexed by the situation. What's wrong? Did you not heed the warnings of the wise? You were cautioned to be wary of your dear uncle, and look where that left you, nearly drowning in despair. Shimen commented disdainfully. Only an imbecile like Obadiah would hesitate. Had I been in his place, you would have been without any hope of survival. You obstructed his profit-making endeavors. Your weapons, which you believe serve the cause of peace, are, in the eyes of the world, instruments of mass slaughter. You, Tony, are the globe's greatest butcher, with a death toll that likely exceeds 300 million. Tony shot him an incredulous glance. Aren't you barely in your 20s? Sighing, he continued. I, too, have my suspicions. I've sent Pepper to investigate who in the company has been supplying arms to terrorists. Unfortunately, it seems we were too late. He caught wind of our inquiry and acted first. As he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, Pepper is in danger. Without hesitation, he donned his Iron Man suit. Rhodey arrived just in time, watching in envy as Tony suited up. Rhodey? War Machine? If you dare covet my armor, you might find yourself meeting an untimely end. Tony warned, sensing Rhodey's covetous gaze. Shimen, catching Rhodey's interest, shot him a cold look. Don't push me. Soon enough, you'll be replaced by a Skrull. Tony, Obadiah has gone mad. Pepper's terrified voice reached them. In a moment of critical urgency, Tony soared into action, colliding with the Iron Tyrant to rescue Pepper. The two engaged in a fierce battle, while Pepper watched, her anxiety palpable. Tony's armor was being mercilessly ground into the pavement by the Iron Tyrant, who employed brutal tactics. Shimen, filled with exhilaration, flew nearby, thinking the spectacle was 100 times more thrilling than any film. In an instant, the two combatants ascended into the clouds, becoming invisible to Pepper, who was now frantic with worry. Noting her distress, Shimen comforted her. Pepper, do not fret. Tony will not encounter any misfortune. Yes, Shimen. You're right. Tony is the strongest genius. He cannot be bested by a madman. After being reassured, Pepper nodded resolutely. No, I think you misunderstand. Even if Tony cannot defeat the Iron Tyrant, I can effortlessly crush him, Shimen replied with a mischievous grin. Pepper retorted, I can't shake the feeling that you're boasting, but I can't find the evidence to prove it. She sighed. Shimen, stop exaggerating. The Iron Tyrant is colossal. Who can withstand that? Though you may possess some weapons, they are utterly ineffective against him. Just then, two suits of armor, a large and a small, descended from the heavens, crashing heavily before them. Tony. Shimin calmly pulled Pepper back a few steps, and with a resounding clang, Tony emerged, a mere shadow of his former self. Are you okay? Pepper shouted, rushing toward him. However, the arc reactor in his chest had dimmed significantly, indicating he was nearly out of energy. Tony struggled to lift his visor, gasping for fresh air as he reassured Pepper that he was fine. Tony, is it too soon to say that? Suddenly, the Iron Tyrant appeared, raising his hand to deliver a devastating blow, sending Tony flying across the battlefield. Tony, Pepper cried out, ready to rush in, but Shimin restrained her. You would only hinder Tony's fight. Do you understand? Shimin, get Pepper to safety. Tony shouted in desperation while discreetly using his earpiece to instruct Pepper to locate the central control panel and utilize Stark Industries super reactor to eliminate Obadiah. There's no need for such complications, Shimin replied nonchalantly, striding forward, leaving Tony astounded. Oh, damn it, you jerk. Don't play the superhero now. Get Pepper to safety. Tony exploded with anger. Indeed, youth often speaks without thought. At that moment, the Iron Tyrant's shoulder-mounted weapon system activated, locking onto Tony with a missile. Oh, no. Tony's eyes widened in terror, thinking, is this it? Am I about to die again? Before he could react, Shimin effortlessly redirected the missile, causing it to veer off course and crash into a nearby container truck. The explosion sent a massive fireball into the sky, nearly sweeping Pepper off her feet. But Shimin held her steady. The heavy footsteps of the Iron Tyrant echoed ominously as he advanced from the shadows. Hey, kid, you've got some skill. I don't understand how you redirected that missile, but it seems it won't be enough. This ends here. Obadiah boasted arrogantly, raising his cannon to target the group. Yet he severely underestimated his opponent, who existed on an entirely different plane. Shimin's speed surpassed all expectations. With a swift motion, he struck the Iron Tyrant, sending him crashing to the ground. This unexpected turn of events left Tony in shock. What had just transpired? He had not even seen Shimin land a blow. Obadiah, equally bewildered, was struck dumb by the sudden turn of events. Shimin, like a cheetah, darted to the fallen Iron Tyrant, gathering his strength to deliver a decisive punch to the tyrant's iron head. Bang! With a single punch, the Iron Overlord's head, crafted from aerospace-grade alloy, still yielded to Shimin Huan's strike, creating a fist-sized indentation. Obadiah Stan, perish. Chapter 14. I am Iron Man. Is this contraption truly worthy of being called an armored suit? Shimin Huan scoffed, feeling a sense of disappointment. It appeared that the initial armor was indeed lackluster. Even a single, earnest punch from him could not withstand its frailty. Turning around, he encountered the astonished expressions of Tony and Pepper, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Tony, you must strive harder. At this moment, Shimin Huan couldn't help but indulge in a bit of ostentatious flair. Tony replied, can't you see that I'm utterly flabbergasted? Can we cease this pretense? I once thought I was the king of bravado, but it seems I have years of practice ahead of me, thanks to you. Ignoring Tony's sentiments, Shimin Huan seized the reactor from Ironmonger's chest and tossed it into his little storage compartment. He was eager to discover the effects of consuming such an item, though his current life energy was insufficient. According to the feedback from his Bronze Elder, despite Ironmonger being a relatively formidable suit, it was ultimately just a lifeless object. After vanquishing his formidable foe, Tony took a deep breath, realizing he had not sustained significant injuries and could recuperate at home. Meanwhile, Shimin Huan was far from satisfied. He needed to release his pent-up energy, perhaps by engaging in a spirited bout with his telepathically connected twins. The following morning, Colonel Rhodes held a press conference regarding the unfortunate incident from the previous night. The attendees received the official announcement concerning the malfunctioning Stark Industries robot, with unverified witnesses claiming that a robotic unit had failed, resulting in the explosion of the arc reactor. As Tony perused the newspaper articles, Pepper was simultaneously applying makeup to conceal his facial bruises. At that moment, Agent Coulson entered, presenting him with several photographs, stating, "These are your alibi proofs. You were reveling on a yacht." Tony skimmed through the speech notes, noting that they failed to mention Obadiah Stane, the true culprit. "What about Stane?" he inquired. "That matter has been resolved. He has gone on vacation. The safety record of small aircraft is rather low, if you catch my drift. However, regarding the bodyguard, isn't the excuse regarding his protection rather flimsy? Mr. Stark, I am no stranger to such matters. Just read the script. This will pass swiftly," Coulson assured him, handing the situation over to Tony, who was expected to perform. Under the provocation of a stunning blonde, Tony blurted out, "I am Iron Man." With that declaration, the illustrious decade of Marvel commenced, marking the inception of a remarkable journey. Even Shimin Huan felt a surge of excitement. Witnessing this pivotal moment made it all worthwhile. He paid no heed to the frenzied reporters and exited the studio. At this juncture, he noticed that Coulson had seemingly been waiting for him outside for quite some time. "Mr. Shimin, may we converse?" Coulson introduced himself politely. "I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I hope you can spare a moment to discuss recent events surrounding you." Ever the courteous gentleman, Coulson's demeanor was as refined as ever. Certainly. Shall we go to the rooftop? Shimin Huan replied with a slight smile, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. The rooftop? Coulson paused, puzzled by this unconventional thought process. Indeed, the rooftop, Shimin Huan affirmed. Coulson responded, isn't it customary for agents to meet in such a location? Aren't you concerned about eavesdroppers? Coulson had clearly come with a purpose, given that S.H.I.E.L.D. had discovered Shimin's extraordinary abilities the previous night. Coupled with the meteorite obtained by his deceased mentor, S.H.I.E.L.D. had ample reason to believe he had acquired superhuman powers. Mr. Shimin, might you enlighten me as to why Natasha inexplicably perished in the Middle East? With your strength, I would think even the most formidable terrorists would pose no threat to you. Coulson inquired, his smile unwavering. Agent Coulson, I can affirm that Agent Natasha died on the battlefield in the Middle East. I am well aware that she was A.S.H.I.E.L.D. operative sent to monitor me. Coulson's expression darkened. It seemed Shimin was already aware of Natasha's role as their undercover agent. He forced a bitter smile and asked, how did you come to know of our organization's existence? I thought we were rather discreet. How could the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. possibly remain a secret? Even the underworld bosses are aware of us. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. a sieve? Shimin retorted. I can assure you, S.H.I.E.L.D. is anything but a secret. Anyone with connections is in the know. Your agents frequently boast about being part of the Department of Strategic Homeland Security, Defense, and Logistics. I must say, your name is rather convoluted. We are called S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson replied, skeptical of Shimin's jest. Did he truly believe their agents were so incompetent? That they lacked understanding of confidentiality agreements? This was, of course, Shimin's attempt to obfuscate the truth, throwing up a smokescreen. And where did you acquire your superpowers? Was it from that meteorite? Coulson pressed, having finally broached the critical question. S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to mass-produce superhuman agents through that very meteorite. Agent Coulson, after all this circling around, have you finally arrived at the crux of the matter? I did indeed acquire what you refer to as superpowers from that meteorite, but it has since been destroyed, Shimin Huan replied nonchalantly, stating a truth he genuinely believed. However, Coulson's expression indicated disbelief. You claim it was destroyed? How could that be? I hardly believe you. After a lengthy silence, he raised his gaze to meet Shimin's eyes, attempting to discern the truth through years of experience as an agent. Yet, all he found was sincerity reflected in Shimin's eyes, sparkling and genuine, which left him disheartened. Agent Coulson, I have tolerated S.H.I.E.L.D. for quite some time. Just then, Tony's furious voice echoed from the rooftop entrance. He detested being manipulated and had previously ignored their directives out of sheer obstinacy. Yet, as soon as he departed, those so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. agents approached to threaten his friend. Chapter 15. The Threat of Mutants. Tony. Pepper, do not obstruct me. They S.H.I.E.L.D. are monitoring us and attempting to manipulate us. Absolutely not. Coulson raised his gaze to see an irate Tony accompanied by a group of imposing bodyguards approaching swiftly. He understood that today he would have to temporarily concede. Mr. Shimin, I apologize, but I fear our conversation must conclude here. Your possession of superhuman abilities poses a significant risk to ordinary individuals, and I hope you can exercise discretion, Coulson advised kindly. He was well aware of Shimin Huan's dubious past as a notorious criminal, and he couldn't help but consider how much more deranged he might become with newfound powers. They had witnessed far too many deranged individuals. Mutants were currently being restrained by Charles, yet occasionally, unexpected anomalies emerged to wreak havoc. Coulson. Tony confronted Coulson, his expression darkened. Mr. Stark, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. I merely sought to inquire about Mr. Shimin. Coulson maintained his professional smile, speaking calmly to Tony, embodying the quintessential good-natured persona. Humph, Coulson, I have no interest in your motives, but should you dare to threaten my friend, then let us see what your so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. can do. Stark Industries is no paper tiger, Tony declared vehemently, his frustration stemming not from animosity, but from his acute understanding of these so-called organizations. Shimin Huan's abilities were his crime, and whether military, private, or governmental, he had witnessed too many inhumane experiments. The images of tortured mutant children, blood drawn, hearts extracted, limbs severed, haunted his thoughts. Despite Tony's blatant threat, Coulson maintained his tranquil demeanor. Mr. Stark, I assure you that you have misjudged both me and S.H.I.E.L.D. We would never conduct such experiments. Coulson promptly vowed the integrity and nobility of his organization. Huh, Tony scoffed derisively. Do you truly expect me to believe the words of you agents? Do you think I am a mere child? You would not dare to experiment on me, Stark. All right, Tony, I understand your perspective. Mr. Coulson is a decent fellow. Far more amiable than that duplicitous director Nick Fury, Shi Minhwan interjected with a wave, attempting to placate Tony. Coulson remained silent, his forehead darkening at the mention of the nickname. Has our director acquired a new moniker? I can only imagine he is not fond of it. Humph. For my brother's sake, I shan't trouble you further. Please, go. Tony huffed, dismissing them. Since Sheeman was not in danger, he would temporarily let it slide. Coulson pondered. Am I truly so despised? At Stark's lavish estate, Tony regarded Sheeman with envy as he effortlessly summoned fine wine with a flick of his hand. Damn it. What is so terrible about mutants? They are merely pioneers of human evolution. They embody the future of humanity. Tony shook his head, indignantly expressing his thoughts. If I were to become an immortal mutant, I can't even fathom the exhilaration. He had encountered numerous mutants, each possessing extraordinary abilities. If harnessed correctly by the government, they could represent an unparalleled force. There is an old saying, we do not fear scarcity, but inequality. If you are an ordinary citizen, and suddenly your neighbor becomes a fire-breathing, teleporting hero, how would you feel? Initially, you might celebrate his success, but as time passes, you remain a mere laborer. Tony reflected. Precisely. Sheeman grinned broadly. Fear not for your brother's struggles, yet fear when he drives a Range Rover. All right, brother, you are quite powerful now. Could you spare a little blood for me? Hee. Tony's eyes gleamed mischievously as he gazed at Sheeman. Get lost. You will never become a superhuman, Sheeman retorted, casting a disdainful glance at him. Why not focus on perfecting your Iron Man suit? Just 100 milliliters, and I'll give you 1 billion. Tony tempted. Bloody hell. Sheeman felt a twinge of temptation. Who wouldn't want to sell their blood for such an exorbitant price? Nevertheless, he declined, wary of the multitude of mad scientists in the Marvel Universe. If his genetic material were to leak, it could lead to cloning and a rather unpleasant situation. My abilities are acquired. What use would you have for my genes? This meteorite is from the cosmos, and unless you possess cosmic-level knowledge, it would be futile. You would be better off studying the super soldier serum, Sheeman concluded. Forget it. Tony shook his head at the mention of the super soldier serum. I am not a PhD in bioengineering. I have never dealt with that. The formula for the super soldier serum vanished with Abraham Erskine's death. What remains is merely a collection of defective versions, and I have no desire to become a mad monster. Tony was astutely aware of what he could gain, and he had no intention of wasting time on the super soldier serum. Suit yourself. I'm leaving, Sheeman said, shaking his head as he rose to depart. He had already made arrangements to acquire several large fishing grounds for his own amusement. Slaughterhouses, fish farms, and ranches were now his primary focus. He preferred to be referred to as the landlord. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Stark Industries' cosmic headquarters in New York was officially completed. Miranda and her associates were perplexed that Sheeman never wore the badge, even being within the system. They had hoped that having children would secure their positions. Yet no developments occurred. Sheeman, too, found himself baffled by the situation but was uninterested in trifles. During this time, he had harvested significant life energy from his fishing grounds, slaughterhouses, and ranches, amassing enough for 1 million life energy units to initiate a fusion refinement. However, he hesitated over what to pursue, taking solace in the safety of the Earth for the time being. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion jolted him from his reverie. Damn it! Safety my foot! Sheeman cursed furiously. His face darkened with rage. New York is indeed a cursed place. Darling. Stewart, the driver, slammed on the brakes, her face paling as she stared ahead in terror. A grotesque, fecal-colored giant descended from the sky, seizing a hapless vehicle and tossing it aside in a chaotic display of destruction, targeting the gleaming green figure nearby. By Sheeman's estimation, that green behemoth was no paragon of virtue either, sealing his fate that he would surely meet his maker. Chapter 16. The Clash of Titans. Oh my God. What manner of beast is this? Stewart gazed in sheer terror at the monstrous figure in the distance, momentarily frozen in place. Boom. In the midst of her astonishment, the unfortunate little car was sent flying by a single punch from the green creature. Oh my God. Stewart gulped in fright and hastily started the car, attempting to turn around. Yet, it was too late. The entire avenue was congested, a torrent of panicked souls fleeing for their lives. Dear, don't panic just yet. Shi Minhwan reassured her, retrieving a spare gray silk cap from the back seat. What are you doing? Stewart's cheeks flushed crimson, aghast at the audacity of this rascal to trivialize the silk cap when they should be devising an escape plan. You should stop the car and walk away from here. It's a tad perilous. Shi Minhwan unbuckled her seatbelt. What? Stewart thought she must have misheard. Are you sure you won't escape with me? It's ill-advised to gawk at chaos, she exasperatedly urged, incredulous at her companion's nonchalance. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Shi Minhwan calmly shook her head, promptly exiting the vehicle, nonchalantly donning the gray cap, oblivious to the surrounding panic. The frantic crowd was solely focused on survival. A mere robber paled in comparison to the grotesque yellow and green behemoths wreaking havoc. Suddenly, Shi Minhwan locked eyes with the frenzied green brute. A moment of realization struck her. Why should she exert herself for them? Enjoy yourselves, she declared, and in an instant, soared to a height of 100 meters. The loathsome yellow creature was but a formidable adversary to the green giant, setting the stage for an epic showdown. Mutant. General Ross furrowed his brow, observing the audacious gray silk-capped figure flaunting its powers before the military. Are you disregarding our authority? This is Apache territory. Do you comprehend? Unperturbed by the departing figure, Ross's gaze remained firmly fixed on the imminent threat, the Hulk. Thud, 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 thud. The two monstrous aberrations launched into a charge, shaking the very earth beneath them. In the next moment, they collided with a cataclysmic impact. Boom. A shock wave erupted, scattering dust and debris all around. Yet the Green Brute seemed to falter. The drug-fueled giant was evidently at a disadvantage in this raw, unadorned brawl, his combat prowess markedly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, the loathsome entity relentlessly pursued, grasping the Green Brute's arm and swinging him with ferocity before hurling him away. Boom. A thunderous crash resounded as the unfortunate car was crushed under the impact, while the resilient green giant remained unfazed, albeit momentarily dazed. Shaking off the disorientation, the Hulk emerged from the wreckage, letting out a roar of fury. The source of Hulk's rage was evident. The clash between him and the loathsome creature instigated terror among onlookers, resulting in a cascade of accidents. The Hulk, radiating with incandescent fury, muscles rippling like granite, exuded an aura of vengeance with every breath. However, the loathsome creature was no mere spectator. A formidable entity in its own right, it was encased in impenetrable armor, eyes gleaming with malevolence. Roar! The Hulk bellowed, a tempest of intent surging toward the loathsome figure, eager to rend this vile yellow monstrosity asunder. The speed of his approach was astonishing, a colossal fist slicing through the air, aimed directly at the loathsome creature's visage. Unyielding, the loathsome entity retaliated with a roar, stomping down with immense force, crossing its arms to absorb the blow. Boom! The tremendous force erupted between them, reverberating through the atmosphere, fissures forming in the ground beneath them. At that moment, the loathsome creature, retaining its intelligence and cunning, executed a swift kick to the Hulk's groin. Goodness, is this how you conduct a fair fight? You intend to render my green brother impotent? How will he charm Black Widow now? Oh wait, Black Widow is already out of the picture. Shimin Huan mused, astounded by the loathsome creature's underhanded tactics. However, the Hulk was now truly incensed. Sent flying and crashing into a roadside shop, he emerged from a shower of shattered glass, his eyes blazing with renewed fury. At this juncture, observing the Hulk falter, General Ross commanded the aerial cannons to unleash a barrage upon the loathsome entity. Though not lethal, it was exceedingly vexing. The loathsome creature seethed with anger. Leaping beside a towering building, it rapidly scaled the structure, reaching the rooftop in mere seconds, before launching itself toward a helicopter. Boom. The helicopter pilot screamed in terror, but it was too late. The loathsome figure overshadowed his vision. The unfortunate pilot, engulfed in flames, plummeted toward the ground, while the loathsome creature savored the moment. With a scoff, it prepared to repeat its lethal antics against the meddlesome helicopters when the Hulk barreled in. Bang! The Hulk leaped from another building, tackling the loathsome figure and rolling across the ground for 20 revolutions before finally halting. The remaining helicopters ascended to a safer altitude, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the loathsome entity, seeking retribution for their fallen comrade. The Hulk summoned all his might, propelling the loathsome creature away, then advancing with a mighty swing. The loathsome entity evaded the blow, the fist grazing its shoulder and crashing into a nearby car, which promptly exploded. Boom! A chain reaction erupted, igniting nearby vehicles in a fiery spectacle. The loathsome creature roared, its arms morphing like serpents, ensnaring the Hulk's limbs, preparing to crush his lungs. The Hulk fought valiantly, muscles bulging, releasing deep, resonant growls, and with a sudden heave, he flung the loathsome entity away. The loathsome figure tumbled through the air, crashing onto a dilapidated bridge, which instantly collapsed into the river below. Emerging from the water, the loathsome creature surged upward, droplets evaporating from its form, augmenting its strength. It charged at the Hulk, colliding midair, generating a shockwave that rattled the surrounding edifices. The Hulk and the loathsome creature engaged in a fierce melee, wreaking havoc upon the cityscape. Lifting the loathsome entity above his head, the Hulk slammed it into the ground, creating a vast crater. Unperturbed, the loathsome creature seized the Hulk's leg, hurling him away. The Hulk crashed into a skyscraper, shattering its windows, fragments cascading like raindrops. Armed helicopters continued to harass the loathsome entity, inciting further rage, yet it could not spare the effort to retaliate against them. Suddenly, the loathsome creature spotted a nearby lamppost, seizing it and hurling it like a javelin toward the sky. Though the pilot of the targeted helicopter narrowly evaded a fatal strike, the rotor was severed, sending the craft spiraling toward the ground. The pilot's skill ultimately saved him. The helicopter made a hard landing, but not without risking an explosion due to fuel leakage. At that moment, a desperate scream pierced the air, cutting through the Hulk's fury and momentarily restoring his awareness. "Banner, help me." It was Betty, Banner's girlfriend. Roaring in anguish, the green giant was consumed by an overwhelming sense of urgency and fury. desperately striving to extricate himself from the clutches of his loathed adversary to rescue his beloved girlfriend. In the eyes of his nemesis, a scornful mockery glimmered as he clung tenaciously to the Green Giant. Helpless and steeped in despair, the Green Giant cast a pleading glance towards the onlooker, Shimin Huan, imploring, "Please, save her." Chapter 17. In turbulent times, one must first vanquish the Holy Mother. No, 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 Banner. If you lack the strength to protect your woman, then you truly do not deserve to possess it. Shimin Huan spoke with indifference, resolutely rejecting the request of the Green Giant. If the might of the Hulk could not even extricate itself from the trivial entanglements of hatred, it could only be said that Betty's survival was indeed a hindrance to the Hulk's prowess. At that moment, a cluster of flames ignited along the ground, rapidly spreading from the gasoline explosion, threatening to engulf the leaking aviation fuel from the helicopter within seconds. Betty, realizing the imminent danger, let out a terrified scream, unable to pry open the cabin door with her strength. Banner. The desperate cry of his girlfriend filled the Hulk with an overwhelming sense of pain, fury, and urgency. Shimin Huan's words only fanned the flames of anger within Banner's eyes against the abomination. Roar. Suddenly, the Green Giant unleashed a thunderous roar. Surrounding him was a fierce green glow, his power breaking free from the control of drugs, reaching unprecedented heights. In a moment of sheer strength, he seized the abomination's arm and delivered a powerful punch to its chest. The blow sent the abomination flying, crashing into a distant building with a resounding thud. Banner. At this critical juncture, Betty's call brought the Hulk back from the brink of losing control. Seeing the flames about to ignite the aviation fuel, he clapped his hands together, creating a forceful shockwave that extinguished the fire. Truly a marvel spectacle, one could not help but think it a waste for the Hulk not to become a firefighter. Impressive. Shimin Huan reveled in the unfolding drama, finding this far more exhilarating than any film. Meanwhile, the abomination, buried under rubble, regained consciousness, only to witness the Hulk flaunting his prowess before him. Armed with an enormous chain, the abomination retaliated, delivering a crushing blow that sent the Hulk sprawling several hundred meters away. Ugh, ugh. The sound of the chain whipping through the air reverberated ominously as the abomination continued his assault, striking the Hulk with the chain, resulting in the Hulk losing a tooth and tasting dirt. Truly unfortunate. Fueled by rage, the abomination was testing the limits of his own recklessness. With a menacing expression, he approached General Ross, Betty's father, and coldly asked, "Do you have any final words?" With that, he swung the 40-meter-long chain, preparing to send the instigator, General Ross, to meet his fate. In that critical moment, the Hulk, expelling the dust from his mouth, rose with unbridled fury and bellowed, "Hulk smash!" Boom! With immense force, he slammed his hands into the ground, the solid earth cracking beneath him as if it were mere tofu. The fissures expanded rapidly, resembling an earthquake, causing the abomination to stumble. Seizing the opportunity, the Hulk charged at the abomination, who had dropped the chain due to the tremors. The Hulk quickly grasped the chain, executing a chokehold on the abomination. In a frenzy of anger and desperation, the abomination flailed his fists wildly in an attempt to break free, but the Hulk, despite his childlike mentality, was far from foolish. He seized a steel rebar from the ground and plunged it deep into the abomination's chest, producing a sickening sound that made one wince. Roar. The abomination's eyes bulged in pain, roaring in fury, yet utterly powerless against the Hulk's immense strength. As the struggle continued, the abomination's resistance waned. After realizing his predicament, he succumbed, sprawled out, resigned to his fate. The Hulk, unrelenting, tightened his grip as the abomination, accepting defeat, awaited his end. Just then, Betty, who had nearly been killed by him moments ago, stood up and shouted, "Die!" Oh, the Holy Mother! Shimin Huan felt a surge of interest. Moments ago, she had wished for their demise, yet now she was filled with compassion. Indeed, the abomination had committed many sins. Yet was he not merely seeking to triumph over the Hulk? Both had their share of casualties, but it was clear to all who had the upper hand. In Shimin Huan's view, the distinction between the abomination and the Hulk was merely that of protagonist and supporting character. If he could eliminate the Hulk, he would not hesitate to do so. One could only speculate about the Hulk's life force. He was the coveted prize for Shimin Huan. Unfortunately, he knew he could not easily defeat the Hulk. To do so would require godlike power. Given that he could not vanquish the Hulk for now, perhaps he could eliminate the abomination, a mere insignificant villain. Under the watchful gaze of a group of small Karamis, Betty and Banner shared a tender glance. The Hulk gently caressing Betty's face with his massive green fingers, whispering, "Betty." Had Banner been spiritually transformed by the Hulk? Shimin Huan's mind churned with dark and twisted thoughts. At that moment, the helicopter's spotlight roused the Hulk from his reverie. He glared at the roaring helicopter with disdain before leaping away. With the unpredictable factor of Banner gone, Ross promptly ordered the military to take the abomination away. For he too was a material asset. Wait. Shimin Huan emerged from the ruins, pointing at the incapacitated abomination, boldly declaring, "This creature belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D." Chapter 18. Sacrificing a detestable creature. Refining the arc reactor, General Ross and his companions were both astonished and speechless, while Betty, awakening from her stupor, wiped her tears and disdainfully scoffed. What kind of lunatic is this? Her words elicited a chorus of laughter from the surrounding Kalami. "Isn't he just a madman?" exclaimed one. "Fool." Shimin Huan cast a scornful glance at Betty, saying, "You, with your saintly demeanor, deserve a thorough reprimand. Discipline is imperative." Betty glared at him furiously, while he calmly retrieved a stack of documents from his pocket, producing the S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 agent's badge, which he slapped onto her face. Initially intent on avoiding the harassment of this deranged individual, Betty was horrified to realize she seemed unable to move. In her exasperation, she glanced at the badge and was startled to see the words S.H.I.E.L.D. inscribed upon it. What organization is this? I've never heard of it. Stop trying to fool me. Ahem, she was indeed correct. It was merely a fraudulent badge, though S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was a genuine entity. Shimin Huan carried a collection of fake badges, and with the expertise of certain individuals, they could easily be made indistinguishable from the real ones. Upon hearing the name S.H.I.E.L.D., General Ross furrowed his brow and stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Betty's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Ross, maintaining a serious demeanor, scrutinized the peculiar individual before him. Amidst the chaos, he had momentarily forgotten to verify the authenticity of the badge. After all, this organization had only recently undergone a name change, and most military officers were unaware of its existence, thus he held no substantial doubts regarding Shimin Huan. "I am aware of S.H.I.E.L.D., but have you overstepped your boundaries?" he retorted. "The military is not intimidated by you." He continued, "This creature is a product of our military's secret experiments, albeit one that has gone awry. We must take him back for serious evaluation of this incident." "Wait," Shimin Huan interjected, interrupting him. "Are you implying that this monster is a subject of your military experimentation?" "Indeed," Ross replied with a composed nod. "Well, in that case, should you not be held accountable for this egregious incident? After all, the military's experimental subjects have run amok, resulting in tremendous losses for us taxpayers. If the military is endangering the lives of ordinary citizens, whom can we trust to protect us taxpayers? I have grave doubts that the military will not shelter the criminal, and I intend to take this criminal away for public trial." Gasp! The soldiers surrounding them collectively inhaled sharply. Who would dare to counter such an accusation? General Ross, a seasoned veteran, was incensed by this nearly unreasonable rebuttal, his face reddening with anger. He shot back coldly. "So according to your reasoning, if we do not heed your demands, the military will lose the support of the public?" "Perhaps," Shimin Huan replied with a wry smile. "You." General Ross was furious. Had it not been for his robust health, he might have succumbed to a heart attack. One aide quickly intervened, saying, "General, in front of so many witnesses, I believe it is best to let him take the creature. He is merely a buffoon. You can address his superior later." Upon hearing his aide's advice, General Ross managed to suppress his anger, recognizing some merit in the suggestion. "Humph, very well. I shall permit you to take him, but I expect you to hold a public trial." With a cold snort, General Ross ordered a retreat, and the soldiers sheathed their weapons and withdrew, with the police following suit. However, the spectators who had gathered to watch were undeterred, bravely closing in to witness the unfolding drama. Just as they converged, Shimin Huan suddenly brandished a special secondary adamantium alloy sword. The detestable creature remained oblivious to the unfolding events until he heard the ominous whistle of the sword slicing through the air, causing him to open his eyes wide in horror, greeted by the chilling gleam of the blade. No, the detestable creature screamed in terror. He did not wish to die. He still hoped to defeat the Hulk in a fair fight. But it was too late, with no time to react. The detestable creature could only hope his sturdy bones would withstand the blow. Reality proved him gravely mistaken. The might behind Shimin Huan's swing of the secondary adamantium alloy sword was insurmountable. Thud! The head fell to the ground. He was not Deadpool. Losing his head meant he was truly finished. The onlookers, previously gathered to observe, shrieked in terror at the gruesome sight. Wasn't he supposed to be put on trial? Apparently, this was the trial. Indeed, everyone was watching, and under such scrutiny, he had been summarily executed. As the head of the detestable creature hit the ground, a surge of life energy was absorbed by the bronze cauldron, and a look of delight and excitement spread across Shimin Huan's face. The detestable creature was his first genuine supernatural being killed, and his life force turned out to be an astonishing 30 million. Remarkable! This was an immense surprise. He had thought that killing the detestable creature would yield merely 1 million. What is a surprise? This is a surprise. Seizing the moment before being surrounded, Shimin Huan swiftly took to the skies, with some daring onlookers cheering him on. In a nation that idolizes individual heroism, even a madman can garner a considerable following. Within a short span, Shimin Huan had already landed atop a rooftop, grinning widely as he spoke. "Brother Bronze, this little villain is worth so much. If I were to eliminate someone like Thanos, wouldn't that be a monumental leap?" Although the detestable creature is merely a minor character, his physical power is exceedingly formidable, with few surpassing him in strength. If he were to vanquish Thanos, based on the portrayal in the movie Avengers Endgame, the rewards would surely begin in the billions. The anticipation is exhilarating. Shimin Huan's eyes gleamed with greed at the thought, eagerly awaiting the impending invasion by Thanos in the years to come. Creator, Shimin Huan. Age, 24 abilities, super strength, super resilience, super endurance, and control, telekinesis, life energy, 31, 586, 000. Impressive. Gazing at the memory palace he had constructed, Shimin Huan couldn't help but break into a wide grin. This meant he could submit 3 times directly. Thus, he would throw the arc reactor into the cauldron. As the arc reactor was cast into the bronze cauldron, he unexpectedly acquired a new ability. Energy Ray can emit searing energy rays from any part of the body, currently reaching temperatures equivalent to the surface of the sun. Wow, incredible. He could finally embody a superhero. Brother Cauldron, how do we replenish this energy? We must adhere to the law of energy conservation. Your body will absorb energy, including solar energy. That seems rather slow, he remarked. Tony's arc reactor. Got it. From this point forward, Tony would find himself rather unfortunate, as the arc reactors he kept at home would frequently vanish without explanation. Chapter 19. Plotting against Zhao Hailuan. Preparing to eliminate the shapeshifter, Stuart returned to the villa with a tumultuous heart, finding her sisters still awake, deeply engrossed in a game of mahjong. To provide them with a form of entertainment to pass the time, the illustrious Shi Min had taught them how to play mahjong and do di zhu. From that moment onward, they became utterly captivated by these games. Hello, darling. You're back, said Saoirse, beaming as she greeted Stuart, quickly beckoning her over. Come, come. Help me out here. Miranda and the others are cheating and have won a fortune from me. However, Stuart's face bore none of its usual excitement, prompting the surrounding girls to cease their activities. Darling, what's wrong? Jessica inquired with concern, studying her with apprehension. Did you all see the news? Stuart hesitantly asked, but the girls shook their heads. They were too engrossed in mahjong to waste time on dull news. I don't even know how to say this, but it seems our man is. Stuart stammered, hesitating as she looked at them, unsure whether to speak or fear the wrath of her partner. You're not suggesting that Shi Min is a mutant, are you? Jessica interjected, completing her thought. Stuart's eyes widened in shock. Don't look at me like that. We've known for a while. He hasn't kept anything from us, Jessica replied, nonchalantly shrugging as she revealed this secret they all shared, believing Shi Min was unafraid. Oh my gosh. Jessica, are you serious? Shi Min is a mutant? Does that mean he could be in danger? Jessica's revelation sent the room into a frenzy, the girls chattering excitedly as if they were in a marketplace. What do you think? Otherwise, how could he single-handedly defeat us so easily? Every time it's like a relay race. Watson quipped, her words igniting a blush of excitement on the girls' faces, their hearts racing with anticipation. Isn't it getting late? Stuart pondered, realizing why he was so extraordinary. With this understanding, she felt emboldened to embrace her role as a sinner. Even if punishment awaited her, Jessica and she would lead the charge, and she couldn't be blamed. Eagerly, she shared the secret she had just discovered, knowing that women struggle to keep secrets. Sisters, do you know what I was about to say? You mean you discovered his secret of being a mutant? Yes. I was afraid to say he was a mutant, fearing you'd be terrified, so I held back. What if he got angry, and I ended up? Well, since Jessica has revealed that my darling is a mutant, let me share the big news I just saw. He can fly? He just personally beheaded a monster wreaking havoc in the city and slaughtering innocent people. Stuart exclaimed excitedly, prompting a moment of stunned silence before the room erupted again. Oh my goodness. He can fly? I want him to take me flying. All night long. Hee. Megan, which kind of flying are you talking about? Oh, stop it. Miriam, don't you want that? At that moment, Shi Min stood at the door, bewildered by the frenzy of women who seemed to be losing their minds. Each one as noisy as a flock of ducks. Was it unwise for him to enter, considering he was surrounded by an uproar of quacking? The public's attitude towards mutants was polarized, given that this was a nation that revered individual heroism. Even notorious supervillains had a legion of followers, let alone a superhero who vanquished monstrous foes. Although initially drawn by money, the women had gradually fallen in love with this way of life. The physical and spiritual ecstasy they experienced was an unparalleled delight, a tremor and shudder that was beyond words. Once the frenzy subsided, Shi Min finally entered, and the girls immediately surrounded him, ready to welcome their heroic champion. Before he could speak, one girl planted a sweet kiss on him, followed by a warm embrace. Flattery without reason is suspicious, Shi Min thought, wary of their fiery enthusiasm, refusing to be seduced by their sugary tactics. The next moment, the girls revealed their true intentions, buzzing around him and causing him great distress. Hey, darling, don't look at us like that. You're an unnamed hero now. Are you a mutant or a sorcerer? Yes. I heard that in ancient Eastern countries, everyone knows martial arts and can do magic. Can you teach us some martial arts, like Bruce Lee, to send someone flying dozens of meters? Darling, we want to be superheroes too. Please teach us some skills, we beg you. Darling, don't you want to pluck the budding flowers? Isn't that a satisfactory reward? Shimin rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're just trying to curry favor, which is either deceitful or foolish. The hopeful glances from the girls did not seem feigned. Ladies, I'm afraid I cannot grant you superpowers at this time. Perhaps in the future, I might possess such abilities, but for now, I must regretfully decline, he replied, shaking his head in frustration. According to the characteristics of his bronze brother, he could bestow various abilities upon anyone, and this was a trivial matter. However, Shimin would not risk granting them superpowers. At least not at this moment. Firstly, his own strength was insufficient to traverse the realms. He could not become the target of envy. If they suddenly possessed superpowers, it would inevitably draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Having 1 or 2 mutants around could seem reasonable, but an entire entourage of mutants would appear suspicious. A person capable of granting superpowers would be digging their own grave if they did not possess overwhelming strength to crush their foes. The girls' faces fell upon hearing this. They understood well enough. After all, mutants were exceedingly rare. As for his mention of future possibilities, they dismissed it as mere consolation for their wounded spirits. Is there no other way? I don't want to find myself in a perilous situation again, only to rely on a superhero for salvation. Stewart expressed her reluctance. Of course there is. What about Tony? His Iron Man suit is incredibly formidable, a bane to most villains, she replied, but immediately felt despondent. While Tony's Iron Man suit could turn an ordinary person into a superhero, it was his exclusive invention. Stewart was right. Tony was not foolish enough to allow the emergence of a second Iron Man. All right, just relax. You're merely experiencing a fleeting whim. Whoever wants to be a superhero can do so at their leisure, Shimin chuckled, comforting them, well aware that their desires stemmed from a momentary impulse. As they were models and newcomers in the entertainment industry, inevitably harboring dreams of stardom. Hee. Except for Stewart, the other girls chuckled shyly, their little secrets exposed. Seeing their innocent smiles, Shimin cast a bemused glance at their fanciful notions, but then reconsidered. I'll arrange for each of you to receive a piece of Tony's nano armor for protection in due course. This world is no longer safe, he said casually. Upon uttering these words, the multitude of women was left astounded. They had never anticipated that Shimin Huan would genuinely hold them in such high regard. I speak the truth, Shimin Huan reiterated earnestly. This declaration ignited a fervent enthusiasm among the women, overwhelming a certain individual in an instant. He found himself utterly inundated. With an assortment of limbs and telekinetic abilities all engaged at once, Iron Man unfurled the grand tapestry of the Marvel Universe, henceforth. He was no longer a solitary figure, but rather a rogue accompanied by a host. Before Tony could fully explore the intricacies of his nanotechnology, he brazenly ventured to Wakanda to seize their vibranium for his armored suit. Should anyone attempt to capture them as leverage against him, he pondered the dire consequences. Though he could vanquish them, the thought of them being insulted and thus repugnant to him was intolerable. Therefore, as a precaution, arrangements needed to be made. Zhao Hailuan's nanotechnology proved exceedingly practical, and Shimin Huan contemplated providing them with psychic abilities to thwart any potential mental manipulation. Yes, indeed. That shall be the course of action. Mystique. As Shimin Huan indulged in food and drink, this name suddenly sprang to mind, indicating that he must allocate some time to eliminate her. Chapter 20. The Shield's arrests do not require evidence. Shimin Huan harbored no deep-seated animosity towards anyone. Mystique's predicament could merely be attributed to the chaotic nature of the world, and her aging was certainly a factor. Of course, it was not solely her age that played a role. The saying that women age gracefully was not unfounded. Mainly, Mystique possessed the uncanny ability to adopt the guise of anyone, with almost no telltale signs. Since he was unwilling to engage in menial tasks, he resolved to eliminate her discreetly. After all, Mystique shared a complicated history with both Professor Charles and Magneto. After having successfully manipulated Jessica and the others, the illustrious Shimin dominated the mahjong table, naturally assuming the role of king. However, it was imperative to maintain decorum in the mahjong room. It would be preposterous to let chaos reign unchecked. As for the tumultuous events outside, he was indifferent, having already been engulfed by the flood of troubles. The major media outlets were in a frenzy. Mutants had remained relatively subdued for several years, with only the occasional uncontrollable mutant emerging, and their destructive capabilities were hardly formidable. Yet, the grotesque figures of the hulking yellow and green mutants were reminiscent of exemplary demolition workers, leaving destruction in their wake. The following morning, newspapers began to publish sensationalized photographs and exaggerated reports of the chaos. While enjoying breakfast, Shimin casually switched on the television to hear the effusive praise of a beautiful news anchor. My goodness, darling, you are simply stunning, Megan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration as she pointed at the screen, showcasing a peculiar figure in gray silk. Coughing, Shimin admonished himself to remain humble, not wanting his dashing visage to become overly recognized. After all, the life of a celebrity was far from easy. He reveled in his mischievous prank, which was simply a clever ruse to avoid detection without his battle attire. Who said that wearing black silk would render one unlovable? Was he not merely spreading affection among mortals? In that moment, the anchor began reporting on the significant losses incurred, including casualties and economic damages. Preliminary reports indicated that the previous day's calamity had resulted in 125 fatalities, over 1,500 individuals injured to varying degrees, and more than 30 missing. The economic ramifications were dire, with numerous buildings destroyed, alongside countless shops, bridges, streets, and vehicles, leading to thousands of traffic accidents. According to estimates, the economic losses reached a staggering amount exceeding hundreds of billions of dollars. Witness testimonies pointed to the military's clandestine experiments as the root cause of the disaster, with claims that the military sought to cover up the truth. Fortunately, a valiant superhero intervened, slaying the malevolent creature on the spot. Utter nonsense, Ross exclaimed, furiously slamming his cup in the office while watching the news. When did we start shielding criminals? Can you reporters not adhere to the truth? Is it merely your privilege to speak? General, please do not be upset. These unscrupulous media outlets are merely seeking attention, fabricating stories. After all these years, who doesn't understand this? A subordinate attempted to console him. We must issue a stern warning. They need to know what can and cannot be said, and they ought to recognize whose domain this is, Ross declared with a cold snort, feeling that he needed to release his pent-up frustration before he could rest easy. After issuing orders to rectify the situation with the media, he pondered a more pressing matter. By the way, have we traced Banner's whereabouts and recovered Blonsky's body? Rest assured, General, Blonsky's death is a fortunate turn of events. At least his demise absolves any debts. As long as his body remains, it shall not affect our research. Banner has escaped to Mexico. We have decided to monitor him closely without raising any alarm, his subordinate replied promptly. Good, very good. Ross's mood lightened somewhat, relieved to hear two pieces of favorable news. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury seethed with anger. How dare they impersonate our agents and deceive the public? I have issued no such orders. He slammed his hand on the table, while Hill, Coulson, and others remained silent, reluctant to draw his ire. Coulson, do you think this individual could possibly be Sheeman, that underworld figure? His build certainly resembles him. Fury pointed at the indistinct video footage. Director, are you referring to Sheeman Huan? Without concrete evidence, we cannot apprehend him, Coulson replied, shaking his head in resignation, unwilling to provoke a ruthless individual without undeniable proof. Evidence. The S.H.I.E.L.D. does not require evidence to apprehend individuals. Agent Sitwell, a loyal assistant to Alexander Pierce, coldly remarked. Coulson regarded him as if he had lost his senses. Cough. Cough. Hill, what do you think? You have had dealings with Sheeman. Is there a possibility of swaying him to our side? Fury turned to the seemingly distracted Hill, who had been preoccupied for days, exhibiting uncharacteristic behavior for a competent agent. I suppose it might be worth a try. He doesn't seem like an irredeemable villain. Hill stammered, startled into responding, merely attempting to mask her absent-mindedness. To her surprise, Fury took her words to heart and assigned her to probe further. Very well, Agent Hill. You shall investigate whether such an alliance is feasible. Meeting adjourned. Unbeknownst to Sheeman Huan, he had stirred the winds of change. Enjoying the sun and the company of beautiful women, the thought of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. was far from his mind. Madeline reported Sheeman's acquisition of superpowers to her organization, but he remained unconcerned. He firmly rejected her attempts to recruit him into Hydra, insisting on interrogating her about their hideout. The Hydra operatives were of no consequence to him. He bore no moral burden in discussing their demise. However, Madeline's knowledge was limited. Weeks had passed since the Hulk's confrontation with Abomination, and Sheeman marveled at the astonishing efficiency of Marvel's construction teams, truly deserving of the title masters of infrastructure. One day, Sheeman Huan, accompanied by Megan and others, found himself captivated by an insect shop. This one, he declared. Megan and the others looked up, their heads shaking vigorously in unison, their expressions rife with disapproval. No, no. Darling, you go in. We'll wait for you outside. We despise insects, Jessica hastily gestured, her face reflecting the terror akin to encountering a fearsome snake. Cough, cough. Jessica is right, Watson quickly concurred, preferring the discomfort of a sore throat over entering an insect shop. Sighing, Sheeman, shaking his head with an expression that suggested they simply lacked appreciation, strode into the insect shop. The women collectively thought, it's not that we dislike small animals. We simply detest revolting insects. Chapter 21, The Deceptively Honest Hill. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? The disheveled proprietor warmly greeted Sheeman Huan, who was the sole occupant of the desolate insect shop. Clearly, the trade in insects was quite an obscure venture. I require armored beetles, Southern California mites, and hummingbirds, lighthouse jellyfish, and mantis shrimp, Sheeman Huan stated. Stop, stop, stop. The shopkeeper quickly interrupted, exasperated. Several of those items are simply not available here. Are you jesting, young man? How fortunate you are to be accompanied by 3 lovely ladies. How enviable. Sir, this is merely an ordinary insect shop. We do not stock the mantis shrimp, armored beetles, or Anna hummingbirds, and many of these creatures are protected species. Without allowing the shopkeeper to finish, Sheeman Huan produced a thick wad of cash and slapped it onto the counter. Are there any difficulties now? The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with greed. Sir, I will ensure that I procure all these contraband items for you within a fortnight. With a swift motion, Shi Min Huan threw down 2 more stacks of cash. And now? 5 days. Just 5 days. The shopkeeper hastily guaranteed, his resolve firming as he realized the allure of the bills. I am most eager for these damn dollars. Shi Min Huan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, money could move mountains. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to 2 peculiar armored beetles. The shopkeeper eagerly introduced them. These are the ironclad beetle and the magic pillar beetle. The ironclad beetle boasts the strongest defense among its kin. Its shell is exceedingly tough, capable of withstanding immense pressure, up to 149 newtons, which is equivalent to 39,000 times its own weight. The adjacent magic pillar beetle is also a formidable tank within the beetle family, its shell resembling rough bark or stone, and it can endure extreme physical stress without damage. If you fancy them, take them all. Though I too am an insect enthusiast. Your willingness to spend outweighs my own attachments, the shopkeeper conceded, eager to appease such a lucrative patron. He promptly moved the glass enclosure before Shi Min Huan and began to package them, even offering other enticing specimens. That spider looks rather sinister, does it not? Shi Min Huan inquired, pointing to a particularly unsettling arachnid. You have a keen eye. This is the Sydney funnel web spider, notorious for its venom. The male is more toxic than the female, and its neurotoxin can swiftly impact the human nervous system. Without serum within 15 minutes, death is likely. Then I shall take it, Shi Min Huan affirmed, having long desired to experiment with potent venoms. Ahem, sir, might you? The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, grinning. For $10,000, you will exclusively source bizarre creatures for me. I assure you, I will compensate you handsomely, he proposed. The man nodded vigorously. Astonished by such a lavish spender, his interests delightfully peculiar. These items might fetch a mere few $100s at most. Yet it seemed that the joy of the wealthy was indeed priceless. After departing the insect shop, Shi Min Huan accompanied Jessica and her companions on a shopping spree, acquiring various garments and jewelry for them. As they meandered, the ladies unexpectedly shooed him away, blushing as they entered a lingerie store to procure enticing undergarments. Accompanying women on shopping excursions was an exercise in patience, often stretching into half the day. By the time they returned home, evening had descended, their car laden with spoils. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Hill, the top-tier agent, engaged in animated conversation with Seer Shah and her friends. It was evident that Hill had no trouble managing several newly adult girls. Yet, upon noticing Shi Min Huan's return, Hill's complexion flushed with an unnatural hue, as if recalling something troubling. Shall we have a word? Hill said nervously. Knowing she was on a mission, Hill steeled herself to confront the man she was reluctant to face. Certainly. Follow me, Shi Min Huan replied with a wicked grin, an unsettling anticipation coursing through Hill. As they ascended the stairs, she felt an ominous premonition. The door to a second-floor room creaked open, and she hesitantly followed him inside, her mind racing with possibilities. Suddenly, the door clicked shut, and before she could react, she was pushed onto the sofa, caught off guard. Wait, I did not come here for this. Hill stammered, but her words were abruptly silenced as Shi Min Huan leaned down to seal her lips with his own. In the ensuing moments, Hill found herself helplessly clinging to his neck, her earlier resolve dissolving. After several minutes, she gasped for breath, her eyes fluttering open to meet his teasing gaze. Her embarrassment palpable. Ah, Hill, you truly are a useless wretch, succumbing so easily. We agreed this was not to be a liaison, she chastised herself inwardly. Vexed at her own weakness. I must tell you, it was your forcefulness, not mine. Ah, you should leave me be. I came unprepared, she exclaimed, her earlier purpose forgotten in an instant. Downstairs, Jessica and the others exchanged knowing glances. I told you, any woman who benefits from our rogue is bound to succumb. As the sun gradually vanished, the temperature continued to rise. Hill, overwhelmed, surrendered to the delightful moments that followed, leaving her previous intentions behind. Stop, stop, change partners, Hill exclaimed, raising her hands in a flurry of panic. You want me dead or something, you beast? Truly pathetic, Shi Min Huan scoffed, unimpressed by her prior bravado, recalling her earlier claims of inexperience. Yes, I am indeed pathetic. I am utterly exhausted. I feel as though I might fall apart, Hill admitted, her resolve crumbling. Very well, I shall allow you a respite. Was Nick Fury sending you here to win me over? He inquired, chuckling. Something along those lines, Hill replied, curling into a comfortable position and, within moments, drifted off to sleep. By the time Shi Min Huan descended, Jessica and her friends had prepared dinner, neglecting to awaken Hill, allowing her to rest peacefully. Hill, filled with indignation, could not comprehend her own obsession. Over the next few days, she reported to Nick Fury that there seemed to be signs of Shi Min Huan being courted. Nick Fury then instructed her to monitor the situation closely. In her self-serving pursuit of pleasure, Hill completely misled Nick Fury's judgment, leading him to orchestrate a grand encounter with Shi Min Huan. Chapter 22, The Extraordinary Encounter with Nick Fury. On this particular day, Simon Huan was accompanied by Jessica and Watson, intending to procure a bumblebee for a test drive. Naturally, His objective was to persuade his bronze brother to transform the Bumblebee into a genuine Bumblebee. However, just as they exited the dealership and were preparing to indulge in a leisurely lunch, he was unexpectedly recognized. "Good day, Mr. Simon." "Oh my. When did I become such a celebrity? It seems I ought to distance myself from that scoundrel Tony to preserve my illustrious image." With a smug glance at the individual addressing him, Simon suddenly realized there was an ulterior motive. The familiar sin of trouble was once again lingering in the air. The man, dressed in a tailored suit with slick-back hair, emanated an aura suggesting he was either peddling worthless stocks or selling insurance. "Mr. Simon, I humbly request your company for a meal. A distinguished individual has reserved the esteemed Loup Bernardine for you and your companions." The man bowed politely, gesturing towards a nearby upscale restaurant. "Is that so? Is our director truly so generous as to splurge on such an extravagant venue?" Simon teased, his tone playful. Upon hearing this, the man's pupils contracted, realizing that Simon was indeed a person of caution as warned by their director. "Ahem, you jest. I am merely a humble waiter. I lack the stature to be affiliated with any special organization." Momentarily taken aback, the man quickly lowered his gaze, effectively masking his expression while displaying humility. Simon was compelled to admire the man's high standards. However, he had no intention of making life difficult for a mere worker trying to earn a living, so he nodded in agreement to follow him. One must admit, the Michelin-rated establishment exuded opulence, with crystal chandeliers adorning the dining area, creating an atmosphere of luxury. Upon arriving at a lavish private room, Simon was surprised to find that Nick Fury, the enigmatic figure, was yet to make his appearance. "Is this meant to intimidate me?" Simon scoffed, glancing around at the numerous surveillance cameras installed in the room. If Nick Fury intended to play mind games, Simon had no intention of playing along. He boldly declared, "Ladies, since we have a distinguished guest treating us to a grand feast, let us not be overly modest. By the way, what is the most expensive wine you have? Please bring me the finest." With a casual demeanor, Simon settled into his seat, resembling a lord ready to feast upon Nick Fury's pride. The beautiful manager, aware of the significance of the reservation, promptly began to promote the restaurant's most prized possession. "Sir, our most expensive red wine hails from Burgundy, France, a 1945 Roman E. Conti, priced at 130,000. It is the last batch produced before the phylloxera epidemic, crafted with a century-old technique, yielding only one bottle from every 3 vines. Good heavens, 130,000 a bottle." Simon, despite his wealth, was utterly astonished. Jessica, too, shared his shock, wondering if they were drinking liquid gold. After a brief moment of contemplation, Simon clapped his hands in delight, declaring, "That's the one." Little did Nick Fury know that Simon would not be deterred by the exorbitant price. Fury's expression darkened, his heart bleeding at the thought of such a lavish expenditure he had never even tasted. But was Simon satisfied with just one bottle? Clearly not. As he promptly ordered 2 additional bottles of the more affordable Louis XIII Armand Martin cognac. At this point, Nick Fury could no longer remain passive. Frustrated, he emerged from the shadows, realizing he could not let this rascal deplete his hard-earned wealth. "Are you here to negotiate or merely to feast?" Fury's exaggerated entrance was meant to conceal his discomfort, as he flashed his trademark grin while extending a hand. "Mr. Simon, you truly are a remarkable individual, even more youthful and accomplished than portrayed in the news. It seems we have a deep connection." Fury, fluent in Mandarin, lavished Simon with compliments, leaving him somewhat taken aback. "Director Fury, your command of the language is indeed impressive. It is truly admirable." Flattery was a common practice in business dealings, and although Simon appreciated a hint of praise, he remained grounded. "Ah, indeed. I share a significant rapport with your country. We might as well consider ourselves compatriots," Fury continued, charmingly weaving a connection. "Director Fury, let us dispense with the pleasantries and address the matters at hand. What business do you wish to discuss?" Simon waved his hand, signaling for directness. He recognized that engaging in mind games with the cunning Fury would lead nowhere, and he had no desire to feign camaraderie. Fury, evidently taken aback by Simon's straightforwardness, found his rhythm disrupted, akin to a seasoned performer facing an unexpected interruption. After a moment of silence, Fury composed himself. "I believe you possess extraordinary abilities. Might you elaborate on them? Surely, this is not a secret." "Of course, but I also have crucial information that I wonder if Director Fury would be interested in." Simon smiled, having seized the initiative in this negotiation, cleverly setting a trap for Fury. With a hint of paranoia, Fury's interest was piqued, as he had a penchant for uncovering secrets. "Speak," he replied, maintaining a composed facade. "Not so fast. We agreed on a transaction. For instance, I possess knowledge about the Illuminati, the secrets of the Kamartaj sorcerers, and the whereabouts of Asgard, among other things." Simon casually tossed these bombs into the conversation, leaving Fury momentarily dazed. The mention of the Illuminati intrigued him, but the references to Asgard and sorcery left him perplexed. In that moment, Fury resembled a curious scholar, eager for knowledge, urgently inquiring, "What do you seek in exchange, and how can I verify the authenticity of your claims? Let us dine first. We can discuss matters over our meal." However, I presume this waiter is one of your trusted associates? Simon shifted the topic, subtly hinting that it was time to dismiss any eavesdroppers. Fury awkwardly nodded, ordering several signature dishes, cautious not to allow Simon to order indiscriminately. As they awaited their meal, the atmosphere grew somewhat muted, but Simon entertained himself by using telekinesis to amuse Jessica. When Fury witnessed Simon effortlessly bending a fork with his mind, his eyelids fluttered in disbelief. Such invisible power could easily be lethal, capable of eliminating a life without a trace. With this realization, Fury's apprehension towards Simon intensified. In addition to flight and immense strength, he now possessed telekinetic abilities. Soon, the dishes began to arrive one after another, with the beautiful manager personally serving the restaurant's signature dishes. Delicacies such as scallops with caviar, tuna and sea urchin tartare, pan-seared Dover sole, wagyu steak, and pasta graced the table. Logically, Shimin Huan, among the two, should have waited for Nick Fury to eat first, given the gravity of the occasion akin to a banquet of fate. However, Shimin Huan indulged wholeheartedly while Nick Fury merely sampled the food, preoccupied with his own melancholic drinking. Naturally, Shimin Huan harbored no fears of poisoning. Who would dare to poison such exquisite dishes? He would ensure Nick Fury's ashes were scattered. After a satisfying meal, the esteemed Shimin Huan swirled a glass of the priceless Romani Conti, savoring a sip. He then relaxed and said, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish to know, but do remember that I expect my due reward in return. Regarding the sorcerers you mentioned, the Kamatage Masters, are they truly a legendary group of magicians? Do magicians genuinely exist?" Nick Fury gazed at Shimin Huan with an expression of grave seriousness. Chapter 23. An Alien Invasion? Are you the future Supreme Sorcerer? Kamatage exists in nature, and ordinary individuals cannot locate its whereabouts. It is often referred to as a place for the destined. Shimin smiled warmly and said, "Rest assured, you will see it in the future. Consider this my free answer to your inquiry. So, you are one of the destined ones. After all, you are aware of their existence and seem to know their location," Nick Fury inquired, clearly probing for more information. Hehe. Whether you are destined or not depends on whether you possess the yuan, be it dollars or Chinese yuan. Shimin mischievously interrupted Fury. The older man's expression darkened. This fellow had been spending money since he entered, as if he had died after falling into a pit of coins in his past life. "Speak, what do you desire?" Nick Fury took a deep breath, his demeanor shifting to a more serious tone. He was indeed intrigued by sorcerers. If he could locate this mysterious group and recruit them or cultivate talent, even the slightest skill would suffice to handle trivial human issues. "Very well. I do not require many conditions. I request to select an item from your S.H.I.E.L.D. Warehouse 084, Shimin replied nonchalantly. Fury was taken aback, rising abruptly, startling everyone. "You? How did you come to know such a confidential code as 084? This is a secret of S.H.I.E.L.D., known only to a select few at the highest levels. Do not concern yourself with how I came to know. The point is, if you can accept this condition, I can immediately reveal to you how to locate these sorcerers and their address." Shimin maintained his calm demeanor. Fury's eyes flickered for quite some time. He realized this was not a decision he could make unilaterally. He excused himself to consult his guide and his superior. Alexander Pierce was equally intrigued upon hearing that Fury had encountered such an opportunity. The lack of high-end combat power within Hydra was a pressing concern. If they could infiltrate the so-called Kamatage and learn some magic, that would be a significant advantage. Pierce's ambitions exceeded Fury's, though he had weaker cards to play. "Fury, if he is not a fraud, you should allow him to select an item." Knowing about 084 indicates he possesses considerable capabilities, Pierce deliberated. Considering that the numerous items in 084 were merely gathering dust, then let us grant him that. Fury nodded in agreement, as his old superior had given his consent. Upon returning to the private room, Nick Fury promptly informed Shimin, "I agree to your conditions." "Wise choice." Shimin grinned, revealing a secret known to all. The location of Kamatage is indeed true. It resides in the Himalayas, near modern-day Tibet. Long ago, it was merely an isolated village. Historical records indicate that around 5000 BC, Agamotto first discovered the existence of magic and established Kamatage to teach other gifted individuals. Over time, Kamatage grew, shifting its primary mission from healing to safeguarding the cosmos. You should also be aware of parallel worlds. Our universe resembles a single animal cell, while the multiverse is composed of such cells. Many dimensions exist alongside us, ruled by malevolent deities seeking to invade us. Kamataj's current mission is to protect our universe from these invaders. Wait, how can you know such absurdities? And why do you mention evil deities? The more I listen, the more perplexed I become, Nick Fury interrupted, feeling as if he were hearing a mythological narrative. I have heard that people from your homeland enjoy spinning fantastical tales. What of it? Why is it absurd to speak of evil deities? Have you not encountered countless extraterrestrials? Is it acceptable for aliens to exist, but not for gods and evil deities? Am I somehow disparaging the divine? Fury stammered, anxious about the implications of his words, fearing a backlash from fervent believers. This is quite the accusation. Damn it. Fury suddenly realized, wait, how do you know I have dealt with extraterrestrials? Only I should know this. Sweat trickled down Fury's brow as he regarded Shimon warily. You must possess telepathy. Oh, for heaven's sake. I detest mutants, especially those like Charles who take pleasure in prying into others' privacy. Fury's panic was palpable. Do not look at me like that. I do not possess telepathy. Shimon cast a sideways glance at the visibly stressed Fury. You say you don't? Then how do you know my thoughts? Fury's mind raced. Feeling exposed. Your eyes betrayed you. Are we not discussing serious matters? The Supreme Sorcerer of Kamar-Taj has foreseen an impending invasion of extraterrestrial civilization in the coming years, marking the most perilous and desperate catastrophe humanity will face. An alien invasion of Earth? Fury scoffed, doubting the veracity of Shimon's claims. The dangers of Earth have already spread across the cosmos. After all, the Kree Empire has already fallen. Do you think this is a movie? What resources could possibly entice aliens to traverse the galaxy to invade us? I have previously inquired with some extraterrestrial acquaintances, and Earth is indeed barren, abjectly impoverished. A war of invasion would hardly be worth their fuel costs, of course. I was merely drawing a comparison. Is that so? Do you believe that the Tesseract, which your S-H-I-E-L-D is studying, is something Earth can adequately guard? Shimon scoffed derisively. Fury shuddered, realizing that there was likely no secret within S-H-I-E-L-D that Shimon was unaware of. His heart sank, and he pondered the implications of Shimon's words. Then, the Supreme Sorcerer you speak of, he must be incredibly powerful, capable of battling malevolent deities. Surely, he would intervene against mere extraterrestrials, correct? Alas, even the strongest powers have their limits. The current Supreme Sorcerer is nearing the end of his strength and may not last until the alien invasion arrives. The future successor, however, is currently enjoying life behind the wheel of a Lamborghini. Shimon sighed dramatically, deliberately omitting the name of the Ancient One, lest she overhear. The Ancient One had perished due to the exorbitant cost of special effects, serving the narrative. If she had not died, how could Thanos have gathered the Infinity Stones? Fury felt a shiver run down his spine. At the end of their strength, Fury realized that according to Shimon, the Supreme Sorcerer would have perished long before the alien invasion, and the successor had yet to reach their full potential. Wait, this fellow is not suggesting that he is the future Supreme Sorcerer himself, is he? Yes, he drives a Lamborghini. Fury mused inwardly, feeling increasingly led by Shimon's words. He cast a suspicious glance at the man. Are you insinuating that you will be the future Supreme Sorcerer? Chapter 24, The Cat Lover's Sacrifice of the Flerken. What makes you think that? Of course, if that's your perception, I won't deny it. I am, indeed, the most naturally gifted future Sorcerer Supreme in the entire cosmos. The individual cast a sidelong glance at Nick Fury before shamelessly boasting. Nick Fury. I have never encountered such an audacious individual. Shimon Huan continued. If you were to relinquish custody of your ginger cat, I would forego selecting treasures from S-H-I-E-L-D. I am, after all, a devoted Ilurophile. Motherf. He is cognizant of it. He is aware of Goose's true nature as a Flerken. Nick Fury was already numb with astonishment. The ginger cat Goose's identity as a Flerken was a secret known only to him on the entire planet, and now there was another. During the initial cosmic conflict, our Sorcerer Supreme was covertly observing everything, including Carol's standoff against the Kree fleet. She was fully informed. Shimon Huan, disregarding Nick Fury's expression, continued to speak. At this juncture, Nick Fury was compelled to believe him. Matters on Earth could perhaps be ascertained through overt and covert investigations, but if he possessed knowledge of events in space, it could only be inferred that what he was saying was veritable. Nick Fury inhaled deeply and inquired, Can you disclose the cosmic force poised to invade Earth? I haven't a clue, Shimon Huan responded candidly. I am merely the future Sorcerer Supreme. Secrets are privy only to the current Sorcerer Supreme. Of course. If we relied solely on the sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, what purpose would you serve? People must depend on themselves. Nick Fury lapsed into silence on the spot. So, all this time, you've merely been posturing in my presence. Let us defer further discussion until a later date. I will dispatch a dedicated agent to liaise with you, and you can rest assured regarding compensation. Hold on, let him be my point of contact. Agreed. Now, may we broach the subject of Asgard? Will they stand idly by while Earth is invaded? I require 10 minutes to pet the cat. A bargain. Ah, Asgard. Embroiled in internecine strife. The patriarch has perished, and siblings are vying for the throne, exhibiting a semblance of fraternal affection. A brother stabs his brother, a brother loves his brother, a deranged sister pulverizes both brothers. And then Asgard is obliterated. Nick Fury's composure shattered. Each one is ostensibly formidable, yet when the critical moment arrives, they are undone. Is it truly necessary to? Nick Fury clutched the legendary pager he perpetually carried in his pocket. En route to pet the cat, Nick Fury grumbled. The more he contemplated it, the more he sensed something amiss. After all the discourse, it was he who was doing all the talking. Either this one was incapacitated, or that one was embroiled in internal conflict. In any case, no one was available to assist at the crucial moment. Motherf. It must be acknowledged that SHIELD's technology is commendable. The flight from New York to Washington was quite swift, requiring but a brief nap. Nick Fury, of course, was to be stationed at headquarters, while other SHIELD executives were dispersed to their respective branch offices. This old fox, Nick Fury, was exceedingly cautious. The adage of fox has many dens was insufficient to describe him. Fortunately, Goose, the ginger cat, was relatively quiescent on Earth, rarely causing trouble. With a heavy heart, Nick Fury merely wished to be rid of this fellow as soon as possible, hoping that petting the cat would not prove fatal. Enter, Nick Fury said, opening the door to the small villa and turning his head. Shimin Huan, standing behind him in a remarkably relaxed posture, gazed at the ginger cat resting contentedly by the window. Seemingly aware of being scrutinized, the Flurkin nonchalantly raised its feline head and glanced at Shimin Huan, betraying no surprise whatsoever. It had not anticipated that conquering humanity would be so facile. It merely had to stand there, and a multitude of serfs would come to ingratiate themselves. Mr. Nick Fury, would you consider relinquishing custody of the ginger cat to me? I would then forego selecting items from your SHIELD. Grant me 5 minutes. I shall confer with it. Shimin Huan chuckled mischievously. This large ginger cat must be utilized to its full potential. To employ it merely as a cat would be a profligate waste. Mr. Shimin, I regret to inform you that, given your awareness of its unique nature, I surmise that it does not belong to me. I can unilaterally accede to your request, but whether you can take it away is contingent upon your own abilities. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's heart was filled with joy, but on the surface, he still appeared to reluctantly consent with feigned difficulty. A deal, Shimin Huan exclaimed, as if fearing that he would renege. A deal, Nick Fury affirmed with considerable composure, disbelieving that this youth could deceive the Flurkin. The two entered the house, Shimin Huan heading directly for the Flurkin, while the latter merely cast a disdainful glance at the individual. Flurkin ginger cat goose. Foolish humans, have you once again been captivated by my feline allure? Bronze elder brother, can you directly subdue this ginger cat? Shimin Huan inwardly beseeched the bronze cauldron. Affirmative. The bronze cauldron replied calmly. That suffices. Shimin Huan, reassured by the affirmative response, felt relieved. Subsequently, he abruptly embraced the ginger cat, which, having grown accustomed to the frenzied cat-petting behavior of some ardent neighborhood fans, offered no resistance. However, the next moment, it sensed something amiss, but as a flash of light appeared, it completely lost consciousness. Shimin Huan, cradling it, swiftly cast it into the bronze cauldron, where the light, surpassing any force in the cosmos, instantly atomized it. Where's Goose? How did it suddenly vanish? Nick Fury blinked, for he had clearly seen Shimin Huan fervently embracing Goose just a moment ago, and then, the next moment, Goose was gone. Say, Director Nick Fury, does your ginger cat possess some sort of spatial ability? How did it suddenly disappear? Shimin Huan immediately turned the tables, casting a displeased gaze at the bewildered Nick Fury. How would I know? I've heard that a Flurkin's stomach can devour any substance. I don't know if it can teleport. Nick Fury scratched his head in confusion, sensing that something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint it. He had witnessed the ginger cat suddenly vanish into thin air with his own eyes. I don't care. I must select an item from your SHIELD. As compensation, Goose must have slipped away on its own. Shimin Huan was now taking advantage of the situation, pressing his advantage and stirring up trouble. Having gained the upper hand at this moment, he would surely cause a ruckus. When did I ever say that? I merely said that you could take Goose away, provided it went with you willingly. The current situation clearly indicates that Goose was unwilling to go with you and chose to abscond. You cannot blame me for that. Nick Fury shrugged, feeling relieved and even somewhat vindicated. I did say that I would confer with it for 5 minutes. You must give me time to negotiate with it. Now that 5 minutes have not elapsed, you deliberately signaled Goose to slip away. Should you not bear responsibility for this loss? I did not. You're lying. I'm not that kind of person. Nick Fury issued a triple denial. Did he not know what he had done? I don't care about your sophistry. I'll just ask you. Have 5 minutes elapsed? No buts. Since 5 minutes have not elapsed, does that not mean that the transaction has been forcibly terminated? Should you not then issue a refund? No buts. Either you summon the ginger cat so that we can continue our conversation for 5 minutes, and if it doesn't work out, I'll be satisfied. Shimin Huan once again waved his hand, interrupting him. Nick Fury, how would I know where Goose has run off to? How can I summon it for you? Well, is there anything wrong with my approach? Who could find fault with it? Where is the magnanimity of the director of SHIELD? Nick Fury was now rendered speechless, primarily because he was not in the right. Fine, let's just pretend that I didn't gain an advantage. Well, let me choose something then, but on the condition that I cannot select the Tesseract. Nick Fury gritted his teeth in agreement, but did not forget to caution him against harboring any thoughts about the Tesseract. Fine, technically. I could select any item from your SHIELD collection, but I possess a grander vision. Given that, let us proceed now. I shall choose something at random. In truth, only the Tesseract among your collection piques my interest. Nick Fury listened to his self-praise with disdain, hoping that he could indeed live up to his own lofty claims. Chapter 25. The Reclamation of Captain America's Shield, Immunity to Mind Control. In super healing, it proved far more credible to believe that the sun might rise from the west than to trust the words of that scoundrel. Nick Fury clenched his teeth in frustration. He had already concealed the valuable items, and there was no opportunity to select the best among them. No one has yet emerged who could pilfer treasures from Nick Fury's pockets. The young man is simply too naive. To Nick Fury's astonishment, Shimin Huan audaciously demanded the iconic shield of Captain America, Steve Rogers, insisting that he would forego further selections. No, the captain's shield sank into the depths with him. Fury flatly denied. Although the object held little practical significance for them, its symbolic value was akin to the radiance of a general's glory, inspiring the hearts of many. Shimin shot him a glance. Director Fury, your expression belies your words. What? You can see my expression? Nick Fury was taken aback. Are you speaking nonsense? Enough. Do not attempt to bargain with the future Supreme Sorcerer. You cannot withstand his wrath. Someone proclaimed, feigning authority. Could we perhaps exchange it for something else? Nick Fury made a desperate plea. Half would suffice. Shimin took a step back. You. Fury was incensed, his face contorting in disbelief. How could you have the audacity to suggest such a thing? Should I tell the fervent admirers of Captain America that their steadfast symbol has been reduced to mere halves? What do you want the captain's shield for? Fury asked, exasperated. I am an ardent fan of Captain Rogers. I would consider myself one of his devoted followers. Naturally. I wish to collect his shield, Shimin replied earnestly. Fury pondered this. Although he was tempted to dismiss the conversation, he recognized the value of Shimin's strength and enigmatic background. As a leader, Fury's concerns extended beyond trivial gains. Military discipline was paramount in large-scale operations. With no other option, Fury gritted his teeth and proceeded to the hidden S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, the classified 084 storage room. There, the vibranium shield hung quietly on the wall, awaiting its master, who likely would never return. Fury had already packed it away to present to someone else. The sole opportunity for extraction was bestowed upon the orange cat. Thus, Shimin had no choice but to temporarily claim the vibranium shield. Watching someone swagger away with a grin, Fury maintained a stoic expression. The road ahead was still long. He noted Hill's transformation. She had evidently dedicated herself to the cause, over a mere piece of vibranium. If Hill could win his heart and conjure some magic for their agents, it would be a tremendous boon. The shield was inconsequential. Nick Fury could fabricate 100 Captain America shields. Who would know which was real and which was counterfeit? Shimin Huan chose not to depart by plane, but rather took a room at an ordinary hotel to extract the devourer beast. Brother Bronze, I am ready, he said, sitting cross-legged in the bathtub, a hint of excitement in his voice. As you wish, came the response, and with that, a flash of light enveloped him, causing Shimin to tremble slightly. This transformation was silent and seamless. As the metamorphosis concluded, a multitude of information flooded into his mind. Dimensional Pocket, a super portable space vast enough to contain the entire universe. Super Healing, you now possess formidable self-repair and regeneration abilities, allowing for rapid recovery even from severe injuries, comparable to Wolverine or Deadpool. Mental Control Immunity, you are immune to abilities of mental control. Energy Projection, you have successfully fused again, allowing you to absorb not only from the arc reactor but any cosmic energy. Incredible! This extraction filled him with exhilaration. While the Dimensional Pocket was of little consequence, the healing abilities and immunity to mind control were of utmost importance. The Marvel Universe was rife with chaotic characters. He had never been particularly interested in comics, apart from brief glimpses through short videos. Better safe than sorry. Should he encounter a telepathic mutant, he would find himself in dire straits. Thus, he had never ventured into the world of mutants to gather their abilities. He promptly reopened the memory chamber to reassess and summarize his capabilities. Creator, Shimin Huan. Age, 24 abilities, super strength, super physique, super stamina, super healing, ant manipulation, telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy beam, mental control immunity, items, vibranium shield life energy, 693. 230. What a relief. Absolute elation. By evening, Shimin once again soared into New York. He had also acquired several large, flavored masks in various colors, pink, purple, black, and so forth. In the vast expanse of New York, it truly felt like a melting pot. Passengers in first class were puzzled. Had airline services really declined this much? Aside from a few average-looking women, the so-called most beautiful flight attendants were nowhere to be found. The following period was rather tranquil. Madeline faced stern criticism from her superiors for her lackluster performance, prompting her boss to take matters into their own hands and seize the so-called meteorite. Ultimately, this merely served to warm Shimin's presence as he effortlessly dismantled their secret branch in New York. You cannot abandon me now. I have betrayed Hydra. And they will not let me go, Madeline implored, her eyes blinking innocently, resembling a beguiling cat seeking sympathy from Shimin. Rest assured, you are but bait. They will not spare a traitor like you, so I will not allow them to kill you easily. If you die, who will I kill? Shimin smirked wickedly. Madeline. Aside from annihilating dozens of Hydra agents, he transformed into a butcher, mercilessly fishing. I have been fishing in America for decades. My heart has grown as cold as my knife. Of course, he was not merely fishing. He typically employed electric fishing methods for efficiency. The slaughterhouse operations were equally ruthless. Even Tony could not comprehend why a respectable mob boss would turn to killing fish, pigs, cows, sheep, and chickens. Was it a twisted satisfaction of appetite that left him unable to kill humans, forcing him to pursue alternative paths? Remarkable. The life energy of fish varied greatly, with types ranging from a few points to hundreds. As for cattle, sheep, and chickens, the energy points could range from a mere 10 to over 100 for larger cows. In mere months, he secured contracts with hundreds of supermarkets and restaurants, monopolizing the supply of various livestock across New York State and neighboring regions. The rewards were substantial. The projection of the bronze ding encompassed all his enterprises. And in just a few months, he amassed over 30 million points of life energy. Certainly, he had incurred losses. The financial crisis had offered him some advantageous opportunities, particularly regarding his fish pond contracts, which had suffered greatly. All in all, he was quite satisfied, with losses merely in the low millions, while the gains were extraordinary. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean, Shimin Huan's figure suddenly appeared, akin to a swiftly moving black dot, his speed astonishingly approaching Mach 10. Through the unwavering gaze of satellites, an overwhelming shock engulfed Tony. Jarvis, mobilize all Stark Industries satellites to closely monitor any spacecraft entering Earth from outer space. Simon solemnly commanded Jarvis. Understood, Mr. Simon, came the prompt response. Simon, why do you care about a mere space exploration vessel that relies solely on gimmicks for attention? Tony shrugged, bewildered. I require an armored suit as well. Do you not think possessing a suit of armor is exceedingly cool? Ordinary clothing simply won't suffice. What if it were to tear during battle? I fear you might feel inadequate, Simon teased, his tone laced with jest. Get lost, Tony retorted, his expression dark as coal. It's merely that I haven't revealed my eccentricities. Otherwise, it would terrify you. Not wishing to engage in further banter, Simon chuckled and patiently awaited the arrival of the symbiotic battle suit, ensuring it would not be overlooked. Chapter 26. Is he a celestial offspring? The symbiote has gone completely mad, Mr. Shimin. The space exploration vessel of the Life Foundation that you urged me to monitor has now entered the atmosphere. Wait, it appears to have malfunctioned, veering off its predetermined course and plummeting rapidly towards the direction of Malai Island. Let us hope it does not crash. Jarvis spoke calmly. As an intelligent program devoid of any emotional fluctuations, while Shimin Huan similarly remained unfazed as he sped towards Malai Island. 1 Mach, 3 Mach, 5 Mach, until it broke through 10 Mach, directly causing the satellite tracking it to explode. Damn, Tony exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that this entity could surpass 10 Mach. Meanwhile, the Life Foundation, which had been engaged in jovial conversation and preparations for celebration, suddenly received an urgent distress signal from the Life 1 spacecraft. Control Center calling Life 1. Please respond. Control Center calling Life 1, please respond. However, after the request for rescue was transmitted, no response was ever received, plunging the entire command center into chaos. Shimin Huan gazed up at the starry sky, witnessing the Life 1, trailing a magnificent tail of flames, plummet like a meteor. Then, with a thunderous crash, it struck the forest floor, erupting into flames that soared skyward, and the vessel skidded across the ground like a stone skipping on water. Shimin Huan could only watch helplessly. He was not a Superman capable of bearing an aircraft. The impact of a rapidly descending spacecraft would possess a force of no less than 800,000 tons. His own meager strength, a few hundred tons at best, could only be likened to an ant attempting to shake a tree. He was certainly no saint. As the sole observer of this calamity, Shimin Huan's mental prowess allowed him to perceive the entire ship's demise in an instant. If such a collision did not result in death, it could only mean that those aboard had undergone some form of mutation. However, he was curious whether these symbiotes had come to Earth voluntarily or under duress. If the Life Foundation could easily persuade symbiotes to come to Earth, then they indeed possess considerable power. Regardless of the Life Foundation's intentions, he felt no concern for Eddie and Venom, who were hardly a threat to him. As his mental faculty swept across the spacecraft, he observed several grotesque liquids writhing within specialized containers. If his deductions were correct, those were the legendary symbiotes. The symbiote planet was truly a wondrous place, and he vowed to capture them all if given the opportunity, for the symbiote army was formidable. With a greedy glint in his eyes, Shimin Huan unleashed a searing ray of energy from his eyes, effortlessly slicing open the damaged door of the spacecraft. The symbiotes, driven mad by their own kind's slaughter, were caught in a vicious cycle. To avoid being devoured, they resorted to consuming their own. His objective was simple: to take away these 4 symbiotes, allowing them to devour one another and grow stronger, ultimately sacrificing the mightiest among them to forge his own exclusive battle suit. As the future superhero destined to walk the line between good and evil, how could he possibly do without a strikingly impressive suit? The moment Shimin Huan stepped into the spacecraft, the symbiotes erupted into a frenzy. Oh, by the god of Null. This being's physique is simply extraordinary. Is he a celestial offspring? Damn, I have merged with Deadpool before, but I have never encountered such a powerful form. I feel as though I have glimpsed the future. This backward solar system has birthed such a powerhouse. Could he be a member of the legendary Asgardian race? Listen up, everyone. You are no match for me. If I merge with him, I shall become the mightiest symbiote. The so-called god of symbiotes, Null, will be beneath me. Get lost. You'd better step aside. The symbiotes were utterly deranged, excited, and restless. Even if Shimin Huan forbade them from consuming one another, they could not help themselves in their desperation to merge with him. But my dear father, we must eliminate anyone who stands in our way. Right, Venom? Where's Venom? Venom was trembling in fear. The shame of being a symbiote made him too afraid to show his face, likely knowing he would be eliminated at the first sign of exposure. These 4 symbiotes were likely named Devourer, Riot, Venom, and Scream, though Shimin Huan was not entirely certain. Regardless of their identities, from this day forth, they would merely be his symbiotic battle suit. The moment Shimin Huan stood there, they violently collided with the specially designed glass container, desperate to escape. They could vividly sense the astonishing vitality emanating from him, as if he were a blazing sun in the night sky. As symbiotes, they possessed an innate understanding of genetics, and at that moment, they perceived Shimin Huan's genes as a lethal poison. What a magnificent genome! It sparkled like the stars in the night sky, a true miracle of creation. Venom was rendered speechless in awe, gazing at Shimin Huan, feeling as though his mind had gone blank. How could one attain such perfection? Although Shimin Huan could not comprehend their language, he clearly observed their utterly frenzied demeanor. Greed. Truly, the insatiable snake that swallows an elephant. Unaware that its demise is imminent while it foolishly seeks to possess my form, Shimin Huan scoffed. You covet my body? You must possess the capability to do so. Grasping the specialized containers holding the symbiotes, Shimin Huan soared into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Soon, the local police and military would arrive, and he had no intention of entangling himself with them. His symbiotic battle suit was far more important. With 4 symbiotes in tow, Shimin Huan raced towards New York at 10 Mach, traversing nearly half the globe in approximately an hour and a half. As for the traces of carnage depicted in the film's final Easter egg, he could not be bothered to investigate, as long as he kept a low profile. He was safe. By the time Shimin Huan returned to Stark Industries headquarters in New York, it was already deep into the night, and Tony was eagerly anticipating his arrival. Rhodey, the Black Pilot, was attempting to chase down Shimin Huan in their prideful war machine. Oh, for heaven's sake, do you realize you are invading American airspace, mutant? However, as he valiantly defended his home, he ought to have checked how his ancestors had arrived here. Of course, he could not even catch a glimpse of Shimin Huan's silhouette. Tony, your armor needs to evolve. I am thoroughly dissatisfied with your lack of progress. As a superhero, you are far too complacent. Upon entering Stark Tower, Shimin Huan observed Tony leisurely savoring a glass of red wine and could not help but tease him, well aware of the reasons behind Tony's laziness. Do not mention my Iron Man suit. I am currently far more intrigued by your battle suit, Tony remarked, gazing at the vibrant and vigorous Shimin Huan, his tone laced with an unspoken sadness. Tony, one cannot achieve greatness in a single breath. There is an old saying in my hometown. The road will reveal itself when the mountain is reached. Let us not dwell on such dreary topics. Wait for me a moment, and I assure you, your jaw will drop when I return. Shimin Huan patted his shoulder with a smile. Then I shall eagerly await your return. Tony's lips curled into a slight smile. His curiosity piqued about the wonders this extraordinary individual would unveil. Chapter 27. Devour each other. Only the strong deserve to be my armor. Shimin Huan gave Tony a reassuring glance before stepping into the meticulously prepared laboratory, a sanctuary of absolute safety. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he wisely chose not to return home, where the presence of numerous women posed the risk of an unexpected symbiote attachment. Bang! Shimin Huan had long been prepared. In an instant, he shattered the special vessel containing 4 symbiotes. At the moment the vessel shattered, the symbiotes descended into a frenzy, charging wildly towards Shimin Huan. Even the weakest of them, Venom, refused to be outdone, racing towards the dazzling sun that was Shimin Huan's radiant genes. Mine. He is mine. Get away. You worthless creatures, he belongs to me. Die, Venom, you dare? I am your progenitor. Begone. I am your father. The symbiotes, unable to endure their insatiable greed, escalated their verbal skirmishes into a brutal melee even before getting close to Shimin Huan. They attempted to possess a host. Yet no living being was available for attachment. Nevertheless, even the most primal form of physical confrontation was dictated by strength. In their liquid state, the symbiotes could extend tendrils or sharp structures to attack one another, or they could simply bite and absorb each other's matter. A mere bite could allow them to absorb their opponent's genetic code to enhance themselves. This was the essence of primal combat at this moment. The symbiotes engaged in a savage struggle, biting and tearing at one another in a frenzy of grotesque violence. Though Venom was labeled the shame of the symbiotes, it had cunningly awaited its opportunity, akin to a hardened tooth. observing that its counterparts were embroiled in a deadly struggle. Venom swiftly made its way towards the spectating Shimin Huan. At that moment, Venom's heart surged with elation. Closer, closer. If I successfully attach myself, the rest are merely insignificant pests to be crushed. Venom's audacity astonished all the symbiotes. They never anticipated that Venom would take such a risk. Die, you shall perish. Venom, I curse you. You wretched creature, you deserve to die. Human, quick hide. Do not let him attach to you. The symbiotes ceased their violent clash, now howling in a frenzy. If rage could incinerate a symbiote, Venom would have been reduced to ashes. They were on the brink of despair, knowing that a moment's delay could seal their fate, let alone several. At that moment, Venom was laughing maniacally within, knowing that the true victor would be the one who could endure until the end. Yet, just as it believed victory was within its grasp, the human it sought to possess raised a hand, unleashing a searing ray that left Venom frozen in terror. The symbiotes feared flames and ultrasonic waves above all. The intense fire could incinerate them in an instant. Silence fell upon the symbiotes, for even though Venom was thwarted, they too found themselves unable to attach to a host. The flames and ultrasonic waves instilled terror, making it clear that the human could not be controlled and did not wish to be. J-A-R-V-I-S. Is the ultrasonic device ready? Mr. Shimin, as per your request, everything is in place. All right, let us present our extraterrestrial guests with a symphonic welcome, shall we? Indeed, Mr. Shimin, I trust our alien friends will thoroughly enjoy our welcoming ceremony. As J-A-R-V-I-S concluded his statement, the symbiotes erupted into agonizing shrieks, their forms writhing grotesquely upon the ground as if possessed by demons. Any ordinary person witnessing such a scene would likely be paralyzed by fear. Shimin Huan could not comprehend their screams, yet he could easily discern their suffering. This was their nemesis. He gazed down at them with cold indifference, stating, I only require the strongest symbiote as my armor, so let the festivities commence. The symbiotes clearly understood his intent. Fear is a biological instinct, and when pushed to the brink, one may forget their fears. In that moment, Shimin Huan offered them a glimmer of hope. They were already consumed by bloodlust, for they were a race that thrived on mutual annihilation. Only by devouring their kin could the symbiotes advance further, a twisted survival strategy. They were utterly deranged, driven not just by the urge to survive, but by the desire to attach themselves to a being with perfect genes that they could not resist. You pitiful creatures. My chaos is the strongest force among you. You should sacrifice yourselves for my ascendance. Only I can restore the glory of our symbiote kind. Why can't you assist me in this? The chaotic roars echoed as the dual influences of death's threat and a radiant future fueled its fervor. Yes, let the slaughter commence. The weak are destined for elimination. I shall select only the strongest as my armor. Remember that. Shimin Huan taunted, asserting that as his armor, it must indeed be the strongest. The notion of attachment was merely a ruse to deceive them. The ultimate victor would only serve as a sacrifice to the bronze cauldron. Chaos, Devour, Venom, and Howling. Were they not all entrenched in the symbiote struggle? Faced with the menacing threat of brutal forces, they grew increasingly bloodthirsty. Why do you not obey? Do you wish to destroy the hope of all symbiotes? Chaos bellowed angrily, its tendrils ensnaring and violently tearing at its fellow symbiotes. It was over. Venom sighed despondently, aware of its status as the disgrace of the symbiote realm, watching as chaos had advanced thus far. Any creature facing the threat of death unleashes a force beyond imagination. Venom transcended its timid nature, casting aside fear and despair, lunging at chaos to bite. Chaos, in its arrogance, never anticipated that its hubris would lead to its own downfall. Devour and Howl realized they had no choice but to unite and eliminate the strongest, Chaos, before dealing with the weakest, Venom. Thus, they engaged in a climactic confrontation. Consequently, Devour and Howl launched a joint attack against Chaos, whose arrogance began to falter amid their furious onslaught. No, this cannot be my fate. I have yet to surpass Nar. I refuse to accept this. Chaos howled in agony and despair, gradually succumbing to the combined might of Devour and Howl, with even Venom joining the fray. Venom understood the imperative to strengthen itself. Only then could it negotiate with Devour and Howl. Perhaps it could sow discord between them, joining forces with one to eliminate the strongest contender, thus securing its own survival. Having existed for countless years, the symbiotes were not to be underestimated. Chaos paid the ultimate price for its arrogance, while Devour, Howl, and Venom emerged enhanced. Devour, you should struggle against Howl, or shall we unite to send it to meet Nar? You know my weaknesses. You wouldn't want to confront the formidable Howl, would you? Venom, the cunning strategist, feigned weakness, seeking a sliver of hope for survival. As expected, Devour was tempted. Faced with Howl and Venom, it understood the prudent choice. Venom, you wretched creature. Howl erupted in fury, hurling insults at Venom. How could a single symbiote sink so low? Yet, this was a trap from which there was no escape. Devour would not squander the opportunity to exploit the weakness of its adversary. It decisively chose to join forces with Venom to eliminate Howl. The pitiful whales, even in its final moments, cursed the ancestral lineage of venomous beings. Its demise was truly a lamentable affair. TSK, TSK, TSK. How intriguing. Shimin Huan observed with keen clarity, as if witnessing a masterclass in the art of deception. A testament to the cunning that comes with longevity. Chapter 28. The Sacrifice. The armor is complete. Refining Captain America's shield. The battle had escalated to a critical juncture where victory and life hung in the balance. The symbiotes, Devourer and Venom, had derived significant advantages from the chaos and screams. Yet, the weakness of Venom was notorious across the symbiote planet. Even if it gained some benefits, the inept Venom could not turn the tide without the equally incompetent Eddie. Initially, the fight was evenly matched, but as time progressed, the tide shifted overwhelmingly in favor of Devourer. Ultimately, Venom proved too feeble. This was not its dedicated film, and it was no longer the protagonist. Weakness begets weakness. The anticipated tale of the underdog prevailing did not unfold. Venom was mercilessly consumed and met its demise amidst the mire. In the end, Venom perished at the hands of the traitor, with only Devourer, the symbiote, emerging victorious. At this moment, Devourer dared not act rashly. It awaited the command of its master, who could effortlessly extinguish its existence. Then, Shimin Huan spoke. Only by consuming fellow symbiotes can you earn the right to become my armor. Very well, I am thoroughly satisfied. Upon hearing this, Devourer trembled, realizing that only such a divine youngling could afford to be so arrogant. According to the film's explanation, once a symbiote bonds with a host, it swiftly analyzes the host's genes and even consciousness. The host becomes a mere puppet, with the symbiote assuming complete control, enhancing the host's genetic makeup while dominating it. However, under Shimin Huan's command, the situation was reversed. The symbiote was compelled to obey orders, reduced to a subordinate entity. Devourer now behaved obediently, like a docile pet. Yet as an evil symbiote, it could hardly remain compliant. It merely awaited the opportune moment, for once it bonded. It could immediately decode the host's genetic chain and thoughts to achieve control. Yet, it remained oblivious to the extraordinary entity it was about to confront. Under Shimin Huan's directive, it once again entered a peculiar vessel, awaiting its bonding. Brother Bronze, I leave it to you, Shimin Huan remarked, gazing at the writhing symbiote. As you wish, the bronze cauldron replied, maintaining its customary indifference as it began the refining process. Devourer was lost in dreams of a glorious future when suddenly, a flash of white light plunged it into an eternal slumber. In the blink of an eye, a brand new swastika tattoo materialized, erasing the symbiote's consciousness. With a mere thought, Shimin Huan gently tapped the tattoo forming on his hand, and the suit, reminiscent of nanotechnology, gradually enveloped him perfectly. Venom's Spider-Man suit is cool, but my symbiote armor surpasses it in every way. It is simply exquisite, Shimin Huan mused contentedly. Under the pure white light, the armor, born from the symbiote, exuded a mysterious and perilous aura. It resembled flowing darkness, its surface smooth as a mirror. Yet it hinted at an eerie glow, as if harboring boundless dark power. Its deep, rich hue was pure jet black, but from certain angles, it refracted an unusual purple radiance, akin to a sinister gaze peering from the abyss. The edges of the cape displayed irregular tassels, resembling black flames dancing in the wind, radiating dynamism and strength. The legs were adorned with intricate web patterns, enhancing protection while granting agility to the wearer. Overall, the armor conformed flawlessly to Shimin Huan's perfect physique, with the crotch area designed for comfort. Every aspect was imbued with an uncanny beauty and an air of inscrutable illusion, emanating a chilling aura of intimidation. An impeccable suit, Tony exclaimed as he entered. Although a genius in mechanics, he was relatively weak in biology, yet he was not entirely ignorant. Faced with such an enigmatic cosmic entity, he questioned his ability to comprehend it. The suit's ability to alter its form based on the host's intentions, enhance genetic attributes, and even replicate the host's thoughts was terrifyingly formidable. The vast universe indeed holds endless wonders. This bizarre life form is simply perfectly terrifying, and it captivates me, he lamented, diverting Shimin Huan's attention as he mischievously reached for the tassels of the cape, hoping to tear a piece off for examination. Snap! The tassel seemed to possess a will of its own, swiftly interrupting Tony's sneaky attempt. Come on, that's stingy. Tony awkwardly rubbed his hand, muttering. But isn't that symbol on your chest a bit concerning? He inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. The swastika was not a symbol of good connotation, particularly in light of the current Jewish conglomerates wielding considerable influence. No, you misunderstand. It is not the malevolent symbol you presume. In Buddhism, the swastika is one of the 32 marks of the Buddha, known as the auspicious sea cloud or auspicious joyful swirl. It symbolizes the auspicious signs of the Buddha, representing good fortune, brightness, holiness, and beauty, often adorned in Buddhist texts and statues, signifying the Buddha's light illuminating all and the completeness of virtues. You, Tony, understand nothing. Don't tarnish the compassion of my Buddha with your narrow-minded thinking. Infinite heavenly sovereign. Tony, I can't believe you. You're talking nonsense with a straight face. If someone else claims to believe in Buddhism, I might buy it. But you, a mob boss, are in no position to lecture me on the compassion of my Buddha. How can a person be so shameless? You may not understand that while my Buddha embodies compassion, there exists also the wrathful Vajra. You don't comprehend. You don't comprehend. Get lost. Tony retorted, irritated. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Employing the tactics of a demon while feigning a bodhisattva's heart. This swastika can represent the benevolent Buddha or the furious Vajra, and it does not shy away from becoming the executioner to purify the world's filth. It can shine brilliantly to save the world, yet it can equally flip to reveal its brutal side to the entire globe. Tony harbored an immense desire for the symbiote armor, yet Shi Min Huan would never jeopardize him, diverting him from his true purpose. The Life Foundation was infuriated. Investigations into the incident revealed that all video records had been erased, and the entire control hub of the spaceship had been melted clean by intense heat. Time flowed swiftly, and joyous moments are fleeting. Before long, it was the Spring Festival of 2010. Christmas is a Western holiday, but for Shi Min Huan, the Spring Festival felt exceptionally lonely, a sentiment that Jessica and the others could not fathom. During this period, Shi Min Huan transformed all his life energy into power, consuming the Iron Beetle, the Lighthouse Jellyfish, and Captain America's Vibranium Shield. Creator, Shi Min Huan. Age, 24. Abilities, Super Strength, Super Physique, Super Stamina, Super Regeneration, Vibranium Body, Energy Absorption, Eternal Life, Super Defense, and Control, Telekinesis, Dimensional Pocket. Energy Ray, Mental Control Immunity, Items, Non-Life Energy, 6. 364, 023. On New Year's Eve, Shi Min Huan walked alone through the streets of New York, unknowingly wandering into Chinatown. Gazing at the festively adorned streets, the wayward child yearned for home. Alone in a foreign land, I feel the pangs of longing during festive times. Yet, I have no home anymore. Can I ever save my parents back? Why force it? Perhaps they have already reincarnated and are living as humans. Why burden yourself? I only seek the method. To achieve omniscience in the Marvel Universe is the only way to forcibly breach the cosmic barriers and escape the underworld unscathed. Understood. Shi Min smiled brightly. And was that not sufficient? Is not the essence of life merely to harbor a few cherished thoughts? Alas, let it be, let it be. Strolling through the streets of Chinatown, he marveled at the myriad of trinkets, each adorned with characters from Sha County, Xi'an, and various banks, leading him to believe he had returned to his homeland. The ambience of his hometown enveloped him, and as he wandered leisurely along the thoroughfare, he was suddenly called over by a middle-aged couple. Xiao Huan, come. I was just contemplating whether to invite you over for a hot pot dinner. And here you are? Chapter 29. The wandering mutant child. Shi Min Huan turned to look back. This middle-aged couple had been acquaintances of his for some time. They had resided in New York for many years. They had a daughter named Chu Li, who attended a nearby high school and excelled academically. She was also a passionate lover of classical dance. Like a startled swan, she moved gracefully, her shoulders delicate and her waist slender, with an elegant neck and fair complexion. Shi Min Huan enjoyed wandering through Chinatown. Even though their gang had long since vacated the area, the familiarity of the place reminded him of his hometown. After several visits to their hot pot restaurant, he became gradually acquainted with them, pondering whether he might feel lonely celebrating the new year alone in New York. He shook his head in refusal, deciding not to intrude on their family reunion. Come to our restaurant for hot pot. A haughty girl emerged from the establishment, her words betraying her demeanor. Happy New Year, Sister Chu Li. Shi Min Huan greeted her with a smile. Happy New Year to you too, Chu Li replied, her eyes glimmering with joy, though her exterior remained calm. Despite Shi Min Huan's excellence, she loathed his decadent lifestyle. Well then, I'll just eat hot pot at the restaurant, Shi Min Huan said, nodding with a smile, unable to reject the invitation from a beauty. A table by the window was specially arranged for him. The steaming hot pot temporarily alleviated his homesickness, and amidst the cacophony of voices, he recognized that they were all compatriots from various corners of the world. Here's a portion of shrimp paste for my mom, Chu Li declared with a proud tilt of her head. It seemed she bore him no ill will. Yet her attitude could be more amiable. Shall we share? Shi Min Huan suggested with a smile. Forget it. I need to be busy. You can see how many people are here for hot pot on New Year's Eve, Chu Li replied with a shrug, her tone filled with resignation. All right then, you carry on. In a few days, I'll treat you to a grand meal. You can choose the place, Shi Min Huan proclaimed, exuding an air of confidence, almost as if he were flaunting wealth. Cut it out. You can't bribe me with money. The girl huffed defiantly before turning away. Shi Min Huan shook his head, pondering the complexities of a young girl's heart. Retracting his gaze from her graceful silhouette, he inadvertently glanced outside, and in that moment, it felt as if time had paused. In the biting cold wind, a crowd surged, and he spotted a peculiar child. She wore tattered clothing, her hair disheveled, and her eyes reflected a hint of fear and unease, starkly contrasting with the surrounding merriment, making her feel utterly out of place. Her ears appeared slightly pointed, concealed beneath the oversized, tattered garment, revealing no other distinguishing features. Just a glance through the glass, and his heart was painfully tugged before encountering her parents. Had she not been the lonely version of himself? The girl lowered her head in self-deprecation, feeling embarrassed in front of the well-dressed young man. Damn the ideals of freedom and brotherhood in America. Even in New York, there were homeless individuals and destitute children everywhere. Shi Minhuan cursed inwardly, his heart swelling with compassion. As he approached, he realized she was indeed a mutant child, possessing some extraordinary traits. The girl trembled slightly at his proximity, seemingly afraid she would harm him. Shi Minhuan endeavored to soften his expression and gently asked, "Little one, where are your family?" He was fully aware of the answer but sought to initiate conversation. Family? The moment the girl heard this, tears brimmed in her eyes. She once had a loving family. But since that fateful day when her parents were brutally killed by evildoers while trying to protect her, she had awakened to nothing but a scene of horror. Overwhelmed with despair, the girl lowered her head, softly murmuring, I have no home." Shi Minhuan's heart ached intensely, piecing together the tragic events that had led to her current plight. It was evident her identity as a mutant had been exposed, and a certain organization had captured her parents during their valiant resistance. They were merely ordinary people, and against those ruthless killers, they had met with a tragic end. Overwhelmed by sorrow and despair, the girl had unleashed an unprecedented power, annihilating her enemies. The depths of her grief had led her mind to shield her from that harrowing memory. "Come on, it's too cold outside. If you trust me, let us go inside and have some hot pot," Shi Minhuan said gently. The girl was aware of her unique abilities. She could sense the intentions of others and had managed to evade numerous pursuers by hiding in Chinatown thanks to her talent. She sensed the kindness emanating from the man before her, yet she felt an increasing sense of inferiority as she glanced at her tattered, filthy clothing. I still want to go in. My clothes are too dirty, and I would only be a nuisance. I'm sorry, could you buy me a hamburger?" She spoke softly. Her humble words tugged at Shi Minhuan's heartstrings even more. "You're mistaken. Your pure and clean heart will make those filthy individuals feel inferior. If anyone dares to mock you, I'll ensure they never speak again." He gently patted her shoulder, offering unwavering encouragement with a tone of authority. Encouraged, the girl nodded and timidly followed him inside, feeling self-conscious under the gaze of others. Fortunately, the patrons seemed oblivious to her presence, engrossed in their meals. Chuli was taken aback when she saw Shi Minhuan return with a dirty, timid girl. She hadn't expected him to be somewhat of a heartthrob despite his flirtatious nature. "He is not completely hopeless," she muttered. Her heart filled with sympathy as she observed the girl. The winter in New York was quite chilly, and the girl wore nothing but a thin, ragged garment, her worn shoes exposing her toes. After being scrutinized, the girl instinctively shrank behind Shi Minhuan, feeling utterly out of place. "Hey, where did that filthy beggar come from? Disgusting. How do you conduct business here? Is this a haven for beggars? Get her out of here, or we'll leave." A group of patrons, clad in a mix of black, white, and yellow, began to make a scene, with one particularly obnoxious individual voicing his disdain loudly, drawing the attention of others. The girl felt her heart race, wanting to flee, but Shi Minhuan's grip on her hand tightened. "Leave this to me." He approached the group, and upon seeing the tall, imposing figure of Shi Minhuan clad in luxury, they faltered. "Kneel. Apologize," Shi Minhuan commanded coldly. The pressure they felt was palpable, and the aura of menace around him was unmistakable. Terrified, the individuals knelt and apologized, hastily retreating, their humiliation palpable as they sought to disappear. "I'm sorry, we were wrong." "How embarrassing." Chu Li stepped forward, taking the girl's small hand. "Let us go get you a hot bath and some fresh clothes." The girl remained silent, timidly looking up at her. "Go with your sister," Shi Minhuan said gently, nodding. The girl finally felt reassured. She was merely 12 or 13 years old. Yet due to her background, she could wear Chu Li's clothes with some adjustments. Through their conversation, they learned the girl's name was Casey, and she lived in a predominantly white community in Manhattan. She couldn't handle spicy food, and Shi Minhuan had initially ordered a dual-flavor hot pot. Observing the girl devouring her meal with fervor, Shi Minhuan sighed, clearly aware that she had not enjoyed a satisfying meal in quite some time. Due to her identity as a mutant, she had been wandering the streets, enduring the scorn and bullying of many, leading a life fraught with hardship. "What do you intend to do? Adopt her?" Chu Li quietly inquired. "Since fate has brought us together, I shall embrace this connection. I see reflections of my former self in her." Shi Minhuan replied with a gentle laugh, his gaze filled with nostalgia as he watched the ravenous Casey. "Well, you have certainly surprised me. But since you're wealthy, consider it a form of atonement," Chu Li teased with a playful grin. "Oh, go to the devil." Shi Minhuan shot her an exasperated glance. After a while, Casey finally finished her meal and, upon realizing her hearty appetite, shyly stuck out her tongue. "Casey, there's no need to feel embarrassed. Most mutants have substantial appetites. After all, they require more energy," Shi Minhuan reassured her as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Brother, if only everyone were as accepting of mutants as you are, but most people harbor prejudice against us." Casey's voice carried a tinge of sorrow. Her time spent in hiding had exposed her to the world's disdain and heartache. "In a strict sense, we are kindred spirits. Come, let us be on our way." Shimin Huan said with a smile as he stood up to leave. Casey paused for a moment, her large eyes narrowing into crescent shapes before she hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 30. This world should not be like this. Shimin Huan had long perceived the peculiarities of this world. Although the timeline of the Avengers had not been significantly altered, the sacred timeline remained untouched, while Apocalypse still lurked beneath the surface as his mummy self. The weaker mutants had already been forsaken by humanity and the more powerful mutants, forming a new small race to huddle together for warmth. Casey joyfully bounced around, her eyes filled with happiness, her small hands tightly clasping a larger hand, as if she held the entire world within her grasp. Shimin Huan took her on a stroll down Fifth Avenue, purchasing suitable clothing, shoes, and undergarments for her. Despite Casey's repeated refusals of designer brands, she could not resist Shimin Huan's wealth and domineering nature. After all, these items were not worth much in the grand scheme of things. As they departed Fifth Avenue, the numerous bags Shimin Huan carried suddenly vanished, causing Casey's eyes to widen in surprise. Cool. Is this your mutant ability? She exclaimed. Well, it's one of them, Shimin Huan confirmed with a nod. This ability was indeed convenient, making it the coolest companion for both home and travel. Casey expressed her admiration. You're not too shabby yourself. Shimin Huan replied with a smile as he opened the car door, preparing to take her home, momentarily forgetting to hang up the couplets at his residence. Are we heading home? Could you take me to our base first to see my friends? Casey suddenly asked, her tone tinged with melancholy. She was kind-hearted and did not want to leave her friends without a word. Parting in youth often made future reunions difficult, and she did not wish for them to worry about her safety. Shimin Huan nodded, smiling, no problem. However, according to our Eastern tradition, today is New Year's Eve, a time to give children red envelopes filled with money to ward off evil spirits and ensure a safe year ahead. I will prepare some red envelopes for the children. Upon hearing this, Casey was moved to tears, fully understanding that her older brother was offering assistance to her friends out of consideration for her. Shimin Gij, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude, Casey stammered, feeling somewhat at a loss. No, you need not say anything. Only those who have endured the rain understand the importance of holding an umbrella for others. Shimin Huan gently shook his head. Aware of the hardships faced by the small mutant children, he understood that mutants represented the evolutionary future of humanity. Not all mutants were malevolent, twisted individuals. The few who were could simply be dealt with. The vast majority of mutants were incredibly vulnerable, often indistinguishable from ordinary humans, and sometimes even afflicted by various deformities. What sins had these unfortunate mutant children committed? Perhaps their uniqueness made them seem guilty, or maybe their very existence clashed with societal norms. Shimin Huan returned to a Chinese supermarket in Chinatown and purchased over 100 red envelopes, instructing Casey to place $1,000 in each. He then impulsively pulled over to a food truck to grab hamburgers, hot dogs, and sandwiches. Once everything was prepared, they set off to locate the secret survival base of their small group of mutant children, hidden beneath an abandoned building. Sighing deeply, Shimin Huan reflected on Casey's accounts of their struggles. Most of the children in her group, like her, bore some deformities due to their mutations. Some children had hands that resembled duck webs, others had faces distorted like monsters, and some had misshapen feet. In essence, they could only survive in the dark underground, never seeing the light of day. Children like Casey, who were slightly older and could conceal their mutations, often wandered the streets, begging so as not to burden the adult mutants. The adult mutants, if able to hide their appearances, toiled in menial jobs, struggling to support the physically deformed mutant children. No one else could help them. Only the lower-tier mutants could support one another, while the powerful mutants had forgotten their kin and thrived independently. Was it only the people who could help one another? Long live the people. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy as Casey recounted their plight. Cowardly Charles. Inept Charles. The compromising Charles is unworthy to lead the mutants. Shimin Huan silently scorned his actions, believing in the wisdom of the saying, a single punch can prevent 100. Wait. I sense malevolence ahead. We must turn back. Casey suddenly exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety. No need to worry. It's just some trash, Shimin Huan replied calmly, maintaining speed, dismissing the threats as mere trifles. To him, whatever fiends lay ahead were inconsequential. On this frigid day, even their attempts to bring warmth to themselves were admirable. In an instant, Casey's sense of crisis vanished at Shimin Huan's words, her eyes widening in astonishment. Shortly thereafter, they encountered 5 or 6 modified pickup trucks obstructing a secluded road, and Shimin Huan's gaze swept over the faces of the occupants, noting their distinct colors. Military? With a screech, Shimin Huan slammed on the brakes and turned to Casey. Wait here. I will handle this. As he opened the car door, a symbiotic battle suit rapidly enveloped his body, leaving onlookers stunned by the mysterious and dazzling transformation. Damn. The man beside this little mutant was thought to be an ordinary person. How does he feel so powerful? The burly leader gasped in shock. Yet his military training prompted him to act decisively. Fire. He commanded, and in an instant, all soldiers pulled their triggers, seemingly unleashing their fear through gunfire, seeking solace in bullets. However, Their sinister smiles quickly froze as the barrage of bullets collided with an invisible wall. What the hell is this monster? The intelligence report stated that this mutant was weak. Damn the intelligence department. They'll pay for this. Return? Is there even a way back? Panic erupted among them, with some forgetting to pull their triggers and others closing their eyes in despair. Naturally, their fear would soon dissipate with a mere wave of Shimin Huan's hand. All the bullets returned to them. With the sounds of bullets piercing flesh, blossoms of blood erupted in the moonlit night, accompanied by screams of agony. In the blink of an eye, the lowly henchmen were dispatched, leaving Casey utterly stunned. Was he a god? After neutralizing the military's secret organization, Shimin Huan's expression darkened. Not out of fear of retaliation, but rather at the realization that even the military was complicit in the exploitation. In this moment, on a winter's night in New York, the biting cold wind sliced at the faces of the people. Inside an abandoned factory, a 10-year-old mutant named Eli huddled nervously in a corner, his translucent wings trembling with fear, emitting a faint glow. Eli, don't be afraid. I'm here. The 16-year-old Riley gently patted Eli's shoulder, attempting to comfort him. With silvery hair and eyes that glowed a ghostly blue in the dark, Riley remained vigilant, watching the factory entrance. Riley, will those bad people come back for us? Eli's voice quivered, his eyes filled with dread. Riley clenched his teeth. No, they won't. We've hidden ourselves so well, they won't find us. Yet, deep down, he felt uncertain. Ever since his parents were captured by a mysterious organization due to their mutant identities, he had been on the run with Eli, ultimately leading them to this mutant base. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed through the building, startling Eli into nearly crying out. Riley quickly covered his mouth. Chapter 31. The desperate charge of the mutant children. Having traced numerous mutant children hiding in the vicinity, General William Stryker proclaimed a bounty for their capture, alive if possible. A leading figure murmured quietly. Through the capture of mutants, Stryker, a twisted individual, sought to study their abilities, and his son was a casualty of this grim endeavor. Riley's heart raced as he tightly gripped Eli's hand, signaling him to remain silent while they anxiously observed the searchers combing the building. There's nothing here. Let us search elsewhere. The leader frowned and shouted, waving his hand dismissively. Riley and Eli exhaled a sigh of relief, but before they could fully recover, the footsteps grew increasingly dense. We've caught one. A sudden exclamation from afar startled the two boys, who had nearly decided to flee. A mutant child, unable to contain his impatience, had revealed himself too soon and was swiftly captured. In that moment, the sight of the terrified child struggling helplessly, despite his frailness, was heart-wrenching. Ha ha, little ones. I know you're hiding right here, aren't you? If you don't want your friend to be taken away, I offer you a chance. Fight like men. The middle-aged leader laughed maniacally, taunting the concealed mutant children, his piercing gaze sweeping the area in search of more. His despicable methods proved effective. Those hidden in the sewers could hear him clearly. At that moment, the young mutants in hiding trembled with fear. An older boy, provoked, prepared to confront the enemy, but another quickly restrained him, pleading desperately, Hans, calm down. We can't defeat them. Think of the other's safety. Look into their eyes before you decide. Hans felt as if struck by lightning. The sight of those sorrowful, helpless eyes made his clenched fists fall weakly to his side. In this malevolent world towards mutants, they had nowhere to escape, utterly alone, struggling to survive in such a harsh environment. Uncertain of the trials that awaited them the next day. Suddenly, a faint voice broke the silence. A boy of about 10 said, If one day I am captured by the bad guys, I too fear dissection. I hope someone will save me. His words rendered the entire sewer silent. Indeed, who does not desire to live? Yet we ponder what heinous acts we have committed. Fate clings to us relentlessly. Hans screamed in anguish, his nails digging deep into his palm, blood seeping out without his awareness. Today they take me. Tomorrow it will be another, and the day after that, yet another. We retreat and endure again and again. We cannot bear it any longer. But when the time comes to resist, they find themselves utterly alone. Rather than this, they might as well fight back. Hans's words ignited the suppressed fury of the mutant children, a scene they found eerily familiar. Let us fight them. A single spark can set the prairie ablaze. In an instant, dozens of mutant children surged from the sewer. They might be weak, aware they were walking into a trap, but they refused to watch their companions fall. The black-clad figures waiting below, witnessing the mutant detection device developed by Bolivar flashing wildly, wore expressions of mocking malice. They believed they had triumphed, yet they were destined to pay a bloody price. When quantitative change leads to qualitative change, they would encounter the seemingly feeble, yet bizarre mutant powers that would send them to meet their demise. The power unleashed by these mutant children, born from fear and desperation, would undoubtedly astound. The black-clad organization burst in, the shouts and cries of battle reverberating in the confined space, weaving a tragic song of despair. A petite girl, her ability merely to lower the surrounding air temperature, crouched behind cover, biting her pale lips, sweat beading on her forehead, her eyes bloodshot from fear and tension. She desperately condensed the air into ice, attempting to impede the advancing foes. Yet, The fragile layer of ice shattered under the onslaught of enemy fire, like brittle glass. Despite her body trembling from cold and fear, she persisted, forming ice again and again, even as her fingers lost sensation. The icy ground effectively hindered the black-clad foes from advancing swiftly, buying time for her comrades, but eventually, she collapsed from exhaustion. Nearby, a young boy possessed the ability to secrete a highly corrosive liquid. With determination etched on his face, he dashed toward the enemy. Heedless of the bullets raining down upon him. Bang! A bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a deep wound, blood streaming down. Another child could turn invisible for brief moments, weaving through the enemy ranks, his body trembling from anxiety. Even if his invisibility lasted only 5 seconds, every second brought hope. He silently thought, seizing the moment to strike unexpectedly at the enemy, undeterred by the risk of being shot upon reappearance. He had just slain an enemy when his invisibility expired, and a bullet struck him without mercy. No, Carl. Hans watched in horror as the little boy who had followed him innocently met his end. In that instant, a surge of rage shattered the chains of his genetics, igniting his bloodthirsty mutant abilities. A roar echoed through the abandoned building, stunning the entire black-clad organization. The boy, once merely taller than others, transformed into a monstrous figure with the head of a tiger. In the next moment, this creature charged fearlessly into the bullets, confronting the black-clad man who had slain his little brother, smashing the man's skull as one would crush a watermelon. Having avenged his brother's death, Hans did not hesitate, moving straight toward the nearest enemy. The children, mere teenagers, pressed forward, exhausting their meager powers, fighting fiercely against their foes. Some fell to the ground, blood pouring from their wounds, staining the earth a shocking red. They were so small yet so brave. Fear was a biological instinct, but courage was the finest anthem. Each attack, each act of defiance, sparkled like a flickering light in the darkness. Though faint, it shone brilliantly, stirring the hearts of those who witnessed it, bringing tears to their eyes. The wild wind seemed to howl in fury for these brave children, lamenting their tragic struggle. Casey felt as if she could see the terrified faces of her friends, pallid and drenched in cold sweat. Brother Shimon, I think I can hear their desperate cries. Chapter 32. You are as ridiculous as your shelter. This New Year's Eve was destined to be drenched in blood and violence, perhaps foreshadowing a year of ceaseless slaughter. Shimon Huan nodded, his countenance darkening as he abandoned the car and opted for a swifter flight with Casey. The combat within the dilapidated building grew increasingly cautious, as several mutant children had already perished, with even more injured. Nevertheless, the relentless emergence of mutant abilities inflicted considerable suffering on the black-clad organization, consistently disrupting their operations. The mutant children, leveraging their positional advantage and diverse powers, rendered the black-clad figures hesitant to act recklessly. Shimon Huan's sudden arrival shattered the grim atmosphere. He charged into the battlefield like a ferocious tiger among sheep. The black-clad organization, taken aback by his abrupt appearance, instinctively raised their weapons for a stealthy shot. Who was this audacious individual? Just as a bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of one man's lips, he trembled in shock, realizing that Shimon Huan was entirely unscathed. Fool! Shimon Huan scoffed, raising a finger as a violent energy ray instantaneously obliterated the wall. You are as absurd as your shelter. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed, inadvertently entombing the man within and sparing him the expense of a burial plot. Nearby, the black-clad figures, hiding and awaiting reinforcements, were rendered speechless, a cold dread creeping from their feet to their hearts. With his mental prowess, Shimon Huan swiftly locked onto those hiding behind cover. Die, accompanied by a chilling snort. An invisible force shattered their hearts in an instant. In the final moment of his life, the leader, a middle-aged man, desperately attempted to contact reinforcements. No, don't come. It's dangerous. Yet, before he could finish, silence enveloped him. Confused, the reinforcements sought guidance from their commander, Colonel Strick, on whether to proceed. Immediate support. Strick commanded decisively from a secret military base, reveling in the thrill of facing formidable adversaries. To him, the stronger the enemy, the greater his excitement. He needed potent genes to mass-produce super soldiers to eradicate all mutants. The battle concluded with startling rapidity, leaving the children bewildered at Shimon Huan's call. Children, come out. The enemy has been vanquished. Who are you? Are the foes truly dead? Why have you chosen to aid us? Hans inquired breathlessly, his vigilance unwavering, having witnessed too much of human cruelty driven by self-interest. I suppose I am a mutant as well, Shimon Huan replied, calling to Casey outside to reassure everyone of their safety. Hans, it's me. All is well, come out. Upon hearing Casey's voice, they cautiously emerged from their hiding places, relief washing over them as they confirmed her presence. You are still too young, lacking worldly experience, Shimon Huan remarked. Observing their timid demeanor, had Casey been coerced or threatened into betrayal, they would have likely faced an onslaught of tranquilizer darts. At that moment, Casey was in tears, mourning her fallen companions who lay in pools of blood. How could those who had shared dreams of a better life just hours before be lost to the void? Thank you, sir, Hans, stepping forward as the leader, bowed deeply in gratitude, acknowledging that without Shimin Huan's intervention, they might all have been captured. Just a small effort on my part. Shimin Huan waved dismissively, inquiring about their plans. This place has become a den of iniquity. Hans' gaze dimmed. We do not know. We mutants are despised wherever we go, regarded as monsters. Shimin Huan surveyed the scene. Nearly all the mutant children were emaciated, their bodies disfigured due to various afflictions, living in perpetual fear. They not only had to evade the scornful gazes of ordinary people, but also remained ever vigilant against the pursuit of various clandestine organizations, who viewed them as prime subjects for genetic experimentation. In the dim light, he beheld a group of frail children, some with multiple arms, others with tails, and some with hands resembling webbed feet. They huddled together, their eyes filled with dread and apprehension from the recent crisis. Alas, these unfortunate children have not had a proper meal in ages, Hans murmured. Moreover, those sinister organizations frequently scour the area, capturing many children who venture out to beg, never to return. Shimin Huan placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders. I bring provisions. Let us ensure you are well fed first. He added, by the way, today marks our New Year's Eve. Casey, distribute the red envelopes to alleviate their fears. Afterward, I shall escort you to a safer haven for mutants. Wiping her tears, Casey retrieved stacks of red envelopes from her bag and began distributing them among her friends. Meanwhile, Shimin Huan waved his hand, conjuring an abundance of hamburgers, hot dogs, and sandwiches that left the children gaping in astonishment at his seemingly magical prowess. Sir, you are a high-level mutant. No wonder you slaughter those maniacs as easily as one would kill a chicken, Hans said, his voice filled with excitement and reverence. The children, oblivious to the complexities of their situation, had not savored a proper meal in far too long. They cheered and eagerly devoured the food without hesitation. Charles, is this the effort you speak of to protect all mutants? Shimin Huan mused disdainfully, finding him far less substantial than Magneto. The notion of free will felt utterly ludicrous, allowing deranged butchers to massacre their own kind. The children, indulging in their food and engaging in lively conversation, momentarily forgot their suffering, especially with the $1,000 red envelopes lifting their spirits. Adult mutants, however, were less innocent, preoccupied with safeguarding the children and nurturing them to maturity. Rest assured, Professor Charles will not abandon you, Shimin Huan reassured Hans with a pat on the shoulder. One can only hope, Hans replied, reluctant to seek refuge with Charles, feeling that they, as lesser mutants, were only worthy of gazing up at their more powerful counterparts. He feared for the children's well-being against the discrimination, abuse, and bullying they might face from their peers, but surely that was preferable to losing their lives. Strix's reinforcements arrived with remarkable speed, the sound of whirling rotors startling the jubilant mutant children. Annoying flies. Shimin Huan's expression soured as he scoffed. The children eagerly shared their abilities, for this place was a veritable paradise for aberrant beings. In truth, he only required a sample of their blood to extract special powers. The uninvited guest's arrival rendered the children speechless, fear washing over them once more. Do not worry. I am here. Shimin Huan comforted the children before stepping outside. The military's special biological weaponry was no match for him at this moment. As powerful searchlights attempted to intimidate him, he retaliated with an energy ray, obliterating the apparatus. Damn it. A large figure within the helicopter bellowed before jumping down with a thud. A tank-like mutant? Suddenly, a flash of bloodlust glinted in the air as a dagger sliced through the space towards Shimin Huan's neck. A mutant with teleportation abilities. Chapter 33, Carnage. Teleportation Fusion. Ancient One. The keen, secondary adamantium dagger seemed to lose its lethality instantly, the assassin's vicious grin frozen in place. Bang. Shimin Huan seized his neck in a swift countermove, hoisting him from the ground and slamming him down. The building's concrete floor was unyielding, and the assassin's fragile legs shattered instantly, blood splattering everywhere. Aya! A harrowing scream echoed through the deserted building, making one's teeth ache and heart tremble. As a stealthy assassin, his physical strength was merely that of an ordinary person, perhaps slightly enhanced. Why are you so strong? Who exactly are you? The wraith stared at Shimin Huan with utter terror, roaring loudly. He had never failed in an assassination, yet this seemingly sure kill had been utterly ineffective. The target hadn't even bothered to evade. He attempted to teleport away again, only to find himself unable to escape the hydraulic press-like grip of Shimin Huan's hand. Trash is unworthy of knowing my name. However, if you happen to meet Satan or Mephisto, feel free to complain. Crack. Shimin Huan spoke mockingly, then proceeded to slam him left and right into the ground. This was quite the special treatment. And just like that, the wraith had truly become a wraith, meeting such an ignominious end, his debut serving as his swan song. Teleportation ability, not bad. It would be quite convenient for robbing bank vaults in the future. Shimin Huan couldn't help but smile. In his impoverished days, he had fantasized about possessing teleportation like those in movies. After tossing the wraith's corpse into his dimensional pocket, Shimin Huan turned his gaze to the tank-like mutant. The latter was immediately startled. Even a stealthy assassin like the Wraith had been instantly dispatched. Perhaps now was the time to consider an escape? Ahem. Sir, would you believe me if I said I was just passing by? Death 18 looked at Shimin Huan awkwardly, doubting his own words. Sir, why fear him? He's a mutant with physical mutations, and so are you. Attack. A soldier nearby immediately spoke up righteously, indignant. How can one be so cowardly? What will become of us if you flee? Death 18 glared at the soldier. Fuck. If you're so capable, you go. After scolding the soldier, he turned back with a fawning expression. Please don't take him seriously. How about I kill him for you? Sir, you. The soldier stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. You're selling me out as a token of loyalty. Shut up. Death 18 rebuked loudly. How can you lack the spirit of sacrifice? I'm much more important than you. Shimin Huan calmly watched their performance. Stryker's defeat was well-deserved. He had gathered both the sleeping dragon and the young phoenix. However, he had no interest in watching them bicker any longer. This mutant, whom Stryker had modified to resemble Wolverine, launched an attack without hesitation, seeing that Shimin Huan had no intention of letting him go. Shimin Huan stood his ground, watching him indifferently. Death 18 was further incensed by such arrogance. 3 seconds later, he was decapitated with a single strike, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had clearly landed a punch on his head with 20 years of accumulated power, yet he was completely unscathed. The remaining rabble continued to fire at Shimin Huan, but to no avail. The bullets seemed to lose their momentum upon hitting him and simply fell to the ground. Such a bizarre scene reminded them of the invincible man from the past, but wasn't he dead? Shimin Huan surveyed the abandoned building he had transformed into a scene of carnage, wishing for more such benefactors. The tank mutant had provided him with approximately 8 million life energy, and the teleporting mutant 6 million. The miscellaneous soldiers had contributed an estimated 800,000. Enough for 2 extractions. He sacrificed the teleporting mutant to the bronze cauldron, extracting the teleportation ability. A blue light instantly entered his brow. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed like a piece of paper crudely crumpled by an unseen hand. Amidst the folds and distortions, countless tiny spatial rifts appeared, glimmering with a cold light. Before he could recover from this bizarre spectacle, a tremendous suction force pulled him in like a black hole. The power of space, like a sharp lightning bolt, instantly pierced Shimin Huan's body. In the subspace, the space trembled and distorted with every step he took. Once he had adapted to the transformation of spatial power and emerged from the subspace, he realized that the teleportation involved folding space. Teleportation. You possess the ability to teleport anywhere on Earth, regardless of terrain or environment. Creator, Shimin Huan. Age, 24 abilities, super strength, super constitution, super stamina, super healing, vibranium body, energy absorption, eternal life, super defense, ant control, telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy beams, mental control immunity, teleportation items, none life energy, 11. 634, 023 Shimin Huan smiled contentedly, having added teleportation to his memory palace. His self-preservation abilities had been further enhanced. He seemed to subconsciously collect self-preservation abilities. His offensive capabilities relatively weak, consisting entirely of survival skills. Have I gone too far with these skill points? Shimin Huan was amused by his own thoughts. But survival was paramount, and immortality would eventually lead to invincibility. Hearing the silence outside and sensing that the malice had dissipated, Casey dared to emerge. Are they all dead? Hans asked weakly, incredulous. The gap between mutants was simply too vast. The enemies are dead. I'll take you away, Shimin Huan said calmly. The mutant children naturally had no objections. He couldn't fly a military helicopter, so he decided to commandeer a truck, using a large vehicle he found by the roadside to transport the children to Westchester. Shimin Huan didn't want to interact with Charles for the time being, so he simply dropped off the truck and left with Casey. What a mysterious fellow, Charles murmured, frowning, with his penchant for voyeurism. He attempted to probe Shimin Huan's secrets but found his telepathy firmly blocked. With the Mutant Registration Act on the horizon, the sudden emergence of such a powerful mutant meant that the world was about to change. Upon hearing the news of another complete defeat, Stryker flew into a rage, smashing his office to pieces. Time passed quickly. Tony grew increasingly reckless and self-destructive, driving Pepper to the point of wanting to quit. Shimin Huan spent some effort appeasing her after she came to him to complain. However, he never expected that Nick Fury, the old schemer, would actually send people to locate Kamar-Taj. This had created a significant problem for him. One day, as he was sunbathing and flirting with Megan, a sparking portal suddenly appeared. Greed is never a good habit. A bald woman cloaked in a wide yellow robe emerged calmly from the portal, her hands clasped behind her back. A rare expression on her face. Chapter 34. Are you not afraid that I might usurp the position of the Supreme Sorcerer by inviting me to learn magic? Life is fleeting, one must seize joy while one can. Have you truly experienced happiness over these many years, Master Gui? Shimin Huan was momentarily taken aback and then countered with a question that left Gui stunned for quite some time. Her gaze transformed into a profound depth, as if her soul had momentarily vacated her body, standing there in a daze. Master Gui, the Supreme Sorcerer, a figure of unparalleled strength in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, met her end rather abruptly, burdened by extravagant special effects and a plot that demanded her departure. In her mind, Gui repeatedly questioned herself, astonished that a mere young man had posed such a query. Had she truly ever known joy? Shaking her head, she murmured to herself, realizing she hadn't laughed in centuries. Exhausted, she replayed the past and future countless times in her mind, living each day in monotony. Megan and the others watched in astonishment as the legendary woman stood there in silence, feeling a sense of relief. Since aligning with their man, they had to admit their resilience had significantly increased. They were no longer afraid. Shimin Huan looked at the robotic Gui and chuckled. If Master Gui cannot fathom it, then perhaps there is no need to dwell on it. Care for a drink? This is exquisite wine. Gui, taken aback despite having weathered many storms, found herself momentarily disoriented by his casual approach. It felt as if they were old friends, yet this was their first encounter. You are quite intriguing. Since parting ways with that extraordinary youth from the Ming Dynasty 6 centuries ago, I can scarcely recall the taste of wine. My interest in it has waned. Gazing at the cup of fine wine, she suddenly recalled that brilliant young man, sharing laughter over drinks. But that was a memory from 6 centuries past. 600 years. The women gasped in unison, astonished that this woman had lived for so long. Life had lost its meaning for her. Perhaps death would be the most perfect solace. 600 years, a mere blink of an eye. By the way, I am curious as to why the Supreme Sorcerer would seek me out personally, especially since I seem to have no connection to Kamar-Taj. Shimin Huan calmly finished the remaining red wine, observing Gui quietly. Yet, you are not ordinary, though we appear to have no intersection. Your awareness of our existence suggests otherwise. Ever since the organization known as SHIELD began inquiring about us, I became aware of you. However, despite scrutinizing the timelines, your future remains shrouded in chaos, as if obscured from view. Therefore, might you enlighten me as to your true origins? Gui gazed steadily at Shimin Huan. Me? It is perhaps better that you remain unaware, lest you find it unbearable and descend into darkness. Shimin Huan lifted his gaze to the azure sky and replied softly, my secrets are destined to remain concealed. Otherwise, even someone as powerful as Charles, the Master of Minds, might suffer a mental collapse. Gui pondered this for a long while. She considered using telepathy to probe his mind, but ultimately refrained. Her instincts strongly urged her against such an intrusion, warning her of great terror. Gui could vividly sense the vibrant life force radiating from the young man before her. If her own withered existence could resonate with such vitality, perhaps succession would not be such a burden. An entity as mysterious as you is unlike any I have encountered on Earth. Your physical form appears on the verge of collapse, yet it maintains a bizarre equilibrium. Your vitality is overwhelming. Even Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, might pale in comparison to your physical prowess. Thor, you say? He is still in the phase of growth, Shimin Huan chuckled. According to the storyline, it won't be long before our dear Thor arrives on Earth to hone his skills, and a tragic fate awaits him. Faced with Gui, he felt no fear. Someone with her compassionate demeanor would not easily cause him distress. I have glimpsed the future of Earth, yet your presence leaves me uncertain. I cannot ascertain what extremes your existence might lead our universe towards. At times, I am tempted to eliminate you, this unpredictable variable of the future. But the heavens harbor compassion, and as you pose no threat to Earth, I cannot act against you. I hope that, in your heart, you will always remember your identity as an Earthling and refrain from opposing us. That will suffice. Gui sighed softly. His words tightened Shimin Huan's nerves. If Gui were to take action against him, he would stand no chance. A single spell of time banishment would leave him defenseless. Yet her words rekindled his otherwise languid spirit. My identity as an Earthling will not change, and I shall protect my home. So there is no need for you to worry. Shimin Huan understood that while he had little chance against Gui, she was correct. As long as she did not target Earth, she would not take action. I trust you. Gui smiled at the anxious women beside her. If Earth were to perish, where would he find such an abundance of beauties? Indeed, he truly embraced the philosophy of seizing joy in the moment. By the way, would you be interested in learning magic from me? Gui suddenly expressed her interest. Shimin Huan was momentarily stunned by Gui's thought process. Master Gui, are you serious? How could you suddenly propose I learn magic? Isn't that supposed to be confidential? Seeing him momentarily speechless, Gui burst into laughter. Do you think it's permissible for you to operate outside the norms? Kamar-Taj also seeks growth and survival. We cannot allow the lineage of magic to be severed. We will seek anyone with magical talent to come to Kamar-Taj to learn. Do not perceive us as a rigid and antiquated force. Kamar-Taj has access to the internet and utilizes computers and televisions. As she spoke, Gui snapped her fingers, and a brilliant array of lights reappeared, projecting the scene of Kamar-Taj. Come and learn magic. I can sense your immense mental power. Though I do not fully understand your magical potential, your participation will be crucial in the forthcoming battle that threatens to annihilate half the universe. Gui almost explicitly indicated that Thanos would indeed seek to extinguish half of all life in the universe, and Earth would require his assistance. Shimin Huan furrowed his brow. If you are already aware of that battle, why choose to remain a passive observer? I will perish, but you need not share that fate. It is my destiny. I cannot prevent the rise of the next supreme sorcerer. This is the will of fate. I can sense your physical strength is formidable. Yet it remains confined to the realm of the physical. I could easily overcome you with magic, and that is a significant weakness. Gu Yi stated plainly, exposing Shimin Huan's vulnerability. Are you implying that magic can defeat magic? Correct. Very well. In that case, I will honor the agreement and travel to Kamar Taj to learn magic. Hoping to gain something worthwhile, Shimin Huan nodded solemnly. Gu Yi was right. He was utterly ignorant of magic. However, magic was abundant throughout the universe. Even Asgard thrived on it, and he certainly risked being at a disadvantage. He yearned for the Darkhold and the Book of Vishanti, hoping to acquire them and become a versatile entity, embodying the essence of a tank, warrior, assassin, sorcerer, and archer. Just as long as he didn't inadvertently usurp Dr. Strange's position as the supreme sorcerer, although he would prefer to possess the Eye of Agamotto. Shimin Huan, I shall await your arrival at Kamar Taj. As you know, my life has entered its countdown. Do not let me down. Gu Yi cast a lingering glance at Shimin Huan before stepping into the radiant fireworks, vanishing from sight. Chapter 35, Plot Planning. Helen Zhao is kidnapped by the scion of a wealthy family. Kamar Taj, the Time Stone, the Sorcerer Supreme, the Book of Vishanti, and the Darkhold. Shimin Huan rubbed his throbbing temples, his thoughts in disarray, overwhelmed by the multitude of tasks before him. He needed to meticulously sort through everything and devise a plan for the future to execute step by step in order to maintain clarity. The paramount task remained the harvesting of life energy, a process that must be carried out by him personally. Only the beings he personally dispatched would have their life energy absorbed and transformed by the bronze cauldron. Besides this, many other matters demanded his attention. Firstly, he needed to locate the nano battle armor belonging to Helen Zhao, whether through financial means or abduction, as long as he secured her presence. Secondly, he had to expedite the search for Mystique. He was deeply intrigued by her shape-shifting genes, the seeds of Sentinel robots. Although Stryker was somewhat of a pervert, he alone understood the research on Sentinel robots, and it was more reliable to control him to further that research than to delve into genetic studies. Thirdly, the issue of mutant allegiance had arisen. To speak frankly, he had already been branded with various abnormal labels such as mutant and aberrant. Subtly shifting public perception was his only avenue of escape. He realized the importance of propaganda through TikTok and felt inspired by its success. With the women at home idly engaged, how could he not replicate that success? Promoting a positive image of mutants and becoming their leader would be a veritable paradise for him. Fourthly, he must travel to Kamar Taj to learn magic. This was an imperative endeavor, but he needed to ensure that all prior tasks were set on the right track before he could confidently proceed. Fifthly, he needed to acquire the Cosmic Cube and successfully perform a sacrifice before his departure. One could never be too cautious for the longer the night. The more dreams one might have. For now, there was a plethora of important tasks ahead, and he would tackle them one by one. Casey, with her elfin ears and stunning beauty, was adored by Miranda and her companions, especially her delightful, furry little tail that added a playful charm, making her utterly endearing. She never anticipated how complex human interactions could be, observing how willingly they served Shimin Huan. Yet, she felt an unprecedented sense of security and warmth in this environment. Though Charles could not invade Shimin Huan's mental realm to uncover his origins, he was free to probe the minds of others for information regarding him. Upon discovering that Shimin Huan was a crime lord, Charles was momentarily taken aback. Was he considered a good person in the underworld? Jean, I need you to select an opportune moment to encounter our gentleman of the underworld and assess his character, Charles instructed Jean Grey in the office. Professor, you cannot even uncover his secrets? Jean was astonished by the depths of Charles's implications. I suspect he is a remarkably powerful mutant. His abilities elude my understanding. And his actions are inscrutable, Charles replied, furrowing his brow. What a peculiar individual. I shall seize an opportunity to test him. Jean nodded with interest, intrigued by the notion that even Professor Charles could not fathom someone. By the way, those newly arrived mutant children are likely hot potatoes. I do not understand their significance. So please ensure their proper care, Charles said, rubbing his temples in fatigue. Understood, Jean nodded and exited, recognizing the professor's need for solitude to gather his thoughts. Tony had created the Mark III armor. As the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, was it not reasonable for him to request a set? Given Tony's character, he would not simply gift him the armor. However, just as in the films, he had deliberately allowed Rhodes to take the Iron Man suit. Unsurprisingly, Shimin Huan received the generously gifted Mark III armor from Tony, along with a backup of Jarvis. Wow, Tony, such generosity. Are you preparing for your final arrangements? You should hasten to draft a will before it's too late, Shimin teased, observing Tony's ashen expression. Rest assured, Pepper, I will take good care of her. Of course. You have no children. Otherwise, others might just sleep with your wife, abuse your children, and occupy your home, Shimin jested, provoking a grimace from Tony. who was indeed not enraged but rather deeply troubled. Get lost. Tony shot him a glare, pouring himself a hefty drink, not wishing for death. How could the illustrious Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, genius scientist, philanthropist, and playboy, resign himself to such an end? Unfortunately, palladium poisoning was an unsolvable affliction. His death was merely a matter of time. Hearing Shimon's jibe, he understood it was time to prepare his will. Tony, have you considered creating a new, efficient, clean element to replace palladium? Shimon casually inquired. Do you think I haven't thought of that? I've experimented with various elements, but regrettably, they either lack efficiency or are unusable. Tony despondently shook his head. I do not wish for you to simply perish, but if you grant me 10 of Stark Industries, I could heal that hole in your chest. What do you think? Shimon seized the opportunity. He was preparing to summon Helen Zhao for assistance, so why delay? Tony looked at him incredulously. Was he truly asking for 10? Aren't you afraid of choking? That's rather greedy, isn't it? Here I was considering you my best brother. I even thought about leaving Pepper in your care upon my demise. Now, I must reconsider, Tony remarked, somewhat disgruntled. While shares are valuable, life is priceless. Shimon grinned. Are you certain? Tony slowly lowered his glass, scrutinizing him. Absolutely, Shimon replied with a soft chuckle. All right, I accept your terms. In the face of life, shares held no value. Once one was dead, nothing mattered. As long as he lived, he could continue to research new elements. At this moment, Helen Zhao was nestled within a research facility, troubled by the incessant harassment of the wealthy heir who coveted her beauty. One day, as she hailed a cab to return home, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The car doors were locked, and the signal was jammed. Miss Zhao, the young master has run out of patience. You should be aware of the fate that befell those girl group members, the driver coldly stated. Having witnessed and participated in such events countless times, they were merely tools for release. In a surge of panic, Helen slammed against the car door, using her bag to strike the glass with force, but the window remained immovable. Miss Zhao, please save your strength. This is a safety window made of special glass. You cannot break it, the driver sneered. Helen's heart sank at his words. Was she truly doomed today? Haha, Miss Zhao, do save your energy. My young master delights in playing coercive games. The more you resist, the more excited he becomes. The driver's expression grew increasingly lewd and twisted, having become warped from his time spent with the wealthy heir, fantasizing about her screams and tears. Chapter 36, Chables? No way. I am a soldier of the U.S. military stationed in South Korea. At this moment, Zhao Hailuan felt an overwhelming urge to end her life. Yet her fear of pain restrained her from self-harm. Her clever mind incessantly devised strategies. The driver remained indifferent to her fluctuating expressions, but soon he would learn the meaning of hysterical wails. Zhao Hailuan regretted her choice of vehicle, realizing that the sole taxi parked downstairs was the very one she had entered. It dawned on her that this entire scenario was a meticulously crafted trap. Just then, the taxi door swung open, and a strikingly handsome man entered the back seat. The driver was taken aback, cursing under his breath. Despite having locked the doors, how had this man managed to enter? The audacity of it all. Driver, take us to the U.S. military base. The young man urged impatiently, his disdain evident. Why do you look like you've just lost your father? Truly, what a lack of decorum in this tiny nation. Zhao Hailuan, sensing a glimmer of hope, clutched the man's hand and pleaded, Sir, he is not a taxi driver. He intends to kidnap me for the Chable. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. You should be well aware of the consequences of offending Chables in our land. The driver retorted haughtily, revealing his pride in serving the powerful. Chables? The man exclaimed, slapping the back of the driver's head. He unleashed a torrent of expletives. Do you know who I am? Are you aware of the repercussions of crossing the U.S. military stationed here? He continued, have your Chables kneel and apologize, and obediently deliver their wives and daughters to me. The driver's arrogance faltered, realizing that in this nation, offending the U.S. military was a perilous endeavor. With a swift motion, the man brandished an identification card, revealing his rank as a lieutenant colonel in the 11th Infantry Regiment of the U.S. military. This credential was no counterfeit. As the second-largest shareholder of Stark Industries, acquiring such a title was trivial for him. The driver, now flustered, stammered, but you are not Caucasian. He realized the gravity of his mistake, forgetting that America is a nation of immigrants. Although he could not ascertain the authenticity of the identification, he understood that this man was headed to the military base. If it were a mere soldier, the Chables might not have been overly concerned. But a lieutenant colonel was a different matter entirely. Sweating profusely, the driver groveled, Please forgive my insolence. I apologize. Let us not dwell on my minor transgressions. I shall take you to the U.S. military base immediately. He dared not utter another word, for if this formidable individual were to incapacitate him in public, the Chables and police would applaud his prowess. Ah, I hear your Chables engage in kidnappings. I shall not sully my hands with a wretched creature like you. Instead, reduce your stature and take me to the Chable's residence at once. Have your precious Chable prepare his wife and daughter. My temper is quite volatile. The young man coldly demanded. His status as an American officer granted him an aura of invincibility in this small nation. The driver, trembling at the sight of the weapon before him, feared for his life. He quickly called the Chaeble's president, stammering as he recounted the events. Enraged, the Chable leader shouted, "I must see what he is capable of." His pride was wounded, after all. He was among the top 100 wealthiest individuals in this nation. How could he allow a mere military officer to humiliate him? Fuming, he made a call to summon reinforcements. Having long been subservient to a military officer, "Mr. Smith, it's Park Halbuck. By the way, how is that little mistress of mine treating you?" "Oh, nothing serious. I just found another mistress and was hoping to get your assistance. But if you insist on gratitude, how about a dinner at my place?" After the call, Park Halbuck hung up, his facade of servility faltering, yet he quickly regained his haughty demeanor. How could this lieutenant colonel continue to act so arrogantly in the presence of a brigadier general? He eagerly anticipated the moment of retribution. Zhao Hailuan could hardly believe her luck. She was on the brink of salvation. "Sir, thank you. May I please exit the vehicle?" she implored. The young man grinned mischievously, assessing her with an appraising eye. She was even more beautiful than in the movies. With a delicate oval face, soft and flowing lines, large bright eyes sparkling like stars, and a captivating double eyelid that added depth to her gaze, she was enchanting. Her high nose and well-proportioned lips framed her face beautifully, while her long, lustrous black hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders. Her skin was porcelain-like, fair and smooth, glowing under the light with a natural radiance, akin to fine china. Standing at 177 centimeters, Zhao Hailuan possessed an enviable figure, boasting a perfect 9-head proportion and long, slender legs. Her curves formed a flawless S-shape, with a tiny waist contrasting with her ample hips. "Miss Zhao Hailuan, as an elite of this nation, you should be acutely aware of the notorious behavior of the U.S. military stationed here," the young man quipped. "They enjoy the benefits while others bear the burden." Zhao Hailuan's face drained of color as she glared at him, realizing she had escaped one peril only to enter another. The U.S. military's sordid conduct was well known among locals. "So, can't you see it? You have been kidnapped," he teased, taking her hand in a jesting manner. The makeup of women in this country was all the rage. "This is it. I have been abducted again," Zhao Hailuan lamented, her heart sinking once more. Yet, a nagging suspicion lingered in her mind regarding the young man's intentions. Was he merely captivated by her beauty? Such a coincidence seemed too far-fetched. Meanwhile, the driver cast a glance at the stunning Zhao Hailuan, envying the young man's unrestrained freedom. "In my next life, I wish to be reborn as a soldier of the U.S. military, experiencing such equal treatment regardless of wealth or status." Chapter 37. Girl group performance. Did you turn on the switch? How about the heiress of the tycoon demonstrates? Naturally, Shimin Dagoran would assist the driver's wish to be reborn as a member of the U.S. military stationed in South Korea, while Zhao Hailuan, feeling anxious and apprehensive, contemplated her escape. In the taxi, several individuals harbored their own thoughts, and it took a full 20 minutes to reach the tycoon's villa. As expected, this capital is vast, almost comparable to a county back home. Zhao Hailuan still wished to struggle. "Are you sure you don't want to get out?" "I wouldn't mind shaking things up a bit in this cramped space," Shi Minhuan mischievously remarked, startling Zhao Hailuan into hurriedly exiting the vehicle. After all, even if forced, she didn't want to be publicly humiliated and photographed. She had no desire to become an action star. Shi Minhuan held little interest in the tycoon, but since he was already there, he wished to witness the world of the wealthy. Under the driver's obsequious guidance, Shi Minhuan entered the villa and was greeted by the elder Park Haobiak and his wife, daughter, son, and a group of bodyguards, seemingly waiting for him. Of course, Shi Minhuan misunderstood. They were actually waiting for their esteemed guest, the Brigadier General of the U.S. military stationed in South Korea. "Chairman, this is Mr. Shimin." "He is," the driver hurriedly explained, but Park Haobiak interrupted. "Humph, I'm not blind. While my family may not be as authoritative as the Lee family, we are not to be trifled with by a mere lieutenant colonel." Park Haobiak coldly threatened, "If this lieutenant colonel knows what is good for him, he should leave my house quietly. Otherwise, when your superiors arrive, it won't end well for either of us." He wished to avoid Shi Minhuan being reprimanded in front of his leader, as that would undoubtedly offend someone gravely. It would be best if he could scare him off before Smith arrived, preserving face for both parties. Initially hoping to experience the prestige of the U.S. military, Shi Minhuan soon realized that it was the higher-ups who commanded respect. However, the ordinary soldiers and junior officers were insignificant in the face of the tycoon. They were hardly acknowledged. Disappointed, Shi Minhuan scoffed, realizing that rumors were indeed unreliable. Yet, it appeared that the tycoon spoke American English, indicating that this language was truly the mother tongue of their nation. With no time to waste, Shi Minhuan decided to play along with their course of tactics. It seemed that the Park family would only be able to smear the faces of their beloved idols in the future. Park Haobiak, misinterpreting Shi Minhuan's words as submission, was taken aback when, in the next moment, Shi Minhuan slapped his own face. How intolerable. This is too outrageous. Just as he was about to command his bodyguards to subdue this madman, he found them retreating. The bodyguards scattered like frightened ghosts. After all, was it worth offending a military officer for a few $1,000s? With a resounding slap, Park Hae-obiak's face turned swollen. Just as he began to utter a cry of pain, a sharp agony struck him in the groin, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. His face contorted in distress. Meanwhile, his eldest son, Park Chan, quickly ducked away, secretly hoping his father would be incapacitated, thus reducing competition for him. If it weren't for his father's incessant pursuit of mistresses, the day would surely come when he brought home another illegitimate child, like that troublesome younger brother, Park Gwon. Zhao Hailuan watched in bewilderment. It was said that soldiers of the U.S. military were a bunch of immoral perverts, capable of coercing even female officers in public at a moment's notice. This man was no different, daring to assault someone in the tycoon's residence. They truly were a menace. As for escaping, that was impossible. She had heard about their penchant for coercive tactics. After incapacitating them all, Shimin Huan cast a mocking glance at the women of the Park family, his wicked gaze causing their previously radiant faces to turn pale. They immediately recalled the notorious scandalous incidents involving the U.S. military. It seemed these troublemakers had caught the tycoon's illness, fixating on coercion. Since you are so fond of girl group performances and playing with toys, let me witness your talents. Upon uttering these words, the women of the Park family stood frozen in fear, resembling puppets. Just as the Park household was engulfed in despair, the so-called Brigadier General Smith hurriedly arrived. He was quite fond of the little mistress that Park Hae-obiak had offered, and he enjoyed a bit of scandal. Upon hearing that Park Hae-obiak was going to present him with another mistress, he rushed over, only to be utterly stunned by the scene before him as he entered the garden. He found Park Hae-obiak groaning on the ground, clutching his groin, while the other men were in a similar state. "Mr. Smith, you've arrived. This madman has ruined our family. You must avenge us. I'm willing to donate half of my fortune." Park Hae-obiak cried out in agony, pointing at Shimin Huan with gritted teeth and seething resentment. Smith instantly became exhilarated. Half of the Park family's fortune was an astronomical figure to anyone. He promptly declared with righteous indignation, "Mr. Park, our relationship is well known. I will certainly avenge you." After making a grand promise to Park Hae-obiak, he turned to glare at Shimin Huan, saying, "You there. I don't care who your family is. You've committed a crime, do you understand? Mr. Smith, he is also an officer of the U.S. military." Park Hae-obiak quickly interjected. "Really?" Smith's excitement surged. If he was indeed an insider, it would be easier to deal with him. How could he dare resist? "Mr. Smith, here is my identification." Shimin Huan presented his military credentials and continued, "Besides this identity, I am also the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. I advise you not to meddle in this affair." Smith scoffed, "Huh? You're the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries? What nonsense. If you are, then I must be the President of the United States. Is that so? I could call Tony over, and you better hope you truly are the President." Observing Shimin Huan's calm demeanor, Smith began to doubt his initial dismissal. He had heard that the former second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane, had recently fallen from grace. If Shimin Huan were indeed the second largest shareholder, then Smith's position as a mere brigadier general would be insignificant. Realizing this, Smith chose to retreat rather than risk getting embroiled in this mess. Park Hae-obiak watched his greatest ally flee, feeling as if he had been struck by a plague. "Well, old Park, it seems you've lost this round," Shimin Huan remarked with a smile. Park Hae-obiak quickly donned a sycophantic expression, urging, "Ladies, the esteemed guest has requested a performance. Hurry up. This is your fortune." Chapter 38, Descendants of the Sun. The Tiger Bureau from Pickled Vegetable Nation rescues Zhao Hailuan. Unbelievable. Zhao Hailuan muttered indignantly. Although she had heard rumors about this matter, she never anticipated that these tycoons would indulge in such bizarre antics. "Hey, Miss Zhao, would you like to try it out? I hear you're still single. Do you ever feel lonely at night and indulge in a little fun?" Shimin Huan said with a mischievous grin. "How dare you call me strange? You must have some audacity," Zhao Hailuan retorted, her voice steady. "I wouldn't dream of calling you a pervert. I merely disdain the eccentricity of those wealthy elites." She waved her hands in a flurry to placate him. Although she was occasionally prone to indulgence in her solitude, she was so depraved as to engage in such behavior in front of a crowd. "Humph, at least you know your place," Shimin Huan scoffed. "Don't think I'm unaware of your secret thoughts about me. There will come a time when you'll be begging for mercy." "Enough. I'm in a hurry," Shimin Huan snapped, clearly annoyed. "Now you know what it means to face the consequences of your actions. Hurry and change into your most provocative party outfit to entertain the adults." Park Hae-obiak, enduring excruciating pain and cold sweat, hastily urged, "Can you really afford to risk your life over such trivial matters? What do a wife and daughter mean to a tycoon? They are merely tools for pleasing the powerful." Easily discarded. The pale-faced women of the Park family rose sorrowfully. They had once reveled in such games of controlling the fates of others. Now the tables had turned, and they found themselves at the mercy of those they once commanded. Resignedly, they donned the most revealing attire and presented themselves with the mysterious items to Shimin Huan. The specifics of the ordeal were reserved for those who could pay. Satisfied, Shi Minhuan exited the park villa, leaving Zhao Hailuan blushing fiercely, akin to a maiden adorned with rouge, too embarrassed to speak for fear of disdain. She had been the most enthusiastic, applauding the loudest, as if avenging a great grievance. Sister fuming, why the sudden shyness? You personally chose this, didn't you? Who would have thought you were such a peculiar woman? Shi Minhuan teased. Zhao Hailuan huffed in silence, pondering whether some hidden trait had been awakened within her. All right, enough of this. Gather your things. We're heading to New York. To New York? Are you kidnapping me to New York? I don't understand why you would want to do that. I can't be worth much. Zhao Hailuan's heart raced at the implication of Shi Minhuan's words. Logically, she wasn't wealthy, so it must be a scheme of lust. Yet, the thought of being taken to New York struck her with a realization about her nanoregeneration technology. Could it be that the U.S. military had learned of her technological breakthroughs and intended to seize her work? How despicable. Fuming internally, Zhao Hailuan muttered to herself, if you offer me money, I'll collaborate. You always think of robbery, oil, gas, minerals, and so forth, all under the pretense of maintaining peace while plundering the world. Watching Zhao Hailuan's eyes dart nervously, Shi Minhuan seized her waist with a smirk. Miss Zhao, if you don't cooperate, I would truly hate to resort to violence against such a beautiful woman. So I hope you will comply. Zhao Hailuan felt her whole body tense. She was well aware of the allure she held over countless men, and this man seemed undeniably lecherous. She certainly did not wish to find herself in a compromising position in the car. Reluctantly, she conceded, Mr. Shiman, I will do as you say. I'm at your service. Now go home, grab your passport, and meet me at the airport for our journey to New York. If you refuse to fly, I have other means. No, I will fly, Zhao Hailuan quickly declared, envisioning herself smuggled in a container to New York. Wise choice. However, should you attempt to scream for help at the airport, you'd better be faster than my gun. I wouldn't dare. Really, we don't need to make this so tense, do we? You only desire my biological nanotechnology for regeneration, right? Perhaps we can collaborate? Zhao Hailuan awkwardly tried to ease the tension, hoping to lower his guard before fleeing. Miss Zhao, you are indeed clever, but why collaborate when I can simply rob you? Shi Minhuan paused, then chuckled coldly. You truly embody the rare female scientist archetype in the Marvel Universe. Zhao Hailuan was taken aback. This is so very American. Shi Minhuan continued, as a woman, you will eventually marry, won't you? What do you need so much money for? I've never encountered someone who can so grandiloquently express shamelessness. You've opened my eyes. Zhao Hailuan retorted sarcastically. With a swift motion, Shi Minhuan slapped her. Zhao Hailuan, accustomed to physical training, felt the sting. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him an indignant glare. How dare you be so rude to your benefactor? Benefactor? You're merely a laborer at best, Shi Minhuan grinned. Humph. Zhao Hailuan seethed, wishing she could silence this shameless scoundrel. The driver in the front seat dared not utter a word, his gaze fixated ahead, fearful of disrupting their business. Zhao Hailuan, now silent from her anger, complied with Shi Minhuan's demands, directing the driver to her apartment to retrieve her passport. She had intended to pack a few changes of clothes, but Shi Minhuan flatly refused, claiming it was a waste of time. Frustrated, Zhao Hailuan could only hastily grab a few sets of undergarments before following him downstairs. Meanwhile, the superhuman organization, the Tiger Bureau from Pickled Vegetable Nation, immediately initiated an investigation upon discovering Zhao Hailuan's disappearance. They soon realized that the esteemed seed scientist had seemingly been abducted by tycoons. After tracking surveillance footage to the airport, they discovered that the agents they had dispatched had been knocked unconscious. Damn it, useless fools. Zhao Hailuan is our nation's most promising scientist. A future leader in technology, and she has been kidnapped by an American from the neighboring country? The director of the Tiger Bureau, by who, was in a rage. Cursing profusely. There was no time to waste. They needed to secure the airport and prevent anyone from leaving. An urgent announcement crackled over the airwaves. According to an anonymous tip from a mysterious source, a plane bound for New York has been infiltrated by hijackers planning to replicate 9/11. For the safety of countless lives, we ask all passengers to present their passports for inspection, and no flights are permitted to take off. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Hailuan felt a rush of hope. Perhaps these robbers would be her salvation. At last, the moment has arrived. I've waited so long. Shi Minhuan mused quietly, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. A grand performance was about to unfold. At another corner of the airport, several bearded men stood aghast. Be brother, there's a mole. Chapter 39. Punishment for Zhao Hailuan. Do you believe I can shoot you in 2 hours? At this moment, the terrorist leader cast a sinister glance at his 10 or so subordinates. This heinous hijacking plot was known only to the people present, so the secret could only have been leaked by them. The terrorists were paralyzed with fear, their minds racing with confusion. What secrets could they possibly have divulged? Boss, we're innocent. You know we haven't had any contact with the outside world since we began this operation, one of them stammered. That's right. We don't even have our phones. Could it be that the other hijackers leaked the news? Another chimed in. Yes, boss. You know that Little May has offended numerous terrorist organizations, boss. Why don't we just hijack the plane? After all, This small airport in the Pickled Cabbage Country isn't like the neighboring Dragon Country. The terrorists exchanged frantic pleas, each insisting that they had never acted against the team. At that moment, Azabu pondered deeply, sensing something was amiss. They had no reason to betray the organization. After all, they had to think of their families, their wives and children. Furrowing his brow, Azabu thought long and hard. If they continued to delay, they would either have to abort the mission or forcefully hijack the plane. However, hijacking was far too unreliable. They would likely be shot down by fighter jets before even reaching American soil. For the safety of their citizens, the Americans would not hesitate to obliterate a passenger plane. They could not replicate the events of 9/11. Boss, why don't we go all in? We could draw straws to see who creates chaos and then wait to be captured. After all, dying here or in America is still death. It's merely a matter of timing. Once the airport lifts the lockdown, the Fifth can use his mutant abilities to make himself invisible, allowing him to smuggle a gun onto the plane. One subordinate suggested. After contemplating the proposal, Azabu nodded in agreement. Great undertakings require sacrifices. It was inevitable. As mutants, they were not outnumbered by the Americans in the Middle East. Meanwhile, at the Tiger Bureau, Baihu swiftly dispatched their superpowered warriors upon learning that the airport had been sealed. Among them was the formidable Taiji flag, the symbol of the Pickled Cabbage Country's superheroes, possessing the abilities of flight, superhuman strength, invulnerability, and the power to emit energy beams from his eyes. Luna Xue, a popular singer with ice manipulation abilities, could perform attacks using dark ice or heal the injured with light ice. Lady Light, a mysterious witch, wielded traditional flower cards as weapons, transforming them into flying platforms, shields, or portals. Of course, in addition to these super warriors, there was the pride of their nation, the Invincible Special Forces, the White Tiger team of Descendants of the Sun. At this moment, the airport of the Pickled Cabbage Country was in utter chaos. They could neither leave nor find a place to hide. So they sought what they deemed safe spots to wait for the situation to resolve. The once bustling and orderly airport terminal had devolved into an abyss of fear and panic the instant news of the terrorists broke. Oh my God, how could this happen? A fashionably dressed woman shrieked, her voice piercing and trembling. Her designer handbag slipped from her grasp as she muttered in despair, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Quick, find a place to hide. A middle-aged man shouted, his face pale, panic evident in his eyes. His wife clutched his arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, repeatedly murmuring, What do we do? What do we do nearby? An elderly man collapsed in fear, while his terrified spouse wept. Oh heavens, what have we done to deserve this? Where is my child? Where is my child? A frantic mother pushed through the crowd, her voice hoarse with desperation. Tears streaming down her face. Baby, where are you? Her cries were swallowed by the cacophony of chaos, appearing so feeble and hopeless. Get out, get out. Someone screamed in terror, and the crowd surged toward the exit, pushing and shoving. A girl was knocked to the ground, screaming in panic, Don't step on me. Don't step on me. Yet, in the midst of this turmoil, her pleas fell on deaf ears. The entire airport echoed with the sounds of terrified screams, desperate sobs, and frantic footsteps. Fear hung in the air like a thick, black cloud, and the mere mention of the word terrorist struck dread into the hearts of all. On the second floor of the waiting area, Shi Minhuan held Zhao Hailuan, calmly observing the chaos engulfing the airport, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The show is about to begin. A show? You think this is a joke? Zhao Hailuan frowned. How could such a coincidence occur? They must be here to save you. Right? Shi Minhuan chuckled. Me? I know my own worth, Zhao Hailuan said, pointing at herself in self-deprecation, realizing she was merely an ordinary civilian, not a wealthy heiress. It seems you still don't understand your importance. I might not be able to protect you when your saviors arrive. Shi Minhuan suddenly fixed his gaze on the airport entrance, sensing an unusual aura. He handed her a gun, regardless of whether she knew how to use it. Its deterrent power was far superior to any knife or dagger. Zhao Hailuan stared at him in surprise, timidly asking, Aren't you afraid I might shoot you? With a dismissive smirk, Shi Minhuan replied, Of course, you could try to shoot me. But if you fail, I'll shoot you for 2 hours. Horrified, Zhao Hailuan shook her head vigorously, attempting to placate him. I wouldn't dare. You can rest assured, I don't know how to handle a gun. She understood his threat, but the notion of him shooting her for 2 hours seemed ludicrous. What man could even last that long? Humph. Shi Minhuan scoffed disdainfully before effortlessly twisting a steel pipe into a ball. He then playfully slapped her thigh several times, remarking on how resilient her backside was. Ah! Zhao Hailuan gasped, her eyes widening in shock. What are you, some sort of monster? Terrified, she quickly retracted her previous thoughts, realizing he was not human, but something far more bizarre. Just then, the chaotic airport erupted with the sounds of gunfire and explosions, shocking everyone present. Even Shi Minhuan paused, realizing that there truly were terrorists attempting to hijack a plane, leaving the Tiger Bureau momentarily stunned. The terrorists showed no mercy. Their goal was to instill terror and chaos, buying time for their comrades. Bullets flew indiscriminately, and within moments, hundreds were injured or killed. The legendary Descendants of the Sun had just arrived on the scene. engaging in battle with the terrorists. Bai Hu and the others had not anticipated that their fabricated excuse would lead them straight into the hands of real terrorists, and their morale plummeted. What troubled them even more was the indiscriminate slaughter of international travelers by the terrorists. Which country could withstand such international pressure? Damn it, I should have just let them hijack a plane to bomb the United States. Now we're the ones under pressure. Bai Hu cursed himself, wishing he could slap himself silly. Even with their super warriors intervening to control the terrorists, it was already too late. Hundreds of international travelers had perished. Damn those bastards. It's all your fault. At this moment, the White Fox was seething with rage, her heart torn apart by the actions of Ximin Huan. Report to the director. We have located Dr. Zhao Hailuan and the terrorists who abducted him, exclaimed an agent loudly. Excellent. At last, we have traced the scoundrel's whereabouts. I shall have him torn to shreds. White Fox's face flushed crimson with fury as she gritted her teeth, fixating on the transmitted images, her anger palpable to the point of uttering profanities. Chapter 40. Zhao Hailuan's despair. The airport is your chosen grave. After cursing Ximin Huan, the White Fox swiftly raised her phone, issuing commands to the Taiji flag and others who were awaiting orders. The Taiji flag had already located their target, Dr. Zhao Hailuan, who was in a tourist specialty shop on the airport's second floor. However, they could not act recklessly and risk harming Dr. Zhao. Director, can we arrange for a sniper to eliminate him on the spot and then rescue Dr. Zhao? We feel utterly powerless. The Taiji flag declared arrogantly. Indeed. He's merely a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Does he truly deserve the attention of our elite from the great Kimchi Nation? Isn't it somewhat presumptuous to summon so many of our formidable warriors for him? Luna Shui expressed her haughty agreement, questioning whether a mere citizen of the Dragon Nation warranted such a response. I concur with Luna. We could easily send out a descendant of the sun, like Lu Shizhen. To suppress him effortlessly, the Lady of Light chimed in, her eyes sparkling as she lamented the interruption of her pursuit of Lu Uba by Ximin Huan. Upon hearing their brazen remarks, the White Fox felt a jolt of frustration. You must not act recklessly. This individual is reportedly the second largest shareholder of the Stark Group, and we cannot ascertain whether he has indeed kidnapped Dr. Zhao. If they share merely a collaborative relationship, if we assassinate the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries, who will bear the responsibility? You or I? The White Fox sighed, feeling constrained. Why can't we just eliminate him? It's just the Stark Group. We have Samsung. The Taiji flag retorted indignantly. On the second floor of the airport, Ximin Huan, witnessing the absurd farce conclude, prepared to eliminate the superpowered individuals offering assistance when his gaze swept across the scene. What's wrong? Zhao Hailuan asked, surprised as he paused after taking a few steps. Ximin Huan did not respond to her query but instead raised his middle finger toward a nearby surveillance camera. The White Fox, watching from the surveillance room, nearly spat blood in anger, recognizing the blatant provocation. Simultaneously, an intense sixth sense filled her with deep unease. How did he know he was being watched? His alertness and perceptiveness were utterly terrifying. As she continued to feel anxious, Ximin Huan suddenly flicked his wrist, launching several coins that bizarrely sped toward different cameras. Bang, bang, bang. Every camera met its demise in an explosive burst, startling the tourists nearby, who had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief. The agents in the monitoring center were left dumbfounded as the screens went black, their faces reflecting disbelief. How on earth did he manage to launch coins on different trajectories to destroy the cameras? One agent wondered, his mind racing. Is this real? Is he human? This defies all logic. As the veteran agent in the monitoring room closed his eyes, trying to replay the astounding scene in his mind, he suddenly opened them wide, shouting, "Now, slow down the surveillance footage for me." The agent beside him nodded and began to play back the video, but no matter how they slowed it down, the old agent remained baffled. 1/3 speed. No. 1/5. No. 1/10. 16 times slower. Still nothing. How did he do it? The entire monitoring room was in a state of confusion, with the seasoned agent pulling at his hair in frustration, unable to comprehend the impossible. Meanwhile, Ximin Huan remained calm. Watching the approaching super soldiers from the Kimchi Nation, his smile growing increasingly audacious. Who would have thought the Kimchi Nation would take you so seriously? Zhao Hailuan, equally astonished by the grand display, raised her hands in exasperation. Honestly, aren't you even a little afraid? I've heard that elite members of the White Tiger Special Forces are here, like Lu Shizhen and Su Deng. They are all mutants. Your actions are undeniably a provocation against the entire Kimchi Nation. While I know your strength is formidable, can a carbon-based life form truly withstand the armor-piercing rounds of a sniper rifle? Zhao Hailuan voiced her concerns, questioning the wisdom of provoking such a powerful entity. Mutants? What a delightful surprise. Ximin Huan laughed, his joy unabated. Zhao Hailuan, after sharing a laugh, Ximin Huan teasingly pinched the delicate chin of the kimchi girl and asked, "Do you know why I chose to linger at the airport and take a plane to New York? Why? Zhao Hailuan stammered, her brows furrowing in confusion. Because I wanted to give them the opportunity to rescue you. Otherwise, I could have simply teleported us back to New York. Understand? You are." Zhao Hailuan's eyes widened in fear, staring incredulously at the audacious man before her. Hee. You guessed it? Truly a clever woman. The Tiger Bureau, right? I shall reduce them to mere sickly cats, Shi Minhuan remarked with a mockingly cruel smile. Zhao Hailuan suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. This man was insidiously ruthless, and his strength was formidable. Stay here and do not attempt to escape, Shi Minhuan commanded, slowly stepping away. As he walked, his dark and sinister symbiotic battle suit began to undulate, gradually enveloping his entire being. This is nanobiotechnology, Zhao Hailuan gasped in astonishment. The airport terminal was eerily silent as the descendants of the Sun and members of the Tiger Bureau arrived, only to find the shadowy figure cloaked in the enigmatic black suit. Chapter 41, Carnage. Reaping. Brat, you are utterly surrounded. We advise you to recognize the gravity of the situation and hand over Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Then, accompany us to the Tiger Bureau for a little chat. Otherwise, Lu Shizhen's chilling threat lingered in the air. Otherwise what? With just a few of you misfits? Shi Minhuan scoffed. Though I must admit, the Tiger Bureau and the White Tiger Brigade do possess some merit. By the way, where is that military doctor, Song Hui, or rather, Jiang Muyan? Has she not come to collect your corpses? He surveyed the area, noticing Jiang Muyan's absence. Since they had already kidnapped Zhao Hailuan, he wouldn't mind capturing another. After all, she was said to be the national goddess. Since he was here, he felt compelled to experience what the national goddess had to offer. Was she sweet or savory? He had to know, lest his visit be in vain. Upon hearing this, Lu Shizhen's expression shifted dramatically. He was currently pursuing Jiang Muyan, the stunning beauty. The nearby Taiji flag, sensing Lu Shizhen's emotional upheaval, feared the consequences and quickly interrupted Shi Minhuan. This fellow is cunning, Lu Shizhen. Do not let this rascal provoke you into losing your composure. Strike swiftly. The more you engage in idle chatter, the easier it will be for him to ensnare you. With that, he unleashed a beam of energy from his eyes. The air seemed to ignite. The energy beam surged towards Shi Minhuan's knee. His intent was simple and his confidence unwavering. He aimed to shatter it. Shi Minhuan was merely toying with Lu Shizhen when this unexpected attack occurred. A sneak attack? He could not be bothered to evade. His symbiotic battle suit, having undergone a transformation, was now far superior, especially since it was an upgraded version refined from the bronze cauldron, having shed its former vulnerabilities. Bang! Wisps of smoke curled upwards, and Taiji Flag's eyes sparkled with intensity. The super soldier from the grand nation of pickled vegetables was indeed overqualified for this encounter. Yet, he failed to grasp the law of no harm when smoke was present. Upon realizing that Shi Minhuan stood unharmed, he was left astounded. How is it possible that he remained standing? Taiji Flag exclaimed in shock. Shi Minhuan, on the other hand, was not well versed in the abilities of these superhumans from the pickled vegetable nation. He merely knew of the Tiger Bureau and several superpowered individuals, but was pleasantly surprised by the initial attack. Not bad for a strike. You nearly clipped my leg hair. He mocked, revealing a grin. You, damned fool. Taiji Flag, enraged by the derision, glared at Shi Minhuan, his face flushed with fury. He immediately unleashed a barrage of energy beams, determined to turn Shi Minhuan into a pincushion. No one had ever dared to mock him so brazenly. It was an unforgivable affront. Your celestial Emperor Li Shimin was once blinded in one eye by our ancestors. Today, I, Taiji Flag, shall restore our ancestral glory. The energy beams narrowly grazed Shi Minhuan, detonating in the space behind him with a thunderous boom, leaving a small crater, its power rivaling that of a sniper rifle. Another energy beam followed suit, exploding before Shi Minhuan, as Taiji Flag continued his relentless assault, seemingly denying him a moment to breathe. However, such tactics were only suitable for dealing with mere minions, rendering him utterly foolish in Shi Minhuan's presence. Luna Shui, observing this, was filled with delight. You little brat, your end is nigh. As Shi Minhuan evaded Taiji Flag's attacks, it appeared he had exposed a vulnerability, his vital point wide open. Luna Shui seized the opportunity, condensing a dark ice arrow to launch at Shi Minhuan. Well done. Blind him. Let him experience the fate of Li Shimin. But alas, Shi Minhuan was left speechless. The antics of these pickled vegetable folk were utterly laughable. He could not comprehend their excited chattering, but their expressions revealed their exhilaration. Luna Shui, too, wore a smug grin, confident in their plan. However, the victorious smile was abruptly extinguished, replaced by disbelief and terror as she gazed at Shi Minhuan. To her horror, the ice arrow she took pride in vanished upon striking Shi Minhuan, only to reappear firmly embedded in the rooftop beneath him. How can this be? Luna Shui gasped, her eyes wide as she clutched her hair in confusion. What had just transpired? Why did the ice arrow suddenly disappear and then reappear? Taiji Flag's forehead creased in worry as he stared at Shi Minhuan, realizing this individual was no ordinary mutant. Satellite images transmitted back to the Tiger Bureau, where White Fox and others, gathered around a high-tech control center, stared at the bizarre footage, rendered speechless by the spectacle. The footage was slowed to 1/16th speed. Yet they still could not decipher how Shi Minhuan had seemingly transferred the ice arrow through space. What perplexed them was utterly simplistic for Shi Minhuan, merely opening two portals in a dimensional pocket. A smirk danced on Shimin Huan's lips. You all coordinated splendidly. Perhaps next time, refrain from such cooperation. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight, reappearing with a firm grip on Luna Xue's delicate neck. His instantaneous movement was beyond anyone's reaction. Luna Xue, caught off guard, found herself struggling to breathe. Stop! Lu Shizhen and the others shouted, their faces pale with urgency. Why should I cease when you bloodbags demand it? That would be rather undignified of me, Shimin Huan retorted dismissively, looking down at the idolized singer. It's a pity I won't have the time to savor your beauty and vitality. There are many beautiful women, but few possess such life energy as yours. Crack. In Luna Xue's eyes, filled with terror and despair, she could scarcely fathom the heartlessness of a man willing to extinguish the life of one so stunningly beautiful and alluring. No. Taiji Flag went mad upon witnessing his comrade fall. His rage surged uncontrollably, transforming him into a berserker as he charged at Shimin Huan. His eyes ablaze with fury, he brandished a hefty black metal rod, swinging it towards Shimin Huan. Bang! The special metal rod struck Shimin Huan without effect, as if it had lost all force upon impact. Shimin Huan scoffed and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch to Taiji Flag's head, who barely managed to dodge. Too slow. A cold voice echoed as a tremendous fist crashed into Taiji Flag's chest, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground several meters away. With hundreds of tons of force behind it, what could Taiji Flag withstand? Even if he were a tank-like mutant, impervious to blades and bullets. He was but a joke against such might. His ribs shattered, piercing his heart. How could a human be so extraordinarily powerful? Puff! Taiji Flag coughed up blood, his vision fading to darkness. Youth was indeed blissful. He simply slumbered. The remaining individuals were now engulfed in terror and despair, devoid of any desire to resist. Flee! Shimin Huan raised a hand, casually dispatching Lu Shizhen, the descendant of the sun, with a single energy beam. Su Dang, in a panic, fell to his knees, begging for mercy, but it was of no avail. The luminous lady, possessing teleportation abilities, opened a portal in a desperate bid for escape. The moment the portal activated, her face lit with joy as she leaped through, entirely oblivious to the energy beam that followed closely behind, detonating her lower back. At the very moment the transmission concluded, her dismembered body tumbled from the portal, crashing heavily onto the floor of her home, her eyes frozen in the terror of her final moments. Unblinking in death. Huh. Descendants of the sun? With a disdainful smile, Shimin Huan then appeared before the two women, Jiang Muyin and Yin Mingzhu, who awaited him outside. Chapter 42. A bountiful harvest after the massacre, with a woman bearing a child at the door. Who are you? Jiang Muyin glared warily at the sudden apparition, questioning whether the person concealed beneath the bizarre black attire could possibly be a benevolent individual. Her instincts proved correct. Shimin Huan was indeed no saint. As he appraised Jiang Muyin, it was evident she possessed remarkable beauty, in stark contrast to Yin Mingzhu, who did not align with his tastes. He disdainfully pushed Yin Mingzhu aside and seized the struggling Jiang Muyin, whisking her back to the second floor of the airport, where they fortuitously encountered Zhao Hailun, who was stealthily attempting to slip away. Ah, Miss Zhao Hailun, are you off to the restroom? Shimin Huan mockingly inquired, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He then delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Muyin's pert posterior, admonishing her, behave yourself, or I shall not hesitate to make this a bloodbath. Jiang Muyin's face flushed crimson from the unexpected blow. She had never been struck in such a humiliating manner before. Fearful of provoking a madman, she dared not retaliate. Cough. No, I would never entertain thoughts of escape. I merely got separated in the chaos, Zhao Hailun stammered, her nervous fingers fidgeting, betraying her anxiety. She was acutely aware that angering a cold-blooded killer would lead to dire consequences. Yet, her attempts at feigned nonchalance were embarrassingly transparent. Shimin Huan, not fooled by her lackluster performance, smirked with disdain. He understood that to ensure her compliance, he could not afford to indulge her whims. With a playful glint in his eye, he swiftly transported them to the women's restroom, pinning them against the sink in Jiang Muyin's bewildered gaze. He unleashed a series of slaps upon their behinds, eliciting cries of protest. Ouch! Why are you hitting me? I haven't offended you. Punish her instead, Jiang Muyin exclaimed, her voice a mix of indignation and exasperation. Who have I wronged? This is called collective punishment. Do you not comprehend? Shimin Huan retorted, disregarding their cries as he continued delivering several more sharp slaps, reveling in the delightful elasticity of their skin. Unfazed by their plight, he believed that women should not be coddled. Neglecting discipline would only lead to chaos. How dare you attempt to escape? Zhao Hailun received the brunt of the punishment, initially resisting fiercely, but soon succumbed to tears. Once the punishment concluded, both women blushed with embarrassment, resembling chaste brides who had just been chastised. That scoundrel truly struck us, and it hurt. Though they felt wronged, they acknowledged that enduring this was far preferable to the fate that befell those who had lost their lives. A miserable life is better than a dead one. Ms. Zhao Hailun, this is merely a slight reprimand. Should there be a next time? A whip will be at your service, Shimin Huan warned with a smirk. A whip? Zhao Hailun gasped, nodding vigorously in fright, her mind racing with the absurdity of the situation. Am I being kidnapped? Jiang Mu Yin lamented, a mix of resignation and incredulity evident in her tone. At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Once I tire of you, you may be released. Shi Minhuan assessed Jiang Mu Yin with a predatory gaze, contemplating his next move. You, pervert. Jiang Mu Yin glared at him, her anger bubbling beneath the surface. Yet she knew her strength was insufficient to challenge him. Observing the two women wincing and grimacing in pain, he felt a twinge of sympathy. With a swift motion, he transported them back to his villa in New York, intending to tend to their wounds personally. The overwhelming dizziness left them disoriented, and upon regaining their senses, they found themselves in an unfamiliar villa. Before they could gather their thoughts, a throng of stunning women approached, eagerly surrounding the devil they perceived in Shi Minhuan, vying for his attention. European and American women are truly liberated. The two women exchanged glances, as if they had found kindred spirits. Kathy, come here and let your brother embrace you. After finally freeing himself from the enthusiastic crowd, Shi Minhuan beckoned a bashful Kathy, who shyly approached him, giving him a brief hug and a peck before darting away. Pervert. Zhao Hailun and Jiang Mu Yin exchanged knowing glances, the word resonating in their minds simultaneously. Allow me to introduce these two ladies, whom I acquired from the land of kimchi, Shi Minhuan announced unabashedly. Zhao Hailun, a PhD and biological genius. Jiang Mu Yin, a special forces operative and medical doctor. The women were unperturbed by his blatant admission of kidnapping. His moral compass was indeed lacking. How can one be so shameless? Zhao Hailun and Jiang Mu Yin thought in unison. Let me further introduce you, he continued. Jessica and Watson are twin sisters. This is Megan, Stuart, and Miriam. The enchanting little beauty is Kathy. They are all future superstars and models, currently under my management. How depraved. The two women scoffed, their disdain palpable as they perceived the girls as fellow victims. After a brief round of introductions, Shi Minhuan instructed Megan to fetch some ointment, determined to atone for his earlier misdeeds. Please, no? We can handle it ourselves, Zhao Hailun interjected hastily, fearful of where his hands might wander. Who could do it better than I? Shi Minhuan asserted with an air of authority. Jiang Mu Yin hesitated, her previous bravado faltering. Given the circumstances, she surmised that resisting would only lead to further suffering, so she resolved to endure. Despite his appearance as the perfect protagonist from a romantic manga, he was clearly no gentleman. The thought of him forcing himself upon her was unbearable. The women observed with smirks as they lounged in a shameless manner, baring their teeth in amusement. Zhao Hailun's suspicions were validated. Shi Minhuan was indeed not as skilled as he boasted. With a discerning eye, he knew he had ample time to teach them the virtues of obedience in due course. Bronze brother, those individuals must be quite valuable, right? Shi Minhuan inquired excitedly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. A total of 49 million points. Each head from the Taiji flag is worth 33 million, and the others are no trifles either. Huh, splendid. When shall we pay them a visit? I hear they have a fair number of superhumans as well. Shi Minhuan was thoroughly satisfied, envisioning the wealth he could extract from this venture. My dear, two women have arrived at the door. One is quite pregnant, and the other is accompanied by a young boy. Hee, could it be your illegitimate child? Perhaps a woman from outside has come to claim her prize? Stuart teased, though envy gnawed at her heart. A pregnant woman? Accompanied by a child? Shi Minhuan pondered, stepping out of the room with curiosity. Could it be the unfortunate legacy of that blundering Shi Minhuan? Chapter 43. The illegitimate child inheriting the fortune? Have you forgotten my family's original profession? Just as he stepped out the door, suspecting that the genes left by Shi Minhuan lingered within those women, he halted abruptly. Brother Ding, he pondered, do you think my genes could be deciphered and cloned? Of course, cloning myself doesn't trouble me much. What concerns me are my abilities. Consider the infamous Super Skrull, the formidable Mr. Fear, the marvelous Mr. Fantastic, and the cunning Dr. Vulture. After all, in the Marvel Universe, those powerful clones are terrifyingly strong, perhaps only slightly inferior to their originals. Take, for instance, the clone of Old Juan, Comrade Joseph, or that young Phoenix girl, or the clone of Cable, Strife, among others. If it weren't for the news that those women were pregnant, he might have forgotten about the possibility of gene leakage, for acquiring his genes was not particularly challenging. He was quite the romantic. The Bronze Ding responded immediately, please refrain from asking such foolish questions. Do you look down on me, or do you merely underestimate me? Shi Minhuan. Fine. I won't ask anymore. Little did he know that this cursed Ding was the culprit behind his inability to conceive. Under the Ding's laws, his genes would vanish the moment they left his body. Naturally, in the supreme wisdom of the Bronze Ding, the existence of descendants was of no concern. Eternal life rendered offspring utterly insignificant, for only lower beings, constrained by their lifespans, would desperately seek to procreate and preserve their genetic legacy. At that moment, Shi Minhuan had entered the living room, where he encountered two women, one heavily pregnant and the other with a child in her arms. He bluntly stated, who are you? Just tell me how much you want. Of course, one must learn to be content. Shi Minhuan scrutinized the two women before him, The one with the child was a voluptuous Western beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes, while the pregnant woman appeared gentle and delicate, a fellow compatriot. He had found no trace of these two in his memories, which was quite peculiar. Perhaps they were the late old man's mistresses. The pregnant compatriot stepped forward boldly, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, according to the law, my child has inheritance rights. You cannot simply hoard all the wealth of the Sheeman family for yourself. You must know that these past years, the business of washing was built through the old man's struggles, and ultimately, this money is meant for the prosperous future of the Sheeman lineage. It cannot fall into the hands of outsiders, like these women in your home. Sheeman Huan, impressive. The compatriot continued. No matter how much money there is, it is for the descendants of the Sheeman family. I am not here for myself. I could forego this money. But my child is undeniably a descendant of the Sheeman family. This money rightfully belongs to him. The other woman quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. My child also possesses inheritance rights from the Sheeman family. Even as an illegitimate child, under New York law, he shares equal inheritance rights with you. You dare to defy the law? Having concluded their argument, Sheeman Huan scoffed at the two women's greedy and foolish expressions. Realizing that debating with such ignorant fools was utterly futile, they would drag themselves into the realm of fools, relying on their extensive foolish experiences to defeat him. What are you laughing at? The compatriot woman questioned angrily, sensing the mockery in Sheeman Huan's demeanor. How dare you laugh at us? Have you forgotten my family's original trade? Sheeman Huan retorted with a cold smile, dripping with sarcasm. Do you dare to kill us? They responded incredulously, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked into Sheeman Huan's indifferent gaze, shivering slightly. They are your brothers. How could you be so inhumane? We are your father's mistresses. The blonde woman shouted in terror, clutching her head. If I were you, I wouldn't have come here. The money the old man left you could last you several lifetimes. Your greed knows no bounds. Consider this a final opportunity. Escape as far as you can within 24 hours. I am a merciful man. Please leave. Sheeman Huan coldly gestured towards the door. The two women, frightened, hurriedly fled, only to immediately call the police once outside, claiming they were threatened. However, the police dismissed their claims, deeming them to be just another pair of drug-addled lunatics. Watching their retreating figures, Sheeman Huan smirked coldly and dialed Fu Bo. Is that old ghost still keeping numerous mistresses alive? If so, let them all accompany him. Regardless of whether they have children, leave the child at the welfare center. I do not wish to be disturbed again. Young master, while their deaths may be inconsequential, those children are the old man's flesh and blood. Fu Bo attempted to reason with him, but Sheeman Huan interrupted. Fu Bo, I do not wish to repeat myself. I only require results, understood? Yes, young master. Fu Bo sighed hesitantly. Though the young master was decisively ruthless, was it not a bit excessive to spare no mercy even for his own brothers? Jarvis, keep an eye on Fu Bo. If he fails to comply with orders, inform me at once, Sheeman Huan commanded coldly. Understood, Mr. Sheeman. Fu Bo remained loyal to his late master, yet he may not extend that loyalty to Sheeman Huan. After all, those illegitimate children might also be regarded as the young masters of the Sheeman family in his eyes. Fu Bo, I implore you not to disappoint me, Sheeman Huan murmured. Will you truly kill them? And isn't it a bit cruel to leave the child at a welfare center? Jiang Mayan suddenly asked, her conscience stirred. Greed is the original sin. Sheeman Huan shook his head, interrupting Jiang Mayan before she could speak further, and turned to Stuart. Did we not acquire the third largest video platform in America? The website will primarily develop short videos and live streaming services moving forward. To reshape the reputation of mutants and become their leader, we must control the media and direct the narrative. In America, public opinion is entirely dominated by media capital. The masses, bound by capital, know little beyond following trends. Traditional capital, such as the Jews or the Anglos, may hold sway in the ordinary world. But does it hold any weight in a realm teeming with madmen, perverts, and superpowered mutants? Stuart nodded obediently, fully committed to executing the head of the family's plans, recognizing him as a genius in the investment realm. To question a genius would be folly. After organizing the details regarding the video platform, Sheeman Huan intended to discuss shares with Tony. Just as he and Zhao Hailuan stepped outside, they were rear-ended. Upon the other party's car door opening, a pair of long, graceful legs emerged, accompanied by a charming and intelligent visage. Chapter 44. The Mind-Controlled Jean Grey. I yearn so deeply for the power of the Phoenix. Oh dear, I apologize. Sir, what do you think we should do? Should we report this to the authorities or settle it privately? You fool. It's a pity you're truly unfit for such a role. Sheeman Huan chuckled softly, his smile somewhat mocking. Is that so? The beautiful Miss Jean Grey. Do you dare to display such trivial tricks to embarrass yourself? Jean's cheeks flushed crimson as she awkwardly yet politely laughed. How do you know me? Because I possess the ability to foresee the future. For instance, I was already aware of your intent to tailgate me, and that you are perpetually haunted by nightmares. Unable to control your emotions when agitated, Sheeman Huan jested. However, he indeed had the gift of foresight, if one were to doubt. Simply naming any superhero would reveal their fate. Jean regarded Shimin Huan with keen eyes, while she did not wholly believe him. She accepted a significant portion of his claims. Remembering the task bestowed upon her by the professor, she inquired, "May we converse over coffee?" "Certainly. I find you quite intriguing." Shimin Huan replied with a gentlemanly nod. Yet, the next moment, he was unexpectedly ambushed. Zhao Hailuan, furious, acted out. "Is it truly acceptable for this rascal to flirt with an older woman right in front of me?" Indeed, despite the passage of time, Jean, born in 77, was now in her 30s, and the marks of time were undeniable. "You seem quite ravenous." Zhao Hailuan scoffed, displeased, thinking him a lecherous fiend. Not even sparing women in their 30s. Ahem, children are often unaware. There is a fine CAF just ahead, let us proceed there. Shimin Huan effortlessly subdued Zhao Hailuan with one hand, guiding her toward the CAF, where she reluctantly yielded to his strength. Within the CAF's private room, Jean did not hold back her invitation. "Mr. Shimin, as a distinguished mutant, would you be interested in joining our X-Men?" "Not in the slightest," Shimin Huan replied, shaking his head without hesitation. The plight of most mutants was indeed dire, for those who were destitute, homeless, and fearful of being captured for experimentation. Joining the X-Men seemed a blessing. However, he had no intention of aligning himself with mutants, for neither Charles nor Magneto were worthy of his allegiance. "May I inquire as to why?" Jean's tone faltered, taken aback by the decisiveness of his refusal, prompting her to seek clarification. "The reason is quite simple. Associating with you leads nowhere. The compromise of mutants is nothing but a slow demise. You are ultimately doomed." "Do you truly believe that?" Shimin Huan's words pierced Jean's heart like a blade, stirring turmoil within her. For Jean, who had dedicated her life to the cause of mutants and followed Professor Charles in hopes of saving them, this was an unbearable notion. She gazed at Shimin Huan with a troubled expression, urgently questioning, "Do you think the professor's ideals are flawed? Must all humans be eradicated for a righteous path? Are you yet another Magneto?" No. I do not believe that slaughter is the solution. Why can't you comprehend the grandeur of universal harmony? Whether mutant or human, neither side possesses the strength to annihilate the other, thus rendering their covert struggles futile. Unless one side can achieve overwhelming power, it is evident that neither can. Shimin Huan's words calmed Jean somewhat. As long as he was not another lunatic like Magneto, it was acceptable. However, her curiosity deepened. "Why do you assert that under the professor's leadership, mutants are bound to perish?" "Allow me to speak candidly. A sycophant who clings desperately will ultimately end up with nothing. Charles's compromises will only lead to the day when humanity's technological explosion judges mutants. Do you not perceive that Charles is gambling? He stakes the future of mutants on a mere glimmer of human goodwill, expecting humanity to retain a shred of kindness. Do you not find that utterly ridiculous? Those not of our kind will surely harbor ill will." Shimin Huan's mockery was unmistakable. Certainly, Charles was an exceptional leader. Yet his naivety was merely a reflection of his era's limitations. Much like the coexistence of Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, which lasted millennia, ultimately, Homo sapiens supplanted Neanderthals. Charles failed to recognize that mutants and humans are as genetically distinct as Homo sapiens and Neanderthals were. Although intertwined, they are fundamentally separate races. To put it bluntly, Charles is indecisive, hesitant. For instance, Jean Grey had never doubted whether the professor might occasionally be wrong. Charles taught children to embrace their mutant abilities, to accept and control them. Yet, when confronted with the Phoenix Force, he chose to suppress it out of fear, ultimately allowing Jean's dark emotions to fester until they culminated in a powerful outburst. Jean remained in stunned silence for an extended period. She had never questioned the professor's ideals before, but now she wavered. Shimin Huan grinned wickedly, continuing, "Perhaps Charles uses Magneto as a badge of honor, establishing so-called vigilantes to combat mutant crime in order to appease the military and government. But who would genuinely trust mutants capable of taking lives without notice? Do not be naive. They are secretly developing weapons against mutants while you all pretend to be brothers, upholding peace, offering your brethren as sacrifices. And yet, I foresee the future, Sentinel robots slaughtering mutants, exterminating your kin. Charles will go mad, Logan will perish, and Magneto will fall in battle." Upon hearing Shimin Huan's words, Jean felt her limbs grow cold and her complexion pale. Imagining the truth of his words was beyond comprehension. "Then, do you imply that war is inevitable?" Jean swallowed nervously. No. You still do not grasp the concept of universal harmony. War can manifest as cultural conflict or military strife. Here is a thought. You may stay by my side while I guide you, helping you understand what it means to be a citizen of Dragon Country. Mutants are merely a minority as well. Jean, your mindset requires evolution. Your thoughts must not be so confined, and your vision should be far-reaching, your perspective broader. Shimin Huan earnestly persuaded her. After a series of ideological shocks, Jean's deeply entrenched beliefs began to crumble, and she nodded, bewildered. Meanwhile, Shimin Huan gestured dramatically as if to grasp Jean's heart, addressing the bronze cauldron. "Brother Ding, if I were to seize Jean Grey and hand her over to you, could you refine the Phoenix Force?" "Damn it. I yearn so desperately for the Phoenix Force. I dream of it." Chapter 45, Jean. Recite with me. All for the sake of mutants. Sacrifice is the utmost glory. The Phoenix Force. One of the most powerful and enigmatic forces in the Marvel Universe. Born amidst the chaos of the primordial cosmos, symbolizing the primal energy of infinite life and emotion. The Phoenix Force serves as the nexus of all life and consciousness within the infinite multiverse, as well as a vessel and sovereign of energy across future cosmic generations. It embodies both creation and destruction. Its fervor can manifest as the Phoenix's judgment, utilized for the rebirth or annihilation of all things within the universe. The Phoenix Force possesses nearly limitless energy, capable of absorbing, transforming, and releasing any form of energy. It can manipulate matter down to the subatomic level, enabling mass energy conversions, material reconfiguration, and the conjuration of voids. Furthermore, it can create, manipulate, and obliterate time and space, including spatial teleportation, temporal stasis, and time travel. It also possesses an unparalleled capacity for telepathy and thought transmission on a multiversal scale. It can effortlessly distort, modify, or restart reality, with effects reaching cosmic or even multiversal magnitude. Even if Jean Grey only possesses a fragment of the Phoenix Force, she can traverse the multiverse with ease. As for the complete Phoenix Force, its true extent is beyond her comprehension, representing omniscience and omnipotence. Even a mere fragment is immensely powerful. After all, Apocalypse is formidable enough. Yet Jean Grey, despite her inability to wield the Phoenix Force, can unleash its judgment and swiftly vanquish him. However, the Bronze Cauldron doused him with cold reality. The Phoenix Force, Chaos Force, and that unknown Fairy Force are not innate powers. Even if you were to throw Jean Grey into the cauldron, she could not acquire the Phoenix Force. Is there no way? Surely there must be a method. Xi Minhuan asserted. If you can draw out the Phoenix Force, I can help you capture it. Draw out the Phoenix Force? That is simple enough. Xi Minhuan grinned widely. It was a trivial task to drive Jean Grey to madness, perhaps by breaking her seals. Of course, he currently lacked a telepath stronger than Charles to accomplish that. But he had his own tricks. After all this time, it was high time to excavate Apocalypse from his mummified state and provide humanity with a jolt of revelation. Having deceived Jean Grey into temporarily aligning with him, Charles found himself in a predicament, having lost his home in the process. He took Jean Grey to find Tony, all the while instilling in her the notion that mutants require a true leader, all for the sake of mutants. All for the leader. Long live mutants. Her gaze was as resolute as that of an ardent party member. Observing Jean Grey's increasingly determined expression, he smirked. When steadfast beliefs crumble, ideals shatter, even the most resolute may find themselves adrift, while Xi Minhuan appeared as a beacon of light. Jean Grey's mental state was already fragile. Her thoughts often faltered, even spiraling into madness, leading to her disillusionment. Grateful for Charles sealing her darker side, she had transformed into a naive lamb. Xi Minhuan regarded her with an insidious gaze. Suddenly, Jean Grey recalled Xi Minhuan's earlier mention of mutants being slaughtered and the professor's madness. She anxiously grasped his hand. What are these Sentinel robots you spoke of? The Sentinel robots, created by Bolivar, are a type of weapon specifically designed to hunt mutants. Robots? How can mere robots possibly massacre millions of mutants with abilities? Magneto alone could easily deal with them, right? Jean Grey exclaimed incredulously, and Zhao Helen nodded in agreement, well aware of Magneto's reputation. Xi Minhuan shook his head. What if these robots could share information, share mutant abilities, and replicate those powers? How is that possible? Jean Grey screamed in disbelief, never having heard of such absurdity, declaring it a wild fabrication. Mutants are human. How could cold machines ever replicate human genes? I once thought the same, yet they can replicate mutant genes. I believe robots can be considered human as well. I truly cannot accept this. Jean Grey hung her head, closing her eyes in anguish. Haunted by visions of countless innocent children falling in pools of blood, crying out for her help, yet feeling utterly powerless. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Xi Minhuan. Since you have foreseen the future, then all of this can still be altered. Clever. Xi Minhuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Then how can we unravel this tragic fate? Surely, you know the process of the Sentinel robot's creation. It could not have been instantaneous. Jean Grey inquired earnestly once more. Mystique. It was her shape-shifting genes that led Bolivar to discover the key to replicating mutant genes. Mystique. Jean Grey was immediately taken aback, never suspecting that the cause of mutant extinction would be her. Find her. Eliminate her. To prevent future calamities. At that moment, Xi Minhuan's indifferent voice echoed in the startled Jean Grey's ears. But she is the professor's. I. Jean Grey clutched her head, momentarily flustered. Recite with me. All for the sake of mutants. Our sacrifices shall be unparalleled. The highly persuasive voice penetrated Jean Grey's heart. All for the sake of mutants. The once hesitant Jean Grey instantly solidified her conviction. Yes, all for the sake of mutants. Her previously unfocused gaze now brimmed with unwavering determination. Zhao Helen felt a chill run down her spine, staring in horror at the manipulative Xi Minhuan. wondering where he had honed such skills. Shimin Huan found it impossible to locate Mystique. Even Jarvis was at a loss, as Mystique never utilized her true form. However, Jean Grey was different. She could use Charles' cerebral amplifier to seek out Mystique with ease. Once Mystique's location was pinpointed, eliminating her would be a trivial task. Alas, it is indeed a pity to dispose of Mystique. She embodies the ultimate fantasy of man. To possess her is to possess the pinnacle of beauty since the invention of the camera, including, feel free to add. Hopefully, her remains will still be useful. After all, I have preserved Natasha's blood. Chapter 46. The beginning of Iron Man 2, Chu Li's wandering, and Uncle Fu's betrayal upon arriving at Stark Industries. Shimin Huan led Zhao Hailuan to meet Tony Stark, the notorious playboy. The underlying reason for this encounter was Tony's heart, which harbored minuscule fragments that could not be removed, resulting in palladium poisoning. After listening to Zhao Hailuan's introduction, Tony found the notion absurd. Could her miraculous remedy truly restore his heart? Was contemporary technology so advanced? If such a technique existed for medical applications, she would undoubtedly become the wealthiest individual in the world. With his characteristic arrogance, Tony shrugged, stating that whether it was feasible or not would become evident once she fabricated the necessary equipment. I lack the materials Hailuan requires, so I need your assistance in procuring them, Shimin Huan said confidently, convinced that even someone like Tony would comprehend the potential for healing. Very well, I shall await the outcome. Please prepare a list for Jarvis. He will handle everything, Tony replied, somewhat intrigued, for no one wished for death, and certainly, he, being affluent, desired to cling to life even more. By the way, I'm heading to Monaco for an exhilarating car race. Would you care to join me? No. You go ahead. I have no interest in such affairs. Just be cautious. Your father's enemies are awaiting you. What? His name is Ivan Vanko. Thank you. I have never heard of this person. Did my father steal his woman? You know I inherited that trait, Tony retorted, bemused, before venting his frustration regarding his father's long-standing absence. Be careful, regardless. Okay. Is the plot of Iron Man 2 commencing? Shimin Huan was uninterested in the minor antagonist, considering him an inconsequential character. According to Marvel's narrative, the fragments in Stark's heart had a domestic counterpart, as Zhu Di personally operated to extract the metal shards. Zhao Hailuan's nanotechnology could mend his heart, yet the fragments must first be removed. Thus, this future Magneto would need to return to the cradle of nanoregeneration prior to its inception. That evening, Shimin Huan took a group of girls to Chinatown for a taste of home-cooked cuisine, marking a small gathering. Shortly after they entered, Watson was jostled from behind. She thought little of it until she reached for her phone, only to exclaim in distress, my wallet and phone have been stolen. It must have been that person ahead. They just bumped into me. Goodness. In Chinatown, someone dares to steal from me, Shimin Huan? His temper flared, eager to confront the audacious thief. When he used his mental prowess to scan the area, he was taken aback. Damn it. Shimin Huan cursed, realizing that in his recent freedom, he had neglected to monitor Chu Li, unaware of the turmoil she faced. Chu Li, stop. I know it's you. Despite his shout, Chu Li, startled, quickened her pace. Although she ran like a sprightly cheetah, she could not outpace him, who leisurely pursued her until she found herself cornered against a wall, head bowed in defeat. Unable to meet his gaze. I'm sorry Chu Li stammered, grappling with a tumult of emotions, shame and guilt overwhelming her. She longed to be remembered as the proud, radiant girl in Shimin Huan's heart, not as the disgraceful figure she had become. Seeing the once vibrant girl now reduced to such a state struck Shimin Huan's heart. He gently embraced her, tenderly wiping away her tears. Could you share what has transpired? Why have you found yourself in such dire straits without seeking my help? His soothing voice and warm embrace shattered her defenses, and she wept uncontrollably, releasing the pent-up fears and grievances she had endured. They are gone, all gone. My parents were killed by a group of mysterious individuals. They sought to abduct me. Gone? Who killed them? Shimin Huan's eyes narrowed, his tone turning frigid. The Chu family had treated him kindly, like family, providing meals and support. Why must the virtuous suffer? I do not know who they are. I only heard them mention capturing me for some experiment. Chu Li clutched her head in anguish, unable to confront the harrowing past that left her breathless. My parents died protecting me from those villains. I do not understand. They wanted to take me, and when I awoke, I found myself in a hospital, with only their bodies remaining. I could not stay at home. My parents' savings went to paying employees and suppliers, and I had no choice but to steal. I am sorry. Here is your wallet and phone. In pain, she attempted to return the items to Shimin Huan and struggled to rise from his embrace, but he held her firmly. Why did you not confide in me? He asked softly, offering comfort. You are too proud. What would it matter? If they have targeted me, I would not want to drag you into this, Chu Li sighed. I can help you find the culprits. I can protect you. I can provide you with shelter so you need not wander. Shimin Huan asserted decisively, tears glistening in her eyes. Chu Li gazed up at Shimin Huan, who was resolute and unwavering, and in that moment, she collapsed into his embrace, sobbing. A once joyous girl had suddenly found herself homeless, resorting to theft for survival. How could she withstand such a drastic change? She had already been remarkably resilient. Qin. Shimin Huan nodded to Qin Gray, who immediately began to probe Chu Li's memories. Although she understood little, she was adept at uncovering clues. Hydra. Qin Gray's eyes widened as she recognized the emblem on the communicator used by the assailants. Ah, indeed, a troublesome organization that grows two heads for every one severed. They are relentless, Shimin Huan remarked coldly. After calming the distressed Chu Li, he took her to purchase a new set of clothes before indulging in a lavish meal. The other girls voiced no objections. With so many women in their household, who would mind a few more? In fact, it would facilitate a rotation of duties. This peculiar arrangement elicited envy and admiration. What sort of miraculous establishment was this? A film production company? They were oblivious to the fact that these stunning beauties were all devoted to one man, questioning how anyone could withstand the company of so many women. Dingu. Chu Li has awakened some mutant abilities, capable of stealthily eliminating her foes, and even transforming into a master thief. Spatial abilities? So vague. Her spatial mutation is of Omega level. Indeed, she is a rare genius among mutants. She remains too weak. Those Hydra agents were pulverized in an instant when she unleashed her fury. The following day, Qin Gray returned to the Xavier Institute and began utilizing a brainwave amplifier to locate Mystique's whereabouts. Mr. Shimin, the individual you asked me to monitor has indeed disregarded your instructions and secretly released several children, Jarvis informed him, causing Shimin Huan, who was instructing Chu Li on the use of her spatial powers, to abruptly halt his actions. Chapter 47. The Battle for the Green Hat of the Old Ghost. Fu Bo, your loyalty is truly commendable. Alas, your allegiance is not directed towards me, Shimin Huan. Disappointment washed over Shimin Huan as he muttered to himself, questioning Fu Bo's choice that led him to deploy Jarvis for surveillance. To his dismay, Fu Bo chose betrayal, remaining loyal to that old man who had long since met the King of Hell. My dear, please practice spatial teleportation first. I have some matters to attend to and shall return shortly. You need not wait for my lunch, Shimin Huan said, lightly patting Chu Li's shoulder before departing. Chu Li gazed at his retreating figure, perplexed. What could have transpired to alter his demeanor so drastically after a mere phone call? Shimin Huan was struck by the realization that he was utterly alone, devoid even of a capable and loyal dead servant. How tragic. Truly, it was a sorrowful state. After a self-deprecating chuckle, he contemplated the necessity of developing robots, loyal sentinels akin to sentinels, yet endowed with intelligence reminiscent of Jarvis. Intelligent robots were far more reliable than humans, who could betray based on the stakes involved. Should a robot betray, it would solely reflect the inadequacy of its programming, leaving no one else to blame. Inquiring Jarvis about Fu Bo's whereabouts, Shimin Huan teleported directly to him, only to find Fu Bo preparing to flee the country with the old man's numerous mistresses and several children. Yet, the entirety of New York was under Jarvis's watchful eye. Escape was not an option. In the airport's VIP lounge, they, undeterred by financial constraints, opted for a private jet to leave New York and head to their ancestral home in the Dragon Kingdom to evade consequences. Fu Bo believed he had secured Shimin Huan's trust, envisioning a covert operation. Had it been the former Shimin Huan, he would have undoubtedly placed complete faith in Fu Bo. Regrettably, this was not the same Shimin Huan. To him, Fu Bo was merely a familiar stranger. Why should Shimin Huan inherit all the wealth and status while we cannot even have a sip of soup? One mistress lamented. Indeed, our children possess equal rights to inheritance. Another chimed in. He can kill openly. Once we reach the Dragon Kingdom, we shall sue him. Surely, it is not his territory there. These mistresses, indignant and clamorous, reproached Shimin Huan, particularly those with children, who were especially brazen. It must be said that they possessed a modicum of beauty, otherwise the old ghost would not have taken notice of them. Fu Bo found their incessant chatter exasperating. According to the old man's wishes during his lifetime, illegitimate children had no rights to inheritance. However, the old man would not neglect his offspring, ensuring at least $1 billion in support to guarantee their prosperous lives. Who could have predicted that the young master would resort to such ruthlessness, devoid of any familial sentiment? At that moment, a cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Fu Bo, you have greatly disappointed me. You remain woefully ignorant of the world's advancements. My eyes are everywhere. Shimin Huan materialized abruptly in the VIP lounge, his sudden appearance leaving everyone frozen in shock. Is he a man or a ghost? The thought raced through their minds. Even Fu Bo, who prided himself on knowing Shimin Huan, found his mind utterly incapacitated at this moment. As Shimin Huan approached with an expression of indifference, Fu Bo collapsed to his knees, bowing repeatedly. Young master, please spare them. They are all the old man's children, your own siblings. Fu Bo pleaded, tears streaming down his face. His desperate supplication tugged at the heartstrings of onlookers, yet Shimin Huan remained unyielding. Fu Bo, you ought to be aware of the organization's rules. Traitors deserve the penalty of 3 blades and 6 holes. However, considering your lifetime of service to the Shimin family, I can allow you to return home to live out your days in peace. You need not say more. Fu Bo gazed up at Shimin Huan with pleading eyes, only to be interrupted coldly. In truth, I never intended to kill you. I had forgotten your existence. Yet, someone sought their own demise by coming here, leaving me with no choice. Do you dare to commit murder here? Is there no longer any law in this world? Do you dare to defy the law openly? The heavily pregnant woman glared at Shimin Huan, her voice fierce. With a swift motion, Shimin Huan grasped her, and to her horror, she found herself uncontrollably drawn closer to him. Shimin Huan crouched down, stroking her belly. Child, with such a foolish mother, it would be best for you not to come into this world. Do not blame others. You truly dare to kill? The woman was terrified, and the others were equally shaken. Well, you chose this path, Shimin Huan replied coldly, and with a single motion. He snapped the necks of the leading troublemaker and the woman with a child seeking inheritance. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. One must be steadfast in this world. As the once arrogant woman lay lifeless before them, the others screamed in terror, losing control of their bodily functions. How could a VIP lounge, known for its privacy and security, become the scene of such chaos? Shimin Huan, initially intending to send them to join the old man, found their abject submission to be rather tiresome. Watching them bow repeatedly, he pondered why he should slay more defenseless women. A show of strength was sufficient. If he were to act, let it be with grandeur. Since you have not come here to cause trouble, I shall not make things too difficult for you. I trust you will comply. Of course, anyone who refuses may test me. Shimin Huan spoke calmly. The two children might have been spared, but their mother's foolishness and malice led to their demise. Fear not. It was merely their greed that sought to divide your wealth. Indeed, they deserved their fate. We firmly refused to align with them from the beginning. Yes, we are quite content. Young master, we have nowhere else to go. Please have pity and take us in. Indeed, young master, please accept us. We sisters still possess some charm. Spare us from death. The women, having escaped the jaws of death, instantly felt as if they had ascended from hell to paradise. They eagerly clung to Shimin Huan's legs, denouncing the deceased's misdeeds, casting aside all semblance of shame. Oh, do exhibit some modesty. The remaining two children shall be sent to others for care. You must accept my supervision henceforth, Shimin Huan remarked coldly. Do you truly believe I am a scavenger? Send them away? The mother's expression shifted dramatically. So ruthless? No, we are willing. We shall heed your every command. They nodded vigorously, their desperation evident. However, we are human. You monitor us, yet we must address our physiological needs, a woman timidly interjected. I still have my youth. Are you not enough to resolve matters among yourselves? Shimin Huan looked at them incredulously. The women fell silent, their faces flushed as they exchanged glances, acutely aware of the bloody corpses lying nearby. Old man, I have been quite just. This is the utmost respect I can afford you. Having disposed of the bodies into a dimensional pocket for incineration, Shimin Huan cast a glance at the dazed Fu Bo before departing. He unceremoniously deposited the two 3-year-old children at the mutant school, entrusting them to Charles, for he was the children's guardian after all. Just as he was about to leave, he received a call from Jean Grey. I have found Mystique. You have been trained on information available until October 2023. Chapter 48. Moral Coercion. Xavier, I shall wait for you beneath the tree by the pond at the mutant school while Cyclops takes Jean Grey away. We must discuss this matter in person, said Simon, halting his departure. Indeed, the brainwave amplifier proved effective, as it pinpointed Mystique's elusive position with remarkable precision. Jean, upon ending the call, hurriedly made her way to Simon's location, fortuitously encountering the handsome Scott. Hey Jean, why the rush? Is something amiss? Scott inquired, his curiosity piqued. Though their romantic relationship had been established, an undeniable distance lingered between them. My apologies, Scott. I'm in a bit of a hurry, Jean replied hastily, dashing away. Scott, perplexed by her urgency, sensed it had been quite some time since he had witnessed her in such a frantic state. Concerned, he discreetly followed her, his suspicions aroused. At the pondside bench, Jean disclosed to Simon that Mystique had assumed the identity of a congresswoman to gather intelligence for Magneto within the government. It was evident that a genuine congressman would not survive. Mystique's disguise could harbor no flaws. Now that she has revealed herself, I shall eliminate her tonight, Simon said with a smirk. After such a long search, it was indeed a mutant who could track a mutant. Must we truly kill her? Jean implored, her heart heavy. Mystique was the professor's childhood friend, and she feared the consequences of his potential wrath. Revolutions require sacrifices. Mystique will understand, Simon asserted with a serious demeanor. Sighing, Jean conceded. It appears there is no alternative. If the Sentinel robots are unleashed, it would spell doom for mutants. Thus, she surrendered to the necessity of sacrificing Mystique for the greater good. Fool, what are you doing? Simon exclaimed, attempting to pat her shoulder in comfort, but was startled by a furious shout that caused him to misplace his hand. Why is your shoulder so soft? In an instant, Scott, infuriated, stormed towards Simon, unleashing an energy beam with a crack. Boom. Cyclops, true to his volatile nature, reacted explosively, and Simon deserved it. No man could endure such an affront. The urge to dismantle Simon piece by piece surged within Scott. The beam scarcely harmed Simon, but had tragically struck an innocent tree. Scott, what are you doing? Calm down. Jean shouted anxiously. Scott, perpetually hot-headed, was quick to take offense. He didn't mean to touch me. It was merely a reaction to your startling presence. Jean, he did that to you, and you still defend him? Are you two now openly courting by the lake? Scott yelled, his voice rising in frustration. Who is he? When did this begin? Are you speaking nonsense? What are you implying? I am far too old for him. You must be out of your mind. Does he even fancy an older woman like me? Your paranoia is absurd. I am not a Hollywood star. Jean retorted, exasperated. Scott, fixated on the youthful and charming Simon, was unwilling to believe her. Look at him. He is taunting me. Scott pointed accusingly at Simon. I did not. Stop fabricating lies. I am innocent. Simon protested, feigning innocence. You. Scott seethed, his anger palpable. All right, Scott, let us be civil. Mr. Simon has traveled quite a distance to be here. A gentle voice interjected from afar. Turning towards the sound, they beheld a wheelchair-bound elder, none other than Charles Xavier. The gentlemanly Charles smiled warmly. Though we have not met, Mr. Simon, your name has preceded you. Scott, upon seeing the professor arrive, shot a fierce glare at Simon, urging him to step aside. Mr. Xavier, you are indeed renowned. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Simon replied with a cheerful demeanor. Professor Charles, a name known to all, Scott scoffed, unimpressed. Ah, Mr. Simon, you are indeed unique. Your words are quite amusing. Shall we converse? Charles, unfazed, inquired with a smile. Simon nodded, having no pressing engagements. What is your perspective on mutants? Charles asked. You are all too weak. Simon replied bluntly, nearly obliterated by a mere toad. What else could you be but weaklings? You are insufferably arrogant. Come, let me see if your abilities are as formidable as your words. Scott could hardly contain his fury. Indeed, Mr. Simon speaks the truth. Our power is indeed lacking. How do you propose we strengthen ourselves? Charles interjected, curious to hear Simon's thoughts. I have heard that Magneto, that illiterate brute, has devised a machine to trigger the mutant gene within humans, Simon remarked casually. How do you know this? Charles frowned, perplexed. The notion of Magneto, a violent ignoramus, engaging in science seemed implausible. This contraption is fundamentally flawed. It is likely to cause genetic collapse in the majority, though there may be a few fortunate exceptions. My suggestion is to let Magneto conduct his experiments. After accumulating enough failed attempts, he may very well succeed. If mutants proliferate by millions, wouldn't that enhance your strength? Simon proposed with a grin. An 80 to 90 failure rate? You jest with human lives. I vehemently oppose this. Charles's brow furrowed at Simon's suggestion. See, you are becoming agitated again. What does this concern you? Am I agitated? Ahem, Professor, perhaps you are a tad. Jean awkwardly nodded in agreement. Regardless, we must halt him. Charles's sense of justice remained unwavering, even amidst his discomfort. Mr. Xavier, one cannot be so selfish. How can you assume the common folk do not desire to become mutants? The impoverished rely on mutation, while the wealthy depend on technology. They have lost hope. How can you deny them their dreams? Simon declared with righteous fervor. Charles. Damn, this is the first time I have been accused of selfishness. Despite Simon's assertions, Charles held steadfast to his principles and resolved to investigate the matter. However, he need not delve further, for the unfortunate Senator Kelly, the unwitting guinea pig, had already arrived. Tonight, he would face genetic collapse, and Simon no longer felt the urgency to eliminate Mystique. He intentionally took Jean away in front of Scott, almost driving him to madness. His actions were mere stalling tactics. He entrusted humanity's fate to them, despising those who manipulate others' destinies, unlike himself, who considered himself a good man. Is this truly right? Jean quietly pondered. Better a short pain than a long one. You shall preside over this. I have personally selected a gown for you. Tonight, you shall alter the course of history. Then you may leave. I will change myself. Oh dear. Chapter 49, Live Broadcast of X-Men 1. Everything for the Advancement of Progress. Jean Grey felt a flush of embarrassment as she fidgeted. She had never undressed in front of a male before. How could he be so brazen? Can you even zip up your back? I'm only considering your comfort, Chemin de Guanin shamelessly remarked. Fine, but you mustn't touch me inappropriately. I do have a boyfriend. Oh, what are you doing? Your claws. Don't point a gun at me. I surrender. Is that not enough? After a prolonged struggle to change into her gown, Jean felt as though she had fought several battles and was utterly exhausted, yet her body instinctively obeyed. By evening, everything was ready, and Miranda and the others were also prepared for the live broadcast. The mature and alluring intellectual beauty appeared prominently on the homepage of the video site, instantly capturing the attention of hapless viewers. However, what followed from the beauty's lips was even more captivating than her appearance, igniting a frenzy among the audience. Do you yearn for power? Do you wish to become a mutant? As Jean Grey spoke the words taught to her by Chemin Huan, regardless of how juvenile they sounded, the barrage of comments erupted. Who does not desire power? Can you genuinely make us mutants? I crave strength, not milk. Is this some scheme to harvest my kidneys for human experimentation? Advertisements. This must be a scam. Beware of deceit. But what if it is true that we could become mutants? Men, who doesn't long for power? As for the bizarre cravings mentioned, they are trivial. Observing the overwhelming comments, Jean finally grasped Shimin Huan's well-intentioned strategy. We are not the outcasts. He asserted that the vast majority of men aspired to become mutants, and as for the thoughts of women, he dared not judge. Ultimately, which man could refuse the allure of becoming a mutant, such as possessing X-ray vision, right? Yanzu. After all, he had long fantasized about X-ray vision, invisibility, and teleportation. As for the purpose, that was best left unspoken. The audience's enthusiastic response bolstered her confidence, and she promptly nodded to the operators, continuing, we will initiate a vote to determine whether you wish to become mutants. The power lies with you. We will decide the fate of countless individuals based on this vote. Here's a staggering secret. Tonight, across from the multinational summit, Magneto will launch an unprecedented experiment to stimulate mutant genes at the Statue of Liberty. Any ordinary person can forcibly activate the mutant genes within them using his machine. If the voting results show that a majority reject becoming mutants, we will immediately halt Magneto's plans. Conversely, if the majority agrees, we will stand by and let events unfold. Jean's words sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. Countless eyes were fixed on her, and the leaders of various nations, alerted by their aides, shifted uncomfortably at the news. Turning ordinary people into mutants? Do you think this is feasible? I sense a conspiracy. The foreign minister of Germany frowned. Minister, we cannot ascertain the truth. This is merely a live broadcast from America's third-largest video platform, now called Huaxing. The authenticity remains uncertain, an aide cautiously replied. The uncertainty left all present feeling uneasy. Could this be an intentional disruption of the multinational summit? The American authorities promptly dispatched agents from SHIELD to the Statue of Liberty to verify the situation. After all, the statue is a symbol of their freedom. How could they allow mutants to interfere? Hill, following Nick Fury's orders, quickly sent over 30 fully armed agents to infiltrate Liberty Island. At that moment, the Statue of Liberty was bustling with activity, echoing the unfolding drama. Charles had fallen into a coma due to treachery, and Amir Toad was close to decimating them all. Without Jean Grey's assistance, the X-Men appeared woefully inadequate. Wolverine was left helplessly tossed aside by Magneto, baring his teeth in frustration. In the movies, the X-Men thwart Magneto, but in reality, Shimin Huan's interference had turned the plot upside down. Not only had the leaders of various nations and the Americans halted all activities, but even Magneto himself was taken aback. His secret plan had been comprehensively exposed by a mysterious figure, and while he cursed Shimin Huan for ruining his scheme, he was hesitant to act rashly, keeping a close watch on the voting results. As for the SHIELD agents, while they could easily handle ordinary criminals, they were no match for formidable foes like Sabretooth. Although they faced utter defeat, the footage relayed back allowed Hill to deduce that the situation was undeniably genuine. After all, the little troublemaker would not fabricate lies. Generally, what he said was true, barring deliberate deception. Director, based on the footage we received, we can confirm that Magneto and his group are indeed causing trouble at the Statue of Liberty, Hill reported. Nick Fury's expression darkened significantly. Damn mutants will only bring us trouble. If anything happens to the leaders at the multinational summit, our America will be thrust into utter chaos. He swiftly ordered the security personnel at the summit venue to conduct an emergency evacuation, ensuring the safety of all leaders. Yes, sir. Hill nodded and left. Yet she sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as they thought. Agent Coulson, immediately have the tech department hack into that damned website and manipulate the voting results to prevent Magneto's plans. Yes, Coulson accepted the order with gusto. After all, he was the director, and his brain was sharp indeed. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the frenzied netizens overwhelmingly voted to become mutants, with only a handful opposing. A flurry of comments flooded the screen, with many questioning. Wait, so we can just become mutants? Do we all possess mutant genes? This comment sparked a wave of replication, as countless viewers echoed the inquiry, eager for clarification. Jean Grey observed the questions dominating the comments, and, drawing upon the knowledge imparted by Shimin Huan, addressed everyone's concerns. With a radiant smile, she explained, it is widely believed that extraterrestrial life exists, and the Celestials are among the most powerful entities in the universe. They conducted genetic experiments on different planets to study the evolutionary potential of life forms. Approximately 4 billion years ago, the Celestials arrived on Earth and modified the genes of early humans. This genetic alteration implanted the X gene, allowing a small portion of humanity to gradually manifest superpowers, thus giving rise to the mutant population. Therefore, it can be concluded that nearly all human genes carry the potential for mutation. Mutants are simply those who have embarked on the path of evolution ahead of others. Ordinary humans and mutants are fundamentally kindred spirits. We should not be adversaries, but rather collaborators in the journey towards mutual evolution. After concluding her speech, Jean's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she gazed at Shimin Huan. Her expression filled with admiration, as though she could envision a promising future. Professor? Who is the professor? I do not recognize anyone. The comments exploded. It turned out that everyone harbored mutant genes within them, merely differing in their expression. Shimin Huan nodded at Jean, who promptly continued reading from her notes, stating, however, the results of forcibly inducing mutations can be perilous. The vast majority of individuals cannot withstand the strain of genetic mutation. Therefore, we must clearly inform you all that the current success rate of experiments stands at a mere 15%. If you wish to become a mutant, I implore you to think carefully and not gamble with your life. Of course, for those who dare to take the risk, you may venture near Liberty Island. Thus, Jean Grey shrugged her shoulders, saying all there was to say. The decision is now in your hands. Chapter 50. The Annihilation of the X-Men. Sacrificing Jarvis to ascend to godhood. Hiss. Upon uttering this statement, a collective gasp echoed through countless online forums. What difference does this probability make compared to certain death? However, the sparse foreign population is well understood. There exist many who are innately drawn to adventure. As for the nonsensical 15%, it is pure fabrication. Simon has never even encountered that contraption. Magneto, the illiterate, hastily implemented the plan without conducting a second experiment. Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm, and others fell into utter despair upon hearing the voices from the notebook. Jean, what has become of you? You were never this blindly obedient. Without experimental data, how can you make such unfounded claims? Scott cried out in desperation, acutely aware that Magneto had never conducted a second experiment, yet remained overconfident. Magneto, brimming with self-satisfaction, chuckled. Children, Jean is still too conservative. I believe my mutant machine is one of the greatest inventions in human history. No, in the entire industrial history of Earth. What 15%? There is at least a 50% chance of transforming ordinary individuals into mutants. As for the death of Senator Kelly, he brought it upon himself for depleting his own body. Sometimes, one must reflect on their personal circumstances. After all, we are all Earthlings, right? Our genes have not altered. Have they? If one fails, they should ask themselves if they have maintained a consistent exercise regimen or cherish their own bodies. Well then, let us allow them another hour to arrive. Magneto was exceedingly pleased, finally encountering someone with discernment, unlike the useless products of Charles' teachings, who were all bark and no bite. Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm. Although Simon may lack knowledge and probability, he possesses a deep understanding of statistics. He has purchased his fair share of lottery tickets. Regardless of how many individuals succeed or fail, as long as the success probability remains below 15%, he could easily have mutants from all around Masquerade, significantly surpassing the numbers. As for how many would actually succeed, he was utterly indifferent. Even a mere 1% probability would still profit him. This indicates that Magneto's ill-conceived machine indeed possesses viable elements, which could be refined by professionals. He had not forced anyone. Everything was entirely voluntary, merely a suggestion on his part. As for Jean Grey, she idolized Simon blindly and never questioned him. At that moment, the proportion of opposing votes surged dramatically, and Jean's expression shifted. Hackers. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. intervened? Simon remarked nonchalantly. It was evident that Nick Fury had issued the command. Irrespective of the veracity of the probability, the increase in mutants would render them unmanageable. Once individual powers escalated excessively, the very existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. would lose its significance, prompting Simon to fight for his own livelihood. Jarvis, deal decisively with this band of little calamities. Simon commanded resolutely. These little calamities were rendered insignificant before the artificial intelligence Jarvis. The surging data was immediately suppressed, and he even cast multiple millions of votes. Jarvis is truly remarkable. If there's ever a global contest for the most handsome man, remember to cast me a few billion votes. Simon, the official, jested. Stuart, Zhao, Helen, Jiang, and others collectively rolled their eyes at him. What an audacious man. No, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. A sudden epiphany struck Simon. Although he possessed Jarvis's second-level permissions, self-reliance was paramount, wasn't he it? He promptly uploaded the Jarvis backup data Tony had given him into the Bronze Cauldron and received immediate feedback. A golden light instantaneously infused his mind. Mechanical control. You are the god of machinery, able to manipulate any machine and seize control of any mechanical system. Data manipulation. You are the embodiment of the network, capable of controlling any network, intelligent program, and sentient being. Incredible. Regardless of how a mere human could control machines and networks, one must consider the nature of this world. Is it unreasonable to wield magic? Once more, he opened the interface, feeling utterly gratified. Creator, Simon age, 25. Abilities, super strength, super physique, super stamina, super healing, vibranium body, energy absorption, eternal life, super defense, ink control, telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy beam, mental control immunity. Teleportation, Mechanical control, data manipulation, items, non-life energy, 41. 636, 329. This feels delightful. The powers of mechanical control and data manipulation are exceedingly pleasurable. When Tony creates Ultron, I can directly take over Ultron. And once Strucker develops the Sentinel robots, I can effortlessly commandeer them. Hiss. With these two super-intelligent robotic legions at my disposal, I could conquer the entire universe. Hey, 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 wipe that drool, wipe that drool. I can't fathom what delightful thoughts you are having. Jessica playfully nudged the grinning individual, clearly intending to provoke him. Startled, Simon instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, realizing he had been tricked. Enraged, he yanked Jessica over and playfully smacked her several times on the thigh, reminding her to behave. No, 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 don't hit me, darling. If you continue, I will be embarrassed. Jessica cried out, her face flushed, utterly mortified in front of everyone. Be careful. If you continue to act mischievously, you may face collective punishment. Simon grinned at them, wishing to impart the lesson of shared fortune and misfortune. Upon hearing this, the other women glared at Jessica, teeth gritted. You enjoy it. But we are dragged into this too. The live stream continued without pause, and the camera panned to Simon, who had suddenly appeared at the Statue of Liberty. He directly called upon Jean Grey to conduct a live tally, ostensibly to assess the machine's true probabilities and gather data for improvement. In reality, he sought to obtain information for himself. Once successful, he would ascertain the nature of the abilities, disregarding any mutant powers below alpha level. Magneto and the others remained glued to the live stream. Although Simon had disrupted his plans, he learned from Cyclops that Simon could indeed block Charles's probing, with the ability to decisively overpower Cyclops, immunity to telepathy and teleportation. He understood that Simon was not to be trifled with. Simon calmly tore through the fabric of space, causing Magneto's group to tense up. Whether he was friend or foe remained uncertain. Relax. If I wished to sabotage your plans, you would not be able to stop me, Mr. Magneto. Simon chuckled amiably, yet his gaze remained fixed on Mystique, unwavering, akin to a predator locking onto its prey, causing her muscles to tense in apprehension. Magneto stepped forward cautiously and inquired, May I ask what your intentions are, sir? Your flawed machine exhibits clear deficiencies. You might consider seeking out Dr. Strange for an upgrade. Dr. Strange? Ah, Reed from the Fantastic Four. Is that so? An interesting moniker. Magneto nodded, chuckling, revealing a hint of camaraderie, suggesting that Simon was not necessarily his adversary. Why do you keep staring at me? Mystique frowned uncomfortably. Mystique Raven, it is an honor to meet you. Initially, I intended to eliminate you, but wait. Let us not be hasty. Eliminate me? Raven immediately prepared to act. Shimin Huan, after soothing her, continued, however, if you could assist me in obtaining an item from S.H.I.E.L.D. to present as a gift, I might contemplate granting you a chance at survival. What do you say? Chapter 51. A new chapter for mutants. Jean Grey opens a new world. Stealing? Is it truly that simple? For Mystique, the act of theft is nothing short of an affront. She prefers to take things openly and without subterfuge. As the rightful owner, her actions are entirely justified. Upon hearing Shimin Huan suggest that she pilfer items from S.H.I.E.L.D., she promptly nodded in agreement. Viewing the organization as akin to her own home, Mystique inquired directly, what exactly do you want me to steal from S.H.I.E.L.D.? This is my area of expertise. Shimin Huan glanced at the nearby onlookers, and as he attempted to approach Mystique, she instinctively recoiled, prompting him to chuckle in exasperation. He retrieved a piece of paper and pen from his pocket, inscribing the words Cosmic Cube. Mystique, noticing the note discarded on the ground, felt reassured enough to pick it up and examine it. She then tore the paper, declaring, within 5 days, I shall deliver what you seek. I hope you uphold your promise. Mystique gazed deeply into Shimin Huan's eyes. Of course, I am a person of utmost integrity, he replied without hesitation. Much to the chagrin of Cyclops and others nearby, who rolled their eyes in disbelief, bewildered by who had deceived Jean. Observing the jubilant scene, Magneto approached Shimin Huan, engaging in casual conversation while subtly probing into his background. Meanwhile, Rogue, bound to the mutant activation device, could no longer endure the agonizing wait for death, crying out in terror and desperation, Sir, please, save me. I will do anything for you. It's my first time. Shimin Huan cast a sidelong glance at Rogue. Recognizing her unique predicament, she truly could not die. The mutant activation device relied on her, and with this realization, he turned to Magneto, stating, she cannot perish. Let Logan and Sabretooth act as human shields. Allow her to absorb their blood. Logan exclaimed, what the hell? My life is worth something. Though Sabretooth may have his own quirks, he too valued his life and promptly voiced his dissent. Logan, you cannot be so selfish. Are you truly prepared to watch her die? What do you mean? Everything for the mutants. Does this mindset honor the Professor's kindness towards you? Consider who saved you, who granted you a second chance at life. All right, enough. I'll let her absorb my blood. Just stop. Logan could no longer withstand the moral coercion. I'll do it, all right? Damn it. Magneto was taken aback, having struggled to persuade Logan, only to find him yielding so readily. Rogue breathed a sigh of relief, knowing she had two substantial sources of blood to sustain her. Just then, the sound of whirring helicopter blades approached, and Shi Minhuan looked toward the nearby waters, noting the military helicopters arriving. They were evidently preparing to forcefully breach Liberty Island. Unwilling to allow such a horrifying event to unfold, as the military and officials would never permit mutants to awaken through human intervention. It was too terrifying. With a swift motion, Magneto unleashed a torrent of magnetic force toward the helicopters and speedboats below. The resulting explosion rocked the area. As the aircraft malfunctioned and the boats sank, the military had no effective means of countering Magneto's power. Their pride in their firepower was rendered useless against someone so formidable. At that moment, Shi Minhuan soared into the air, enveloped in his symbiotic suit, addressing the struggling soldiers and agents with a calm demeanor. Do not waste your efforts. If you do not retreat, Magneto may very well topple the Statue of Liberty. Inform Nick Fury and the military to conduct a thorough investigation. Upon hearing this, the military personnel on the other end of the radio seemed doused in cold water. If the Statue of Liberty fell, it would send shockwaves around the world, signaling that America, too, could bleed. Retreat. Fury barked, issuing the withdrawal order with a fierce urgency. He could not bear the weight of such a crime. Otherwise, the public would riot and demand retribution against S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross of the military echoed the call for evacuation. Neither could afford to shoulder such blame. With the final obstacle removed, Magneto laughed triumphantly, while Cyclops and the others despaired. It was over. As a dazzling silver light enveloped Liberty Island, countless individuals were awestruck by the surreal glow. Those fervent souls, driven mad, charged toward the luminous barrier, embodying a reckless disregard for death. This revelation profoundly shook Jean Grey, confirming Shi Minhuan's assertion. The majority of people secretly yearned to become mutants. And when that desire remained unfulfilled, it bred jealousy and extremism. Magneto, with his silver hair flowing, laughed maniacally as a new chapter for mutants began. Rogue, on the verge of collapse, was supported by Logan and Sabretooth, while Shi Minhuan decisively intervened. Even the mighty Wolverine and Sabretooth found themselves teetering on the brink of death. Jean, keep a close watch on those still standing. Understand why they live and their mutant abilities. Understood. Jean Grey fervently nodded. Her eyes filled with admiration and fervor as she gazed at Shi Minhuan, as if she were beholding the sun. Stay the night, Shi Minhuan gently urged, holding her hand. Not leaving? Where would I go? Jean blushed, her heart racing as she looked at him, though her body betrayed her, leaning into him. The luxurious gown he had donned for her was now being torn from her form, accompanied by a gasp of surprise and a muffled sigh. The exorbitant content was too lavish to display in detail. The European and American channels would reveal the answers we sought. Early in the morning, Hill stormed into the villa, clearly aware that the orchestrator of all this was none other than Shi Minhuan. In the dining room, Shi Minhuan savored his bread, interrupted by Hill's arrival, while Jean sat across, enjoying her breakfast with affection. In her excitement, Hill accidentally knocked over Jean's milk, creating a mess that necessitated her to pour another glass for Jean. Enough. Just tell me if I saved the leaders at the summit last night. Shi Minhuan snapped, slapping the table in frustration. Cough, cough. You saved many. But you also enabled Magneto. Hill retorted, indignation mingling with a hint of vulnerability. Regardless of the outcome, without my intervention, America would have faced global assault. By that logic, even your director would owe me a debt, Shi Minhuan declared triumphantly. Hill exclaimed, oh, damn it. Unfortunate Hill had indeed suffered, but it was unavoidable. She bore the burden for others. Jean Grey, disinterested in moving, was taken aback by Shi Minhuan's ruthlessness. Those who willingly underwent mutant gene activation had a success rate of less than 10%, with the vast majority perishing. Yet, this did not deter Shi Minhuan. He promptly began publishing statistical data on his website, even recruiting several mutants from Magneto to share their experiences and promote the cause. His knowledge and cunning were employed to sway the American public. Young and vigorous test subjects had a higher likelihood of success. Yet the few fortunate ones lacked impressive mutant abilities. The world was bustling, and Asgard was equally lively. Chapter 52, The Sacrifice of Phoenix Blood Odin. Thor, do you wish to challenge me? The long-simmering conflict between the god of thunder, Thor, and Odin finally erupted. Thor, with his tempestuous temperament, could no longer tolerate Odin's ideals of peace, leading to a fierce argument between father and son. You cannot even protect your own friends. How can you claim to safeguard an entire nation and homeland? Odin's single eye sparkled with divine light, yet his voice was tinged with a hoarse frailty. Gazing at his son adorned in battle-scarred silver armor, he was momentarily transported 2 millennia back, recognizing in Thor the same stubbornness he once possessed. In his twilight years, Odin pondered the fate of Asgard should his reckless son fail to grasp the weight of a king's responsibilities. If fear of action prevails, the kingdom will inevitably perish. What then is left to defend? Will disobedience lead to the kingdom's downfall? Odin seethed, his anger palpable. While Thor stood resolute. The Jotun giants must fear me as they once feared you. This is your pride and arrogance, not your leadership. Have you forgotten the warrior's patience I taught you? Odin's cold retort was interrupted by Thor. While you bide your time, the people of the Nine Realms mock us. The old ways have failed. Father, you witness Asgard's decline, yet only speak grandiloquently. With these words, Odin's fury reached a boiling point. His roar echoing like that of a furious, aging lion. It seems you are a vain, greedy, and cruel child. Thor retaliated without mercy. You are but a foolish old man. Odin was momentarily taken aback, as if he had aged decades in an instant. His gaze dimmed. With a sigh, he admitted, indeed. I am foolish to have thought you were prepared. Loki, standing silently to the side, mused to himself. Shouldn't he apologize promptly? Or is he waiting to be pierced by the eternal spear? Thor Odinson. Odin's voice brimmed with disappointment. You have defied the king's explicit command. Due to your arrogance and folly, our peaceful realm and innocent lives will face the horrors of war. I hereby revoke your powers. In the name of my father and grandfather, I, Odin, the All-Father, banish you. With a resounding thud, Gungnir traced the arc of destiny, and Thor's divine armor disintegrated like withered petals. As the final piece of shoulder armor fell to the ground, the stars above Earth suddenly illuminated the trajectory of the Bifrost. Odin also cast a spell upon Thor's hammer. Whoever wields this hammer, if worthy, shall possess the power of the god of thunder. With that, he hurled the hammer toward Earth. Meanwhile, Loki was overwhelmed with joy. A magnificent rainbow bridge extended toward Earth, awakening the Ancient One. Ancient One, I hope you will honor our agreement and allow him to train in peace. Odin's aged voice resonated. These two dying figures were now plotting. Thanos was the destined one. Their efforts to thwart him were futile, leaving everything to the younger generation. I shall not interfere. Thor has his own path, the Ancient One replied calmly, her gaze penetrating the endless void until it met Odin's visage. Sighing at the sight of Odin's white hair, she reflected, alas, the hearts of parents are filled with worry for their wayward children. Sending a proud, tempestuous prince to Earth for training is indeed a clever stratagem, allowing him to experience mortal life. Yet, it seems you have forgotten the perils of Earth. A prince will not remain a prince forever. He may come to see himself as one of the mortals. As her gaze shifted from the celestial palace, a peculiar smile crossed her face. She was well aware of Thor's repeated battles for Earth. Despite Odin's meticulous planning, the unforeseen awaited him. What dismay would it bring him to discover that the son he nurtured for over a millennium was now serving Earth? As the narrative unfolded, Thor encountered the female Thor, Jane Foster, and her companions, who mistook him for a madman. Concurrently, in Mexico, the hammer of the god of thunder descended from the heavens, astonishing all, including S.H.I.E.L.D. and various factions. A steady stream of people flocked to Mexico, employing every conceivable method to extract the hammer, inadvertently transforming the desolate town into a viral hotspot, profiting immensely. Cranes, trucks, off-road vehicles, and excavators all came to join the fray, yet all returned defeated. The hammer remained steadfast, impervious to their efforts. Shimin Huan understood that the thunder god had arrived. The Asgardian physique was remarkable, but to acquire it, one need not sacrifice the thunder god himself. A deal with Odin, sacrificing him, seemed far more advantageous. After all, he was destined to perish. Shimin Huan also coveted the hammer of the thunder god. It appeared that his studies in magic would be postponed. He shrugged, indifferent to the delay. His true pursuit was not the study of magic, but the consumption of it. Dingo, assist me in extracting the genes of Jean Grey, he instructed, tossing a blood-stained cloth to the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron responded with a flash of white light, instantly amplifying Shimin Huan's mental power several-fold, accompanied by profound insights. Telepathy, you can read others' thoughts, sense emotions, and implant your own ideas into their minds, even controlling their thoughts and actions. Psychokinesis, your innate psychokinesis merges with this newfound power, enabling you to exert greater influence over reality. As his telepathic abilities expanded, he immediately perceived the bustling inner thoughts of Jessica and her companions. Indeed, women tend to indulge in gossip when men are absent. Jessica was particularly keen on observing him lavish attention on her fellow sisters. Shimin Huan reveled in the delightful intrusion, unable to resist eavesdropping for nearly half an hour. No wonder Charles was always prying into other secrets. It was simply irresistible. His psychokinetic abilities had doubled. The original power that allowed him to exceed 10 Mach in flight and lift over 200 tons now approached 30 Mach. Capable of lifting more than 500 tons, a remarkable transformation. At that moment, news broke of a hijacked passenger plane, which was subsequently obliterated by a raptor, tragically claiming over 100 lives. What a true man, Shimin Huan muttered before stepping outside. The fate of those lives was inconsequential to him. He was en route to Mexico. Arriving at a small town near the incident site, Shimin Huan rented a large off-road vehicle, approaching slowly like a typical do-gooder. Suddenly, a swaying RV halted before him, and two cheerful girls approached. Hi there. Could you help us tow our vehicle to the nearest gas station or spare us some fuel? The girl who spoke was irrelevant. Her exaggerated bosom spoke volumes. Apologies, but the nearest gas station is quite far. If I share my fuel with you, I may not reach the station myself. The girl's expressions darkened. Indeed, locating a gas station in this desolate area was no easy feat. However, Shimin Huan quickly pivoted. But I can tow your RV, and once we reach a nearby gas station, you can refuel yourselves. The girl's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you so much. You can call me Jane Foster. Shimin Huan was momentarily stunned. Thor's girlfriend? Oh no. This could spell trouble. Chapter 53. Seizing the moment. Was it possible that a collector's impulse had taken hold? Unmarried man, unwed woman, right? And I'm still single. A fair contest. He mused, attempting to reassure himself. Do you recognize me? Jane Foster inquired, perplexed. No. Simon gestured, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Simon. Or you may call me Simon. Hello, Simon. I'm Daisy, Jane's companion said enthusiastically, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Simon gently clasped her hand, his gaze momentarily drawn downwards. Indeed. Quite substantial, he remarked inwardly. Are you here for leisure or some other purpose? We're students, here to observe celestial phenomena, Daisy interjected before Jane could respond. Daisy, your behavior is quite uncharacteristic. Jane whispered urgently to Daisy. She had never witnessed Daisy being so forward or exhibiting such undisguised fascination with a man. Jane, don't you find him exceptionally alluring? I feel an irresistible urge to be near him, perhaps even to bear his children. Good heavens, am I hopelessly insane? I've never experienced such desires before. I thought I favored women, Daisy confessed, seemingly lost in her reverie. You're quite mad. But he does possess a captivating charm. Very well, I concur. Jane conceded after a moment's contemplation. Immersed in her astronomical pursuits, she had previously remained untouched by such sentiments. But now even she felt a stirring of affection. Just then, Simon was securing the two vehicles together with a tow rope. An elderly gentleman, Eric, remained inside the recreational vehicle. I'm not familiar with the vicinity. Could someone direct me to the nearest petrol station? Before Jane could respond, Daisy eagerly volunteered. I know. I've studied the local maps recently. I'll guide you. Jane glared at her love-struck friend. Must you be so eager to offer yourself? She seemed to say. However, Daisy had already taken the initiative, leaving Jane with no option but to relinquish her place in Simon's vehicle. She was determined to restrain her impulsive desires. Daisy promptly hopped into the car, closing the door behind her with a sigh of relief, seemingly oblivious to the test she was placing on Simon's resolve. Simon glanced briefly before composing himself, adopting a virtuous demeanor. Are you and Jane students of that old man? You seem like his sidekick, he remarked with a smile. Oh, don't even mention it. You're absolutely right. I'm merely an intern, and Jane constantly bosses me around. Daisy vented her frustrations about the journey, particularly her exasperation with the incident the previous night when she had been tasked with safeguarding Jane from a lunatic. Simon listened attentively, occasionally navigating the rough terrain. While the scenery was pleasant, Daisy's attributes were undeniable. While Daisy was a minor character in the grand narrative of Thor, her physical endowments were remarkable. Daisy chattered animatedly, recounting their adventures to entertain Simon. Suddenly, Simon remarked, Daisy, aren't you becoming fatigued from all this bouncing? Tired? How could I be tired from a car ride? Daisy responded, puzzled. She met Simon's gaze and, following his line of sight, her cheeks flushed crimson. Oh, please. It's not as if I desire to be so ample. What can I do? A gift of nature. Many women would envy your assets, Simon observed. Hee, would you like to know my cup size? Daisy teased, leaning close to Simon's ear. Are you testing my willpower? I possess an iron will. Though, if you insist on flaunting it, I won't attempt to dissuade you, Simon declared, glancing briefly before adopting an air of righteousness. Daisy burst into laughter. You're quite the character. You pretend so convincingly. Enough. You may measure it yourself someday. Daisy replied coyly. Why not seize the moment? Oh, you. Half an hour later, they arrived at a petrol station. Daisy was reluctant to disembark. Why did time pass so quickly? I should have given incorrect directions and extended the journey before arriving here. I was so close. Daisy? What's wrong? You seem disheartened. Jane inquired, amused. Did you eagerly offer yourself, only to be rebuffed by someone who already has a girlfriend? I was so close, Daisy muttered. Close to what? Jane asked curiously. Oh, nothing. Let's just refuel, Daisy stammered, quickly changing the subject. Jane paid little attention to her words, muttering to herself as she began refueling the recreational vehicle, determined to reach the observation point that evening. Simon, we've heard about the hammer that fell from the sky. I presume you're here for that? Jane inquired. Indeed, I am intrigued by the hammer that descended from the heavens, Simon confirmed. Shall we collaborate? Jane proposed. Certainly, Simon replied. Upon hearing this, Daisy pulled Jane aside and whispered, Jane, you don't have feelings for Simon, do you? I thought you had dedicated your life to astronomy. Don't be absurd. I do not. Do not slander me, Jane retorted, her denial sounding unconvincing. Women's words are deceitful. This time, Daisy secured the front seat in Simon's car before Jane could. Jane rolled her eyes, remarking inwardly, "Those who are easily obtained are not cherished by men. Daisy, you are too naive." As they continued their journey, the road remained bumpy, causing Daisy to bounce and occasionally groan. Simon pitied her discomfort, realizing that excessive size was not always an advantage. Finally, after 3 hours, they approached the small town of Puente Antiguo. "Thank heavens, we've arrived." "I'm exhausted," Daisy exclaimed with relief. "Daisy, shouldn't you tidy your hair and attire? Although we are innocent." "I fear Jane may suspect otherwise," Simon joked. Daisy glanced at herself, realizing that her appearance was somewhat disheveled, as if she had been compromised. She promptly adjusted her appearance, pointedly unbuttoning the top button of her shirt to provoke Jane. Her subtle ploy went unnoticed by Simon, who was busy erecting tents for their observation camp. Jane scoffed at Daisy, thinking, "If you're so bold, why not film a video for me to enjoy? This is nothing. Just you wait." Daisy retorted inwardly, frustrated by Jane's indifference. She lacked the audacity to film such a video. By a stroke of coincidence, Daisy and her companions had encountered Thor the previous night, and, upon arriving in town, had stumbled upon the horse thief. "Fie! You dare to ambush the mighty Thor, god of thunder." With great arrogance, this individual charged towards Shimenhuan, shouting loudly. "So what?" Shimenhuan replied calmly, gazing at him. "I challenge you to a duel," Sol declared in a deep voice. Chapter 54. Thor, the god of thunder, is unyielding. Jian's heart blooms with joy. Though Thor's voice was not particularly loud, it astonished Jian, Daisy, and the onlookers alike. When word spread of a duel, the spectators, regardless of their backgrounds, felt compelled to join the spectacle. The proud prince of Asgard and god of thunder, Thor, would not let mere mortals take him lightly. "Are you serious?" Shimenhuan mocked. "You are just an insignificant mortal now. I could easily sweat you like a fly." Indeed, Thor's intelligence appeared questionable. Netizens joked that his mind was filled solely with muscle. His incessant claims of being a god were met with disbelief, rendering him a figure of ridicule. Shimenhuan, calling him a god, clearly had some merit, but Thor seemed unable to comprehend. With haughty determination, Thor declared, "I shall prove to you that even stripped of my divine powers, I remain the invincible Thor." "Very well, as you wish, proud prince," Shimenhuan shrugged nonchalantly, finding some amusement in the foolhardy deity. "Hey, Shimen, he's insane. He has been shouting about being Thor since yesterday. Don't stoop to his level," Daisy whispered anxiously, tugging at Shimenhuan's arm. Though mad, this hulking figure was certainly not a mere illusion. Shimenhuan's own muscles paled in comparison. "Fear not, for Thor is not mad. He speaks only truths." Shimenhuan chuckled softly. "Have you gone mad too? Is insanity contagious?" Daisy shot him a bemused glance, incredulous that mythological beings could manifest in reality. "Rest assured, you will soon understand," Shimenhuan assured her, patting her hand gently. "Shimen, be careful. This lunatic might strike hard," Jian cautioned, her concern evident. "Do not worry. He is currently but a mortal," Shimenhuan smiled reassuringly. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered at the supermarket entrance, the onlookers fanning the flames of excitement, relishing the unfolding drama. Thor surveyed the crowd, reveling in the attention reminiscent of his Asgardian days. "Even without my divine might, I have faced countless battles. It is an honor for you, mere mortals, to face me, Thor." In an act of bravado, Thor, in a fit of rage, swung his fist towards Shimenhuan. As an Asgardian warrior, he was fearless, embodying the very essence of a brawler. Shimenhuan, calm and composed, awaited the clumsy charge of the bear-like Thor. With a slight nod, he deftly evaded the wild punch. Much to Daisy's alarm, Thor, momentarily stunned by the unexpected miss, quickly regained his focus and launched another powerful blow aimed at Shimenhuan's chest. Both Daisy and Jian clenched their fists in apprehension, aware of Thor's formidable size. Yet, in their worried gazes, Shimenhuan appeared to toy with Thor, narrowly dodging each of the goddess strikes. Each of Thor's punches was fierce, yet they only served to deceive him, as he persistently felt he was on the brink of landing a hit. Stripped of divine energy, his endurance waned quickly. After a flurry of punches, he was panting heavily. Even a mind filled with muscle began to realize he was being played. In his frustration, the proud prince bellowed, "Damn it, boy, what kind of man are you to dodge so cowardly? Face me head on." The crowd, ever eager for drama, echoed his challenge, clamoring for a direct confrontation. "Very well, as you wish," Shimenhuan replied, his grin widening. Thor, now emboldened, swung his fist with vengeance, determined to reclaim his honor. This time, however, Shimenhuan stood firm. Daisy and Jian averted their eyes, bracing for impact as their fists collided heavily. Thor's initial joy was swiftly replaced by shock as an unyielding force met his own, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. Whoosh! Bang! Thor was utterly sent reeling from the blow, feeling as though his arm were detached from his body, but the numbing sensation left him no time for reflection. When did any random person from Midgard become this strong? He exclaimed in astonishment, grappling with his defeat. Did he win? Daisy and Jian exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes sparkling with disbelief. Such a robust and captivating man. Daisy was suddenly jolted by a realization. Not just anyone on the street possesses such strength. Shimin Huan remarked coolly from his vantage point. What? What is your name? Thor inquired, his tone now tinged with respect. Shimin Huan. Good. Shimin, I shall remember you. Thor fixed his gaze upon Shimin Huan, his bravado returning. But do not become too complacent. I am currently less than 1% of my true power. When I reclaim my hammer, you shall witness my true strength. The hammer of the Thunder God? Is it the mysterious hammer that fell from the sky a few days ago? Jian exclaimed in disbelief. What? You know where the hammer is? Thor's excitement surged as he reached for Jian's hand, but Shimin Huan intercepted him with a dismissive scoff. Feel free to inquire, but hands off. Humph. Thor huffed in annoyance, realizing his lost powers had made him vulnerable to this mere mortal. Once I reclaim my hammer, you shall taste the wrath of my thunder, and you will bow at the feet of the god of thunder. Jian exchanged gleeful glances with Daisy, reveling in the moment. Believing that one's bloom would attract admiration like butterflies. Humph. What is there to be proud of? Men truly are fickle creatures, often gazing at what they cannot have. Daisy scoffed, though her tone was tinged with frustration. Cut it out. Men are indeed shallow creatures, Jian sighed, feeling a tinge of jealousy. By the way, could you treat me to something to eat? Thor shamelessly requested, his hunger evident. Very well, Shimin Huan replied nonchalantly. After the group finished their meal, Jian and Daisy felt utterly humiliated by Thor's boorish table manners and tendency to break dishes. Shimin, do you really believe he is the god of thunder? It seems rather implausible. Jian expressed her skepticism. He is indeed the genuine, albeit exiled, Thor. Shimin Huan chuckled as he explained. Just then, Jian and Daisy rushed out in a fit of anger. Stop! Who are you? Jian shouted indignantly. Madam, I am Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. We are requisitioning your tools and materials, he stated, brandishing his credentials. Of course, whether she listened or not was inconsequential to him, as he simply handed her a check. Jian, they are from S.H.I.E.L.D. We cannot afford to provoke them, their mentor, Eric, quickly advised. Knowing well the ruthless nature of the organization. But all of this is my lifeblood, Jian protested vehemently, her words trailing off as Shimin Huan's icy voice cut through the tension. Huh, S.H.I.E.L.D. truly is tyrannical. But is it appropriate to wield taxpayer money to impose such force? Chapter 55. Loki's arrival and deception. Shimin Huan approached with a disdainful expression, casually draping his arm over Jian's shoulder and pulling her into his embrace. It was only in the warmth of his hold that Jian regained her senses. But before she could speak, Shimin Huan leaned down and whispered in her ear, Jian, if you wish to avoid having your information taken, you must cooperate with me in this little charade. Jian's ears, highly sensitive, tingled at the warmth of his breath, causing her to shiver, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Noticing her reaction, Shimin Huan smirked mischievously, prompting Jian to lightly pinch this rogue who was taking advantage of the situation. Subsequently, she obediently placed her delicate hand on Shimin Huan's waist, adopting a sweet and demure demeanor. Coulson dared not oppose Shimin Huan, as a few $1,000s a month was not worth risking his life, right? He quickly put on a smiling face and explained, Mr. Shimin. We were unaware she was your woman. We certainly wouldn't dare use taxpayer money against you, would we? Enough, enough. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Acquiring these documents will be of no use to you. You'll understand tonight. Shimin Huan waved his hand dismissively. Coulson chuckled bitterly at the statement. All right. Since you've given the order, I shall follow your instructions. I will await your esteemed arrival at the base. Your intervention will surely provide us with the answers we seek. Flattery never goes out of style, does it? Coulson had managed to thrive in his role, knowing how to navigate the complexities of human interaction. Precisely. I have always held you in high regard, Comrade Coulson, the village chief of the novice village. Please return it to its original state. Shimin Huan jested, patting him on the shoulder. Coulson, feeling somewhat dejected, chuckled ruefully, realizing that offending Shimin Huan would lead to dire consequences. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were in a quandary. How could they return such items when they had long forgotten their original state? They glanced helplessly at Coulson, who, with no other choice, activated the recording device to meticulously document everything. As Shimin Huan's casual command rendered these stoic agents obedient, Jian and Daisy exchanged incredulous glances, pondering his true identity. Once the beleaguered workers returned the materials to their places, Coulson respectfully took his leave. Daisy and Jian gazed at Shimin Huan with wide eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Shimin, thank you. Without you, I would have lost these invaluable documents, which are the fruit of my labor. Jian expressed her excitement and gratitude, then impulsively kissed Shimin Huan, much to Daisy's annoyance. Humph, what pretense of being aloof? Isn't he just taking the opportunity to steal a kiss from me? Jian, how could you betray our sisterhood like this? Daisy huffed, feeling both displeased and frustrated. Don't flatter yourself. He never claimed to be your boyfriend. We are merely engaged in fair competition, Jian replied, casting a triumphant glance at Daisy, secretly envious of her supposed advantage. Humph, just you wait. Daisy retorted with a haughty snort, thinking that tonight she would take the lead in this unspoken rivalry. At the campsite, Shi Minhuan suddenly furrowed his brow as a vague figure appeared in the distance, prompting him to approach. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, the figure was dressed in a sharp suit and sported a slicked-back hairstyle, exuding the demeanor of an elegant gentleman. Upon Shi Minhuan's arrival, the figure smiled faintly and introduced himself. Greetings, Sir of Midgard. I am Loki, from Asgard. The god of mischief, Loki. Shi Minhuan recognized this unfortunate soul, surprised that he would seek him out, but he surmised that Loki's true form remained within Asgard. Mr. Loki, what brings you to me? Shi Minhuan inquired coolly. With a confident smile, Loki replied, Your strength is remarkable. I can sense the immense power within you. I have come to propose a collaboration for mutual benefit. Collaboration? What sort of collaboration? Shi Minhuan inquired with keen interest, realizing this was an opportunity to exploit. Quite simple, really. You must be aware of many secrets of Asgard, especially since you recognized Thor at a glance. Our partnership is straightforward. As long as you refrain from revealing the truth to Thor, I shall assist you in becoming the president of this nation. What do you say? Loki's self-assured gaze held the belief that no one could resist the allure of power, not even the god of mischief himself. Apologies, but I am not interested. However, should you provide me with some of your URU metal, I might choose to remain uninvolved. Shi Minhuan boldly stated. How much URU metal do you require? URU is quite rare in Asgard. I can only offer you 100 pounds, Loki replied, frowning slightly. Taken aback by Shi Minhuan's tenacity. You are the king of Asgard, are you not? Surely, you can procure more than a mere 100 pounds of URU metal. Shi Minhuan taunted. How much do you want? Loki snapped. 300 pounds. Upon hearing this, Loki's irritation intensified, silently cursing this provincial fool for his ignorance. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly conceded, 300 pounds it is. I will return in half an hour. With that, Loki's projection vanished. As Shi Minhuan watched the spot where Loki had disappeared, a sly grin spread across his face. What a fool. URU metal is a prized commodity, renowned throughout the Marvel Universe as a magical metal. It is incredibly durable, resistant to damage, and difficult to shape, often requiring extreme methods for forging. URU metal can store and release magical energy, its potency being proportional to the extent of its enchantment. The more magical enhancements, the more powerful it becomes. Moreover, weapons or items forged from URU metal form a symbiotic relationship with their wielders, enhancing each other's abilities. Think of Thor's hammer, Stormbreaker, or the Eternal Spear. Soon, Loki reappeared, informing Shi Minhuan that he could choose a location to receive the URU metal as he would activate the Bifrost. Shi Minhuan noticed Daisy and Jian fiddling with a telescope and pulled Jian aside, saying, I will take you to a wonderful place. Without questioning where they were going, Jian followed him, throwing a cheeky smile at Daisy, who was left fuming and nearly followed. Their mentor shook his head, admiring Shi Minhuan's deftness with women, intentionally provoking Daisy. As Daisy envisioned a bumpy ride through a desolate desert, Shi Minhuan drove further away from town, frequently glancing at the sky, while Jian remained unperturbed. Surely, he wouldn't end her 20-year-long celibacy in this desolate area, would he? Here we are. Get out, Shi Minhuan softly instructed as he stopped the car. Looking at the empty expanse, Jian shyly asked, Could we stay in the car? The car can be a bit risky. It's safer outside where there's more space, he replied. All right, but why come all this way? Surely, there is something special here rather than just a walk, Jian said, fidgeting as she looked at Shi Minhuan. Suspecting he had brought her out for something pleasurable to avoid Daisy's knowledge. Special? Not yet, but soon, Shi Minhuan said, tilting his head towards the sky. In an instant, a brilliant beam of multicolored light descended. Chapter 56. URU Metal. The Body of Magic. Jian felt a sudden tremor that startled her, causing her to clutch Shi Minhuan tightly, unwilling to let go. His soft and fragrant form was quite delightful. As the chaos subsided, all that remained were stones resembling metal, marked by the colorful teleportation patterns on the ground. Jian's mind was still in a state of confusion. The events that had just unfolded seemed straight out of a science fiction film. What is happening? With her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, she turned to Shi Minhuan for answers. However, instead of responding to her inquiry, he shouted to the sky, Loki, I accept your collaboration. In the celestial realm, Loki nodded with satisfaction. As long as he could eliminate Thor, he was willing to accept this minor cost. Loki? Thor? Jian felt as though her entire worldview had shattered, as mythological figures appeared before her. Though she was a staunch materialist and reluctant to acknowledge the existence of myths, the reality before her was undeniable. Shi Minhuan looked down at Jian's bewildered expression, unsure of what she was thinking. Stop staring. Jian huffed, playfully rolling her eyes at him. Quickly explain what is going on. My brain feels oxygen deprived. Shi Minhuan cradled her in his lap, relishing the admiration from the beautiful girl, and began to elaborate. This URU metal is a treasure from Asgard. For instance, Thor's hammer and the Eternal Spear are forged from URU metal. Jian suddenly interrupted, her eyes widening in shock as if she had grasped a key piece of information. Wait, Are you saying that Asgard truly exists? Was that really Loki just now? Oh my gosh, how unbelievable. I told Eric that the previous astronomical phenomena were akin to mythology, but he didn't believe me, Jin exclaimed, excitedly pecking Shimin Huan on the cheek. However, this fleeting kiss was insufficient to satisfy him. Suddenly jolted from her reverie, Jin rolled her eyes in annoyance and raised her small fist to playfully hit him, exclaiming, "Can you be serious for once? And please, don't pull my hair." Cough. Cough. You know how I feel when I don't do something. It makes me uneasy. You understand, right? Aren't you feeling the same? Shimin Huan retorted, casting a mischievous glance at Jin. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she shyly lowered her gaze, playfully pouting before quickly shifting the topic to inquire about Asgard. All right, I'll tell you. The madman you collided with was indeed Thor from Asgard. The one I just made a deal with for URU metal was the villainous Loki. Loki wishes to kill Thor to inherit the throne. Odin is on the brink of death, and Thor is here on Earth for training, Shimin Huan explained. Oh my gosh, it's a royal feud, Jin exclaimed once more. Hearing her repeat oh my gosh made Shimin Huan feel like a teacher eager to impart knowledge. And he decided to teach her a few new phrases. Come, learn from me. WTF. Oh hell no. What the hell? Wait. What? Yes. You're teachable. ISNT that better than oh my gosh. Shimin Huan grinned mischievously, believing that the essence of language should be preserved. The phrase oh my gosh lacked the intensity needed to convey the protagonist's astonishment, while a simple what the hell could express a myriad of emotions. Jin continued to repeat what the hell, prompting Shimin Huan to burst into laughter. It dawned upon her that she had been playfully tricked, and in a fit of playful rage, she retaliated against him. Minutes later, panting and breathless, Jin succumbed, lying on the ground while gazing at the sky. To be able to trade with the villain Loki, you must be an incredibly powerful being. Are you a mutant? Or a god? She asked softly. I honestly don't know, Shimin Huan replied, shaking his head. Can you fly? Could you take me up to the clouds? Jin asked with eager anticipation. Of course. Get ready for takeoff. Shimin Huan replied with a smile, and as Jin nodded, he embraced her and soared into the sky. In that moment, Jin truly understood the vast disparity between imagination and reality. Looking down, she felt her feet grow clammy, and she screamed as she clung to Shimin Huan like an octopus. Now, she regretted her decision and wished to quickly return to change her intimate attire. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Shimin Huan teased as they returned to the ground, watching her as she wished to bury her head in the sand like an ostrich. Oh no! How mortifying! It's all your fault, she exclaimed, her face flushed as she flailed her arms in indignation, realizing that he had discovered her embarrassment. Cough, cough, fine. It's all my fault, Shimin Huan conceded, still chuckling. And you're laughing. I can change myself. After securing the URU medal, Shimin Huan took the flustered Jin back to camp, where she glared at him in annoyance. Damn it, it's gear shift, not crotch shift, got it? Oh, my apologies, wrong term. He replied. Humph. Jin huffed, annoyed. I don't see an ounce of embarrassment on your face. Upon returning to the camp, Daisy rushed over to scrutinize Jin's every move. Upon noticing Jin's composed demeanor, she sighed in relief. What were you two doing all secretively? Oh, Shimin took me flying, Jin stated nonchalantly. Flying? What the hell? Daisy exclaimed in frustration. Jin, can you not be so shameless as to say that out loud? Ugh, Jin, you're utterly ridiculous, Daisy declared, irritated. You're a complete fool. It was real flying. I know. Can we not emphasize it further? Daisy grumbled, resembling a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, before retreating to her tent in a huff. This isn't my fault. She misinterpreted everything. Jin shrugged innocently, intentionally misleading Daisy for her amusement. All right, call her out. I'll take you both to see a spectacular show, Shimin Huan said, shooting a bemused glance at Jin. He thought it foolish to tease someone who was already Na'vi. The sight of Thor's hammer attracted considerable attention, and once S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, they swiftly dispersed all the onlookers. Coulson and his team quickly established a base, needing time to study the hammer, as it was impossible to transport it. They waited for Shimin Huan that night, but instead, they encountered a bumbling fool who swiftly dispatched several guards and approached the hammer, breaking into a silly grin. Coulson suspected he might know something and ordered everyone to stand back from the hammer. However, despite their efforts, it remained unresponsive. After the show ended, ground forces mobilized. Coulson shook his head in disappointment, observing the lost man as he issued an arrest order. Having just interrogated for a lengthy time without results, he received news that Shimin Huan had arrived with 2 girls, prompting him to rush out to greet them. Mr. Shimin, you've arrived, Coulson greeted. Shimin Huan nodded and smiled. Was there someone who intruded and tried to lift the hammer without success? You are indeed impressive, Coulson flattered. Knowing Shimin Huan was aware of the situation. All right, bring him over to the hammer, Shimin Huan commanded. Understood, Coulson instructed one of his agents, who quickly left to escort the dazed Thor over. Loki must have deceived him into believing Odin is dead, Shimin Huan mused, relishing in Thor's naive predicament. Thor, are you certain you don't want to give it another try? He taunted gleefully. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Thor finally reacted, shaking his head in despondence. I am no longer worthy of being Asgard's god of thunder. My arrogance and foolishness have driven my father to despair. Well then, do you not wish to give it a try? This is the legendary hammer of the thunder god. Lifting the hammer bestows the power of Thor. Simon laughed as he addressed the crowd. Absolutely, Daisy exclaimed, immediately rushing to give it a go. After all, this was the fabled hammer of the thunder god. As for why she believed it, Simon had just taken her for a flight, allowing her to experience the exquisite sensation of soaring through the clouds. However, despite her flushed face, she was unable to lift the hammer and, with a dejected shake of her head, abandoned the impractical notion. I shall give it a try, Jane declared as she stepped forward. At that moment, Simon regarded Jane with great anticipation. After all, she was the goddess of thunder. Chapter 57. The Unconventional Steel Body. The Sacrifice of Mjolnir. Shi-Min Huan gazed intently at Jin's movements, waiting for her to grip the hammer's handle and pull back with great force. However, Mjolnir remained steadfast and unmoving. Seeing this, she gave up. If so many others had failed, what hope did a frail woman like her possess? She had never harbored any expectation of success. Let me try again, Shi-Min Huan said, frowning. Jin paused momentarily and replied, Oh, then I shall give it another go. But do not hold your hopes too high. With that, she made another attempt, yet Mjolnir remained unyielding. Jin shrugged, conceding her defeat. Shi-Min Huan pondered silently, suspecting that everything was under Odin's control. Even in slumber, Odin had likely placed a certain enchantment upon Mjolnir. At this moment, no one but the thunder god could lift the hammer. The notion that whoever wielded it possessed the power of the thunder god was sheer nonsense. All right, everyone step outside for a moment. I shall give it a try, Shi-Min Huan suddenly declared. The others, hearing this, had no doubts and followed Coulson out, who chuckled to himself, thinking that he feared public embarrassment. Jin and the others shared this sentiment, stifling laughter as they exited, leaving space for Shi-Min Huan. Once everyone had departed, Shi-Min Huan immediately said, Help me extract the power of the thunder god. Understood. No matter how formidable Mjolnir seemed, it was merely a hammer crafted from URU metal, insufficient to resist. The bronze cauldron swiftly absorbed the power of the thunder god from Mjolnir and bestowed it upon Shi-Min Huan, who thus supplanted the thunder god. And the hammer naturally became his possession. By the way, please assist me in extracting URU metal once more. Understood. The bronze cauldron remained silent, diligently refining. A silvery light infused Shi-Min Huan's body, as his flesh was once again tempered by a mysterious force, as though magical runes were integrating into his very being. A magical body? Shi-Min Huan murmured to himself. He could distinctly sense the magical properties of Asgard's URU metal melding into his form. Should he encounter magic at this moment, it could be said that he would require no further assistance from the bronze cauldron to master it instantly. He was a born supreme mage, destined for magic. The bronze cauldron was indeed terrifying. Shi-Min Huan couldn't help but marvel. Anything refined by the cauldron would be optimized anew, which was truly formidable. He was all too familiar with the feedback capability of thunder god power and magical body. After deep contemplation, he reached a decision. His body was continuously strengthening. It was time to integrate all his abilities into a singular entity. Without hesitation, he opened the Hall of Memories and began to reorganize according to his newfound concept. Creator, Shi-Min Huan. Age, 25 abilities, steel body, super strength, constitution, endurance, self-healing, defense, energy absorption, eternal life, magical affinity, etc., telekinesis, dimensional pocket, energy rays, telepathy, teleportation, mechanical control, data manipulation, thunder god power, items, Mjolnir life energy, 21, 365. 681. He integrated his bodily abilities into the steel body, deleting the data controlling ants, merging mental control immunity with telepathy into a singular telepathic ability. This entire process transpired in mere minutes, yet his strength underwent a dramatic transformation. Fatal magical attacks were nearly ineffective against him. His steel body could absorb and store a certain amount of magic. Of course, only an entity as formidable as Dormammu could hope to rupture his magical body. Afterward, he called the others back in, all of whom were curious as to whether he had lifted Mjolnir. In response to their inquisitive gazes, Shi-Min Huan smiled and beckoned Jian. Jian, why not give it another try? I believe you can lift Mjolnir now. Really? You want me to try again? I doubt it will work. Jian quickly waved her hands, unconvinced of her own ability. I simply cannot lift it. Upon hearing such confident words from Shi-Min Huan, Thor immediately retorted, How can she lift Mjolnir when even I, the mighty Thor, cannot? Who do you think you are looking down upon? Yet Shi-Min Huan remained silent, encouraging Jian with a reassuring gaze to attempt once more. Bolstered by his encouragement, Jian grasped the hammer's handle again. Miraculously, the hammer, which had just been immovable, began to tremble slightly before she lifted it effortlessly. This is impossible, Thor exclaimed in shock, unable to believe such an absurd event was unfolding. The others were equally astonished, their jaws agape as the seemingly frail Jian truly lifted Mjolnir. Hey, come, let me take a picture. Daisy could hardly contain her excitement. Quickly pulling out her phone to capture this momentous occasion with Jian, as Mjolnir held great significance. At that instant, Mjolnir flew effortlessly into Shi-Min Huan's hand, shattering Thor's composure. You, how did you accomplish this? Mjolnir is my partner. Thor's heart sank, feeling betrayed, as he recalled how the hammer had always flown to him. Sigh, is this truly Mjolnir? Aside from being a hammer, it appears rather ordinary. Shi-Min Huan remarked nonchalantly, purposefully swinging the hammer before Thor, unleashing a blinding light that exploded upon the ground nearby, creating a massive crater. Oh my god! All present were awestruck, exclaiming in disbelief. Was this the legendary Mjolnir? Shi-Min Huan paid no mind to their astonished expressions, calling out amidst Thor's despondent gaze. Who wants to take a commemorative photo? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I do. Coulson replied instantly. This is Mjolnir. We must capture this moment. The others eagerly joined in, snapping photos with the hammer that the world could not lift, certain it would create a sensation. Enough. Thor could no longer endure the indignity of mere mortals defiling his beloved hammer. He bellowed, "You weak mortals are unworthy to lift Mjolnir." Is that so? It is merely a hammer. Care to try? Shi-Min Huan's words stirred something within Thor. If he could lift Mjolnir, would that not signify the return of the Thunder God? The once furious Thor transformed into a beaming fool, eagerly approaching the hammer. Shi-Min Huan tossed the hammer toward Thor, who reached out to catch it, only to be overwhelmed by an immense force that rendered him unable to bear it. With a resounding thud, Mjolnir struck the ground once more. At that moment, the smile faded from Thor's face, his expression dimming as he slowly sank to the ground. Chapter 58, Daisy's Night Raid and the Arrival of the Destroyer. My father truly abandoned me. He never forgave this arrogant and tempestuous son, even until his last breath. Thor's melancholic murmurs resonated with sorrow, as the towering figure found his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon witnessing this, Coulson was at a loss. For Thor was the legendary god of thunder from Asgard. He sought the counsel of Mr. Simon Huan. Mr. Simon, what should I do? Let nature take its course. There is no need to intervene. I believe you will begin anew on Earth, Simon Huan replied with a calm demeanor. Very well, you are right. It seems this matter is beyond my concern. Coulson shrugged with a smile, realizing his only duty was to report the facts to the director. As for the hammer of Thor being taken away by Simon Huan, it would be their director, the one with the egghead, who would bear the brunt of the headache. Not him. On their way back, Daisy chattered excitedly with Jane, playfully toying with the hammer, while Simon Huan feigned interest. Upon returning to the camp, Simon Huan prepared to wash up and rest, eager to witness the unfolding drama the next day. However, in the dead of night, a sneaky figure stealthily lifted the tent flap, only to let out a pained cry as they collapsed after a sudden jolt. A surprise attack? Clearly, this intruder underestimated the vigilant watch. The answer to their folly was obvious, but it was enough to leave the thief in a state of despair. Based on his deductions, this individual bore an ominous omen, and indeed, his suspicions were validated as they nearly suffocated him. The following morning, Jane, sporting dark circles under her eyes, glared resentfully at Simon Huan, who was indulging in a hearty meal, then turned her ire toward a certain feeble little thief, wishing to strangle her with her bare hands. Oh, Jane, how could you be so heartless? You didn't even think to come and save me. Don't you know Simon is as stubborn as a mule? Daisy exclaimed, torn between love and hate, gnashing her teeth in frustration, lamenting that this scoundrel refused to relent despite her repeated surrenders. Deservedly so, Jane scoffed, disdain evident in her voice. You brought this upon yourself. With a whimper, Daisy added, next time, I'll make sure to bring you along. This is a pain I cannot bear alone. She tugged at Jane's hand, her eyes wide with pleading innocence. Get away from me, you shameless brat, Jane retorted, pushing Daisy aside. Did you ever think of me when you were sneakily stabbing me in the back? At that moment, Thor approached Simon Huan, with a sheepish grin, asking to borrow several $1 million. Hey buddy, after brushing up on Midgard knowledge yesterday, I realized that without money, one cannot get far. You took my hammer, so don't you owe me some compensation? Thor shamelessly declared. Yet before Simon could conjure a response, a loud knocking echoed from the window, and upon looking up, they saw several individuals clad in medieval attire excitedly calling for Thor. Hey, my friends have arrived, Thor exclaimed with boundless enthusiasm, rising to greet them. The three warriors of Asgard and Sif had arrived, drawing the attention of everyone in the establishment. However, it didn't take long for the novelty to wear off. This was the beautiful land of the free, after all, where eccentric attire was hardly a rarity. Just as they were catching up, the sky suddenly trembled violently, followed by a terrifying beam of light crashing down to the earth. As the dust settled, a colossal figure emerged, slowly approaching. The Destroyer. Thor and his companion sprang to their feet. The Destroyer? Who is controlling it? Sif replied coolly, it's Loki. He is preventing us from taking you back to Asgard. Thor, incredulous, exclaimed Loki. But why would he do this? I plan to live well on Midgard. I want to return to Asgard since I caused my father's death. His voice was heavy with guilt. What nonsense are you spouting? But Loki told me. Damn, Thor suddenly realized, Loki is cunning. He deceived me. We are brothers. Why would he lie to me? Thor felt a pang of sorrow. Having always regarded Loki as his dearest brother, Loki has temporarily taken the throne of Asgard. He certainly wouldn't let you return to usurp his position, Sif explained. Despite his volatility and naivety, Thor understood the urgency of addressing the destroyer. Let us deal with him. Then we shall return to Asgard, he declared, charging forward. Momentarily forgetting that he was no longer the god of thunder, Sif and the others quickly followed suit. The outside world had descended into chaos. As the destroyer unleashed torrents of fire, the panicked crowd fled, lamenting their lack of speed. Cars, shops, and office buildings crumbled like paper before the destroyer's wrath. What should we do? We must escape. Daisy's face turned pale with anxiety. Although she was aware of Simon Huan's extraordinary abilities, they were of no use in this moment. I will take you to safety. Loki's aim is not directed at you. Rest assured, Simon Huan reassured them with composure. Grasping both women's hands, he vanished in a flash, reappearing back at the camp. You, my goodness. My dear, you can teleport. Daisy exclaimed, nearly bursting with excitement, leaping into Simon Huan's embrace, nearly suffocating him in the process. Fortunately, Jane remained composed, pulling Daisy back, shooting a glare at the troublesome figure, scolding. Don't be a nuisance. All right, you two stay put, Simon Huan said, patting their heads before turning and vanishing once more into the air, reappearing on the battlefield. There. The three warriors of Asgard were engaged in a fierce battle with the destroyer. After being swatted away by the destroyer, Thor's mind cleared. He realized a mere mortal could not contend with such a formidable foe. The priority was to evacuate the civilians, yet Hogun was sent flying by a powerful blow. The destroyer charging its energy to incinerate him. Isn't this akin to the fire-spewing sentinels from films? Simon Huan mused with interest. Sif, witnessing her ally in peril, leaped into action, her sword piercing the destroyer's neck. The adversary dimmed, as if losing its power. Sif smirked, reveling in her triumph, thinking, what right does the destroyer have to challenge me, the warrior goddess Sif? However, just as they exhaled in relief, the destroyer abruptly rebooted, its limbs and head twisted, charging its energy towards Sif. Buzz. In an instant, a searing energy beam surged toward her. In a moment of peril, Sif's experience saved her. She twisted her body and narrowly evaded the strike, rolling to safety. Yet, the destroyer was relentless, unleashing another devastating energy blast aimed directly at Sif. At that moment, Sif found herself next to Simon Huan and urgently pushed him. Run. To her astonishment, she realized she could not budge him. But the energy beam was fast approaching. Without hesitation, Sif raised her shield, placing herself between the blast and Simon Huan. Boom. The force of the blast sent Sif tumbling, yet she still shouted to Simon. Run. Boom. The destroyer's merciless assault came again. Cursing under her breath, Sif prepared to sacrifice herself to save him, when suddenly, a transparent barrier materialized, blocking the attack. What? Sif gasped, turning to see Simon Huan approaching calmly. Let me handle this. Chapter 59, Teammates Sacrifice. Thor. You are not the god of thunder. It is you. Sif was astonished to realize that the seemingly ordinary person was, in fact, a concealed powerhouse. Boom. At that very moment, the destroyer's assault came crashing down, rendering the ground as fragile as parchment under the onslaught of the annihilation rays. Simon Huan showed no intention of evading this relentless barrage. A mere 10 feet before him lay the invincible realm, where his telekinetic barrier resisted all of the destroyer's energy beams. As he gradually approached the destroyer, a bizarre black substance began to envelop his body. Much to the astonishment of those watching. Mysterious, ancient, eerie, swish. In the next instant, Simon Huan vanished from his original position, reappearing directly in front of the destroyer, gathering strength, and delivering a powerful blow. Bang! The destroyer was sent flying by this punch, staggering several times before regaining his footing. However, Simon Huan surged forward, his entire being entwined in lightning, resembling the arrival of a thunder god. Thor. He. Sif gazed at Simon Huan in disbelief, turning to Thor in a state of confusion, seeking answers. You ask me how I know, but all I know is that he indeed lifted Mjolnir. Thor shrugged despondently, then looked at the destroyer, who was being relentlessly struck by the thunderbolts, akin to a small boat battered by a tempest. The destroyer, in the throes of battle, was being suppressed from all sides yet fought back with the stubborn resilience of an unyielding cockroach. Observing, Thor understood that the formidable power of the destroyer armor, bestowed by his father, was beyond Simon Huan's ability to shake. Resolutely ignoring Sif and the others' attempts to dissuade him, he began to stride toward the center of the battlefield, fully aware that Loki's sole target was himself, not anyone else. Even if Simon Huan could restrain the destroyer, Loki, the god of trickery, would undoubtedly not spare him. If this matter could not be resolved by himself, tranquility would forever elude Midgard. Loki. Thor cried out to the heavens, demanding a conversation with Loki about how to spare his friends, even if it meant relinquishing his throne. However, Loki seemed entirely uninterested in negotiation, intent solely on Thor's demise. The destroyer's eyes erupted with annihilative energy beams aimed straight at Thor. Thor did not anticipate Loki's lack of diplomacy. He was immediately struck and sent flying, collapsing to the ground, twitching as if electrocuted, ultimately falling silent. Thor. Sif screamed in terror, rushing toward Thor's position, with others following suit. He can't be dead, can he? Surely he can't be that fragile. Shimin Hwan also ceased his assault on the destroyer, appearing beside Thor with a teasing remark, only to witness Thor, seemingly in shock, raising his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning at him. What are you doing? He's already dead, Sif shouted, her eyes brimming with tears, directing a furious glare at Shimin Hwan. She genuinely cared for the simple-hearted Thor, even if he saw her only as a friend and not a lover. The three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace drew their swords, encircling Shimin Hwan as if prepared to fight him to the death. Alas, ignorance is a frightening thing. I was merely performing CPR on him, Shimin Hwan remarked, exasperated. Who believes? Sif glared icily at Shimin Hwan, but before she could finish her sentence, Thor weakly opened his eyes. Thor, you're awake, Sif exclaimed joyfully, wiping away her tears as she helped Thor to his feet. Thor nodded gratefully at Shimin Hwan. Thank you for saving me, Thor said weakly. The dual assault on his spirit and body left Thor as despondent as a frostbitten plant, utterly drained. Thor, how are you feeling? Sif inquired with concern. Yet, before Thor could respond, a deafening roar echoed as the destroyer launched another attack. This time, Shimin Hwan chose to stand by, watching without intervening. Sif and the others were caught off guard and were instantly blasted away. The three warriors of the Celestial Palace coughed up blood, and Sif sustained injuries as well. Boom, boom, boom. The destroyer approached slowly, towering over Thor. Loki, too, was perplexed by Shimin Hwan's betrayal, openly tearing apart their agreement, yet suddenly choosing to stand idly by. He did not understand and did not wish to comprehend. All that mattered was that he was about to slay his foolish brother and seize the throne. Loki. Thor gazed sorrowfully at the destroyer, aware that Loki was manipulating it, and he could hear Thor's words. I can die, but please spare Sif and the others. If you want my life, take it now, Thor said, a serene smile gracing his lips as if he found solace. Perhaps death is a form of liberation? Very well, Loki replied without hesitation, and the destroyer began to charge its energy, poised to take Thor's life. Yet, confronted with Thor's calm demeanor, Loki hesitated for a moment before coldly resuming the attack. Boom. Thor gently closed his eyes to embrace death, but at the last possible moment, he saw the three celestial warriors valiantly shielding him. The lethal energy beam obliterated Hogun, leaving only half of his body behind, as blood instantly stained Thor's vision red. No, Hogun, my dear brother. Thor cried out in immense anguish, tears blurring his sight as he trembled and crawled toward Hogun. Though, Thor, Hogun managed to force a pained yet grateful smile, yearning to grasp Thor's hand but unable to lift it. Ultimately, he fell, closing his eyes forever. No, Hogun. Thor screamed in despair, the pain consuming him as the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, dark clouds swirling ominously. Teammates sacrificed boundless power. Yet, this was insufficient for him to awaken, and Loki showed no mercy, launching another assault without giving Thor a moment to gather himself. As if scripted, Vandal selflessly took the fatal blow for Thor, his legs obliterated in the process. No, 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 no. At this moment, his voice was tinged with tears. Even a man may weep, but only when the moment is right. Vandal. Loki. Loki. I beg you. Thor wept helplessly, cradling Vandal as he pleaded with Loki to cease harming his brothers. Thor's psyche had completely unraveled. His brothers had perished because of him. Yet, Loki was now consumed by madness, and at this juncture, there was no turning back. The assault continued unabated, but fortunately, Sif and the others managed to push Thor aside, even as Loki's attacks persisted. Shimin, save them, I implore you. Thor, disheveled and sorrowful, looked at Shimin Hwan with desperate eyes. The once proud prince now resembled a pitiful beggar trampled into the dust. Far away in Asgard, Odin, trapped in slumber, watched his sons turn against one another, tears of anguish silently streaming from his eyes. Shimin Hwan shook his head, sighing. Thor, try lifting Mjolnir once more. Remember, you are not the god of thunder. Reflect on the brothers you have sacrificed. You too can choose self-sacrifice for your brothers. Now, you, Thor Odinson, cast aside that arrogant, selfish, and volatile version of yourself. You are worthy to wield Mjolnir. Bang! The hammer of the thunder god struck the ground before Thor. Chapter 60. The invincible god of thunder. The god of thunder kneels. Astonishment. Thor gazed incredulously at Shimin Hwan. The hammer of the god of thunder, symbolizing Asgard's might, seemed to leave him utterly unmoved. What an exceptionally virtuous individual. Yet, the truth was far from this. If Shimin Hwan were genuinely a good person, then Thanos might as well be a saint among mortals. The divine power sealed within the hammer had become trivial to him, for he cared little about such trinkets. More importantly, he was not prepared to confront a wrathful Odin. The deranged Odin of his twilight years was not to be trifled with. Should he seize the hammer and bring about Thor's demise, he would inevitably face the fury of a mad Odin. Thor, filled with gratitude, approached the hammer. ready to attempt once more to lift his old companion. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the hammer. But Loki, witnessing this, would not allow him to succeed so easily. The destroyer launched another assault. Boom. This time, Shimin Huan astonishingly blocked its attack. Shimin. Loki's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Shimin Huan. You have accepted a gift. Why do you go back on your word? Is this the integrity of a true warrior? Loki roared at Shimin Huan, denouncing his shamelessness. Yet, confronted by Loki's accusations, Shimin Huan boldly retorted, Hey Loki, do you dare to accuse me of defamation? He is slandering me. Did I not promise not to expose your lies? Yes, Loki gritted his teeth in resentment. So did I not keep your secret? Shimin Huan scoffed. You. Loki was left speechless, infuriated. I promised not to reveal your lies. But did I promise not to take action? Shimin Huan exclaimed. Damn it. Loki cursed in frustration. However, I can assure you that I shall refrain from attacking henceforth. Now? Hand over the winter treasure box. Shimin Huan cheerfully called out to Loki. Get lost. Loki, utterly defeated by his audacity, could no longer maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Erupting once again into a torrent of invective, I've never encountered such brazen shamelessness. You think you can trick me? There is not even a window for that. This fool would not fall for the same trick twice. Suddenly, a dazzling bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, liberating the hammer from the earth's grasp. As it danced like a silver serpent, a torrent of divine energy surged into Thor's body. Winds howled, and lightning swirled around him, his hair and cloak billowing wildly in the tempest. Restored to his divine might, Thor soared into the air, the hammer glowing with an otherworldly radiance. His gaze was resolute as he focused on the destroyer, a powerful electrical aura enveloping him, the air thick with a pungent, charred scent. The transformation scenes in Marvel films were indeed striking, showcasing a dazzling display. Yet, they paled in comparison to the legendary Monkey King, donning a fiery cloak of molten lava. Shimin Huan observed all with quiet contemplation, fully aware that this was the destined outcome. Loki would not rise again. In this moment, Thor swung the hammer, sending forth powerful gusts and lightning as he charged at the destroyer, each strike accompanied by a thunderous roar, his figure towering in the flash of lightning. Sensing the threat, the destroyer swiftly turned, unleashing searing energy beams. Thor deftly dodged its attacks, moving with the swiftness of a phantom. Suddenly, Thor leapt high, the hammer imbued with boundless power, crashing down upon the destroyer. With a resounding boom, the destroyer was propelled away, skidding across the ground for dozens of meters, demolishing numerous structures before coming to a halt. Cracks marred its exterior, and its internal power core flickered erratically, yet the destroyer did not fall. It struggled to rise, preparing for another onslaught. Thor, however, denied it that chance. Chanting a spell, he summoned even more ferocious lightning. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and countless bolts of lightning descended like dragons upon the destroyer, enveloping it in a storm of electric fury. Under the relentless assault of thunder, the destroyer's shell began to shatter, parts flying in all directions. Ultimately, with a deafening crash, the destroyer collapsed. Thor gazed up at the sky, silently vowing to return to the realm of gods to confront Loki and thwart his schemes. But before that, his gaze fell upon Shimin Huan, who was eagerly observing the battle. This man had once humiliated the great god of thunder. Thor remembered it vividly. Noting it in his mental ledger, you find, Shimin Huan had not yet acquiesced, yet Thor immediately responded affirmatively. That infernal synchronicity. Before he could even prepare his stance, Thor hurled his hammer fiercely towards Shimin Huan. Bam! A telekinetic barrier materialized instantaneously, blocking the strike. Thor, seizing the rebounding hammer, leapt high, gathering strength for a powerful blow. Bang! In that instant, lightning erupted. To Thor's astonishment, he did not strike the strange barrier, but instead connected with Shimin Huan, only to find the hammer's energy vanish without a trace. Yet before Thor could react, an immense force suddenly struck him, sending him flying, nearly rupturing his insides. Boom! Thor was kicked into a nearby shop, the sturdy building crumbling like paper. Tough as he was, he scrambled out. At this moment, he retracted his earlier nonchalance. Eyes locked onto Shimin Huan, as once again the sky darkened, crackling with lightning. Thor raised the hammer high, and in an instant, he was engulfed in radiance. Then he smashed the hammer down. Boom! The ground trembled violently, fissures rapidly spreading towards Shimin Huan, as powerful bolts of lightning surged forth from the earth. Shimin Huan remained calm, unfazed. Was this truly your most formidable attack? Pathetically weak. The terrifying rift that threatened to consume all abruptly halted before Shimin Huan. The overwhelming lightning energy unexpectedly drawn towards him. At that moment, he was enveloped in lightning, resembling a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. Oh my goodness! Who is truly the god of thunder? Sif stared at Shimin Huan in disbelief. Boom! Shimin Huan abruptly thrust his hands outward. An infinite torrent of lightning erupting from his palms, instantly reaching Thor and mercilessly sending him flying, even as he desperately braced with the hammer. Bang! 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 The overwhelming force propelled Thor away, the sheer impact causing him to crash through several storefronts before he finally came to a halt. He kicked out, his head tilting askew. Sif and the others gasped in horror, their voices filled with fear. Thor! Chapter 61. The Devourer, the Ancient One, was taken aback. Realizing the villa was no longer sufficient for their needs, he was still alive. Shimin Huan, while speaking, raised his hand to administer another electric shock treatment, and then Thor, with great effort, opened his eyes, exhaling wisps of white smoke. Sif and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had already lost one brother and companion and could not afford another calamity. However, as Thor struggled to sit up, gasping for breath, he cast a complex look at Shimin Huan. He had thought that regaining his divine powers would allow him to reclaim his honor, but the reality was still grim. Sif, noticing his turmoil, urged, Thor, now is not the time for fighting. We must return to Asgard and stop Loki. Her words were laden with intent. Loki indeed posed a threat to the stability of Asgard, and she feared Thor's pride might lead him to challenge Shimin Huan. After a moment of silence, Thor nodded. I know I am not your match yet, but I will defeat you one day. His pride and confidence were unshakable, embodying his noble spirit. He then raised his voice, calling, Heimdall, open the Bifrost. We must return to Asgard. Thor shouted repeatedly, but silence answered him, filling him with a deep sense of unease. Loki's audacity in wielding the Devourer in Midgard to eliminate Thor indicated that he had seized control of Asgard. With the Devourer's armor now destroyed, Loki, driven to desperation, might well endanger Asgard. Yet, without the ability to open the Bifrost, they were helpless to thwart Loki's plans. Just as Thor and the others were at a loss, the sky suddenly trembled with violent energy. Joy surged within them as they hurriedly moved Hogun's corpse and the gravely injured Fandral into the beam of light. And in an instant, they vanished from sight. Agent Coulson, do you wish to touch my possessions? Shimin Huan suddenly turned, grinning menacingly. As everyone's attention shifted, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents covertly handling the Devourer's armor instinctively halted their actions. Coulson sighed with a faint smile and waved for his subordinates to leave hastily. Mr. Shimin, might you enlighten me about its origins? Coulson asked with a resigned smile. The Devourer, the armor of King Odin, Shimin Huan declared, as he collected the Devourer into his possession. I care not whether it belongs to Odin. What I see is mine. Is that all? Coulson inquired, visibly disheartened. Indeed. Shimin shrugged, uninterested in further explanation. At that moment, a radiant circle of light flickered in the air, and the bald Ancient One stepped through. Shimin, you are exceedingly audacious to claim the Devourer, the armor of King Odin. The Ancient One's expression was one of incredulity. Can treasures of King Odin be so easily coveted? Taking his belongings comes with a heavy price. Ancient One, this is my armor. How can it be Odin's? You should summon Odin to ask the armor to speak. The Ancient One was momentarily at a loss, realizing that the Devourer was not sentient. The Devourer's armor is forged from URU metal, bearing the exclusive insignia of Asgard. How daring. Huh? Does Odin dare to come to Earth and act recklessly? What if he destroys the planet? Shimin Huan replied with a roguish grin. You. The Ancient One was left speechless, pondering what sort of individual Shimin was. Devoid of any semblance of a strong presence. Hurry over and learn magic. I sense your magical potential is beyond imagination. The Ancient One was astonished to find that Shimin Huan radiated a potent magical aura, with dark energy particles swirling around him like a celebration. Very well. Once I conclude my current tasks, Shimin replied eagerly. I, too, am quite enthusiastic. After all, I am quite busy. Nodding in agreement, the Ancient One stepped back into the portal, departing. Coulson remained dazed, struggling to comprehend the encounter. Is this the sorcerer you spoke of? He asked. Indeed, Shimin Huan, never speak in jest. With that, he left, leaving Coulson in a state of bewilderment, who swiftly contacted Nick Fury. Shimin Huan then found Jane, Daisy, and Eric, allowing the elder to drive wherever he pleased, as he teleported Jane and Daisy back to the Grand Villa in New York. Upon arriving, the two were astonished, questioning if the stunning golden beaches nearby were all his exclusive domain. Oh my, the filthy rich, Daisy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. Just then, they were blindsided as a flurry of even more beautiful girls rushed out from within the villa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They all leapt into Shimin Huan's embrace, showering him with affection, creating an overwhelming scene. Jane, it seems we have been deceived. This scoundrel has the audacity to keep so many stunning beauties. Daisy lamented, feeling utterly deflated. She wasn't sure whether to admire or resent him. A couple of girls might have drawn her ire, but this multitude left her feeling utterly daunted. Jane rolled her eyes, completely at a loss. Are we now ranked as the 9th and 10th? Jessica and the others had no objections to Shimin Huan bringing back 2 more women. With so many sisters already in the household, what difference would a few more make? They had grown accustomed to it. Well, you will soon adapt. There are still more who will return later tonight, Jessica remarked, leaving Jane and Daisy feeling overwhelmed. We might as well just enjoy the evening with Shimin. And there are more to come. Later that evening, Zhao Hailuan returned from the secret laboratory, and the other girls trickled in from Huaxing Entertainment. All right, dinner is served. Allow me to introduce you all, Jessica announced. Jane and Daisy, meet our new sisters. This is Jessica and her sister Watson. followed by the somewhat renowned Stewart, Megan Fox, Saoirse Ronan, and Miriam Leone. And this stunning beauty beside me is Chu Li, while the little darling is Casey. Oh, the cool one is Hill. She may appear aloof, but when it comes to, well, let us say, she can be quite lively. Hill smiled. It's nothing. He simply cramped up. Right, just a cramp. This intellectual beauty is Jean Grey, and this is Jiang Mayan, a medical doctor. The lovely lady opposite her is Zhao Hailuan, a Ph.D. in biology. Ugh, one day he might just exhaust himself. Chu Li scoffed, rolling her eyes. I wonder how many more women he will bring home. Truly reckless. Little Li, what are you mumbling about? You'll be leading the charge tonight, Shimin declared with a snicker, sensing her reluctance. Wait, I'm not ready. Give me just a bit more time, please. I'm terrified, Chu Li stammered, shaking her head vigorously. Aside from culinary endeavors, she did her utmost to help her sisters fend off the relentless advances, questioning whether he was even human. Jane and Daisy could hardly fathom what the night would entail, yet a flicker of anticipation lingered in their hearts. Chapter 62, The Cosmic Cube in Hand. The Average Shapeshifter Plan, First Manifestation. In the biting cold of New York, a grand soiree unfolded within a villa that felt as warm as spring, akin to a blockbuster event in an exceptionally hot locale. The night passed in a whirlwind of revelry, and by the following morning, the shapeshifter unexpectedly arrived at the villa's door, the cosmic cube in hand. Shimin Huan activated the villa's entrance, and the shapeshifter was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Am I stepping onto a film set for a slice of life story? Is this truly the grand spectacle I could observe? Let us step outside to converse, Shimin Huan suggested, his cheeks reddening despite his typically unyielding demeanor. All right, but you should still. The shapeshifter's expression shifted as she subtly gestured to someone nearby. Oh, you're aware of the Morning Man, he replied, as dark matter swiftly enveloped him, transforming him into a sleek, black suit. Cool. The shapeshifter gave him a thumbs up, then retrieved the cosmic cube from her bag, presenting it to him. Here is the cosmic cube. Our transaction is complete. The moment the cosmic cube emerged, Shimin Huan's titanium-like gaze remained fixated upon it. What is the true origin of this cosmic cube? Why is it that you regard it with such reverence, and why does S.H.I.E.L.D. protect it so ardently? The cosmic cube possesses infinite energy, making it quite the tantalizing object, Shimin Huan remarked nonchalantly. Really? The shapeshifter gazed at the small cube in disbelief, struggling to fathom that such a diminutive object could harbor boundless energy. The universe is vast and full of wonders. I am curious as to how you acquire the cosmic cube so swiftly. Shimin Huan shook his head, opting not to elaborate further, instead steering the conversation in another direction. When the topic of acquisition arose, the shapeshifter, reveling in her expertise, grew quite proud. Is there truly any difficulty? I first disguised myself as a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and spent 2 days discerning who could approach the cosmic cube closely. After my investigation, I discovered that a scientist named Selvig was leading the research on it. Once he returned home, I evaded his protective agents and eliminated him. Afterward, I assumed Selvig's identity, obtained the cosmic cube, and then disguised myself as Nick Fury to transport it away. The shapeshifter recounted her escapade with enthusiasm, asserting it was a mere trifle. Impressive. Shimin Huan praised her, recognizing that her prowess as a spy was unparalleled. No one could contend with her. May I take my leave now? Our grievances are settled, correct? Should you require my services in thievery again, I am at your disposal, the shapeshifter inquired. Wait, you cannot leave just yet. Shimin Huan suddenly interjected, halting her departure. Are you going back on your word? The shapeshifter's expression darkened, her tension palpable. Rest assured, you will depart without any pain, he assured her. F. The shapeshifter cursed vehemently, swiftly drawing a dagger from an undisclosed location, aiming it at Shimin Huan's neck. Strike first or suffer the consequences. However, Shimin Huan made no move to evade. He simply seized her by the neck, and through mental intrusion, he transformed her into his puppet. Initially, he had intended to eliminate her, but his strategy shifted. Why not control her if he could? If she were to die, how would Strucker continue his research on the Sentinel robots? Master, the shapeshifter replied obediently, her expression devoid of emotion. Very well, extract 100 milliliters of blood, and you may leave, then proceed to Egypt. Yes, master. The shapeshifter immediately turned the dagger on herself, slicing her palm. Brother, refine the shapeshifter's genes for me. And of course, bestow them upon Casey, Shimin Huan said playfully. Transforming Casey into the next iteration of the shapeshifter would elevate my status considerably. No. I desire for everyone to possess the shapeshifter's genes. After all, aren't the beauties of Earth at their peak in every era? The mere thought of such a scenario thrilled him. Casey, come here. I shall grant you a superpower, he beckoned excitedly. Drowsy Casey, unaccustomed to such indulgence, nevertheless welcomed the opportunity for growth. As she approached Shimin Huan, a blue light quickly enveloped her brow, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably as she underwent a painful transformation. Naturally, the shapeshifter's unique constitution drew the attention of the other women, who surrounded her with a mix of envy and concern. Moments later, Casey opened her eyes. Filled with exhilaration, she was astounded by the miraculous transformation. Hey, Casey, you understand now, don't you? Try transforming into a Hollywood star, Shimin Huan chuckled mischievously. Upon hearing this, Casey comprehended his wicked intentions, but was willing to sacrifice a little for her brother's pleasure. The onlookers gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Casey's body morph into the legendary beauty, Monica Bellucci. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! What on earth? The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, marveling at the unexpected transformation. They eagerly surrounded Casey, attempting to discern any remnants of her former self. But there were none. My dear, this is simply astonishing, exclaimed Saoirse, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Who would have thought Shimin Huan could bestow others with mutant abilities? My dear, I too desire mutant powers, Saoirse declared, throwing her arms around Shimin Huan and playfully shaking him, envious of such a remarkable ability. Ahem. Do you believe that mutant abilities can be casually given away? However, should anyone perform well, I may reward them with some formidable mutant abilities. For instance, immortality, flight, teleportation, telepathy, and so on. Shimin Huan, amidst the soft embrace of the women, used his formidable willpower to escape their tender grasp, painting a grand vision for them. Upon hearing this, the women cheered in unison, then collectively shot him a knowing glance. The notion of performing well merely implied pleasing him. After weaving this grand vision, Shimin Huan contemplated the acquisition of life energy, realizing that relying on slaughterhouses was far too slow. The remaining energy was barely sufficient to refine the cosmic cube, leaving him once again in a state of destitution. At this moment, Megan proposed hosting a party at sea. The other women blushed at her suggestion. This girl truly had no fear of dehydration. Wait, at sea? Shimin Huan interrupted, urging them to remain silent, as if he had grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, at sea. He suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling everything. How could I overlook the ocean? An endless treasure trove, while standing at the shore every day? Chapter 63. Fishing in the Little Days Sea, Sacrificing the Cosmic Cube. Shimin Huan forsook the alluring yacht party, disappearing in an instant amidst the bewildered gazes of the women. In the next moment, he materialized in the fishing grounds of Little Days, unleashing the terrifying might of Thor's power to its zenith. Suddenly, the skies overhead darkened ominously, as if an invisible giant hand was stirring the clouds into a furious tempest. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning, akin to a celestial dragon, ripped through the heavens without warning. This was followed by a deafening thunderclap that seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the world, astonishing countless onlookers. At that moment, Shimin Huan hovered in midair, surrounded by chaotic currents of electricity, with blue and white arcs dancing like agile serpents, exuding an otherworldly aura. Raising his hands high, he concentrated boundless electric energy, the brilliance so intense that it was nearly blinding. With a sudden, forceful downward motion, he unleashed thick bolts of lightning that shot towards the ocean's surface like thunderous dragons. Each strike detonated upon impact, causing violent explosions that sent seawater soaring into towering columns, while below the surface, radiant light flickered ominously. The surface was soon littered with the corpses of various fish and peculiar marine creatures. Nearby fishing boats and vessels were thrust into a nightmarish chaos, with many wooden boats igniting into fierce flames under the relentless assault of lightning. Crew members screamed in panic, desperately fleeing, yet unable to escape the sudden calamity. The metallic ships, too, were ravaged by the overwhelming currents, their hulls warped and electrical systems rendered inoperative, accompanied by ominous crackling sounds and alarm sirens. As for the crew, their fate was all too predictable. Upon detecting the anomalies in this maritime region, the authorities of Little Days swiftly dispatched personnel to investigate. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, burning fishing boats, smoke billowing from vessels, and the sea strewn with dead fish, anger surged within them. They glared at the still hovering Shimin Huan, who was wreaking havoc with his lightning, gritting their teeth as they ordered the fleet to capture this scourge disturbing the tranquility of their waters. Whoosh! Countless missiles rained down, but Shimin Huan effortlessly appeared on one of the ships. Boom! Countless soldiers screamed in terror, helplessly watching as their own barrage consumed them along with the vessel. With a mere cold glance at the remaining battered ships, Shimin Huan raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning, instantly obliterating the soldiers and their officers aboard. Foolhardy, he scoffed. Brother Ding, how much life energy have I acquired? 13 million life energy. Splendid. Continue. Shimin Huan grinned broadly, relishing the moment. Was there any method swifter than electrocuting fish? The officials of Little Days, observing via satellite as their fleet was annihilated, were engulfed in impotent rage, unable to conceive how to halt the devastation and ordering nearby fishing vessels to return to port. Yet, Shimin Huan seemed bent on tormenting them, relentlessly exploding fish in the surrounding waters, forcing them to retreat in fear. Madman. Psychopath. A pervert blowing up fish. What have the fish done to you? As videos of his exploits circulated globally, the identity of this lunatic remained a mystery, yet mutants once again found themselves in the spotlight, albeit with a sudden shift in public perception. The majority of people deemed him a conscientious lunatic, at least not wreaking havoc in human cities. Of course, Japanese netizens immediately condemned his actions, proclaiming, "How many of our citizens has he killed? Wait, how can you prove that he has killed humans and not animals? Good job. He didn't kill humans. If you hadn't provoked him in that sea area, would so many have perished? So it's acceptable for you to launch missiles and kill others?" I concur. Online discussions erupted in fervent support of the figure in black, with countless voices rallying behind him, confident that no one could outmatch their fervor. Shimin Huan continued his aquatic destruction for over half an hour, feeling that the power of Thor had nearly reached its limit before finally ceasing. Of course, replenishing Thor's power was simple. He could either practice magic or absorb energy from several reactors studied by Tony. Brother Ding, how much life energy do I possess now? Just over 130 million. Totaling approximately 140 million. Alright, let us refine the cosmic cube, ensuring it remains intact. I only require the infinity stones. Understood. Shimin Huan cast the cosmic cube into the bronze cauldron, which instantly transformed into two beams of light. One beam vanished into his forehead, while the other reformed into the cosmic cube. With the gift of the space stone, Shimin Huan erupted in a radiant blue glow. The powerful forces of space began to unfurl, overwhelming him like a raging tide. At that moment, a torrent of information regarding space surged into his consciousness, revealing countless dimensions within the universe, the traversing pathways between galaxies, and the intricate mysteries of latitude and space. His awareness felt as though it were being torn into countless fragments, traversing through different spatial dimensions. Time lost its meaning as he experienced an unprecedented surge of power, acutely sensing every fluctuation in the surrounding space. With but a thought, he could instantly appear in any corner of the universe, gently spreading his arms. The blue luminescence blossomed forth, a manifestation of spatial power. The stronger the user's will, the more potent the power of the Infinity Stones became. Indeed, the convergence of all 6 Infinity Stones could annihilate the entire universe in an instant. What a delightful sensation, Shimin Huan murmured, feeling emboldened enough to confront the Ancient One without the fear of being instantaneously erased by the Time Stone. He reopened the Hall of Memories, etching the abilities of the Space Stone within. Creator, Shimin Huan. Age, 25 abilities: Steel Body, Super Strength, Physique, Endurance, Self-Healing, Defense, Energy Absorption, Eternal Life, Affinity for Magic, etc. Telekinesis, Dimensional Pocket, Energy Ray, Telepathy, Mechanical Control, Data Manipulation, Thor's Power, Space Stone Life Energy, 131, 365, 681. It appeared I might possess boundless energy. Feeling the infinite energy coursing within him, a mischievous smile crept across his face as he contemplated the possibility of fishing for centuries perhaps later, he decided. And with a flash of light, he vanished, returning to his villa in New York. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a frenzy, desperately searching for the whereabouts of the cosmic cube, their most prized possession having been stolen. Witnesses claimed that Nick Fury himself had taken the cosmic cube. Leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment, Director, we've located the cosmic cube. Agent Coulson rushed in to announce. Found it? Where? Nick Fury replied, astonished yet puzzled. Right at the entrance, Coulson remarked, an odd expression on his face. Damn it, what the hell? Nick Fury cursed vehemently, realizing that the mastermind behind this was clearly mocking the authority of S.H.I.E.L.D. Shimin Huan had thrown the cosmic cube to ensure Loki and Thanos' Chidori would invade Earth, thus indulging in a prosperous year. Cairo, the capital of Egypt, stands as the largest metropolis in Africa. Spanning the entirety of the Nile River, Egypt is indeed renowned throughout the continent. In accordance with the demands of Simon, Mystique seeks a fervent group of Apocalypse worshippers to awaken the slumbering force of Apocalypse. Chapter 64, The Awakening of Apocalypse. Mora, the former lover of Comrade Charles, was wrapped up as tightly as the local women. She found it hard to believe that there were still so many fervent devotees madly worshipping the legendary Apocalypse, dedicated to locating his tomb and attempting to resurrect him to restore his former glory. Suddenly, an old off-road vehicle, having just completed its 60,000-kilometer break-in period, came to a halt beside an ancient building. The doors swung open, and a few unremarkable dark-skinned locals emerged. However, the distinctive tattoos on their necks caught Mora's eye, bringing her a surge of delight. These were her targets. They wound their way into a dilapidated courtyard and stealthily lifted a wooden panel from the ground to descend into the darkness below. Mora hurriedly followed, only to be discovered by a guard stationed above. Noticing her furtive demeanor, the guard instinctively reached for his waist. Who are you? He asked, eyeing Mora with suspicion. I was looking for a restroom. I must have taken a wrong turn. My apologies, Mora replied vaguely in English, not understanding his words. The guard was momentarily taken aback. But as a seasoned agent, Mora recognized the growing suspicion and decided to act first. She quickly bent her knee and forcefully collided with the guard's midsection, simultaneously delivering a swift blow. The guard was caught off guard and fell unconscious from the sudden pain, while Mora promptly slipped through the wooden panel into the inky abyss below. Removing her veil and cumbersome robe, she illuminated the surroundings with a flashlight. Feeling an eerie chill in the air, could there truly be mummies here? Although Mora possessed a rugged demeanor, she was, after all, still a woman. And the atmosphere unnerved her. As she surveyed her surroundings, she realized the place resembled a pyramid and hastily began capturing images with a miniature camera. Suddenly, a deep chant resonated in her ears, akin to an incantation, sending shivers down her spine. She quickly concealed herself and observed a group of eccentric individuals surrounding a small pyramid, chanting and dancing in a frenzied manner. At that moment, the sun unexpectedly pierced through the unsealed floorboards, illuminating the pyramid. The instant the sunlight struck, an ancient sacrificial ritual, left unfinished for millennia, was miraculously reignited. The sun's energy seemed to activate a mysterious formation within the pyramid, causing a radiant golden light to converge rapidly, gradually cascading downwards until it settled upon a concealed stone bed. As the energy pooled atop the stone bed, a mysterious man lying there suddenly opened his eyes as if resurrected from the dead. He was none other than the legendary first mutant, Apocalypse. The incomplete possession ritual, which had lingered for thousands of years, was astonishingly fulfilled, reviving the divine essence of the mutant. At this moment, the newly awakened Apocalypse was not only frail and aged but also bewildered, his mind a blank slate from his prolonged slumber. After a while, he regained his senses. Recalling the events prior to his sleep, he had been betrayed. Rage ignited within him as he yearned to escape and witness the fate of his kingdom and slaves. He had no idea how many years had passed or who had betrayed him. His eyes suddenly shimmered with a cataract-like purple glow, causing the ground to tremble around him. Mora, hidden in the shadows, felt the tremors intensify, debris raining from above, as if something was about to emerge. Terrified, she fled in haste. Just as she was about to escape, an immense force erupted behind her, toppling her over. The fervent devotees, too, found themselves abandoned by their god, oblivious to the fact that he had awakened. Mora felt a sense of despair wash over her. She did not wish to be buried in this cursed place. In her moment of hopelessness, she felt a tightening around her waist, as if someone had embraced her, and in an instant, she found herself inside a vehicle. Mora's mind was blank, teetering on the brink of death, as if the divine had heard her silent plea. Clinging to Shimin Huan, she did not let go until he finally spoke. Ms. Mora, if you wish to take advantage of this situation, we can find a more spacious place. His gentle yet mischievous voice jolted her back to reality, and noticing her position in his arms, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. My apologies, sir, she said, releasing him gently while expressing her gratitude. By the way, do you know me? She asked, puzzled, as she recalled him calling her name. Indeed. I am quite close with Charles, Shimin Huan replied with a smile. Charles? Mora frowned, recalling the scoundrel who had betrayed her. Even now, he lingered in her life. Surely, he had sensed her danger and summoned this young man to her rescue. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, intertwining resentment and gratitude, leaving her momentarily stunned. Shimin Huan, however, paid no heed to her inner turmoil, nor did he attempt to delve into her thoughts. While he may have had some rogue tendencies, Mora undeniably exuded a mature charm, yet he maintained his boundaries. Upon finding Mystique, he resolved to reward her for her swift completion of the task. After careful consideration, he decided to grant her the ability to teleport, transforming her into a formidable assassin while ensuring her survival. Mystique was astounded. She had never imagined she could possess a second powerful mutant ability. Overwhelmed with excitement, she almost knelt in submission to express her gratitude, but Shimin Huan declined, insisting it was unnecessary. He thought to himself that there were plenty of Mystiques around, and there was no need for any excessive displays of gratitude. Though Mystique did not comprehend this, following his awakening, Apocalypse found himself engulfed in confusion. This world was utterly unlike his kingdom. He quickly utilized radio communications to learn the language and familiarize himself with the current state of affairs, drawing conclusions that only fueled his fury. The weak had seized control of the earth. So I was betrayed. The false gods shall meet their end. I have returned. This world requires purification. Chapter 65. The heist of the Kree Empire and bestowing telepathic powers to the women at this moment. The situation resembled a scene from a cinematic narrative. Yet it was not a reversal of the future timeline. Rather, it was a forceful awakening. Storm was not merely a street thug, and Mystique was far from being a superhero dedicated to saving mutants. Nevertheless, Apocalypse was still in search of exceptional mutants to serve as his four horsemen. Shimin Huan was indifferent to his quest for capable mutants, as without challenging Apocalypse in this catastrophic dungeon, how could the true essence of the Phoenix Force be revealed? Days later, Tony returned, and upon their meeting, his countenance appeared increasingly grim, as if he were on the brink of death. Shimin, how is the progress on the regeneration cradle technology? Tony inquired urgently. It's nearly complete. Your life is surely preserved. By the way, I heard you nearly met your end? Shimin jested. Upon hearing this, Tony finally relaxed, pouring himself a glass of red wine. Oh, just a minor character in the grand scheme of things. Thankfully, your warning allowed me to escape with my life. Tonight, I shall celebrate my rebirth and intend to invite you and Dr. Zhao Hailuan to join the festivities. As he spoke, Tony savored his wine, seemingly returning to his debonair, carefree persona now that his life was no longer in peril. After bidding farewell to Tony, Shimin began instructing Chu Li on how to harness her spatial mutant abilities. As he was the embodiment of the space gem, the vastness of the universe held no secrets for him. Chu Li, having just awakened her Omega-level spatial powers, was at a loss, only able to teleport. However, under Shimin's tutelage, everything became remarkably clear. With a flash of blue light, they found themselves orbiting Mars in the solar system. Subsequently, Shimin guided Chu Li and the others on a journey through the cold, desolate cosmos. They were filled with both dread and exhilaration at the vast emptiness of space, juxtaposed with the thrill of having the starry sky they had once gazed upon within reach. Yet, the solar system was rather impoverished, and ultimately, Shimin led them to the grand cosmic empire of the Kree. Zhao Hailuan marveled at the technology of the Kree Empire, while Shimin directly seized control of the planet's defense systems, intending to abscond with its technological marvels. Rocket Raccoon had remarked that Tony's technology was outdated, for it had only encountered cosmic-level knowledge. With Tony's mind, cursed by knowledge, he could easily outshine any cosmic genius given the right platform. Krelar, a crucial strategic planet of the Kree Empire, was renowned for its formidable industrial and military prowess, producing many advanced weapons and equipment. Shimin audaciously embarked on a grand heist, disregarding the Kree's pride in their military might. This was the most powerful empire in the Marvel Universe, and today, he was determined to orchestrate a monumental score. Whispering to himself, Shimin's eyes gleamed with excitement and greed. Upon hearing of the plan to rob extraterrestrial beings in the cosmos, the women were electrified, as it had always been the aliens in films who invaded and plundered Earth's resources. In the blink of an eye, Shimin and the women arrived at the core industrial zone of Krelar, surrounded by towering mechanical edifices that glimmered with technological brilliance, and myriad floating spacecraft and robots, previously seen only in science fiction films. Spatial confinement. Shimin commanded sharply, and with an eruption of invisible spatial power, the surrounding area was instantly frozen in time. The Kree stood as if captured in a frame, unable to move, their minds still able to think. He then slowly raised his hands, conjuring massive spatial whirlpools in the void, drawing in advanced technological devices and precious industrial materials, various exotic energy crystals, intricate mechanical components, and unfinished spacecraft were inexorably absorbed into the whirlpools, disappearing into his dimensional pocket. This energy core looks promising. Take it. And this quantum computer, take it. As Shimin gleefully plundered, he shouted in excitement, his mind directly controlling the central intelligence system of Krelar, fully aware of where the treasures lay. As he continued his rampant thievery, the weapon systems of Krelar finally activated. However, before any energy attack could be launched, the weapon systems swiftly turned into his subservience. Does the machinery play with me? Once the weapon systems were rendered inoperative, the Kree immediately piloted their warplanes in a furious assault. Yet, Shimin's eyes shimmered with green data streams, prompting all aircraft to initiate self-destruct mode. This heavy day would forever be etched in the memories of the Kree, as a brazen thief had audaciously robbed their empire. As Shimin opened a portal, he vanished into the vast cosmos with the plundered wealth, all while the Kree looked on in impotent rage. Morag? Forget it. Let Thanos have it. He deserves a flicker of hope, doesn't he? The Soul Stone still relies on him. Shimin was disinclined to seek the Power Stone, for if Thanos' hope were extinguished, who would gather the stones for him? As he neared the solar system, a golden asteroid suddenly caught his eye. Without hesitation, he collected the gold into his dimensional pocket to bring back to Earth. Envisioning the establishment of a gold store, Zhao Hailuan, a fervent scientist, was ecstatic as she examined the discarded technologies of the Kree Empire, utterly enamored with Shimin. Any lingering dissatisfaction from her abduction had long dissipated. Aside from his somewhat perverse tendencies, Shimin possessed no other flaws. Dingo, I can feel the overwhelming power of supreme intelligence that far surpasses my control. Shimin frowned. The intelligence of Jarvis pales in comparison to supreme intelligence. Even if I optimize its capabilities, does that mean my integrated abilities are only marginally superior to the original? You could interpret it that way. But there is no need to rush. You can choose to upgrade these abilities in the future, but the energy required will vary for each. Really? You're the best. Dingo. Just as Shimin was feeling a bit downcast, he instantly brightened with a mischievous grin, feeling utterly appreciated. The Bronze Ding, oblivious to Shimin's sudden joy, would have wept had he known the amount of life energy required to reach the highest level of upgrades. Shimin promptly summoned the women for a meeting. Having just slain a significant number of Kree, he had amassed over 30 million units of life energy. Now his total life energy soared to over 160 million. Ample for his indulgence. I plan to bestow upon you all the telepathic abilities possessed by Jean Grey. At the very least, you will be considered high-level mutants. Shimin calmly announced this news, prompting the women to erupt in ecstatic cheers, nearly overwhelming him in a wave of exuberance. Telepathy was an unparalleled power, impervious to all but similar abilities. With a small contribution of blood from Jean Grey, streams of white light flowed into the foreheads of the women. While Sheeman endowed Jean Grey with the ability to teleport as compensation, the telepathic abilities granted to the women were the result of Sheeman's careful selection. After which he took Zhao Hailuan to the banquet. Chapter 66, Stealing My Iron Armor? There shall be no more war machines in this world. The reputation of Tony Stark is undoubtedly well known, and now he has become the ubiquitous Iron Man, celebrated in every corner of the streets. Numerous socialites, celebrities, and supermodels have eagerly clamored to attend his parties. Aside from the distinguished Sheeman, there are no other male attendees, and beside him stands the tall and beautiful Zhao Hailuan, a thorn in the side of all the other ladies present. Some women are familiar with Sheeman and seek to ingratiate themselves with him, while others may not know him. Yet they are certainly aware of his prowess. However, Sheeman has little interest in these beautiful women. He is not like Tony, who scavenges for attention. Just then, a sudden gasp ripples through the crowd as Tony, ever the showman, arrives clad in his iron armor. His incessant need to flaunt himself is truly contemptible in Sheeman's eyes. The women present, fully aware of his identity, nonetheless cheer wildly as Tony reveals his face, eliciting shrieks of delight. After relishing the applause, Tony approaches Sheeman, raising a glass in greeting. Finally, you've arrived. Ms. Zhao Hailuan, you look exceptionally lovely today. Thank you. Mr. Stark, you are quite charming yourself. Zhao Hailuan replies with a poised smile. Enjoy yourself. Tony beams, before diving back into the revelry, spraying champagne like a madman. While the ecstatic crowd opens their mouths in eager anticipation, amidst this wild party atmosphere and pulsating music, Zhao Hailuan feels somewhat out of place. Aren't you the one who loves beautiful women? Why aren't you joining Tony in the fun? What? Sheeman, momentarily distracted by the noise, struggles to comprehend her words. Zhao Hailuan raises her voice. I said you can join the ladies in the festivities without worrying about me. Oh, is that so? I have no interest in those social butterflies. Let him have his fun, he replies with a chuckle. Zhao Hailuan feels a warm satisfaction at his words. As the music intensifies, the glamorous attendees succumb to the rhythm, and Sheeman invites Zhao Hailuan to dance. In this euphoric ambience, they draw closer, the atmosphere becoming increasingly intimate. In the dim light, after their dance, Zhao Hailuan, breathless and flushed, finds herself nestled against Sheeman, their gazes filled with unspoken affection. The alcohol and their close proximity ignite a spark, as if a single ember has fallen into a barrel of gunpowder, causing an explosive reaction. With a gentle clink of their crystal glasses, they drink deeply, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Why do your eyes seem to reflect me? Zhao Hailuan murmurs, her gaze fixed on him as if trying to discern every detail. Sheeman's dark, profound eyes draw her in, enchanting her like a black hole. She leans closer, succumbing to the cool, intoxicating sensation that envelopes her, completely lost in the depths of his gaze. In that raucous world, it feels as though only they exist, their souls intertwining as they share this intimate moment. After what feels like an eternity, Zhao Hailuan, struggling to catch her breath, opens her eyes. Dear, one of your eyes seems to shimmer with blue, as if it holds the cosmos within it. She giggles, her gaze dreamy. Really? I hadn't noticed. Should we continue? Sheeman replies nonchalantly, his focus solely on the delightful Zhao Hailuan. Let me catch my breath. She blushes, not rejecting the idea, completely enamored and wishing to be close to him at all times. At that moment, a loud voice interrupts. Tony, in high spirits, turns to see a familiar face, Rhodey. You've arrived just in time. Let me introduce you to some lovely ladies. Rhodey, however, is not in the mood for pleasantries and pulls Tony aside. Come with me, the president wants to see you. What? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Tony teases, then returns to frolicking with the women, infuriating Rhodey. Tony's blatant disregard for the president's request is all too familiar to Rhodey, who knows Tony's rebellious nature all too well. The partygoer is utterly unreliable, yet he had promised the president he would bring Tony along. As Rhodey watches Tony, clad in his iron armor, a thought strikes him. He quickly departs from the party, heading to Tony's underground lab while Tony merely glances at him, continuing to enjoy the festivities. A loud crash echoes as Tony showcases the formidable filtration system of his iron armor. The women watching are both horrified and fascinated, although one particularly adventurous lady expresses her eagerness to taste the filtered water. Impressive, Tony boasts, demonstrating how to use his palm cannon to pop champagne. Suddenly, a furious voice cries out, Hey, Tony, you don't deserve to wear that armor. Everyone turns to see a silver Iron Man emerge from the villa. Unfazed, Tony instructs the music to continue. Rhodey, now desperate, insists Tony remove his armor, seizing Tony by the throat. In response, Tony effortlessly tosses Rhodey aside, calmly stating, Put it back. I don't want anyone getting hurt. Rhodey, undeterred, retaliates with a frisbee-like throw. You actually came. Tony scoffs, grabbing a dumbbell and striking Rhodey again. The resilient armor protects him from harm. The two engage in a vigorous scuffle, each refusing to yield, much to the entertainment of the onlookers. Yet, Sheeman is far from amused, as their antics disrupt his enchanting moment with Zhao Hailuan. Damn it, I warned you. If you dare take my iron armor, you'll pay. With that, Sheeman cast a spell, ensnaring Rhodey in an inescapable grip. Space compression. Rhodey's eyes widen in terror as he realizes he can't move. Space strangulation. Before he can scream, he is reduced to mere fragments without damaging the armor. Space exile. With a swift motion, all remnants vanish without a trace. The crowd is left bewildered as Tony, alarmed, shouts, "Did you just send Rhodey away?" Tony considers Rhodey a good friend. He had playfully intended to gift the armor to him, knowing Rhodey could hardly control it otherwise. An inconvenience like him had to be dealt with, Sheeman replies coolly. All right. If he is gone, then he is gone. Tony shrugs, relieved but unaware of Sheeman's true intentions. With Zhao Hailuan in his arms, Sheeman departs, swinging open the door, leaving it ajar as a group of women crowd the entrance, causing Zhao Hailuan to shyly cover her face, like an ostrich hiding from the world. Chapter 67. Spirit Butterfly. In the early morning after a night of wild revelry, Zhao Hailuan awoke feeling as though her very bones were no longer her own. The lofty claims made by her companions seemed utterly deceptive. What a farce, she hissed, throwing off the covers and grimacing in annoyance. In her daze, a bitter smile crept upon her lips. Could it be she was afflicted with the legendary Stockholm Syndrome? Yet, this individual had never truly tormented her. Rather, he had kidnapped her and subjected her to a night of torment, despite her desperate cries for mercy. Raven, I have dispatched Rod, Sheeman Huan declared, while breakfasting, instructing the shapeshifter Raven to masquerade as Rod. He needed to frame Rod as a fugitive to obscure the circumstances surrounding his demise. Otherwise, Tony would surely launch an investigation into his death. Disguised, Raven set off to the military headquarters, patiently awaiting the approach of night. Stewart and Searshaw were in a fierce competition over breakfast, yet their coordination was remarkable, ensuring no sense of rivalry was felt. However, the American breakfast was rather simplistic, consisting merely of bread, milk, and sausages. Sheeman Huan sampled the meticulously prepared breads made by the ladies, demonstrating an egalitarian approach. He showed no favoritism. The women's breakfast consisted of milk paired with grilled sausages, a modest yet sufficient meal that everyone could enjoy. Jiang Mayan, with a playful air, pulled Zhao Hailuan aside, inquiring if she was happy, as it seemed. Jiang Mayan hesitated to speak more directly, caught between curiosity and trepidation. After all, they were the only two in this abode sharing a mutual understanding of their plight, thus they were naturally closer. Although she possessed some telepathic abilities, it was insufficient to delve into the minds of others in the villa. Zhao Hailuan's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, Muyan, could it be you are contemplating such matters yourself? It is only natural, given the circumstances. However, I can share this with you. It's a blend of sweet and bitter experiences. I understand the sweet after the bitter, but what of this bitter sweetness? I am utterly perplexed. Jiang Mayan exclaimed, bewildered. Stop asking. Experience it for yourself, and you shall understand. Zhao Hailuan scolded, casting her a demure glance, her face flushed with embarrassment. Must I describe this to you? How utterly mortifying. Oh, I see. The dramatic highs and lows. Jiang Mayan responded, her laughter bubbling forth and teasing. Meanwhile, at Hammer Industries, the proprietor, Justin Hammer, gazed excitedly at the tabloid. Tony Stark had indeed gone increasingly mad. News was swirling online. Tony had nearly been killed at a racetrack and had just returned home to clash with Colonel Rod, inciting the ire of the military. As a rival of Stark Industries, Hammer was baffled by Tony's antics but relished the chaos. This man had been driven nearly to the brink of madness by Tony's actions. After all, competitors were often foes in the same arena. Yet Hammer was unable to secure military contracts. Elated, Hammer poured himself a glass of expensive red wine, chuckling, let the madness reign. This playboy has undergone a radical transformation since his abduction. Now he is consumed with creating iron armor and has even shuttered his weapons manufacturing division. Has he been struck by a stroke of genius? No. He must be terrified by his own inadequacies. After all, he is an arms dealer, since his kidnapping. He has been at odds with those terrorists, hasn't he? The Iron Man saving the world? Soon enough, my Hammer Industries shall eclipse Stark Industries, and Tony can remain in his delusions of grandeur. Hammer vowed silently, downing his wine in one gulp. His fervent gaze shifted to Ivan Vanko, who was diligently focused on his work. He was Hammer's secret weapon. Tony, you do not think you alone possess the technology of the arc reactor, do you? You can hardly fathom that I have acquired it. Hammer's smile could no longer be contained, for he believed his army of iron would dominate the era. Unbeknownst to him, Ivan Vanko, engrossed in his task of constructing iron automatons, wore a similarly sinister smile. Each harbored ulterior motives. As dusk descended, Rod appeared at a bar, predictably embroiled in a dispute over a woman, which escalated into a furious confrontation. He ended up killing several bodyguards and injuring or slaying rivals and bystanders before making his escape. The world fell silent, only to be disrupted moments later by the arrival of several police vehicles. Unsurprisingly, Rod was now a wanted man. At this juncture, the military's influence was of little value. Finding Rod would be a Herculean task. Meanwhile, Apocalypse was on the lookout for his knight and had found a winged individual, Caliban. Caliban was a notorious black market dealer with a vast array of dealings, including the trafficking of mutant information. In the films, Caliban had aided Apocalypse significantly, and Shimin Huan, who had been monitoring Apocalypse's movements, had taken a keen interest in Caliban, particularly regarding Spirit Butterfly. Caliban's black market was meticulously concealed. Who would suspect that he had transformed a sewer into a shop? However, upon the sudden appearance of Apocalypse, Caliban suppressed his astonishment and inquired, "May I assist you?" "We seek mutants, and you can provide information," the steel-winged man replied coldly. Caliban, looking disdainfully at the so-called Birdman, thought him a mere weakling attempting to act superior. He did not recognize this customer. Casting a glance at Apocalypse, who wore a smile devoid of warmth, Caliban was interrupted before he could finish. "We require powerful mutants." Apocalypse's voice resonated deeply. "That is feasible, but do you possess the means?" "Conducting business with Caliban requires substantial funds," he replied shrewdly, knowing that money was the ultimate ruler. "I have no money." Apocalypse's voice was grave once more. Caliban burst into laughter. "No money? What business can we conduct then?" "We are closing shop." Apocalypse remained unfazed, slowly lifting his hat and fixing a serious gaze upon Caliban. "I need your assistance, my child." "Child? You hardly resemble a father figure to Caliban, except for your lack of hair." Caliban scoffed, patting his own head before retrieving a revolver from his drawer, aiming it at Apocalypse. Yet, to his surprise, Apocalypse merely rolled his eyes, and the revolver transformed into a handful of sand. Meanwhile, Spirit Butterfly, clad in an elegant trench coat, poised herself to attack, while the Birdman also readied himself for action. Apocalypse, undeterred by the tense atmosphere, glanced between Spirit Butterfly and Caliban and began to speak. "You are all my children, yet you have lost your way, misled by false leaders. These pretender gods and their fragile institutions have ruined my world, but I am back." The moment he began to speak, Apocalypse resembled a charlatan or a self-proclaimed guru. Hearing his delusional rants, Spirit Butterfly swiftly moved into action. Her sharp blade aimed at the Birdman's throat, while her dazzling purple energy sword was poised at Apocalypse's neck. "What do you truly desire?" Spirit Butterfly demanded coldly, her gaze fixed on the babbling Apocalypse. Chapter 68. Taking away the Spirit Butterfly. The last night Polaris returns to position, concealed within the subspace. Shimin Huan observed the unfolding events without choosing to disrupt the opportunity surrounding the Spirit Butterfly. "I wish for you to unleash your full potential." Apocalypse, seemingly oblivious to the violet energy sword poised at his throat, spoke softly, with a casual roll of his eyes. The Spirit Butterfly's mutated abilities instantly amplified manifold before the naked eye. At that moment, the radiant brilliance of the energy sword became almost blinding, leaving the Spirit Butterfly in awe, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Caliban, after a prolonged silence, finally divulged several pieces of information regarding the mutants he was somewhat familiar with. Apocalypse nodded in satisfaction, ready to open a portal to take the Spirit Butterfly away. But this time, he faltered. No matter what he tried, the portal refused to open, and he suddenly realized a formidable enemy had emerged. Could there truly be such a powerful being in this world? Stunned and enraged, Apocalypse lifted his gaze to the void, where he beheld Shimin Huan gradually descending, each step resonating with an air of grandeur that commanded the attention of all present. "What is the meaning of this, my lord?" Apocalypse asked gravely, staring intently at Shimin Huan. "I intend to take her with me," Shimin Huan replied nonchalantly, pointing at the Spirit Butterfly, completely unconcerned with Apocalypse's thoughts. To him, the figure that others perceived as a terrifying powerhouse was merely a pawn meant to entice the Phoenix Force into manifestation. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. For several seconds, the stillness was palpable before Apocalypse conceded first. "Very well." Although he could not fathom how Shimin Huan had managed to seal space to prevent his departure, he did not wish to sacrifice a significant advantage over a minor concern. His greatest power lay in possession and the inheritance of abilities. He believed it would not be long before he ascended to greater heights. Shimin Huan did not trouble Apocalypse, but instead allowed him to leave, turning his gaze towards the Spirit Butterfly. "How infuriating. Your collection obsession has tarnished your brother's reputation." He had once been captivated by the Spirit Butterfly's striking figure and graceful demeanor while watching a film. Now that he was here, why not seize the opportunity? "I will take her with me. You have no objections, I trust?" Shimin Huan addressed Caliban. "And no problem. The Spirit Butterfly is merely my partner." Caliban replied with a sycophantic smile, sensing the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Shimin Huan from afar. "Excellent. Let us depart." Shimin Huan smiled slightly, recognizing Caliban's potential. Only Captain Jia could possibly match him in a contest of strength. The Spirit Butterfly hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed suit, understanding that she had no other options. In the hotel, the Spirit Butterfly stood nervously by the bathtub, attending to Shimin Huan as he bathed, her eyes darting about anxiously. As Shimin Huan luxuriated in her service, he reflected on her profile. Once a British figure, she now presented an Asian visage. Her abilities included telepathy, psychic explosion, and the wielding of psychic weaponry, along with a fleeting foresight of the future. Of course, at present, she had yet to awaken her precognitive ability in psychic explosion. These details were inconsequential. After all, she was an Omega-level telepath. A fully awakened spirit butterfly could unleash a psychic explosion even through Magneto's helmet, gaining complete control over him. Spirit butterfly. You need not be so tense. Rest assured, I am not a man-eating tiger, Shimin Huan stated, eyes closed and voice calm. Yes, she replied, her words betraying her trepidation. While he was not a tiger, he resembled a wolf, and even the bathtub could not conceal that fact. The spirit butterfly hesitantly inquired, did you choose to take me because you desire me, or is it my abilities that attract you? Both. The spirit butterfly scoffed inwardly. How ungracious. With your capabilities, do you truly require someone as insignificant as me? Well, that depends on what aspect you are needed for. After all, only you can resolve certain unique issues. Shimin Huan replied shamelessly before scrutinizing her further. Your trench coat looks quite cool, but your weapon is woefully inadequate. My weapon is already quite decent. Do you think I have the funds to acquire better gear? If only I could. She retorted. Here, give it a try. Shimin Huan gestured for a piece of a super alloy seized from the Kree Empire and tossed it to the spirit butterfly. Without hesitation, she drew her blade and struck, only to hear a resounding clang as her sword shattered into two pieces. The spirit butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief, sorrow washing over her as she lamented the loss of her blade, which had accompanied her for so long. Enough, your weapon is too shabby. I shall procure you a genuine adamantium katana. As you are now in my service, you cannot wield subpar weaponry. Otherwise, people will say I am impoverished. Shimin Huan declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the spirit butterfly's face lit up with joy. Meanwhile, Apocalypse had diligently sought out the mutants Caliban had mentioned. His first encounter was with a man resembling the Red Tank, a brutish figure named Hanks, who met his approval. His second stop led him to the quaint beauty of cherry blossoms in full bloom. The cherry blossoms of Mount Fuji have blossomed. I must pay a visit. Within an ancient wooden house adorned with blooming cherry trees, Apocalypse found his third knight, Yoshida Shiro. Apocalypse slowly spoke the man's name. Who are you? Yoshida Shiro inquired coldly, eyeing the peculiar attire of Apocalypse and his companions. You need not concern yourself with our identities. Simply know that I can grant you the power to seek vengeance against America. Apocalypse boasted, flashing a dismissive glance at the Japanese man. Yoshida Shiro felt the surrounding air grow intensely heated, realizing that his ability to absorb solar energy had significantly increased. Suddenly, a powerful flame surged forth from his palm. This Japanese man was born with nuclear radiation, a natural avenger, for his mother was a survivor of Hiroshima. The radiation from his mother endowed him with the ability to absorb solar energy and other forms of radiation, converting them into fiery energy that manifested immense destructive power and offensive capability. The four horsemen of Apocalypse, Solar Flame, have returned. As for the final night, Apocalypse set his sights on Magneto's daughter, Polaris, Lorna Dane. In a psychiatric facility in Atlanta, repurposed into a secret prison for mutants, the facility operated as usual until suddenly, a violent tremor shook the building, followed by deafening alarms. The guards had no time to react as the entire mutant prison eerily transformed into swirling sands. Polaris and many other mutants looked up in astonishment as Apocalypse and his entourage approached. Children, you are free. Apocalypse's low voice roused countless mutants, who momentarily froze before erupting into jubilant cheers. Apocalypse's gaze gradually fell upon Polaris, and he smiled with satisfaction. The four horsemen of Apocalypse have returned. Chapter 69. Has the S3 season commenced? Child, I have arrived late. The figure of Apocalypse gleamed with an unusual radiance. His gaze fixed upon Polaris as if she were a rare treasure, filled with appreciation. Polaris, tense and alert, regarded the peculiar stranger before her with a cold inquiry. Who are you? I have been called Jesus, revered as the sun god, and honored as a deity. Throughout the endless corridors of time, I have borne many names, yet one truth remains. You are all my children. Apocalypse declared, arms wide, his tone imbued with an undeniable arrogance. Polaris, her face etched with disdain, retorted, where were you when my companions were brutally slaughtered? I was ensnared in an unending slumber, trapped by darkness. I failed you, my children, Apocalypse confessed, his voice tinged with a sense of betrayal. Yet, in an instant he raised his head, fervor igniting in his eyes. But now, I have returned. He stepped closer to Polaris, fixing her with an intense gaze. You know not the power within you. But I do. Descend to the earth, feel the metals hidden deep below. When you exert your utmost, you shall discover a terrifying strength capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth. His words, imbued with a bewitching quality, penetrated Polaris's mind. She found herself instinctively crouching, hands brushing against the cold ground, subconsciously following his guidance to sense the metals beneath. In an instant, the geomagnetic energy surged violently, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Countless metals erupted from the earth, roaring skyward like dragons breaking free from their confines, crashing violently into the structures above. The breathtaking spectacle left all present in a state of stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with fear and incredulity. No one could fathom that this seemingly innocent girl could unleash such cataclysmic power. Apocalypse trembled with excitement, his demeanor frenzied, bellowing. All that mankind has constructed will crumble into ruins. And upon these ruins, we shall forge a more perfect world. Yet the haunting cries of captured mutants, their faces contorted in agony during dissection, and the despair in the eyes of those mercilessly slain replayed in Polaris's mind like an unshakable nightmare. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, blood trickling through her fingers. She released a primal scream, filled with fury and defiance, as the power of hatred surged violently within her. From afar, Charles sensed this chilling force, his expression shifting in alarm. He urgently reached out to Polaris through telepathy, warning her not to lose herself in hatred. At that moment, Apocalypse seemed to sense something, his gaze piercing towards Polaris like a blade. Almost instantly, his eyes blazed with ecstatic realization as he exclaimed, "Marvelous. What have you seen?" "The answer. I have finally found it." Apocalypse sneered darkly. Charles's heart sank as he detected a powerful, unfamiliar presence beside Polaris. However, events transpired too swiftly for him to react. Apocalypse's lips curled into a mocking smile as he cackled, "Thank you for granting me access to your world." Hank noticed Charles's peculiar state. His eyes were vacant, his body slumped as though his soul had departed. Hank shouted loudly, "Charles! Charles!" But Charles remained unresponsive. The once serene control room now consumed by an eerie purple haze. What is this overwhelming power? I have never felt anything like it. Hank's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he desperately called out, pushing Charles to regain consciousness. "What has happened to him?" Moira asked, her expression tense. "Someone has taken control of Charles," Moira exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. "Wait, you mean Charles can be controlled? Why would anyone want to control him?" "To utilize the brainwave amplifier for contact." Hank's words faltered as he turned pale, the gravity of the situation hitting him. He was all too aware of the amplifier's potential. He shouted desperately, "Alex! Alex!" Yet it was too late. Across mountains, plains, deserts, and oceans, numerous concealed launch silos activated, nuclear missiles slowly ascending, their fiery trails slicing through the sky. This sudden turn of events plunged the world into utter panic as people ceased their activities, gazing skyward in terror, hearts filled with despair. Could the Third World War erupt without warning? Chaos engulfed the globe as streets filled with fleeing crowds, cries and screams intertwining. "No, no, no. I have yet to marry. To have children." A middle-aged man knelt, bowing towards his homeland, tears streaming down his face. "My darling, I am so sorry. Your parents cannot be there to see you grow," a young mother wept, clutching her child tightly. "My dear, I intended to propose to you today. But it seems I am too late." In the face of impending doom, the grand ambitions and idealistic aspirations of yesteryears appeared utterly trivial. Within a villa, Saoirse and her companions stared in horror at the multitude of missiles filling the sky. They knew they might have a means of escape. But what of their families and loved ones? They cast desperate glances toward Xi Minhuan, their eyes brimming with hopelessness. Xi Minhuan gazed back at them, offering a gentle smile, reassured them softly, "Do not worry. None of these nuclear weapons will detonate on the ground." Meanwhile, in military command centers around the globe, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Commanders furrowed their brows, shouting into their microphones, striving to ascertain the unfolding chaos. Yet all they received was endless confusion, as all channels of intelligence seemed paralyzed. "General, the nuclear missiles are not targeting any nation. They are heading into outer space," a soldier suddenly reported. Upon hearing this, everyone in the command center exhaled in relief, their taut nerves finally loosening. Charles gradually broke free from control, regaining his senses, and urgently called out to Alex, "Quickly, use your shockwave to destroy the main control room. Obliterate the brainwave amplifier. We must not allow it to fall into enemy hands." Without hesitation, Alex unleashed a powerful shockwave, obliterating the main control room in a violent explosion. Hank, quick on his feet, removed the brainwave amplifier from Charles's head and pushed his wheelchair urgently towards the exit. Just as they escaped the control room, Apocalypse and his entourage materialized through a portal. "Who are you?" Hank demanded, muscles taut, eyes fixed warily on them. However, no one acknowledged him. Polaris, her gaze icy, raised her hand, summoning a powerful magnetic force that enveloped Charles's wheelchair, drawing it toward her. Seeing this, Alex's blood surged with adrenaline. He and Scott, true brothers in spirit, reacted impulsively, unleashing their shockwaves towards the departing Apocalypse and his group. "No, Alex, stop!" Hank shouted in terror, his voice rising in pitch. He understood all too well that before Alex lay the very heart of the Mutant Academy's power supply. Should it explode, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, everything transpired too swiftly for his cries to avert this impending disaster. A deafening roar erupted, shaking the entire institution to its core. Flames soared skyward, and waves of heat surged forth, as the immense force of the explosion consumed all in its vicinity. Hank, with no time for contemplation, transformed into his beastly form, seizing hold of Moira and sprinting desperately towards safety. The explosions echoed relentlessly behind them, pursuing them with ferocious intent. Meanwhile, at that moment, The man who seemed to carry his own soundtrack continued to sing exuberantly within the Hydra base, proclaiming, "Hydra is my home." Chapter 70. The Sentinel Robot Initiative by Simon Huan. As Jean Grey was conducting a class for the children, she suddenly enveloped the entire power center of the main control room in a telekinetic barrier. Struggling to maintain the psychic shield, she found herself overwhelmed by increasingly violent explosions, which surged like relentless waves. Just as the blasts threatened to breach her defenses, she exerted her last ounce of telepathic energy to urgently alert all mutant students. Run! Evacuate the building. Moments later, Jean could no longer sustain her effort. The force of the explosions swiftly consumed the entire structure. Amidst the chaos, the terrified students gazed at the burning edifice, their eyes wide with horror. Had it not been for Jean's telepathic warning, they would have certainly perished. Save for those fortunate enough to be outdoors at the time, Jean had nearly expended all her strength, to the point where even the ability to fly eluded her. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar of helicopter rotors erupted above the mutant school. Hank and his companions frowned, sensing that misfortune had struck again. Was it merely a coincidence that these individuals arrived at such a critical juncture? Before they could respond or discern the identity of the approaching threat, a helicopter unveiled its weaponry and unleashed a powerful sonic attack. In an instant, aside from Jean, who managed to teleport away with her last reserves of energy, mutants of all shapes and sizes succumbed to the disorienting sonic waves. At that moment, Simon Huan, who was enjoying a spectacular fireworks display, received a frantic call from Jean. "Simon, the mutant school is under attack. Professor Charles has been captured by Apocalypse, and others have also been seized by an unknown force." Jean's voice was filled with urgency and weakness. It was clear why she resorted to a phone call rather than telepathy. "Anyone else besides you?" he inquired. "If all goes as expected, it should be." "I understand. I will come to retrieve you," he replied. After hanging up, Simon swiftly made his way to Jean's location, carrying her frail form back to the villa. He then employed his telepathy to locate Hank, Alex, and the others, discovering, as the narrative suggested, that they were imprisoned together at a military base. The elusive William Stryker, who had been forgotten since the last incident involving several mutant test subjects, should have been anticipated. As a perennial adversary of mutants, Stryker was likely keeping a watchful eye on their every move, perhaps even monitoring them with satellites positioned in the sky. This time, he had brought his butterfly to witness the chaos, while the other women in the room were mere superficial distractions. In the next moment, they materialized in Stryker's clandestine laboratory to rescue Hank and the others. The cold, menacing steel of the facility instilled a sense of discomfort in both Simon and the butterfly. Their entrance did not go unnoticed by the surveillance systems or guards, and their audacious actions drew immediate attention. Soldiers quickly surrounded them, and the butterfly unsheathed her genuine adamantium katana, launching a counterattack. Without hesitation, the soldiers opened fire on the butterfly and Simon, clearly perceiving them as hostile. Bang, bang, bang. Simon refrained from slaughtering them himself, instead allowing the butterfly to showcase her prowess. Her speed was remarkable, and with Simon's gift of teleportation, she became a phantom, her blade flashing as heads fell. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the base, summoning wave after wave of soldiers to their doom, while Simon remained a calm observer. In a matter of moments, the butterfly had dispatched over 100 soldiers, making her way directly to Stryker's office. "Mr. Stryker, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," Simon remarked coolly. "Who are you?" Stryker demanded, his eyes burning with rage and fear. "You needn't concern yourself with my identity. I admire your determination and audacity. Considering you are merely an ordinary man," Simon said, patting Stryker's trembling shoulder while scrutinizing the middle-aged man before him. "Because they are mutants, they are aberrations. I must eradicate mutants to protect humanity," Stryker proclaimed, his tone filled with righteous fervor. "Oh, is that so? Then you must first eliminate your son," Simon retorted with a smirk. "You, who on earth are you?" Stryker's face paled, bewildered that Simon knew such a clandestine truth. Observing Stryker's shock, Simon chuckled softly. "Do not look at me with such astonishment. Even without telepathy, I possess greater understanding than you might imagine. Your son Jason is quite formidable, and his abilities are rather peculiar, yet you intend to exploit him. You." Stryker's expression darkened further, realizing the implications of unified mutant powers, a threat to humanity's survival. "I suppose his sudden awakening inadvertently caused your wife's demise, transforming your previously mild disdain for mutants into outright enmity. Are you researching mutants to weaponize them against their own kind or to uncover their vulnerabilities?" As Simon continued, Stryker's countenance grew increasingly grim, his secrets laid bare. "How narrow-minded of you. Nearly everyone is ensnared on this planet. Mutants are merely a unique existence within the cosmos, akin to extraterrestrials, sorcerers, superhumans, and deities. I cannot fault your hatred, for it stems from your son's actions that led to the loss of your beloved wife." With each word, Simon's sarcasm cut deep, prompting Stryker to question his own worldview. "Allow me to offer you some guidance. Cease your futile genetic experiments and focus on the Sentinel robots left behind by your mentor, Bolivar. If you pursue this path, you may unlock the gateway to a new world. He placed a vial of Mystique's blood on Stryker's desk, watching as the man's despair deepened. Sentinel robots? Answers. Stryker muttered to himself, hurriedly sifting through his mentor's research notes. What are Sentinel robots? The butterfly inquired, perplexed. The ultimate humanoid weapon to conquer the underworld. Simon remarked with fervent excitement, momentarily envisioning an unstoppable mechanical army delivering a resounding shock to the depths of hell. The butterfly shook her head, unable to comprehend. And Simon chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he freed the mutants, inadvertently rescuing a wild wolverine in the process. With so many mutants suddenly without a refuge, he promptly contacted Magneto, recognizing their shared kinship. Charles has been taken? I assumed my old ally had finally resolved to confront humanity head-on. Alas, it turns out he was captured. Charles is still the same Charles, Magneto lamented, though Simon could not overlook the concern hidden in his gaze, a testament to their decades-long friendship. Rest assured, Charles will be fine. Fate has a way of protecting the worthy, Simon began, only to be interrupted as Charles's voice echoed in his mind. What is it? Magneto queried, noticing Simon's sudden change in demeanor. It's Apocalypse. He has seized control of Charles and is using him to transmit telepathic messages to all of humanity. Ximeng Huan's tone carried a hint of mockery.